Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 9 of the series. Chapter 505, New Substance. Raymond and the other three stared at the terrifying aftershock of the Big Bang, and ventured deep into the area where the aftershock of the Big Bang was the fiercest. With every million kilometers advanced, the pressure the four of them endured would increase substantially. During this period of time, the four of them spent a few hours just to advance by 10 billion kilometers. The distance of 10 billion kilometers might seem very far, but within a radius of a light year, it was insignificant. Lin Feng also used the law of space to sense the space here, and realized that the space here was already fragmented. The deeper he went, the more fragmented the space became, until it completely disappeared. Of course, where space had completely disappeared would definitely be the core area of the Big Bang. Far from the core area of the Big Bang, although space was also fragmented, there was still space. If Lin Feng used the void traversal combat body, and enhanced it with the law of space at the advanced planetary level, he should be able to warp space. Hence, as long as they did not enter the core area of the Big Bang, Lin Feng's safety was still guaranteed. The four of them traveled for most of the day without stopping, even after sensing new substances. All right, this is it. It's the limit. We can't go in any further. Raymond suddenly stopped. He and Yujing were actually already struggling a little, but Lin Feng and Long Wu could still hold out, and appeared relaxed. This is about it. Finding new substances is not our area of forte. We will have to count on Your Highness Lin Feng for this. Me. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He did not know how to find new substances either. Why did Raymond place all the hope on him? That's right, Your Highness Lin Feng. Your law is the best method for us to find new substances. You just need to use the law of tides and mobilize the surrounding tidal power, and you'll naturally be able to identify some new substances. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had never tried this method before. If this was really the case, it was indeed the best method. After all, relying on mental power alone was not enough. In such an environment, mental power had great limitations, and could not explore a large range. I'll give it a try. Lin Feng closed his eyes and quickly mobilized the law of tides. The law of tides was majestic. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the entire region of the Big Bang. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the tidal power he could mobilize at this moment was several times greater than before. In other words, in this unique environment, the power of the law of tides would increase by several times. Seeing that Lin Feng's law of tides actually caused such a huge commotion, slight joy rose in Raymond and the others. This meant that their previous plan was correct. In reality, Raymond did not know that Lin Feng's current law of tides was an advanced planetary law. Now that he was slowly mobilizing the law of tides, the range of its coverage shocked even Lin Feng himself. The range was only one aspect. The most important thing was to find new substances. Following Raymond's guidance, Lin Feng gradually began to analyze some different things in the tidal power. Those different things might be new substances. I got it. There's something different from the law of tides 13 million kilometers away. It's very likely a new substance. All right, Your Highness Lin Feng, lead the way. Raymond was overjoyed. Lin Feng had actually made a discovery so quickly. Of course, they still had to find out if it was a new substance by actually going there. Hence, Lin Feng led the way. In the span of a few breaths, they arrived at the place he had sensed previously. After all, even Raymond had a combat body of millions of kilometers. A mere 10 million kilometers was nothing to the four of them. Your Highness Lin Feng, where is the new substance? Lin Feng sensed for a moment, then pointed at a gray light in the distance. There. There. Raymond and the others sensed with their mental power, but could not sense anything. It seemed to be empty. Hence, they all looked at Lin Feng dubiously. However, Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand abruptly to grab the gray light in the distance. Rumble. For a moment, it was as if the world was collapsing. Countless storms swept over, but Lin Feng's large hand easily seized a gray object. From the storm. There really is something there. Raymond and the others were overjoyed. They had not sensed anything before, but Lin Feng could sense it clearly. What did this mean? It meant that mental power was actually not of much help in searching for new substances. On the other hand, Lin Feng could identify new substances by relying on the power of laws. This way, how many new substances would they obtain by relying on Lin Feng? It was unimaginable. Of course, the prerequisite was that the thing Lin Feng had obtained was a new substance. Lin Feng grabbed the gray ball of light. The four of them looked at it, and realized that there seemed to be a fish barging around in the gray sphere of light. However, it was tightly trapped by Lin Feng's palm and could not break free. Fish. There can't be any fish in the cosmos. How can fish survive in such an environment? It must be a new substance, or even some kind of miraculous item. We'll know whether it's a new substance or not once we test it. Raymond was prepared in advance. The way to find out if something was a new substance was simple. Raymond had spent hundreds of years beforehand asking his follower to collect all kinds of things in the universe. There was practically an encyclopedia. If something had appeared in the universe before, even if they had never seen the actual thing, there must be a certain description of its appearance. As long as it had appeared before, they would definitely know. Scan complete. Comparison with existing substances in the universe is complete. No identical substances found. There is more than a 99% chance that it is a new substance. Hearing the results of the comparison, Raymond was overjoyed. Haha, it's really a new substance. A genuine new substance. We didn't even take a day to find a new substance. This is all thanks to Your Highness Lin Feng. If not for Your Highness Lin Feng, we'd probably still be searching painstakingly for new substances. Raymond, Long Wu, and the others were very happy. New substances were not so easily discovered. Even if they were not so easily obtained. But now, they had obtained a new substance so quickly. It seemed almost too easy. Of course, everyone knew that the reason it went so smoothly was Lin Feng. How should this new substance be stored? Lin Feng frowned and asked. It's simple. I've already made preparations. I have a spatial device that can accommodate things up to a volume of 10,000 cubic meters. In the future, all the new substances we obtain will be stored in this spatial device. How about that? Raymond glanced at Lin Feng and said solemnly. I have no problem with that, but who will be in charge of this spatial device? Lin Feng knew that it was better to clarify these things first. Otherwise, they might turn against each other in the future. Raymond pondered for a moment and said, originally, I planned to hold on to it, but His Highness Lin Feng's laws are too important for finding new substances. Some new substances must be stored in the spatial device immediately. Hence, Your Highness Lin Feng will hold on to this spatial device. How about that? You'll let me hold on to it? Lin Feng was a little surprised. He did not expect Raymond to trust him with such an important thing. Long Wu was a little hesitant, but he exchanged glances with Raymond and finally nodded. Yu Jing also agreed. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony. He reached out and took a chip from Raymond, quickly integrating it into the cells in his body. Lin Feng could clearly sense the existence of the spatial device. With a thought, he could put things away or retrieve them from the spatial device. How convenient. I must get a spatial device in the future too. Lin Feng knew that such spatial devices were all created by cultivators with spatial talent through technology. They were very convenient and practical. If he had time, with his attainments in the law of space, he could even create such a spatial device himself. Chapter 506, Encounter. Chapter 506, Encounter. By the way, what is the use of this new substance? Lin Feng asked curiously. His mental power extended into the space, and he saw that the gray, tiny fish seemed to be constantly shuttling back and forth. It looked very miraculous. However, Raymond shook his head and said, "Since it's a new substance, how can we know what it does? We can only try them one by one in the future." "You don't know." Lin Feng was a little stunned. If they did not even know the use of new substances, why would they fight for new substances? Wouldn't it be pointless if they encountered danger in order to fight for worthless new substances? Long Wu smiled weakly and said, "Your Highness Lin Feng, wealth comes from danger. Forget about us, even those great divine kings have no way of knowing the specific use of new substances. However, we can actually still see some clues as to whether a new substance is precious. How can we identify that?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he stared intently at Long Wu. "The method is actually very simple. The greater the commotion caused by the new substance in the Big Bang, very likely, the more precious it is." "That's right. The greater the commotion, the more daunting the energy within the new substance. How can new substances containing a daunting amount of energy not be precious? Even if we can't use them, we can still trade them with those who need them in the future." Raymond and Long Wu both nodded repeatedly. Although they did not know the exact effect of the new substance, they could roughly tell if it was precious. Even though this method was indeed just a simple and crude method, it was also the most direct and effective method. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll try my best to find some new substances that cause greater commotion." Lin Feng was not satisfied with just obtaining a little new substances. Instead, he wanted to obtain even more precious new substances. For example, even a little of some precious new substances would be more valuable than a large amount of other new substances. With the help of the law of tides, Lin Feng was like a fish in water. It was as if he had countless eyes, and could observe a large amount of new substances hidden under the tides of the Big Bang. "Eh? There is a wave over there. The wave is really enormous." Lin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He sensed a wave rising in the distance. Seeing that wave, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had seen a wave appear in the tides of the Big Bang. If it was a new substance, the energy contained would be astonishing. "Let's go. I've discovered a precious new substance." There was a trace of urgency and excitement in Lin Feng's eyes. His massive combat body immediately flew into the distance. "We're here." Not long after, Lin Feng stopped. He pointed at the terrifying wave with a faint roar in the distance, sweeping through a radius of a million kilometers. Although millions of kilometers were nothing in the eyes of the venerables, and just His Highness Long Wu's combat body alone was 30 million kilometers, this was the Big Bang, and it contained terrifying tidal power. Moreover, it was not cultivators in this tide, but a new substance. How terrifying was the energy contained in a new substance that could give rise to a wave sweeping millions of kilometers? Raymond, Long Wu, and the others' eyes turned bloodshot at once. All of them were extremely excited as they roared, "Quick, take the new substance. With this new substance, even if we leave immediately, we'll still gain a lot." They all knew very well that a new substance that could produce a wave which swept through millions of kilometers could be no ordinary new substance. Retrieve. Lin Feng grabbed towards the depths of the wave. Even though the wave seemed to be surging, and there was a terrifying strangling force at the center, Lin Feng's combat body was not afraid of this strangling force at all. When Lin Feng's hand reached into the depths of the wave, he aimed at a sphere of colorful light and grabbed hard. "I caught it. It's so heavy." Lin Feng's expression lit up. He had already grabbed this colorful light, and it felt very heavy. It had to be known that he had a combat body of 200,000 kilometers now. Even without the enhancement of laws, nothing would feel heavy to him. Lin Feng could even move a planet easily without finding it heavy. Although he did not know what kind of new substance the colorful light was, for it to be so unique, it must be extraordinary. He would stash it away first. Rumble. As soon as Lin Feng grabbed the new substance that appeared like colorful light, a terrifying giant hand slammed over from afar. The terrifying giant hand was shockingly strong. It grabbed the colorful sphere of light at once. Long Wu's combat body erupted. His palm curled into a fist and blasted out at once. How terrifying was the full power of a 30 million kilometer combat body. The huge hand that extended from afar was instantly blasted apart, causing the other party to roar wildly. Lin Feng took this opportunity to retrieve the colorful sphere of light into the spatial device as quickly as possible. There was no time to even investigate it. "Ah, you're courting death." Roars came from the distant cosmos. In the blink of an eye, 4 cultivators flew over. Moreover, all of them had extremely enormous combat bodies, which were all at least 20 million kilometers in size. Among them, there was even a terrifying cultivator whose combat body exceeded 30 million kilometers, and was even approaching 40 million kilometers, almost reaching the peak of venerables. Even Long Wu's expression changed, appearing extremely solemn. "Hand over the new substance." The venerable with a size close to 40 million kilometers in the lead spoke in a thunderous voice, even causing ripples in the Big Bang. Raymond, Yujing, and Long Wu all had solemn expressions. There were 4 people on the other side, 2 cultivators with 20 million kilometers of combat body, and 2 cultivators with more than 30 million kilometers of combat body. Compared to Raymond, Yujing, and the others, they had a practically crushing advantage. Raymond and Yujing were not weak among the venerables, and definitely had trump cards, such as powerful origin weapons and so on. However, who wouldn't have some trump cards when competing for opportunities in the Big Bang? If a fight to the death really broke out, Raymond and the others would probably be the ones in danger of dying. "Who are you?" "We are disciples of the Divine Palace of Bamond." Before Raymond could finish speaking, the other party snorted coldly. "The Divine Palace of Bamond is nothing. We are disciples of the Fire Sect." "Fire Sect." Raymond and Long Wu's expressions changed drastically. For a moment, their faces became incomparably dark, and their expressions seemed to be filled with indignation. During the Big Bang, basically everyone relied on their own strength to obtain new substances. However, they also competed in terms of their backgrounds. If they were itinerant cultivators, the disciples of the Divine Palace of Bamond would still have some deterrent power. However, the Fire Sect was not inferior to the Divine Palace of Bamond, and was even stronger. The reason was very simple. The leader of the Fire Sect was a divine venerable, which was even more formidable than a divine king. He even had 2 divine kings under his command. His faction was at its peak, and encompassed a total of 8 galaxies. The people of the Fire Sect were basically all arrogant and unbridled. Whatever they wanted, they would always snatch it from others. Number 1 dared to go against them. Moreover, in terms of ostensible strength, Raymond and the others were far inferior to these 4 disciples of the Fire Sect. For a moment, Raymond, Long Wu, and Yujing all fell silent. Chapter 507, Raymond's Choice. Chapter 507, Raymond's Choice. Why? Do you still want to fight? The 4 people from the Fire Sect began to move, glaring at Lin Feng and the others. Of course, they did not take Lin Feng seriously. He was just an elementary planetary life form. They could destroy Lin Feng with a breath. The one they really took seriously was Long Wu. After all, Long Wu also had a 30 million kilometer combat body, which was extremely intimidating. "Your Highness Lin Feng, I'm afraid we have to give up on this new substance." Raymond smiled wanly. "It's not even possible for us to escape." If they really fought head-on, Raymond and the others would probably be in danger. Even if Long Wu could deal with one of them, what about the other 3? Perhaps Lin Feng could also deal with a cultivator with a 20 million kilometer combat body, but what about the other 2? Even if Raymond and Yujing joined forces, they might not be able to deal with that cultivator with a 30 million kilometer combat body. Give up the new substance. Lin Feng's expression also darkened. According to his senses, even if this new substance was put into the spatial device, it was still alive and kicking, full of impact. It was definitely a very precious new substance. Were they supposed to give it up so easily? Lin Feng was not willing. Lin Feng had also made abundant preparations for this big bang. Wasn't the very purpose of concealing his strength previously to fight for new substances with more unexpected methods at the critical moment? Now that they've found the new substance and acquired it, how could he give it up? Heh, what makes the four of you think you can make me give up the new substance? Lin Feng changed abruptly. The aura surrounding him turned sharp all of a sudden. Your Highness Lin Feng, you. Raymond was very surprised. Had Lin Feng gone mad? Lin Feng appeared very rational in the past. Why was he going mad now when it came to the new substance? Could wealth really be so tempting that he went mad over the new substance? Long Wu frowned and said, Your Highness Lin Feng, we're not their match. Why don't we give up on the new substance? We still have time to slowly search for new substances. Long Wu did not want to fight head-on either, because there was no chance of winning at all. The gains did not make up for the losses. Lin Feng shook his head and said, Your Highness Long Wu, Your Highness Raymond, Your Highness Yu Jing, don't worry. I'm not insane. Previously, the circumstances compelled me to conceal certain things. However, you do not have to worry. These four people are not qualified to snatch the new substance from my hands. Conceal certain things. Raymond and Long Wu looked at each other in surprise. Lin Feng was still holding back. Could it be an origin weapon? Raymond and Long Wu were not the only ones confused. The four members of the fire sect opposite them were also very confused. Since you won't hand it over, die. The terrifying venerable with a combat body of nearly 40 million kilometers suddenly pressed down with a palm that blotted out everything. Raymond, Long Wu, and the others immediately felt as if they were about to suffocate. This pressure was simply too powerful. Raymond looked at Lin Feng, then at Long Wu. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind. We can't let His Highness Lin Feng endure the pressure alone. Attack. At the critical moment, Raymond chose to stand with Lin Feng. They were a complete team. They were people who could trust their teammates with their backs in life-or-death situations. Hence, Yu Jing, Raymond, and Long Wu all used their origin weapons. These were their trump cards, and they would never use them unless absolutely necessary. However, for Lin Feng's sake, they had no choice but to use them in advance. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. This was why he wanted to join this team. If Raymond, Long Wu, and the others were unmoved and chose to retreat, leaving Lin Feng to face the four people from the fire sect alone. Then, after Lin Feng defeated the four people from the fire sect, he would have to part ways with Raymond and the others. However, Raymond had made the right choice. He had made the choice before he knew if Lin Feng could resist the four people from the fire sect. It was very likely that the odds were against them, but Raymond still did not back down. Lin Feng began to truly trust Raymond and the other two. Boom. How terrifying was a combat body close to 40 million kilometers? As that palm pressed down, the world collapsed and the stars dimmed. Boundless pressure acted on Lin Feng and the other three. Yu Jing and Raymond gritted their teeth and persevered. Even Long Wu's expression was somber, as if he was enduring immense pressure. A combat body of 40 million kilometers was not equivalent to something that two cultivators with a 30 million kilometer combat body and a 10 million kilometer combat body could contend against. Any cultivator with a 30 million kilometer combat body could sweep through and crush even 10 cultivators with 10 million kilometer combat bodies at the same time. At this moment, this was the case for the cultivator with a combat body of 40 million kilometers from the fire sect. Even when Raymond, Yu Jing, and Long Wu joined forces and unleashed their trump cards, they could not withstand it, and were almost about to be crushed and killed. As the palm that blotted out everything slammed down, even space seemed to collapse. The surrounding cosmic tides raised monstrous waves that swept through an area of billions of kilometers. The commotion was so huge that many foraging cultivators also sensed it. Who are the ones fighting this great battle? What terrifying battle fluctuations! The combat body must be at least 30 million kilometers in size, right? Besides the impact of the explosions, we also have to be careful of other cultivators in the Big Bang. The Big Bang was very dangerous, but other cultivators were even more dangerous. Now that such a shocking great battle had erupted, there were definitely cultivators who had fallen. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he moved. He moved just as the endurance of Long Wu and the others was about to reach its limit. Buzz. Lin Feng's combat body did not expand, but the surrounding tides seemed to be attracted, forming a storm that protected Lin Feng at the center. Tidal combat body. It was still the tidal combat body, the 200,000-kilometer tidal combat body. However, at this moment, Lin Feng used the advanced planetary law of tides. Tidal power was everywhere in the Big Bang. The law of tides here was even richer. Using the law of tides here could at least double its power. Hence, Lin Feng used the advanced planetary law of tides. The power of his combat body increased rapidly. Outside, with the enhancement of the law of tides, his tidal combat body was at most equivalent to a combat body of 200 million kilometers. However, in the tidal environment of the Big Bang, the enhancement of his law of tides would only be stronger. Hence, even Lin Feng himself did not know how strong he was now. Lin Feng struck out with his palm. Compared to the palm of a 40 million kilometer combat body, it was as insignificant as an ant. However, at this moment, a large amount of tidal power enveloped Lin Feng's palm. For a moment, his palm became larger and larger, until it blotted out everything. The single palm even became countless times larger than Lin Feng's combat body. Moreover, the four people from the fire sect suddenly sensed that Lin Feng had actually locked onto the four of them. Even the other three who had not attacked were locked onto. The expressions of the four of them changed drastically. Something was amiss. Boom. However, there was no time for them to reconsider. Lin Feng struck out with his palm, enveloping the entire cosmos. It was as if even the cosmos was shattered by this strike. This strike was the only thing in everyone's vision. Chapter 508, Quasi-Emperor. Chapter 508, Quasi-Emperor. Crunch. A sharp sound rang out starkly in the silent cosmos. Everyone looked at the cultivator with a combat body of 40 million kilometers from the fire sect. Lin Feng's palm struck him at this moment. It looked like an ant versus an elephant. It was not proportional at all. However, with this strike, everyone heard the sound of bones shattering and cells collapsing. Splash. The combat body of the cultivator with a combat body of 40 million kilometers from the fire sect actually melted like snow. It collapsed and was annihilated on a large scale at a visible speed. On the other hand, Lin Feng's palm enveloped the four fire sect cultivators with overwhelming force, and slammed down hard. Ah, how is this possible? A Grand Emperor? Could it be a Grand Emperor? How can it be a Grand Emperor? Spare us, spare us. We are from the fire sect. Agonized screams echoed through the cosmos. Unfortunately, there was no one nearby, let alone cultivators of the fire sect. Their voices were drowned out by the terrifying explosions. With a palm strike from Lin Feng, it was as if the cosmos had collapsed. Terrifying tidal power surged over like a black hole. The four people from the fire sect all had combat bodies of at least 20 million kilometers, but it was as if they were made of clay under Lin Feng's palm strike, and collapsed rapidly. With a single palm strike, 4 people were dead. The cosmos fell silent all of a sudden. They were really dead, without even a trace. There were 4 venerables, and one of them was a peak venerable with a combat body of 40 million kilometers. Just like that, they were destroyed by Lin Feng with a single palm strike. Raymond, Yujing, and Long Wu all stared blankly at the scene before them. Yujing felt that her throat was a little dry. She enunciated, "Grand Emperor." As Yujing saw it, only a Grand Emperor could be so powerful. Only a Grand Emperor could crush everything and disregard venerables. No matter where, a Grand Emperor was the hegemon of a region, and an absolute pinnacle of existence. In the upper district of the Divine Palace of Bamand, there were so many planetary lifeforms and so many terrifyingly talented disciples. The most outstanding lifeforms in the entire Beaumont galaxy were all in the upper district of the Divine Palace. However, in billions of years, how many people could truly become a Grand Emperor? The Divine Palace disciple who became a Grand Emperor was a disciple from 1,000,000 years ago. Lin Feng had become a Grand Emperor without anyone knowing. This was like a dream. Yu Jing, Raymond, and Long Wu could not believe it. However, facts spoke louder than words. The truth was right before their eyes. With a single palm strike from Lin Feng, he had instantly killed 4 peak-level venerables of the Fire Sect, and without using any origin weapons. Was this not enough proof that Lin Feng was a Grand Emperor? I'm not a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng shook his head. He had seen a Grand Emperor before, and had even fought with a Grand Emperor. When that Grand Emperor Scorpius used his combat body, it spanned a full light year. How devastating was that? Right now, the Big Bang had only spread to a range of 1 light year. If a Grand Emperor attacked at full force, all cultivators within a light year would be dead. The might of a Grand Emperor was unimaginable. That's right. His Highness Lin Feng is not a Grand Emperor yet, Raymond suddenly said. He looked at Lin Feng with a rather complicated expression. Not a Grand Emperor. Even Long Wu and Yu Jing were stunned. If he wasn't a Grand Emperor, how could he be so strong? He could defeat all the venerables. How could he not be a Grand Emperor? At least, they couldn't imagine anyone else who could deal with these peak venerables so easily. Raymond smiled weakly and said, I don't think you guys know yet. There's actually another type of people among cultivators, between venerables and Grand Emperors. They're called quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperors. Even Long Wu had never heard of it. That's right, quasi-emperors. A quasi-emperor does not differ in the level of cultivation, but in combat power. Under normal circumstances, if a venerable comprehends a planetary law, with the enhancement of a planetary law, what kind of venerable can be their match? Such an entity has power enough to defeat all venerables, but they're not a Grand Emperor, so they're called a quasi-emperor. I see. Long Wu and Yu Jing both nodded in realization, but then, Long Wu asked, Your Highness is a quasi-emperor. But Your Highness isn't a venerable yet, right? Your combat body hasn't even reached 1,000,000 kilometers. If you're not a venerable, and only have planetary laws, how can you become a quasi-emperor? Who said that elementary planetary lifeforms can't become quasi-emperors? A sharp glint flashed across Raymond's eyes as he asked in a low voice, Your Highness Lin Feng, if I'm not wrong, you've probably already comprehended the advanced law of tides, right? Advanced law of tides. Long Wu and Yu Jing's eyes widened. They rarely even saw elementary laws, let alone advanced laws. Advanced planetary laws were also known as advanced laws. In the entire Divine Palace of Beaumont, apart from a few emperors and Divine King Beaumont, almost no one could comprehend advanced laws. Lin Feng had comprehended an advanced law. This was simply unbelievable. Lin Feng looked at Raymond in surprise. He did not expect Raymond to have guessed it. In any case, he did not intend to conceal it anymore. Hence, he nodded and said, That's right. By chance, I comprehended the advanced law of tides. So that's really the case. Raymond smiled weakly as well. Advanced laws. He was not even able to comprehend a rudimentary law, let alone advanced laws. Forget about the Divine Palace of Beaumont, even among the top geniuses of other galaxies, he had never heard of anyone who could comprehend advanced laws as an elementary planetary life form. It seemed like His Majesty the Divine King had really been wise when he made an exception and promoted Lin Feng to the upper district. Lin Feng's aptitude in laws was simply incomprehensible. In terms of his ability to comprehend laws, Lin Feng could almost be considered a monstrosity. Lin Feng looked at the surprised expressions of the 3 of them and did not say anything else. He knew his aptitude very well. Although it was not bad, it was definitely not top-notch. It was all thanks to the sacred stone of anathema that his laws could improve so quickly. He wondered just what kind of treasure this sacred stone of anathema was, that it could actually manifest laws. This exceeded Lin Feng's understanding. Perhaps this sacred stone of anathema was also a new substance. An advanced law can give rise to a 1,000-fold enhancement. In that case, His Highness Lin Feng's combat body is equivalent to a combat body of 200 million kilometers. This is indeed enough to defeat all venerables. He is undoubtedly a quasi-emperor. Long Wu's expression was solemn. He did not even dare to imagine a combat body of 200 million kilometers. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "The realm is the foundation. Your Highness Long Wu's combat body is already 30 million kilometers in size. If you can comprehend the corresponding law, even if it's just the rudimentary law, enhancing your combat body by 10 times would make it equivalent to a combat body of 300 million kilometers. Then, you would naturally be a quasi-emperor, and one who's much stronger than me." This was the truth. However, Long Wu could only smile weakly. It was easier said than done. The rudimentary laws appeared very easy, but in reality, among so many venerables, how many could truly comprehend rudimentary laws? If laws were so easy to comprehend, everyone would be a quasi-emperor. However, this was completely impossible. If one could comprehend laws, they could; if they could not, they would never be able to comprehend laws. There was no shortcut to comprehending laws. Being able to obtain the sacred stone of anathema was simply rule-defying to the extreme. Lin Feng himself knew very well that he could not expose the slightest hint of such a rule-defying treasure. Perhaps even a divine king would be tempted by it. "Your Highness Lin Feng, quick, let's look at what that colorful new substance is. We spent so much effort to get it. Let's see what it is." First, Yu Jing suggested looking at the new substance. After all, this was a new substance that Lin Feng had salvaged after killing 4 top-notch venerables. "All right, let's take a look then." Lin Feng nodded. With a thought, he retrieved the new substance. Chapter 509, Obtaining a New Substance. Chapter 509, Obtaining a New Substance. The colorful new substance in Lin Feng's hand seemed to be still struggling, like a living thing. However, Lin Feng grabbed it firmly and it could not break free. What a pretty new substance. Raymond and the others all stared at the new substance carefully. Through the iridescent light, they could see that there was something like a lump of soil inside, but it was constantly squirming. It looked very miraculous. Lin Feng reached out and took out a little of the new substance. He placed it in his palm and checked it carefully with his mental power. The energy is very strong. Not only did Lin Feng sense it, even Raymond, Long Wu, and Yu Jing sensed it. This tiny bit of new substance contained a terrifying amount of energy. It simply contained more energy than any energy module they had ever seen. The two were not comparable at all. Moreover, how daunting would the amount of energy contained in such a large piece of new substance be? No wonder it could cause such huge waves. It was indeed extraordinary. However, what was the use of such a huge amount of energy? Just as Lin Feng was pondering, the trace of new substance on his hand seemed to come alive all of a sudden. It actually turned into a thread and burrowed into Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng was shocked. Although he did not mobilize his laws, his 200,000-kilometer tidal combat body had astonishing defense to begin with. How could this tiny amount of new substance destroy it so easily, and even burrow into his palm? "Your Highness Lin Feng, what's wrong?" Lin Feng made a prompt decision. He did not dare to let this new substance enter his body unobstructed. Hence, he immediately separated all the cells in his entire palm. To Lin Feng, it was a piece of cake. The huge palm stretched across the cosmos, but it had already been separated by Lin Feng. "The new substance burrowed into my palm." "It burrowed into your palm." Raymond and the others all realized the problem. Could this new substance really be a living thing? Otherwise, how could it have burrowed into Lin Feng's palm? Moreover, the defense of Lin Feng's combat body was very strong. How could the new substance have burrowed into it so easily? Everyone stared intently at Lin Feng's palm. They wanted to see what would happen after the new substance had burrowed into Lin Feng's palm. Perhaps this could also be a way to test what effect the new substance had. In any case, it was just a palm. So what if it was lost? It was not much of a loss to Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng's palm was enormous. There was very little of the traces of new substance, but Lin Feng and the others kept monitoring it with their mental power. Hence, they could also see that after the traces of new substance seemed to have burrowed into Lin Feng's palm, it was enveloped by a large amount of cells. Buzz. Lin Feng's palm was shaking violently. Then, everyone's eyes widened. What did they see? Lin Feng's palm was actually growing, and it was without direction from anyone. The palm that Lin Feng had already separated was actually growing. If one looked carefully, they would see that the cells in his palm were dividing at an extremely rapid rate. It's new substance. Even if there's only a trace of new substance, the energy contained in it is enough to support many divisions in the palm. Lin Feng was a little excited. This new substance could actually invoke cell division. This was simply incredible, and it was also a miraculous item that Lin Feng dreamed of acquiring. Even the star bloom was countless times inferior to this new substance. Dividing cells. It's something like star blooms. Lin Feng was not the only one who was excited. Raymond, Long Wu, and Yu Jing's eyes also lit up. New substances that could divide cells were also precious treasures to them. It was just that ordinary treasures of cell division did not have much effect on them. For example, star blooms were actually useless to them. Let's observe for a while longer and see if there are any side effects. Raymond, on the other hand, was very cautious. New substances meant that one had little to no knowledge of them. If there were any troublesome side effects and everyone used them rashly, it would probably be too late for regrets. Hence, he would rather wait a little longer and see the exact situation first. This place isn't too safe either. The commotion caused by His Highness Lin Feng's battle just now was so huge that it would probably attract the attention of many cultivators. Even if Grand Emperors do not attack, if there are other quasi-emperors, it'll probably get dangerous. Long Wu was also very calm. They were at the eye of the storm now, and could not let their guard down. That's right. We have to retreat first. Lin Feng nodded and agreed to leave first. He was not so arrogant as to really think that he was invincible among all below the level of Grand Emperors. To use a very simple example, if a top-notch venerable already had a combat body of 30 million kilometers, and had comprehended a rudimentary law, a tenfold enhancement would make it equivalent to a combat body of 300 million kilometers. This already exceeded the power of Lin Feng's combat body when enhanced by laws in the present. If the other party had also comprehended planetary law and enhanced it by 100-fold, making it equivalent to a combat body of 3 billion kilometers, Lin Feng would be even less of a match. Although Lin Feng had the black hole pearl bestowed by Divine King Bamon that could even resist a Grand Emperor, that was Lin Feng's final trump card. Lin Feng would not use it unless at the most desperate moment. Since this place was already at the center of the storm, it would easily attract the attention of some cultivators. Lin Feng naturally would not be foolish enough to stay here and become a target. Let's retreat first. Lin Feng put away the new substance and left the center of the battle. About a few hours later, Lin Feng and the others had already flown out of the range of 1 light-year from the Big Bang. Previously, this place was already empty. All the cultivators had entered the tidal waves of the Big Bang to search for new substances. But now, as soon as Lin Feng exited, he sensed terrifying gazes. Grand Emperors. They are all Grand Emperors. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The ones who cast these gazes were all Grand Emperors, famous and illustrious Grand Emperors. Previously, the Grand Emperors had not showed up. They must have only arrived one after another after the Big Bang occurred. Now, it was just the first wave of the Big Bang. There was still very little new substance. To these Grand Emperors, it was not worth mentioning. They were still waiting for the second, third, and fourth waves of the Big Bang to erupt. Lin Feng had already seen Grand Emperors before, and had even fought with Grand Emperor Scorpius before. Hence, he was no stranger to grand emperors. There might be more than a dozen of them here, but all of them had deep gazes, emitting immense pressure. However, Lin Feng still appeared very calm. On the other hand, Raymond, Yu Jing, and even Long Wu could not ignore the pressure from the gazes of these grand emperors. Fortunately, the grand emperors did not pay attention to Lin Feng and the others. They only took a glance before retracting their gazes. Lin Feng and the others could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Even Lin Feng was definitely not a match for grand emperors now. They should try their best not to attract the attention of grand emperors, and keep a low profile as much as possible. Keep going. Although they were already out of the 1 light-year range from the first wave of explosions of the Big Bang, there would be a second, third, fourth wave, and countless other explosions in the future. Sooner or later, they would sweep through hundreds of galaxies and shake the entire universe. Hence, no matter how far they fled, they could still catch the Big Bang. However, with so many grand emperors around now, they could only stay away from these grand emperors if they wanted to study new substances. Chapter 510, Dividing the Spoils. Chapter 510, Dividing the Spoils. This should be it. We're already 2 light-years away. It's already far enough. It definitely won't affect this place unless a second wave of explosions happens. Lin Feng and the others arrived at an empty stretch of the cosmos. There was no one around, and it was the best place to study new substances. Let's see if there are any side effects to your palm. It's been so long. Lin Feng took out his palm. His palm was already larger than before, and it still looked full of vitality. There were no other side effects. I'll try fusing it. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This was a new substance, and he had to be careful. He was fully prepared to abandon it immediately if anything went wrong. Even if it would cause him to lose a large portion of his combat body, he would not hesitate. I hope everything goes smoothly. Lin Feng's gaze became determined. Didn't he come to the Big Bang for the sake of cultivating the consummate combat body? Only new substances could allow his planetary combat body to reach consummation. Otherwise, through step-by-step cultivation, even Divine King Bamand back then had not been able to cultivate the consummate combat body. Lin Feng did not think his aptitude in the combat body could be better than Divine King Bamand's. In his current situation, Lin Feng had to take the risk. Fuse. Lin Feng extended his hand, and his severed palm immediately fused into his body. For Lin Feng's combat body, cells from anywhere could fuse into his body. His combat body cells were ever-changing to begin with. After all, this separated palm came from the same source as Lin Feng's combat body. Hence, as Lin Feng took the initiative to begin fusing, the separated palm quickly began to fuse into the combat body. Lin Feng could clearly feel that this palm did not have any side effects. It was filled with surging power. The cells divided in it were no different from combat body cells. Swoosh. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he saw the eager gazes of Raymond and the others. Your Highness Lin Feng, how do you feel? There are no side effects. I feel very good at the moment. This is wonderful. Raymond clenched his fists tightly. It was really the new substance they had been dreaming of, and it had no side effects. Lin Feng took out the large mass of colorful new substance directly. The layer of colorful light seemed to be a new power, protecting the new substance inside. Lin Feng reached out and tore hard. There was a ripping noise. The colorful light was torn apart, revealing a mass inside. It was like a small mountain. In the eyes of ordinary people, it might be huge. But when Lin Feng and the others used their combat bodies, it was just a very small mass. Yes, does everyone smell it? Smell. I think so. There's a strange fragrance that makes one feel refreshed. It feels like even the cells in my entire body are becoming active. Yes, I smell it too. It's just that this fragrance is a little special. I don't think I've ever smelled it before. After all, it's a new substance. The smell might be different. Look again. This new substance is pyramid-shaped, and there are traces of mist. This looks a little like some kind of behemoths. As soon as Long Wu finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Yu Jing even glared at Long Wu in chagrin. Come on, this was a new substance. Although its shape was somewhat similar, and its smell was rather unique, this was a new substance that could divide cells. How could it possibly be that kind of stuff? However, Raymond shook his head and said, actually, that's not necessarily wrong. What Long Wu said makes some sense. I once heard that in the chaos outside the origin universe, there are some behemoths of chaos covered in treasures. Perhaps this new mass of substance came from those behemoths of chaos. A strange look appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He did recall that some of the behemoths in the cosmos were also covered in treasures. Even the feces in their bodies were treasures to certain cultivators. After all, the two parties were on entirely different levels of life. Perhaps something that was useless to behemoths might be a supreme treasure to some lower-level life forms. But at the thought that this new substance might very well be something from the body of a behemoth of chaos, even Lin Feng's expression became very awkward for a moment. However, despite the awkwardness, this mass of substance was a precious new substance. Moreover, it could help with division in the combat body, making it very beneficial to Lin Feng and the others' cultivation. No one would reject such a new substance. Everyone, didn't we take venture into the tides of the Big Bang for the very purpose of acquiring precious new substances that can help with our cultivation? That's what this new substance does. It can divide cells, and contains a huge amount of energy in itself. It has no side effects on our combat bodies at all. Everyone, we have to seize the time to cultivate and try our best to increase our strength. I suggest we divide this new substance now. Raymond suggested, his gaze sweeping across everyone. I agree. I have no objections either. Long Wu and Yu Jing both had no objections. In the end, everyone looked at Lin Feng. Your Highness Lin Feng, what do you think? I would also like to increase my strength as much as possible. The key is how to divide it. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony and said bluntly. Actually, this was also what everyone was concerned about. The atmosphere was a little oppressive for a moment, but Raymond seemed to be already prepared for this. He raised his head and said, with bright eyes, the division of spoils must be proportional to the contributions. Everyone knows that His Highness Lin Feng was the one who discovered this new substance, and it was also saved by His Highness Lin Feng after defeating those cultivators who fought for it. Actually, it has little to do with the three of us, but since we're a team, we'll be bold and ask for a little of it. In my opinion, His Highness Lin Feng contributed the most to this new substance. He obtained this new substance practically with his power alone. Hence, His Highness Lin Feng can have 90% of the new substance, and the three of us can divide the remaining 10% equally between us. Long Wu, Yu Jing, what do you think? Lin Feng would get 90% of the substance. This substance could allow division in the combat body, and increase one's strength almost immediately after use, and 90% of it was given out at once. Both Long Wu and Yu Jing felt a little reluctant. However, they knew very well that they were already taking some advantage according to Raymond's division. Otherwise, if the division was unfair, this team might immediately fall apart. If they parted ways, without Lin Feng, the quasi-emperor, how many new substances could they obtain in the Big Bang? I agree. I have no objections. His Highness Lin Feng should get 90% of the share. Long Wu and Yu Jing also expressed their stances. The only one left was Lin Feng. He had yet to express his stance, and his expression was calm. It was unknown if he was satisfied. Your Highness Lin Feng, if you have any objections, we can discuss it together. Raymond said calmly, but he was not calm at all inwardly. The division of spoils could turn people against each other if they were not careful. He knew very well that fairness must be ensured in such a situation. Chapter 5:11, Life Transition. Chapter 5:11, Life Transition. Lin Feng glanced at Raymond, Long Wu, and Yu Jing. A gradual smile appeared on his lips. Then, I'll gladly accept it. Hearing that Lin Feng had agreed, Raymond heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that Lin Feng approved of his division. Lin Feng naturally had his own considerations. It might seem like obtaining the new substance this time was only his work. Even if he devoured it all, it would not be a big deal. Raymond and the others would definitely tolerate it, despite any discontent. At most, they would part ways. But in reality, if not for Raymond's previous plan of continuing to venture deeper, would Lin Feng have kept venturing deeper? If not for Raymond's plan, would he know how to use laws for detection? This was experience. This was Raymond's plan. Long Wu was also adequately powerful. Yu Jing might be a little weaker, but she likely had her own strengths too. It was just that she had not used them fully. Each of them had their own unique role. Lin Feng's cooperation with Raymond and the others could work together would allow them to obtain more new substances, so why not? If he insisted on acting alone, the gains would not be worth the losses. Hence, so what if he shared 10% of the new substance? It was worth it. Moreover, Raymond and the others knew their boundaries. Lin Feng did not need to expend too much effort to work with such people. All right, we'll divide it like this. Raymond personally divided this new substance into 2 parts, and Lin Feng took 90% of it. Although Lin Feng took 90% of it, this new substance was very massive. Even if it was only 10%, it still looked like a lot. The 3 of them divided it equally between them, and everyone was happy. There's no time to lose. The second and third waves of the Big Bang are coming next. Therefore, to deal with any problems that arise at any time, the stronger we are, the better. Everyone, stay here and use the new substance as soon as possible to increase the strength of your combat body. That's right. Your Highness Lin Feng, use the new substance first. Will guard Your Highness Lin Feng. As a quasi-emperor, Lin Feng was the strongest person in the team. Hence, Lin Feng's safety was very important. With Long Wu and the others guarding Lin Feng could also use the new substance at ease. Thank you for your trouble, Your Highnesses. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony. He was indeed eager to improve his combat body. Hence, he immediately held the new substance in his palm. Smelling the strange fragrance of the new substance, Lin Feng's heart was very calm. Fuse. With a thought from Lin Feng, a great many cells began to envelop this new substance. Even though 90% of the new substance was like a huge mountain, it was still so insignificant in Lin Feng's palm. After many cells had enveloped the new substance, it was as if a huge bump had grown in Lin Feng's palm. Boom. When Lin Feng fused all the new substances into his body, his combat body felt as if it was about to explode. A terrifying energy nourished every cell in his body. Divide. Actually, Lin Feng did not need to actively control it. The cells to still divide. However, Lin Feng must take the initiative to control it. Otherwise, involuntary cell division would cause immeasurable consequences. Conscious control over cell division could allow the cells to reassemble into the combat body, making the combat body stronger. Lin Feng's combat body had already reached 200,000 kilometers. After using the new substance, his combat body began to expand rapidly. From 210,000 kilometers, 220,000 kilometers, 230,000 kilometers. With almost every breath, Lin Feng's combat body would expand by 10,000 kilometers. This was unimaginable. The combat body could increase by 10,000 kilometers with the span of every breath. Even 10 or 100 star blooms could not do it. However, this was only the initial effect of the new substance. As the new substance was fused, the speed at which Lin Feng's combat body expanded would also increase. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's combat body had already reached 300,000 kilometers. It's been 300,000 kilometers. Can elementary planetary lifeforms attain such a terrifying combat body? Long Wu muttered softly. Back when he was an elementary planetary lifeform, he was only over 50,000 kilometers in size. Even then, he was still one of the renowned top geniuses. Later, when Long Wu became an advanced planetary life form, it grew by several times, reaching 20 million kilometers. Then, over a long period of time, his combat body slowly grew to 30 million kilometers. He had almost reached his limit, and could no longer improve it. His 50,000-kilometer combat body was nothing compared to Lin Feng's 300,000-kilometer combat body. Moreover, Lin Feng's combat body was still improving. As for Raymond and Yu Jing, they were much inferior to Long Wu, let alone Lin Feng. Raymond's gaze was profound as he muttered in a low voice, "Could it be that His Highness Lin Feng wants to cultivate the consummate combat body?" Raymond also knew about the consummate combat body, and so did Long Wu and Yu Jing. However, this had almost become a legend. Forget about seeing a planetary consummate combat body, they had never even heard of it. It only existed in legends. I don't know if it's a consummate combat body, but His Highness Lin Feng is destined to cultivate the strongest elementary planetary combat body in the history of the Divine Palace of Bamond. There was a sharp glint in Raymond's eyes. In the past, he only knew a little about Lin Feng, but now, as Lin Feng gradually revealed his secrets, Raymond was extremely shocked. Lin Feng was like an enigma. He was full of secrets. Every secret was earth-shattering and astonishing. At this moment, Lin Feng was immersed in the comfortable feeling of his cells constantly dividing and his combat body constantly expanding. Although cell division was a little painful, especially since it happened so quickly, it was nothing compared to Lin Feng's current will. He even had a feeling of life sublimation. As his cells continued to divide, his combat body continued to improve, and a large amount of energy filled his body. He was filled with vitality. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had a feeling that he could touch the gate to advanced planetary lifeforms, the gate to life transition. It felt like as soon as he exerted himself, he could undergo a life transition and transform into an advanced planetary life form. This feeling was very unusual, and came up completely naturally. I can undergo life transition now. Lin Feng was a little tempted, even very tempted. No one could be unmoved when facing a life transition. That was a life transition. Once Lin Feng underwent a life transition with a combat body of 300,000 kilometers, and became a venerable, he would definitely be the strongest venerable. With the enhancement of the advanced planetary laws, it would be a 1,000-fold enhancement. Lin Feng would be able to become one of the strongest quasi-emperors in one leap, second only to the grand emperors. Who could resist such a temptation? Life transition. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He was also in a dilemma, as if he was engaged in a battle between deities. All kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. Transition. Metamorphosis. Transition. All he had to do was to agree a little to it, and with a little conviction, he could easily metamorphose into a venerable. Such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. If he missed this opportunity, there was no knowing how long he must wait for the next one. Perhaps if he missed this opportunity, he would never get another. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes abruptly, and his gaze became incomparably determined. At this moment, he had already made his decision. Chapter 5:12, Determination. Chapter 5:12, Determination. Suppress. Lin Feng's mind was in a great dilemma. All kinds of thoughts collided, but in the end, he still resisted the temptation. He strengthened his conviction, and did not undergo a life transition. Of course, it was just that he was not going to undergo metamorphosis for the time being. Perhaps this was an excellent opportunity. Any other cultivator would probably not give up on this opportunity. However, Lin Feng gave up on it. A life transition with a combat body of 300,000 kilometers might seem already very good, but Lin Feng had not forgotten that he wanted to undergo metamorphosis with a consummate combat body. It was not just because undergoing metamorphosis with a consummate combat body would increase his strength greatly. More importantly, Lin Feng wanted to go further on the path of cultivation. He did not just want to become a grand emperor. He still wanted to become a divine king, a divine venerable, a divine emperor, and Even transcend the universe to become a universal life form. If he wanted to go further on the path of cultivation, although a consummate combat body was not mandatory, every step of cultivation was building a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the more stable his future cultivation would be, and the further he could go. Was it worth giving up an excellent opportunity of metamorphosis for an abstract future? Perhaps many people would think that it was not worth it, but Lin Feng felt that it was very worth it. He was still very young. His path of cultivation had always been very smooth. Now that there was a new substance that could help Lin Feng get closer to the consummate combat body, what was there for him to be dissatisfied about? There was still a lot of time in the future. He believed that he would definitely be able to improve his combat body bit by bit, and finally master the consummate combat body. As Lin Feng strengthened his conviction, his combat body expanded again. From 310,000 kilometers, 330,000 kilometers, 350,000 kilometers. Although Lin Feng's combat body was constantly expanding, and the speed of expansion was very fast, this was not metamorphosis. The moment Lin Feng gave up on metamorphosis, he had already lost this opportunity. Although he had lost the opportunity to undergo metamorphosis, Lin Feng's combat body was constantly metamorphosing under the enhancement of the new substance. From 380,000 kilometers, 400,000 kilometers, 450,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, 600,000 kilometers. Lin Feng's combat body expanded faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it had even expanded to 600,000 kilometers. It was already 3 times larger than Lin Feng's previous combat body. He had a combat body of 600,000 kilometers, and is only an elementary planetary life form. Who had ever seen such a thing? Beside him, Long Wu, Raymond, and Yu Jing were all guarding Lin Feng. However, when they saw the speed at which Lin Feng's combat body was increasing, they were all dumbfounded. Is the effect of the new substance really that good? Yu Jing could not help but feel a little excited. The combat body had grown by threefold at once, and it seemed like it was still growing. She was not hoping to increase the combat body by threefold. She would be happy with 30%. Raymond said with a complicated expression, "I'm afraid it's not just because of the new substance. If I'm not wrong, His Highness Lin Feng had probably metamorphosed into a planetary life form with a consummate combat body." What? Metamorphosing into a planetary life form with a consummate combat body? Yu Jing was dumbfounded. Even Long Wu gasped. They all knew that Raymond was knowledgeable and had always trusted Raymond. But now, the two of them could not quite believe it. "Raymond, are you mistaken? A consummate combat body is almost a legend. How can His Highness Lin Feng possibly transform into a planetary life form with a consummate combat body?" Long Wu did not quite believe it either. Although they had heard of the consummate combat body, it was only a legend. None of them had ever seen it. As for the divine palace of Bamand, no one had ever cultivated the consummate combat body. Long Wu could believe that Lin Feng was indeed very strong, and his comprehension of laws was simply unique and incredible. However, Long Wu would be the first to disbelieve that Lin Feng had cultivated the consummate combat body. Raymond took a deep breath and said slowly, "The consummate combat body is not a legend. At least, there's one person in our divine palace of Bamand who has cultivated the consummate combat body. There's a disciple who has cultivated the consummate combat body in our divine palace of Bamand." Impossible. If there is, it's impossible that I don't know about them. Long Wu absolutely did not believe it. He had been in the divine palace of Bamand for even longer than Raymond. He had never heard of any disciple cultivating the consummate combat body. However, Raymond said slowly, "Who said that it's a disciple? If they're not a disciple, then His Majesty the Divine King transformed into a planetary life form with a consummate combat body back then." What, His Majesty the Divine King? Long Wu and Yu Jing looked at each other. In their eyes, the great and powerful Divine King Bamand was as profound as the vast cosmos. Even the core disciples of the upper district of the Divine Palace knew very little about Divine King Bamand. That's right. His Majesty the Divine King is a cultivator with a consummate combat body. Unfortunately, His Majesty the Divine King failed to master the consummate combat body when he was a planetary life form. His Majesty must have valued His Highness Lin Feng highly, and His Majesty the Divine King might even have placed a trace of hope on His Highness Lin Feng. Raymond had learned these secrets from an unknown source, but neither Long Wu nor Yu Jing suspected anything. They had known Raymond for a long time, not for a year or two, or for a decade or a century, but for more than 1,000 years. In the past, I could not be not sure if His Highness Lin Feng had metamorphosed into a planetary life form with a consummate combat body. But this time, when His Highness Lin Feng used the new substance, he could improve his combat body by so much. That must be something that can only be done with an incomparably stable foundation. I wonder if His Highness Lin Feng can create a miracle and eventually master a planetary consummate combat body. If that's the case, an invincible Grand Emperor will probably be born in the Divine Palace of Bamond in the future. He even has a chance of becoming the second Divine King in the Divine Palace. Raymond's gaze was fervent as he stared intently at the figure in the cosmos. The more he learned about Lin Feng, the more Raymond felt lucky that he had invited Lin Feng to form a team back then, and had a good relationship with Lin Feng so far. With this relationship alone, there was no knowing how much benefits Raymond, Long Wu, and Yu Jing could obtain. At this moment, Lin Feng was focused on observing the combat body. He did not know that Raymond had almost figured out his background. However, even if he knew, it was nothing much. At most, he would just smile knowingly. This was because by forming a team with Raymond and the others, and being in the midst of the dangerous tides of the Big Bang, all kinds of methods and secrets would be exposed sooner or later. It did not matter if they were exposed. As long as one was powerful, no one would dare to harbor any ill intentions towards them. Lin Feng had long seen through all this. Hence, he was even more eager to master the consummate combat body. Even if he could not attain the consummate combat body now, he had to try his best to approach it. Hence, he devoted all of his energy to fusing the new substance in a frenzy, propelling the expansion of his combat body. Chapter 5:13, Ambition. Chapter 5:13, Ambition. As Lin Feng's combat body continued to expand, Lin Feng finally sensed a trace of consummation. It was 780,000 kilometers. Lin Feng's combat body finally stopped at this figure. It was incredible that a combat body of 780,000 kilometers could appear on a cultivator who was only an elementary planetary life form. The incredible combat body made every move seem to carry great power. Lin Feng clenched his hands. He had never felt such power. This was his combat body. Moreover, more importantly, Lin Feng had sensed the sign of consummation. That's right, consummation. He could sense that if he improved by just a little more, and reach 800,000 or 900,000 kilometers in size, he might be able to cultivate a planetary consummate combat body. This was a feat that even Divine King Bamond had failed to accomplish. Previously, Lin Feng had strengthened his conviction and given up on life transitions, and did not advance to a venerable in time. But now, it seemed like his choice was correct. He could already see the path to consummation. He was just a little away from cultivating the consummate combat body. Now, he only had one thing left to do, and that was to sweep for new substances in a frenzy. He had to find similar new substances again, and master the consummate combat body. Lin Feng could clearly sense that he was just a bit away from attaining the consummate combat body. It was almost within reach. At this moment, no matter who stood in his way, Lin Feng would shove them aside and crush them all. Swoosh. Raymond, Yu Jing, and Long Wu saw that Lin Feng's combat body had already stopped expanding. The fusion should have ended, so they all flew over. Your Highness Lin Feng, how do you feel? Lin Feng sensed his body. There was nothing wrong with it at all. It was even filled with power. I've never felt better. Hurry up and use the new substance. The more we increase our strength, the better we'll be able to survive. Next, we have to do our best to prepare for the second wave of the Big Bang. It may be much more dangerous to sweep for new substances in the second wave of the Big Bang than now. We understand. We'll have to trouble Your Highness Lin Feng next. Raymond and the other two nodded, their expressions rather complicated. Of course they understood what Lin Feng meant. From the looks of it, Lin Feng's combat body should be about to reach consummation. That was why he was so eager to sweep for more new substances. This way, they might encounter danger. After all, they would encounter some top-notch venerables or quasi-emperors. It was not impossible for them to even encounter a Grand Emperor. The more strength they had, the more assurance they would have. Lin Feng guarded Raymond and the other two, and the three of them began to fuse the new substances. Yu Jing and Raymond both only had combat bodies of a few million kilometers. Although they were close to 10 million kilometers, they were still a little short. At this moment, with the help of the new substance, Yu Jing and Raymond both advanced by leaps and bounds. Their combat bodies expanded rapidly, and they had already exceeded the 10 million kilometer mark. Lin Feng was most concerned about Long Wu. Long Wu used the new substance with the best effect among the three of them. Long Wu's foundation was very good. His combat body was a total of 30 million kilometers in size. Even Raymond and Yu Jing combined were not Long Wu's match. With such a powerful combat body and the fusion of new substances, Long Wu's combat body also expanded rapidly. From 30 million kilometers, 35 million kilometers, 40 million kilometers. Yu Jing and Raymond's combat bodies had basically only increased by about 30%. They had just broken through the 10 million kilometer mark, and could be considered outstanding among venerables. Of course, they were far inferior to Long Wu's. Long Wu's combat body could be considered the top among venerables. Even a combat body of 30 million kilometers was top-notch in any galaxy. Now, after Long Wu fused with the new substance, his combat body had increased steeply by 50%, instantly reaching 45 million kilometers. Among venerables, apart from Lin Feng who had cultivated the consummate combat body and some others, it was almost impossible for anyone to surpass this. The strongest venerable Lin Feng had ever encountered only had a combat body of 40 million kilometers. In terms of the combat body alone, a combat body of 45 million kilometers practically signified the strongest venerable Lin Feng had ever encountered. Great, Your Highness Long Wu. Apart from those quasi-emperors who have comprehended laws, you are already the top venerable. Lin Feng was also happy for Long Wu. At such a critical moment, the stronger Long Wu was, the more advantageous it was for Lin Feng and the entire team. Haha, this is all thanks to the new substance that His Highness Lin Feng had salvaged. Long Wu laughed heartily. What were opportunities? This was an opportunity. If he cultivated step by step, it would probably be impossible for him to increase his combat body to 45 million kilometers in this lifetime. As for why Long Wu, Raymond, and Yu Jing took the risk to fight for new substances in the wave of the Big Bang, it was because of such opportunities. Once they encountered an opportunity and obtained a new substance, even if they could not undergo metamorphosis, their strength would increase substantially. This was especially the case with Lin Feng, the quasi-emperor, leading the way. If they obtained a large amount of new substances, Long Wu might even have a slight chance of becoming a Grand Emperor. Becoming a Grand Emperor was practically the lifelong goal of many venerables. Being able to become a Grand Emperor already meant fulfilling their wish. Long Wu's goal was also to become a Grand Emperor, but without opportunities, it was impossible for him to become a Grand Emperor. Only during the Big Bang, where there were all kinds of miraculous new substances, was there hope for everything. Everyone has already improved greatly. Let's do some planning next. Lin Feng's gaze landed on Raymond. It had to be said that Raymond was indeed the strongest in terms of planning and organizing. Lin Feng was very assured with Raymond in charge of planning. Raymond nodded slightly as well, then said with a smile, "We've gained a lot this time. Everyone has benefited. I have a few plans for what to do next, but before that, I need to ask everyone about their goals. Your Highness Lin Feng, what is your goal?" To obtain new substances, make a fortune, and increase your strength? Or do you want to undergo metamorphosis? He was asking Lin Feng directly. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Feng. They knew that Lin Feng's goal actually determined their future plans. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said firmly without any hesitation, I need to do my best to continue to increase the strength of my combat body, the stronger, the better. For this, I can even take risks. Raymond pondered for a moment. He already knew Lin Feng's decision. If your highness wants to strengthen your combat body, you must obtain precious new substances. However, new substances like the ones we obtained previously are probably very rare. Even if they appear, there is a high possibility of competition. Your Highness Lin Feng, I would like to ask a very important question. I hope your Highness can answer truthfully. Ask away. Your Highness, are you confident in dealing with Grand Emperors? Grand Emperors? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, I'm not a match for a Grand Emperor, but if I use my trump card, I can hold off a Grand Emperor for a while. Good, that makes things easier. Raymond's eyes were bright, and his voice was filled with excitement. Our plan next is very simple, and that is to sweep. We'll sweep through all the new substances we can discover in a frenzy. There's no need for us to fear anyone below the level of a Grand Emperor. We'll obtain as many new substances as possible so that His Highness Lin Feng can undergo metamorphosis. At the mention of sweeping, Long Wu and Yu Jing both became excited, and the expressions on their faces were slightly complicated. In the past, only Grand Emperors could sweep through an area during the Big Bang. Unexpectedly, they actually had the ambition and capability to begin sweeping now. Of course, the main force of the sweep would definitely be Lin Feng. No problem, we'll sweep through all the new substances. Not a single one will be spared. A sharp glint also appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. It concerned the consummate combat body he was about to master. He was willing to pay any price. Chapter 5:14, Second Wave. Chapter 5:14, Second Wave. Boom. The second wave of the Big Bang had finally begun. It was as if a huge tide appeared in the vast and cold universe, surging over, sweeping through the cosmos, and destroying everything. Some cultivators who had just arrived stared at the terrifying Big Bang in shock. Even though they had long heard that the Big Bang was very terrifying, without seeing it with their own eyes, who would believe in the terror of the Big Bang? But now, the Big Bang was right in front of everyone. After witnessing the Big Bang, no one had any wishful thinking anymore. If they met the Big Bang head-on, even if it was not the core region, even a Grand Emperor would probably die. Is this the Big Bang? It's truly frightening. The Big Bang represents both danger and opportunity. I wonder if any Grand Emperors will fall in this Big Bang. Many cultivators sighed. Grand Emperors were already the strongest beings they could see among cultivators. After all, divine kings were almost always the hegemon of a galaxy. They definitely would not make an appearance easily. The strongest being an ordinary cultivator could come into contact with was a Grand Emperor. A Grand Emperor dominated the cosmos. If a Grand Emperor fell, it would definitely be a major event in the universe. As the second wave of the Big Bang erupted, countless cultivators were tempted. Everyone knew that as the Big Bang broke out, many new substances would be sprayed out. This was the chance for cultivators. The first wave of the Big Bang was still relatively small in range, with a radius of almost 1 light-year. The second wave was much larger, and almost enveloped the range of 5 light-years. 5 light-years was a considerable distance. It was even enough to accommodate an intense battle between a few Grand Emperors. It had to be known that a battlefield for Grand Emperors was not so easy to find. Ordinarily, during a battle between Grand Emperors, there was no knowing how many planets would be destroyed. In fact, if they fought without restraint, it would destroy half a galaxy. However, those Grand Emperors still seemed indifferent to the second wave of the Big Bang. Those ordinary planetary lifeforms and many venerables were already tempted, but the Grand Emperors were very calm. Up until now, not a single Grand Emperor had entered the area of the explosion. The reason was actually very simple. The Grand Emperors or Divine Kings were not interested in this little amount of new substances. Each wave of the Big Bang became more violent than the previous. The more violent the explosion, the more new substances it would spew out, and the more precious it would be. The Grand Emperors or the Divine Kings were still waiting for even more violent explosions. The Grand Emperors were indifferent, as if they looked down on the new substances that exploded during the second wave. However, to those ordinary planetary lifeforms and venerables, such new substances were irresistibly tempting. The number of cultivators in the second wave of the Big Bang was almost several times that of the first wave. The competition was destined to become even more intense. Top venerables and quasi-emperors would act one after another. To those cultivators who wanted to join the action, this 5-light-year region was very likely to be a slaughterhouse. However, wealth moved the heart. Even if it was really a slaughterhouse, many cultivators would still be willing to take the risk. There was no one around in the quiet cosmos. Buzz. Suddenly, as the wave of the Big Bang swept over, a terrifying tidal force wreaked havoc in the surroundings. A venerable was foraging around. This venerable's combat body was also extremely massive, at least 20 million kilometers in size. Cultivators with combat bodies of more than 20 million kilometers could already be called top-notch venerables. This top-notch venerable's name was Holland, and he was a great dominus in a remote galaxy. Holland had already cultivated for 120 million years, but ever since his combat body reached 20 million kilometers, he had not improved at all for thousands of years. He had lived for too long and was too bored. It was insurmountably difficult to improve his level of cultivation. Finally, Holland learned about the Big Bang. Such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. If he missed it, there was no knowing how long he'd have to wait until the next one. He might not even be able to live until the next one. Hence, Holland made up his mind. He would challenge it one last time. Then, he came to the end of the universe. Although he missed the first wave of the Big Bang, fortunately, he did not miss the second wave. Holland could manage to withstand the mighty tidal storms around him, but he did not have any special methods to find new substances. He could only rely on luck. In reality, most cultivators relied on luck to find new substances. Only cultivators who had comprehended laws could find clues to new substances according to the abnormal fluctuations of some laws. Although Holland was just trying his luck, he was actually really lucky. As soon as he entered the region of 4 light-years, he saw something churning in a tide. A new substance. Holland was overjoyed. Apart from cultivators, only new substances could stir in the tide of the Big Bang. I'm so lucky. The new substance is mine. Holland immediately grabbed at the new substance in the distance with his huge hand. Violent fluctuations spread in all directions at once. The wave boiled at once, like a volcanic eruption, and terrifying fluctuations of power spread in all directions. This is. Holland's expression changed drastically. This was a very precious new substance. It must be very precious. Otherwise, how could it have caused such a huge commotion? Holland was both surprised and overjoyed. It was not easy to encounter a new substance. Of course he hoped the new substance was as miraculous as possible. However, if other cultivators discovered the commotion caused by the new substance, he would be in danger. Get here. Holland immediately unleashed his full strength. His 20 million kilometer combat body erupted completely. Immediately, it formed a terrifying hand that blotted out everything as it grabbed. Hard. So heavy. Holland realized that the new substance was very heavy. Moreover, when he held it in his hand, it was like sand. It was very scattered. Seemed to be in a pile, and was emitting specks of light. It's very extraordinary. Holland knew that this new substance must be very extraordinary. Although he did not know its use, it must be invaluable as a new substance. He was already extremely lucky to have discovered this new substance. Just as Holland was being overjoyed, 3 massive figures appeared in the distant cosmos. What a great new substance! Haha, we're in luck. Only a venerable got the new substance. These figures all had combat bodies of at least 20 million kilometers. One of them was a top venerable with a 30 million kilometer combat body. As soon as the four of them appeared, Holland's heart skipped a beat, and his expression darkened. Go. Almost without any hesitation, Holland put away the new substance immediately, and his massive combat body fled back in a frenzy. Chapter 5:15, Clear the Site. Chapter 5:15, Clear the Site. Trying to run. Haha, you can't run. Who'd expect to find something so soon after entering the region of the Big Bang? Looks like we're in luck this time. There was a trace of joy in the voice of the men with a combat body of more than 30 million kilometers. Then, the 30 million kilometer combat body erupted at full force. A terrifying pressure enveloped Holland from all directions, and even his aura was locked onto. There was no escape. Holland's expression was very grim. It had been hard to make up his mind and come to the Big Bang to try his luck, only to actually encounter danger. None of these four people were inferior to him. Moreover, they had locked onto his aura. It was impossible for him to even escape. I'll give you the new substance. Holland gritted his teeth. No matter how reluctant he was, he knew that if he insisted on holding onto it, he probably wouldn't be far from death. Staying alive was the most important thing. Only by staying alive could there be hope. For a moment, Holland even regretted coming here. But at this moment, he had no choice but to throw over the new substance. You're a sensible one. The new substance was thrown at the four of them, but a hand suddenly stretched out in midair and grabbed it. The expressions of the four of them froze, and their gazes turned cold. Who dares to intercept us? The four of them were simply furious. This was an interception. It was simply snatching new substances from their hands. The four of them were used to doing whatever they wished in the cosmos, and had never encountered such a situation. The owner of that huge hand was a woman. However, her combat body was even larger, close to 40 million kilometers. The combat body of 40 million kilometers made the expressions of the four cultivators change slightly. However, they had the advantage in numbers, and were not too far off. Hence, the four of them immediately surrounded the woman. You're courting death. The woman's voice was cold. In an instant, her massive combat body seemed to have transformed into a huge meteor that crashed down, crushing everything. That terrifying power was simply shocking. No. Two of the four cultivators with combat bodies of 20 million kilometers were actually crushed in an instant. An origin weapon. The remaining two were incomparably shocked and furious. An origin weapon. It was actually an origin weapon. Not only did the woman have a combat body of 40 million kilometers, she also had a powerful origin weapon. With this origin weapon, forget about just the four of them, even 14 of them would die. Run, run now. The two of them quickly fled. How could they dare to fight for the new substance? Seeing the two of them flee, the surrounding cultivators who had already noticed this commotion fell silent. As for Holland, who was the first to obtain the new substance, he was even more shocked. He had already fled incredibly far. Two venerables, and top-notch venerables with combat bodies of more than 20 million kilometers at that, were easily crushed into dust and turned into a part of the cosmos. Under normal circumstances, the fall of a top-notch venerable would definitely be a major event in any galaxy. However, during the Big Bang, forget about a venerable, even a Grand Emperor might fall. During the first wave of the Big Bang, it might not have been so bloody. But now, as many cultivators entered the region of the Big Bang, as more and more new substances appeared, competition and killing were inevitable. That must be Venerable Leng Ro. That's right, it's Leng Ro. She's one of the 81 disciples of Grand Emperor Glacial, and the favorite disciple of Grand Emperor Glacial. She already has a combat body of 40 million kilometers now, and is very likely to become a Grand Emperor in the future. This is a true top-notch venerable with terrifying strength. Ordinary venerables can't compare at all. As more and more cultivators appeared, there came to be cultivators from various galaxies. Naturally, some people recognized Leng Ro. Not one of the venerables with 40 million kilometer combat bodies was a nobody. Leng Ro glanced around. She did not dare to linger and prepared to leave. However, just as she was about to leave, 4 more figures suddenly appeared. Disciples of the divine palace of Bamand clearing the sight. Hand over the new substance, and you may live. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Even though sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum, this cold voice still entered the ears of all the surrounding cultivators. All the cultivators were slightly stunned. They had a surreal feeling. Who would dare to be so arrogant? Even a grand emperor wouldn't be so arrogant, right? They were directly clearing the site. Divine Palace of Bamand. Never heard of it. How strong is it? The Divine Palace of Bamand is a hegemonic faction in the Bamand galaxy. The Divine Palace has a divine king, and not many cultivators dare to provoke it. What? A divine king level faction. A divine king level faction has already intervened. As the Big Bang continues to spread, more and more new substances will appear. And more powerful factions will appear. The Divine Palace of Bamand is indeed very strong. There are even a few grand emperors. Such an arrogant tone and forceful attitude. Could it be a grand emperor from the Divine Palace? Hearing such arrogant and forceful words at once, many people erupted. Of course, to those cultivators who were just watching the show. Whether the Divine Palace of Bamand was strong or weak had nothing to do with them. At most, they would exclaim about how many factions the Big Bang had attracted. However, to Leng Ro, it was a huge pressure. She had also heard of the Divine Palace of Bamand. It was a divine king-level faction, and there were even several grand emperors. However, when the 4 cultivators appeared, many people were slightly stunned. There was no grand emperor. All the grand emperors in the Divine Palace of Bamand were famous. There was no such thing as concealed grand emperors. It was far too difficult for a grand emperor to conceal himself. Moreover, if someone was really a grand emperor, there was no need to conceal himself either. If a grand emperor appeared, their every move could suppress the cosmos, and even laws would be affected. The power of a grand emperor was already well established in the hearts of people. With just a little detection of the aura, one could tell if it was a grand emperor. Without a doubt, there was no grand emperor among these 4 cultivators. Not grand emperors, yet they speak with such arrogance. A cold glint flashed across Leng Ro's eyes. Without even saying a word, her 40 million kilometer combat body unleashed all its power at once. It instantly locked onto the 4 of them, enveloping them in the attack range of her combat body. Boom. Suddenly, one of them used the combat body, and it expanded to 45 million kilometers at once. Break. The one who used the combat body was naturally Long Wu. Only Lin Feng and the other 3 could say, "Clear the site." They were not very lucky. After searching for so long, even with the help of Lin Feng's laws, they still did not encounter any new substances. After sensing the commotion here, the 4 of them immediately rushed over in excitement. Fortunately, although there had been an intense battle for the new substance, the cultivator who had obtained it had yet to leave. Hence, Lin Feng and the other 3 intercepted Leng Ro. When Long Wu used his 45 million kilometer combat body, he also intimidated the surrounding cultivators. When she saw Long Wu's 45 million kilometer combat body, a strange glint flashed through the eyes of Leng Ro, who considered herself a prodigy and had a chance of becoming a grand emperor in the future. Being able to cultivate the combat body to 30 million kilometers was already commendable. Being able to cultivate the combat body to 40 million kilometers was even rarer. A galaxy that could give birth to a venerable with a combat body of 40 million kilometers was already considerably good. Long Wu had actually cultivated his combat body to 45 million kilometers. That was simply unimaginable. He was a genius among geniuses. Even though she was shocked, Leng Ro still had no intention of stopping. Although the combat body was very important, other methods were equally important. Strength was not just about competing in combat bodies. For example, she still had the origin weapon bestowed by her master, Grand Emperor Glacial. Chapter 516, Arrogant and Domineering. Chapter 516, Arrogant and Domineering. That's the Glacial Pearl. Heavens, it's the origin weapon that Grand Emperor Glacial was long famed for. I heard that it's the origin weapon that Grand Emperor Glacial had always used before he became Grand Emperor. Who'd have thought he would bestow it to Leng Ro? He even gave the Glacial Pearl to Leng Ro. Looks like the rumors are true. Grand Emperor Glacial has already regarded Leng Ro as his successor, and wants to nurture her to become the second Grand Emperor. Seeing Leng Ro use the Glacial Pearl, all the surrounding cultivators gasped. The power of the Glacial Pearl was secondary, but its significance was very great. It was practically the symbol of a Grand Emperor. Of course, the power of the Glacial Pearl was also very terrifying. In particular, when combined with Leng Ro's glacial combat body, all the power in the Glacial Pearl could be unleashed. Boom. The two massive combat bodies collided fiercely, and it was as if the entire cosmos shook. Even the tidal wave region of the Big Bang was still stirred by traces of ripples that quickly spread in all directions. Crunch. How powerful was the 45 million kilometer combat body of Long Wu? With the clash, he sent Leng Ro flying. However, Leng Ro's Glacial Pearl was indeed powerful as well. Even the 45 million kilometer combat body of Long Wu was actually frozen at once. He would not be able to break free in a short period of time. Moreover, this glacial force could seep into the combat body and destroy the cells of the combat body. Even Long Wu's strongest combat body of 45 million kilometers was rendered immobile instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone was very surprised, but at the same time, they felt that it was only natural. Leng Ro had the treasure bestowed by the Grand Emperor Glacial. She was not weak herself, and was almost invincible among venerables. The 45 million kilometer combat body possessed by the disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamand was indeed commendable. But so what? Leng Ro was a disciple nurtured by the Grand Emperor Glacial with his full focus, while there were countless disciples in the Divine Palace of Bamand. Long Wu was only one of the disciples of the Divine Palace. Hey, this is interesting. He was just saying that they're going to clear the site. Why is he frozen now? Clear the site. Do disciples of the Divine Palace thinks that they can sweep through everything just with the name of the Divine Palace alone? What a joke. Haha. How can it be so easy to provoke a disciple of a Grand Emperor? The Divine Palace of Bamand has really lost face this time. These Divine Palace disciples aren't very strong, yet they talk big. I wonder if they'd still have the face to see other Divine Palace disciples after they return. If a Grand Emperor took such a tone, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if they're not Grand Emperors, how dare they announce that they'll clear the site? The other cultivators did not have such a good impression of the disciples of the Divine Palace of Bamand. This was especially the case when Long Wu had shamelessly announced about clearing the site just now. Of course he had incurred the wrath of the masses. Now that he had been taught a lesson by Leng Ro, it was equivalent to avenging their grudge. Naturally, all of them mocked him. However, they were only mocking him while hiding at the back. No one really dared to step forward and take advantage of Long Wu's weakness to add insult to injury. The reputation of the Divine Palace and a Divine King-level faction could still hold up. Leng Ro took the opportunity during the clash just now to continue retreating. She was very clear-headed. So what if she was the disciple of a Grand Emperor? During the Big Bang, forget about the disciple of a Grand Emperor, even a Grand Emperor might fall. She had already obtained the new substance, and she had defeated a disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamand, so she should retreat immediately and digest the spoils of war. Otherwise, if she angered an expert, or even a Grand Emperor, the gains would not make up for the losses. As she saw it, the 4 disciples of the Divine Palace of Bamand in front of her were like idiots. They actually dared to spout nonsense about clearing the site without the power to back it up. It was simply a huge joke. Crunch. Long Wu was frozen. At this moment, he had already opened up a crack. Then, the ice was completely shattered, and Long Wu escaped. However, his expression was very dark. Long Wu. Long Wu, are you all right? Raymond and Yu Jing hurriedly rushed over. They did not expect that a random competitor for the new substance they had encountered would actually be a disciple of a Grand Emperor. Moreover, she was so strong that even Wulong could not do anything to her. They had a poor start and failed at the beginning. The three of them had rather grim expressions. They looked at Lin Feng, who had been very calm the entire time. Your Highness Lin Feng, It's fine. Lin Feng waved his hand, appearing very calm. He looked into the distance, where Leng Rou's massive combat body was rapidly retreating. Since we've already said that we'll clear the site, how can we let it be anticlimactic? Leave the new substance behind. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Then, he extended a hand. This hand expanded rapidly. Lin Feng did not even use his combat body. He only used one hand. In an instant, it was as if the universe was shaking. Boundless tidal power gathered in a frenzy in Lin Feng's palm. Vaguely, with the help of the infinite tidal power in the surroundings, a huge phantom appeared in Lin Feng's large palm. It was formed entirely from tidal power. The huge phantom palm was simply too massive. It covered the cosmos. Even Leng Rou's combat body of 40 million kilometers seemed tiny before Lin Feng's phantom palm. Boom. When Lin Feng struck down with his palm, a trace of panic appeared on Leng Rou's face. For the first time, Leng Rou felt a strong sense of danger, as if her life would be in danger once the palm before her landed. Leng Rou roared and unleashed the full power of her combat body. A combat body of 40 million kilometers was extremely powerful. With the help of a Grand Emperor's origin weapon, the Glacial Pearl, Leng Rou's current strength had truly reached the peak of a venerable. However, all this effort was meaningless before Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng slammed his palm down. The combat body in Leng Rou's entire body was collapsing, and countless cells were being annihilated. A force so powerful that it was impossible to resist charged into her body. This. Leng Rou was aghast, and a trace of despair appeared on her face. She could not resist. She could not resist at all. With a single strike, her combat body shattered like an eggshell. I'll give you the new substance. Spare my life. Leng Rou could no longer maintain her indifference. In a few breaths, her combat body was already on the verge of collapse. If this continued, she might really die. She could not withstand the power behind a single strike. This could not be anything but a Grand Emperor. Swoosh. Lin Feng grabbed the new substance and retracted his hand. However, half of Leng Rou's combat body had already been destroyed. Only 20 million kilometers were left of the once 40 million kilometer combat body. If she delayed any longer, it would probably really be too late. Seeing how Leng Rou fled in desperation and Lin Feng easily obtained the new substance, the surrounding cultivators who were watching the commotion were all dumbfounded, as if they could not believe the scene before their eyes. Only just now, they were mocking the divine palace of Bamand for being ignorant and talking big. Leng Rou alone could render them unable to do anything. But now, they could only open their mouths, not knowing what to say. A Grand Emperor. It's not a Grand Emperor. If I'm not wrong, that's a quasi-emperor. What? A quasi-emperor. I never thought there would be a quasi-emperor, and a very terrifying one at that. He's probably one of the best among the quasi-emperors, and only half a step away from becoming a Grand Emperor. Although a quasi-emperor was not a Grand Emperor, they could defeat all venerables. Moreover, quasi-emperors had basically all comprehended laws. Their combat power was only inferior to a Grand Emperor. At this moment, no one would think that the disciples of the Divine Palace of Bamand were joking about clearing the site. Disciples of the Divine Palace of Bamand clearing the site. If any more cultivators linger within 10 billion kilometers, they will be killed without mercy. Lin Feng's words were even more arrogant and domineering, spreading in all directions. Chapter 517, A New Substance. Chapter 517, A New Substance. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators who were watching the commotion changed drastically. Many cultivators left one after another. Although those cultivators who had their own motives or some confidence in their strength had indignant expressions, they could only leave. Clearing the site, this was clearing the site in its true sense. If the first time Long Wu cleared the site as a disciple of the divine palace of Baman might be a joke, and no one would leave, no one could remain unmoved when Lin Feng said that he would clear the site now. After all, if a grand emperor did not appear, a quasi-emperor was practically invincible. Lin Feng was qualified to clear the site. Long Wu heaved a long sigh and said with a wan smile, "I'm really ashamed. I almost screwed up." "Fortunately, Your Highness," Lin Feng intervened. "Otherwise, we would probably all be jokes." Long Wu was rather bummed. He was indeed very strong, but he had encountered Leng Ro, the disciple of a grand emperor. It seemed like a coincidence, but it was actually inevitable. Even if he had not encountered Leng Ro this time, he would encounter someone else the next time. This was because Long Wu did not have the power to clear the site. If he insisted on clearing the site, something like this would happen. Lin Feng, on the other hand, paid no heed to it. He said calmly, "Your Highness, Long Wu is already very strong. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, we still achieved our goal. We've obtained the new substance and cleared the site. The next step is to sweep through." Sweeping through the cosmos and all new substances was Lin Feng's goal. By the way, this new substance should be some kind of material, and cannot help the cultivation of the combat body. Lin Feng looked at the new substance in his hand. Although it could not help with the cultivation of the combat body, even as a material, it would be very precious and unique. In the future, he could use this new material to exchange for some precious miraculous items. There was no such thing as useless new substances. Every new substance had its own unique effect. If Lin Feng could really acquire many new substances from sweeping, even if there were no new substances that could be used to cultivate the combat body, they would still be enough to exchange for a large amount of miraculous items in the universe. By using them to cultivate the combat body, he would still have a chance to master the consummate combat body. Hence, any new substance was very precious. Lin Feng and the other three took action again, and their actions were fast and impactful. After clearing the site, even their luck seemed to have improved, and they obtained 3 new substances in succession. Unfortunately, not one of the new substances could be used to cultivate the combat body directly. However, there was still a lot of time. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, and only continued to expand the range. However, as Lin Feng and the other 3 expanded their range, they eventually encountered other cultivators. Some encountered Lin Feng by accident and wanted to try their luck. Some were just trying their luck, feeling that it was impossible to encounter Lin Feng and the other 3 in such a large range. However, these people were unlucky. Lin Feng did not let these people off again. Be it venerables or elementary planetary lifeforms, as long as they were within 10 billion kilometers of him, Lin Feng would kill them directly. Previously, when Lin Feng defeated Leng Ro, some cultivators still could not see the truth. However, as Lin Feng attacked repeatedly, there were a few times when he went all out and did not hold back at all. After a few top-notch venerables died, all the cultivators became obedient. They absolutely did not dare to enter Lin Feng's 10 billion kilometer radius again, because that was Lin Feng's clearing range. They would never provoke Lin Feng again. With a combat body of 780,000 kilometers and 1,000-fold enhancement from advanced law, Lin Feng's combat body would be equivalent to 780 million kilometers. He was one of the best even among quasi-emperors. With such strength, he could sweep through the entire cosmos. No one below the level of grand emperors was his match. Lin Feng carried out the sweeping. He was really sweeping, and there were a lot of gains. However, Lin Feng's domineering behavior had already incurred the displeasure of most cultivators. There were even some quasi-emperors among them. In the vast cosmos, Venerable Starfall arrived at the end of the universe in a flowing white robe. I finally reached here in time for the second wave of the Big Bang. Venerable Starfall's gaze was profound. It had been a long, long time since he had roamed around the outside world, because it was very rare for anything in the outside world to interest him. To Venerable Starfall, becoming a Grand Emperor was the only goal he pursued. Apart from that, nothing was comparable to the most important thing to him. The Big Bang could spray out all kinds of miraculous new substances. Perhaps some kind of new substance could improve his strength further, and even allow him to become a Grand Emperor. He had waited too long for this day. It was just that he was too far away, and he was caught up in other affairs. He had only arrived at the end of the universe now. Fortunately, there was still time. The second and even third waves of the Big Bang were still competitions between elementary and advanced planetary life forms. By the fourth and fifth waves, it would become a competition between the Grand Emperors. Even Venerable Starfall, a dignified quasi-emperor, absolutely did not dare to participate in the game of the Grand Emperors. Hence, this was the last chance for Venerable Starfall. In reality, top-notch venerables or quasi-emperors like Venerable Starfall had already entered the tide of the Big Bang. Occasionally, some people would hear that someone had cleared the site, but they would ignore it. If it wasn't a Grand Emperor, they would not care at all. The 11th new substance. Lin Feng obtained another new substance. It was still not something for cultivating the body. He was a little disappointed. After searching for so long, he still could not find a new substance to cultivate the combat body. Actually, this was the normal case. There were many new substances, but very few new substances that could improve the cultivation of the combat body. Those were very precious. Lin Feng had gotten lucky. There was no knowing how many experts would go crazy over the new substance they obtained previously. During the second wave of the Big Bang, Lin Feng and the other three were clearly not so lucky. Things had returned to their normal state. Boom. Suddenly, it seemed as if the cosmos itself was shaking. In the tide, any cultivator who had comprehended laws or those in the vicinity would feel this violent vibration. Basically more than half of the cultivators sensed it. After all, the tremors were too intense. The tides kept rolling, like ripples spreading in all directions. Such tremors. Lin Feng was shocked. These tremors were too strong. They were much stronger than the tremors from the new substance he had encountered during the first wave of the Big Bang. It almost shook most of the area within 5 light years. There must be a new precious substance out there. Lin Feng's heart burned with desire. Whether this new substance was helpful for the cultivation of the combat body or not, it was definitely a very precious new substance. Even the 11 new substances they had obtained up till now added together were probably not as precious as this new substance that was shaking so violently. Let's go. We must obtain this new substance at all costs. Lin Feng lowered his voice, and there was a trace of excitement in his tone. Chapter 518, Flower. Chapter 518, Flower. This is a new substance. Venerable Starfall looked at the terrifying fluctuations in the distance. How could he not know that a terrifying new substance might have come into being? Such a new substance could only be chanced upon by luck. It could even allow his combat body to improve greatly, and give him a chance of becoming a Grand Emperor. A Grand Emperor was practically the limit that ordinary cultivators could reach. Once one became a Grand Emperor, they would basically stand at the peak of the universe. No matter where they were, they would be a hegemon of a region. Although Venerable Starfall was a quasi-emperor, quasi-emperors only surpassed venerables in terms of combat power. In reality, their realm was still that of a venerable, and their life level was still at that of advanced planetary life forms, no different from a venerable. It was also extremely difficult for quasi-emperors to become Grand Emperors. Compared to venerables, the only advantage quasi-emperors had was probably their powerful combat power. By relying on combat power, they could obtain more resources, and have a better chance of becoming Grand Emperors. However, this was only the ideal situation. How precious were resources that could allow one to metamorphose into a Grand Emperor? There were little of them even in the entire universe. Only the new substances spewed out during the Big Bang had a trace of possibility of aiding one to become a Grand Emperor. How could Venerable Starfall be willing to miss such an opportunity? I must obtain this new substance. I must. Venerable Starfall's eyes shined with madness. Boom. An incomparably huge behemoth destroyed a dead planet in the cosmos. In the Big Bang, the planets that survived were all incomparably sturdy, but there was definitely no life on them. Even if there were, they would long have been destroyed. Nothing. How can there be no new substances? Betas's face was filled with anger, and even the expression on its face was distorted. It was the king among behemoths, and had long been a famed king of behemoths. It dominated the cosmos and was invincible. However, it was not a Grand Emperor yet. It also wished to become a Grand Emperor. Now, becoming a Grand Emperor was its sole pursuit. However, since coming to the Big Bang, Betas had not gained anything at all. This fluctuation. Is it a new substance? Suddenly, the aura on Betas's body gradually calmed down. It sensed a terrifying fluctuation that spread in all directions, almost shaking most of the cosmos within a radius of 5 light-years. Something that could evoke such terrifying fluctuations must be a very precious new substance. It drove even Betas into a frenzy. I must get it. I'll devour anyone who gets in my way. Betas took on a vicious look. In any case, it had also devoured many cultivators before, including some top-notch venerables. A man in black appeared. His entire body was like a glacial cave, freezing even the cosmos. He reached out and grabbed, and cracks appeared in the cosmos. Crunch. Cracks appeared on the ice. It turned out that the man in black had frozen everything within a radius of millions of kilometers. In particular, the man in black had not even used his combat body. In the center of the ice, there was a new substance. The man in black grabbed it with ease. However, this new substance seemed very ordinary, and failed to satisfy the man in black. Suddenly, the man in black looked into the distance. There was a terrifying fluctuation coming from there. A new substance. And it's not just any new substance. The man in black pondered for a moment, before locking onto the source of the fluctuation. Anyone in my way shall die. The man in black remained as apathetic as ever. However, his apathy was accompanied by infinite coldness, which was countless times stronger than Leng Rose. In the endless universe, waves surged. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, attracting the attention of most cultivators. Be they venerables or ordinary planetary lifeforms, they only had one thought at this moment, and that was to rush to the source of the fluctuation as soon as possible. Even if that place might contain danger, hadn't they come to the end of the universe for opportunities? No matter how dangerous it was, as long as the gains were great enough, some would take the risk. When the first cultivator arrived at the source of the fluctuation, he was stunned by the scene before him. That's a flower. This cultivator was only a very ordinary venerable, but as a venerable, his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Even so, this venerable was still stunned by the scene before him, and his heart was filled with shock. It turned out that a flower had appeared in the cosmos at some point. That's right, it was a flower. Currently, it was still a bud, and the bud had yet to bloom, as if something was still brewing. Accompanied by the appearance of this flower, ripples of terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. If it were just a flower, it would not have shocked a venerable. However, this flower was actually as huge as a star where it stretched across the cosmos. It was too stunning. The combat body of a venerable was huge. Even an ordinary venerable was comparable to a star, and a star with a diameter of millions of kilometers at that. The flower in the cosmos was huge and comparable to a star, ready to bloom in the cosmos. Moreover, the flower seemed to be rooted in the void, actually absorbing the power of the surrounding tidal storms. Such a huge flower that contained such terrifying power could not be found even among the many miraculous items in the universe. Retrieve. This venerable was overjoyed. Even though the flower was enormous and he could not take all of it at once, he could still approach the flower and take a portion of it. However, as his large hand reached for the flower, before it could approach the flower, countless roots in the void pierced into the palm at once. No, impossible. This venerable was extremely terrified. He felt that his combat body was actually collapsing, as if it had been devoured by the roots of the flower, and turned into nutrients for the flower. As a last resort, the venerable could only abandon most of his combat body. 3 million kilometers of the originally 5 million kilometer combat body was abandoned at once, leaving only a combat body of 2 million kilometers. Just what kind of flower is this? The venerable's expression was uncertain, but he did not dare to approach any more. At this moment, a huge hand descended from the sky. It seemed ready to take the flower directly. Haha, the new substance is mine. It was another venerable. However, this venerable had a combat body of 10 million kilometers. His terrifying combat body erupted at full power. A huge hand that could hold up the sky grabbed the flower viciously, trying to uproot it. However, the bud of the flower shook slightly, and immediately bloomed. It expanded tenfold at once, like a huge mouth, and instantly devoured this venerable with a combat body of 10 million kilometers. There was not even a scream. A venerable with a combat body of tens of millions of kilometers was gone, just like that. It rose like a snake devouring an elephant. However, the flower in the cosmos seemed to be very calm. The flower only looked even more vibrant, and its bud showed faint signs of blooming. Chapter 519, Betas and Venerable Starfall. Chapter 519, Betas and Venerable Starfall. What kind of flower is this? It can actually devour cultivators. Terrifying, truly terrifying. It's not just capable of devouring cultivators. It can even devour the tidal power in the tides of the Big Bang. Moreover, it's rooted in the cosmos and vaguely absorbing energy from space itself. This must be no ordinary new substance. It's very likely some kind of demonic creature. Demonic creature? Whether it's a demonic creature or not, can't you feel that just by approaching this flower, the cells in our combat body seem to be cheering? This flower must be very useful for the cultivation of the combat body. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would definitely give it a try. This flower almost shook most of the area within 5 light years. All the cultivators rushed over. A few bold cultivators wanted to act first. But they were all devoured by the huge flower. Even so, this huge flower still attracted an endless stream of cultivators. However, these cultivators would no longer act rashly. Venerables with less than 20 million kilometer combat bodies would be devoured almost instantly. Only top-notch venerables with combat bodies of over 20 million kilometers could barely manage to resist the flower, but it was still completely impossible to retrieve this huge flower. Moreover, it was impossible to even destroy this huge flower and obtain some petals. Once it was attacked, the huge flower would fight back. Hence, the giant flower was very difficult to deal with. Many cultivators did not dare to even take a step forward. However, as more and more cultivators gathered, some of the top venerables had already arrived. Venerables with combat bodies above 40 million kilometers were top venerables. Even among the many cultivators, they were the cream of the crop. What a huge flower! I can feel my cells cheering and trembling in excitement. After devouring this flower, I will definitely be able to advance further, and even have a chance of becoming a Grand Emperor. A top-notch venerable with a combat body of 48 million kilometers appeared. As soon as he appeared, his terrifying combat body towered over the surroundings, causing the hearts of countless cultivators to palpitate. What a terrifying top-notch venerable! Who is it? Everyone was speculating about the identity of this top-notch venerable. A cultivator who could cultivate a 48 million kilometer combat body could not possibly be a nobody. No matter how low-key he was, it was impossible for him to be unknown. When this top venerable with a 48 million kilometer combat body moved his huge combat body and suddenly reached out to grab the Giant flower. The giant flower seemed to have sensed the danger immediately. Its roots tore through the air and wrapped directly towards this top venerable. Collapse. The top venerable sneered. His combat body erupted, and those roots instantly broke. They could not cause any damage to this top venerable at all. Ha ha ha, it's mine. This top venerable threw his head back and laughed aloud. His guess was correct. Although the giant flower was also very strong, and might be able to contend with a 20 million kilometer combat body, if one had a combat body of 30 million kilometers, or even 40 million kilometers, the giant flower would be unable to resist it. Moreover, he had a combat body of 48 million kilometers. Just as this top venerable was about to take the giant flower, a loud bellow suddenly sounded in his ear. Eat, eat, eat. The giant flower is mine. I'll devour anyone who dares to take it. Boom. An incomparably terrifying behemoth appeared. It was Betas. Betas was a cosmic behemoth, and it did not take the same path as cultivators. Although it was not a devouring life form, it was very gluttonous. When it encountered cultivators, it also liked to devour them in one gulp. In particular, Beta's body was too massive, comparable to a quasi-emperor. As soon as it appeared, the expression of the top venerable changed drastically. He unleashed his 48 million kilometer combat body at full force and actually fled. A dignified top venerable, a venerable with a 48 million kilometer combat body, actually fled. He did not even dare to touch this huge flower. Betas. It's Betas, the cosmic behemoth. Why is this cosmic behemoth here too? Heavens, it'll devour this giant flower in one gulp. Betas could devour even a venerable in one gulp. 9 top-notch venerables joined forces once, but they were still devoured by Betas in one gulp. It's a behemoth comparable to a quasi-emperor. Seeing that even Betas had arrived, many cultivators shook their heads. There were so many cultivators in this Big Bang, but in the end, a behemoth was the one to obtain the precious new substance. How ironic. Betas's eyes were fixed on the huge flower. It was almost about to drool. Delicious, incomparably delicious. Just the smell was irresistible. To Betas. Although it was not a devouring life form, behemoth life forms actually liked to devour as well. This was their nature. How could it not be? Excited to encounter such a delicious flower that could make its body even larger, and might even allow it to become a grand emperor. Devour, devour, I must devour it. Betas opened its huge mouth, which was millions of kilometers long. It sucked hard, and devoured the huge flower in the cosmos like a black hole. Even though the giant flower was rooted in the cosmos, it could not resist Betas's devouring at this moment. It began to sway towards Betas' huge mouth, bit by bit. Boom. Before Betas could be happy for long, and before the giant flower was even moved, a huge hand had already slammed into its body, sending it flying for a great distance. Who is it? Who dares to stop me? Betas was incomparably furious. How could it lose a delicacy that was right at its mouth? Although it also knew very well that anyone who could send it flying with a single palm strike must be a quasi-emperor among cultivators. So what if he was a quasi-emperor? It already had a rough idea of the other party's strength from that palm strike just now. He was about the same as itself, and it might even be slightly stronger. It was only sent flying and wound up in a slightly sorry state because that was a sneak attack. Retrieve. The one who sent Betas flying was Venerable Starfall. He did not even look at Betas. Of course he had heard of this quasi-emperor. Behemoth. He knew that it was impossible to kill Betas, at least not in a short period of time. Moreover, his goal was this giant flower, not to fight Betas to the death. Hence, after sending Betas flying, Venerable Starfall immediately tried to retrieve the giant flower. Bang. However, Betas was very fast. It had already flown over in the blink of an eye, and collided viciously towards Venerable Starfall. The huge combat body of Venerable Starfall was sent flying at once. The infinite tidal power was shattered, and the cosmos seemed to have calmed down all of a sudden. This was a battle between quasi-emperors, and it was a battle between a behemoth and a cultivator who are quasi-emperors. It was a rare occurrence to come by. The surrounding cultivators had long retreated quite a distance. If they did not retreat a little further in a battle between quasi-emperors, so much as brushing against it might severely injure or even kill them. Chapter 520, When the Shepherds Quarrel. Chapter 520, When the Shepherds Quarrel. Myriad Starfall. Venerable Starfall went completely berserk. He was a dignified quasi-emperor. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? However, just by relying on his combat body, he was not a match for betas. However, as a quasi-emperor, Venerable Starfall naturally had his unique strength. Coupled with his laws, his combat body would be enhanced to a terrifying level instantly. That was the realm of a quasi-emperor. As Venerable Starfall roared, the cosmos seemed to be shaking violently. The nearby planets flew over in a frenzy, and under the control of Venerable Starfall, they gradually condensed into a huge planet. Boom. The giant planet smashed forcefully towards betas. Even betas felt a trace of pressure. This was Venerable Starfall. Every quasi-emperor lived up to their reputation. This was his state while most of the planets were destroyed by the shockwave of the Big Bang. If this were an ordinary stretch of cosmos, Venerable Starfall could unleash strength beyond his level. He could absorb countless planets, transform them into armaments, and smash them at his opponents in a frenzy. If one planet was not powerful enough, he would amass 10 planets. If 10 were not powerful enough, he would amass 100. If 100 were not enough, he would amass 1,000, 10,000, or even more planets. Before Venerable Starfall, numbers were meaningless. Moreover, the more planets there were, the stronger Venerable Starfall would be. If they were in a specific environment, such as where some superplanets were around, Venerable Starfall could even contend with a Grand Emperor. Every quasi-emperor had infinite possibilities and unique methods. Unfortunately, in the environment of the Big Bang, the methods of Venerable Starfall were weakened to the extreme. Hence, when facing betas, he was inferior and constrained at every turn, and was already at a disadvantage. Damn it, betas, if you stop me, I'll hunt you down to the end of the universe after we get out. Haha, Venerable Starfall, this is already the end of the universe. Moreover, if I obtain this huge flower, I might even be able to become a Grand Emperor. At that time, it's hard to say who will be doing the hunting. How could betas be afraid of Venerable Starfall? Even if Venerable Starfall would be slightly stronger by taking advantage of the environment after they left, his strength was limited, and his advantage was not overwhelming. Since he could not overwhelm it, why would betas be afraid of Venerable Starfall? Moreover, with such an opportunity in front of it, even a Grand Emperor or a Divine King would be tempted. If it gave up due to fear, why would betas come to the Big Bang at all? Venerable Starfall's face was dark. He gritted his teeth in vexation, but there was nothing he could do. Bang. Venerable Starfall had already been sent flying by betas for countless times. Even much of his combat body had collapsed. In such an environment, his power as a quasi-emperor would be greatly reduced. He was not betas' match. Seeing that betas had the upper hand and had already repelled Venerable Starfall, a huge hand suddenly extended from the cosmos and enveloped the giant flower. Open. Rumble. The giant flower struggled frantically, as if it had its own consciousness. It knew that it was facing a life-or-death crisis at this moment, and was struggling at all costs. Ah! Who dares? Betas roared in anger, and a terrifying sound wave swept towards the behemoth. However, it was useless against the giant hand. The giant hand even exerted force at once. There was a ripping noise. Finally, the giant flower could not withstand this powerful force and was uprooted. Moreover, it appeared very strange. The roots of the giant flower seemed to be really rooted in the void. After they were uprooted, even space shattered, producing countless spatial fragments. Moreover, a spatial storm swept over majestically. However, neither Venerable Starfall and betas nor the owner of that mysterious giant hand would care about this minor spatial storm. Betas was incomparably furious. In its opinion, someone was snatching food from the mouth of the beast by snatching the giant flower from its mouth. It was a despicable sneak attack. Leave the new substance behind. Betas roared and spat out a mouthful of flames. This ball of flames was very terrifying. It burned the cosmos and instantly spread onto the huge hand. The huge hand was covered in dense patterns that flickered slightly. It actually resisted Betas's flames. Seeing these patterns, Betas's eyes suddenly focused, as if it had realized something. Dark Venerable, you're the Dark Venerable. Hearing Betas's voice, the jaws of many cultivators around dropped, and they immediately fell silent. The Dark Venerable had comprehended the law of darkness. Although it was only at the rudimentary level, he had already condensed a combat body of 50 million kilometers. How formidable was such aptitude? Hence, with the tenfold enhancement of the law of darkness, he would be a terrifying entity with power comparable to a 500 million kilometer combat body. There was also the mysterious and bizarre abilities of the dark combat body and the law of darkness. The Dark Venerable could definitely be considered a very terrifying and tricky quasi-emperor. Planet Fall. In the depths of the universe, Venerable Starfall's voice actually sounded again. At the same time, a massive planet formed from hundreds of stars gathered by Venerable Starfall smashed towards the giant hand of the Dark Venerable. Venerable Starfall was sent flying by Betas, but he was not discouraged, nor did he give up. Instead, he was preparing his ultimate move. Taking advantage of Dark Venerable's sudden appearance to snatch the giant flower, and while Betas was pestering Dark Venerable Starfall of Starfalls finally prepared his ultimate move successfully. So what if he's the Dark Venerable? No one can take my opportunity to become a Grand Emperor. Venerable Starfall's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was filled with madness. For the goal of becoming a Grand Emperor, he did not even fear death. Why would he be afraid of offending the Dark Venerable? Boom. The massive planet formed from hundreds of stars collided with the Dark Venerable's huge hand. Even though the Dark Venerable used all his strength, he still could not withstand the collision. His huge hand was instantly shattered, and the huge flower landed in the cosmos. Again, captured readily Venerable Starfall. Ha 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 ha, it's mine at last. Venerable Starfall was very excited. He looked at Betas, which was gritting its teeth, and the mysterious and powerful Dark Venerable, and felt incomparably elated. How many years had it been since he had attacked so recklessly? So what if the Dark Venerable was strong? So what if Betas was mad? In the end, the giant flower still fell into his hands. The opportunity to become a Grand Emperor seized by him in the end. Anyone in my way shall die. The Dark Venerable's cold voice resounded through the cosmos. His combat body seemed to be one with the cosmos. For a moment, a cold and fearful aura filled the cosmos. As soon as the Dark Venerable finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the universe like a storm. Chapter 521, The Dark Venerable. Chapter 521, The Dark Venerable. The aura of the Dark Venerable raised a sweeping storm in the cosmos. Even those cultivators far away felt as if they were about to suffocate. A terrifying pressure descended. Even a top-notch venerable with a 40 million kilometer combat body could forget about moving. This was how a quasi-emperor was like, especially one as outstanding as the Dark Venerable. Their combat power far exceeded that of a venerable. Leave it. The voice of the Dark Venerable came from the depths of the universe like perennial ice. Venerable Starfall grabbed the giant flower at all costs and fled in a frenzy. However, while Venerable Starfall fled very quickly, the Dark Venerable was even faster. The huge palm grabbed hard. It was as if the cold night had been pierced. Eternal darkness descended, and Venerable Starfall fell into boundless darkness at once. Even his mental power seemed unable to determine the direction. Dark boundary. Venerable Starfall's heart tightened. He knew that this was a special method derived from the dark combat body by using the enhancement of the law of darkness. It could condense a dark boundary. Within this boundary, cultivators would fall into boundless darkness, and could not distinguish direction, even with mental power. They could only struggle wildly like headless flies. However, in many situations, when one could not distinguish directions, it would be as if they were deprived of the sense of sight and practically blinded. This was a unique technique of the Dark Venerable, just like how Venerable Starfall could amass countless planets. The Dark Boundary was mysterious, peculiar, and very difficult to deal with. Venerable Starfall naturally knew how powerful the Dark Boundary was, but he immediately picked a direction. As long as he kept fleeing in the established direction, he would definitely be able to escape the Dark Boundary. However, Venerable Starfall did not know that the direction he had determined was going back. The Dark Venerable did not move and merely stood quietly where he was, and Venerable Starfall returned of his own accord. "Anyone in my way shall die." The Dark Venerable's gaze was cold, and his entire body emitted a dense killing intent. With his terrifying combat body and the enhancement of the law of darkness, he unleashed his full strength at once and threw a punch at Venerable Starfall. No, something's wrong. Venerable Starfall did not know how long he had been fleeing for. As he sensed danger, a trace of warning arose in his heart. He knew that something must have gone wrong. Only a quasi-emperor could pose a threat to him. It was either the Dark Venerable or Betas. Looking at the current situation, the most likely one was still the Dark Venerable. Resist it. Venerable Starfall realized that he was probably already lost in the Dark Boundary. It was too dangerous to run around like a headless fly at this moment. Hence, he chose to resist it head-on. Rumble. How powerful was an attack at the quasi-emperor level? With a single punch from the Dark Venerable, it was as if the entire cosmos had been blasted apart. As Venerable Starfall was struck by the punch, his entire combat body was actually being annihilated at a visible speed. No, no. Venerable Starfall's expression was aghast. It was actually so powerful. His combat body was about to be destroyed, and his life was in danger. He was a dignified quasi-emperor. Even if he was prepared to take risks, deep down, he never thought that his life would be in danger. But now, in the face of actual life-threatening danger, Venerable Starfall panicked. "Betas, you can have the new substance." Venerable Starfall had already realized the location of the Dark Venerable when he attacked just now. He immediately threw the giant flower in the opposite direction. This was to divert trouble. After all, there were 3 quasi-emperors at this scene. Apart from the Venerable Starfall and the Dark Venerable, there was also Betas. Unless the Dark Venerable did not want to obtain the new substance, he would definitely stop. As expected, the Dark Venerable frowned slightly, but he still stopped immediately. His goal was not to kill Venerable Starfall, but to obtain the giant flower. Beta was a cosmic behemoth. If Betas obtained the giant flower, Betas might immediately devour it. Then, it would be useless even if the Dark Venerable killed Betas and Venerable Starfall. Betas was really surprised. It was simply a gift out of the blue. Originally, it had risked its life just to obtain the giant flower, but it was snatched away by the Dark Venerable. Now, it was just standing quietly off to the side, looking for an opportunity, yet the giant flower was unexpectedly thrown over by Venerable Starfall. Without the slightest hesitation, Betas immediately opened its huge mouth. Crunch. Betas could no longer resist the temptation. He bit off a small portion of the petals. Shocked and furious, the Dark Venerable threw a punch. Boom. Betas's body was very strong. Although this punch injured it, it was only a minor injury. Betas's eyes, however, shone with excitement. Haha, what a powerful effect. I'm going to devour it. I'll devour the entire giant flower. No one is to take it from me. Betas was overjoyed. The effect of this small petal was just too good. It had just been injured and lost some of its body, yet it immediately underwent division again. Not only had its injuries recovered, its body had also become stronger. Wasn't this the opportunity that Betas had dreamed of? Dark Boundary. The Dark Venerable snorted coldly and deployed the Dark Boundary. In the Dark Boundary, Beta's reaction was even worse. It could only struggle and flee frantically. The Dark Venerable reached out and grabbed the huge flower. Looking at the huge flower missing half a petal, a smile appeared on his face. He had obtained it. In the end, he was the one who obtained it. Beside him, Venerable Starfall escaped with his life. Naturally, he fled as far as he could. How could he dare to covet the giant flower? As for Betas, it was already trapped in the dark boundary, and could not affect the Dark Venerable at all. After a great battle between the three great quasi-emperors, the dust finally settled. The giant flower was obtained by the Dark Venerable. The Dark Venerable obtained the giant flower. No one would dare to take it anymore. The Dark Venerable is indeed worthy of being a famed quasi-emperor. He suppressed two great quasi-emperors, defeating Betas and Venerable Starfall in succession to obtain this huge flower. With this new substance, the Dark Venerable will probably enter the realm of Grand Emperors and become the Dark Grand Emperor. Right. Many cultivators discussed spiritedly, but who would have second thoughts when the Dark Venerable had suppressed everyone? Phew. Suddenly, four figures rushed over from the distant cosmos. Ah, luckily we arrived in time. Looks like we're not too late. After the four of them arrived, their gazes were focused on the Dark Venerable and the huge flower in his hand. Even from afar, they could sense the cells in their combat bodies cheering, as if in extreme excitement. This was a divine item that could cultivate the combat body. They had been searching for such a divine item for so long, and now, they had finally found it. However, the Dark Venerable did not seem like someone to be trifled with. In particular, the fluctuations of the battle between the three quasi-emperors had spread far and wide. The four of them all sensed it clearly. However, even if there were three grand emperors, so what? Disciples of the divine palace of Bamand clearing the site. Any cultivators who linger around within 10 billion kilometers will be killed without mercy. The arrogant and domineering voice resounded through the cosmos again. Chapter 522, The Wolf Has a Winning Game. Chapter 522, The Wolf Has a Winning Game. Clear the site. Everyone was stunned. Even the Dark Venerable glanced sideways slightly. Where did these fools come from? Clear the site. I think I heard something before about how four disciples from the divine palace of Bamand were clearing the site. I heard that they really killed many venerables. Could they be the ones? I know. Lin Feng is the strongest among the four of them. He's really, really strong. But clearing the scene. There are three quasi-emperors here, including a top-notch quasi-emperor like the Dark Venerable. Ha ha ha, they're really here. How can they possibly not come after such a huge commotion? They hadn't encountered quasi-emperors previously. Now that there are three quasi-emperors and even the Dark Venerable, let's see how they can clear the site. Many people could not stand Lin Feng and the other three. After all, their announcement to clear the site was just too arrogant and domineering, and many people were discontent. However, they did not dare to voice their anger, because they did not have the strength. And now, the three great quasi-emperors had gone all out in order to fight for the giant flower. How could Lin Feng and the other three still clear the site? At this moment, Lin Feng did not pay attention to those cultivators. All he cared about was that huge flower. He sensed that this giant flower was very miraculous. Its roots were rooted in space, as if they were absorbing energy from space. Moreover, tidal power surged into the flower, and after, the flower emitted an even greater fluctuation. What was this? Law of devouring? Or was it like a common man-eating flower, only a cosmic one? However, no matter what kind of flower it was, this huge flower was very beneficial to the combat body. Lin Feng was determined not to let anyone take this flower. This concerned the key to whether he could attain the consummate combat body. Tidal combat body. Lin Feng activated the tidal combat body at full force. He had already sensed how formidable the Dark Venerable was. Being able to suppress two quasi-emperors, it was evident how powerful the Dark Venerable was. But so what? Lin Feng's tidal combat body had already reached 780,000 kilometers. Enhanced 1,000-fold, it was equivalent to a combat body of 780 million kilometers. When such a terrifying combat body erupted at full force, even the cosmos seemed to collapse. Boundless tidal power surged into Lin Feng's body. This palm strike collapsed the cosmos. This palm strike destroyed the sea of stars. This palm strike annihilated all. Only by facing Lin Feng head-on and enduring this palm strike would one know how terrifying it was. When the palm landed, the expression of the Dark Venerable changed drastically. For the first time, he actually felt a sense of life or death. It felt as if he failed to withstand this palm strike, he would really die. How long had it been since the Dark Venerable had experienced death like this? In the past, he was the one who brought death upon others, and despair to his enemies. Since when did he actually face death? Boom. The Dark Venerable's combat body erupted instantly. He used almost all his trump cards in a frenzy. In his hand was a staff. This was the Dark Venerable's strongest origin weapon, refined for countless years. Even the Dark Venerable himself was uncertain how terrifyingly powerful it was. Even when he was fighting with the two quasi-emperors, Betas and Venerable Starfall, the Dark Venerable did not use this dark staff. This was his trump card, and his reliance. But now, he had no choice but to use it. Without any hesitation, he activated the dark staff. Lin Feng's large palm still pressed down directly. A combat body of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was pressing down on a combat body of tens of millions of kilometers at once. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. However, at this moment, everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes. There was no incongruence to the sight at all, as if it was only natural. No one took Lin Feng's combat body seriously. Without a doubt, this was the power of a quasi-emperor, and a top-notch one at that. Crunch. When Lin Feng's large hand pressed down, a terrifying explosive shockwave spread wildly in all directions. The tidal combat body was even more powerful in such an environment. Its true strength even far exceeded the 1,000-fold enhancement from the law of tides. Hence, Lin Feng first pressed his hand on the Dark Venerable's dark staff. The Dark Venerable had refined this powerful origin weapon for countless years, but now, it shattered instantly under Lin Feng's palm, turning into cosmic dust. A trace of sorrow appeared in the Dark Venerable's eyes, but he did not have time to grieve. He mobilized all the power of the dark combat body to resist Lin Feng's palm strike. The terrifying power wreaked havoc, accompanied by the power of the tides. It swept over the body of the Dark Venerable like a rolling wave. The Dark Venerable was like a durable reef amidst the waves, unmoving. 30% of the combat body destroyed. The Dark Venerable was incomparably shocked, and a look of fear appeared on his face. He had actually lost 30% of his combat body. And that was despite resisting almost half of the force behind Lin Feng's palm strike with the dark staff. Even so, the Dark Venerable's combat body was still damaged by half. How could he still fight like this? The two were on completely different levels. In such a unique environment, Lin Feng could practically crush the Dark Venerable. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Feng's strength had exceeded their imagination. If even the Dark Venerable could not suppress him, who could? Thinking back to the battle between Venerable Starfall and Betas, after the desperate battle between the two, it was the Dark Venerable who obtained the giant flower. The Dark Venerable had defeated Betas and Venerable Starfall with ease. Just as everyone thought that the dust had settled, Lin Feng suddenly appeared, and he had appeared while announcing about clearing the site. The arrogant and domineering announcement turned countless cultivators off, but what could they do? The Dark Venerable had lost, and he had lost terribly. The flower is yours. The Dark Venerable made a prompt decision, just like Venerable Starfall. Although they were all willing to take risks, in a true life or death crisis, they still chose to give up on the giant flower. Staying alive was more important. Even an esteemed quasi-emperor was not that different from an ordinary mortal when faced with the threat of death. They all knew how to give up on things for the sake of survival. The wolf has a winning game when the shepherds quarrel. I never thought that in the end, someone from the divine palace of Bamand would be the wolf, and obtain the new substance. Many cultivators were truly shocked. In this great battle, 4 quasi-emperors had appeared in turn, but the one who truly defeated everyone and crushed all competition was Lin Feng from the divine palace of Bamand. After this battle, Lin Feng's name would definitely spread throughout the entire universe. Anyone who continues loitering within 10 billion kilometers will be killed. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with coldness, and Long Wu immediately took action. For a moment, countless cultivators fled backward in a frenzy. This talk about clearing the site was really no joke. On the other hand, those cultivators who were killed by Long Wu really became jokes. Even Venerable Starfall, Betas, and the Dark Venerable had fled 10 billion kilometers away. They definitely did not dare to provoke Lin Feng again. Come on, let's see how much such a huge flower and such a massive new substance can improve my combat body. Lin Feng's gaze was heated as he stared intently at the huge flower. He could not wait to open his mouth and prepare to devour this huge flower. Buzz. Suddenly, the cosmos shook. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the various laws around him seemed to have fallen silent all of a sudden. Like a pool of stagnant water. Swoosh. Lin Feng looked up into the depths of the universe. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart palpitated violently. Chapter 523, Grand Emperor Igneous. Chapter 523, Grand Emperor Igneous. In the cosmos, countless tides surged. As Lin Feng and the others took turns to fight, their destructive power was astonishing. Even space was shattered, turning into countless spatial fragments. The aftershock spread in all directions, stirring up traces of a storm. However, at this moment, a ball of flames seemed to have appeared in the depths of the universe. This ball of flames stretched across the cosmos. Even under the tides of law, it remained unmoved. On the other hand, as soon as this ball of flames appeared, the countless laws seemed to have been frozen in place. The originally active law of tides also calmed at once, and the entire chaotic cosmos gradually quietened down. Lin Feng was not the only one who was shocked. Venerable Starfall, Betas, and the Dark Venerable all looked at the ball of flames with grim expressions. The cosmos had become so quiet that many cultivators still did not know what was going on. However, when they saw the solemn expressions on some top-notch venerables, none of them dared to make a sound. Grand Emperor. Suddenly, the cold voice of the Dark Venerable sounded. Betas and Venerable Starfall both smiled weakly. The laws retreat and the cosmos is suppressed. Who else can it be but a Grand Emperor? Venerable Starfall's gaze was very complicated. A Grand Emperor was his lifelong pursuit and goal. Once he became a Grand Emperor, all laws below the planetary level would be directly suppressed. Even ordinary planetary laws would be greatly suppressed. In front of a Grand Emperor, laws below the planetary level were nothing. Every Grand Emperor had basically comprehended laws above the planetary level. Of course, most of them were elementary planetary laws, but that was enough. The life level of a Grand Emperor was already above elementary planetary laws. Their powerful combat bodies could already interfere with laws. Originally, combat bodies and laws were two completely different cultivation methods. However, the combat body of a Grand Emperor was powerful enough to interfere with or even suppress laws. This was the terrifying aspect of a Grand Emperor. Of course, at the level of a Grand Emperor, ordinary laws would no longer enhance the combat body of a Grand Emperor. Even advanced planetary laws were not much use against the combat body of a Grand Emperor. Only the ultimate planetary law could enhance the combat body of a Grand Emperor. At this moment, seeing this ball of flames appear, and how the laws retreated, the cosmos fell silent. It was as if everything had entered slow motion, and everything returned to calm. Many cultivators could vaguely guess that a Grand Emperor had arrived. Grand Emperor. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. So what if he was a Grand Emperor? He had seen a Grand Emperor before, and had even fought with Grand Emperor Scorpius before. However, he had lost that battle, and lost terribly. Grand Emperor Scorpius had not even used his full strength, and Lin Feng had escaped with spatial warp. However, he was a cultivator who had seen a Grand Emperor before, and knew the power of a Grand Emperor. When a Grand Emperor descended, wherever they passed, the laws would retreat and the cosmos would be suppressed. Even the proudest quasi-emperor had no choice but to bow before a Grand Emperor. But so what? Lin Feng's consummate combat body was almost within reach. This giant flower was Lin Feng's hope. Even if a Grand Emperor wanted to take it, Lin Feng would not give up. Swoosh! The ball of flames in the cosmos slowly transformed into a figure. There was no combat body, only an ordinary figure, like the King of Fire, surrounded by countless flames. This flower is mine. The voice was very calm, but it was clear and audible to all surrounding cultivators. It's really a Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor Igneous. It's actually Grand Emperor Igneous. It's rumored that he collected 13,689 types of flames in the universe and condensed a fire seed. With this fire seed, Grand Emperor Igneous comprehended the philosophy of the Grand Emperor and became a Grand Emperor. That's right. It's really Grand Emperor Igneous. Wasn't it said that Grand Emperors don't think much of the second wave of explosions during the Big Bang? Why is Grand Emperor Igneous making a move now? There must be more to this giant flower. How can a new substance that can tempt even a Grand Emperor appear during the second wave of explosions? The descent of a Grand Emperor was extraordinary. This was only the second wave of the Big Bang. In the past, only venerables or quasi-emperors would compete in it. It was even rarer for a Grand Emperor to personally take action. They had almost never appeared before. But one had appeared now, and the giant flower was the target of Grand Emperor Igneous. Some people were pleased at his misfortune. Lin Feng said that he wanted to clear the site. Now that a Grand Emperor had descended, how was he going to clear the site? Just now, Lin Feng had crushed 3 quasi-emperors. He was insufferable. Now that Grand Emperor Igneous had descended, and his goal was the giant flower, how was Lin Feng going to keep the giant flower? As for Lin Feng attacking, no one thought that Lin Feng would actually attack. The difference between a venerable and a Grand Emperor was just too great. The significance of an ultimate planetary lifeform was that if it had reached the limit, how powerful would that be? Even if 10 or 20 quasi-emperors attacked together, they would definitely not be a match for a Grand Emperor. A Grand Emperor was already a metamorphosis at the level of life. In the entire history of the universe, almost no one had ever been able to rely on their combat body or laws to contend with a Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor Igneous looked at Lin Feng coldly. No matter how unwilling and reluctant Lin Feng was, it was useless. Since he was here, the giant flower was his. Your Highness Lin Feng, a Grand Emperor is here. Let's go. Long Wu heaved a long sigh. Who would dare to defy the authority of a Grand Emperor? Even though Grand Emperor Igneous had not even used his combat body, no one had any other thoughts. No one could contend with a Grand Emperor above their level, not even Lin Feng, who had created miracles time and time again. Raymond also shook his head and said, Your Highness Lin Feng, we still have a lot of chances. Let's give up. There is only this one opportunity. Give it up. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His combat body was about to become consummate. So what if there was a Grand Emperor? He was the wolf, not the shepherds. He would even dare to fight a Grand Emperor. Devour. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He did something that no one had expected. He actually opened his mouth and swallowed hard. That giant flower was even larger than Lin Feng's combat body, but it did not matter. Lin Feng was not swallowing it all at once. He would swallow as much as he could. This scene happened right before the eyes of the Grand Emperor and everyone. Crazy. He's crazy. What is he doing? After defying a Grand Emperor, even if he's a core disciple of the Divine Palace of Beaumont, even if he's a top-notch quasi-emperor, he'll still be dead. Bold, he's really too bold. He actually dared to devour the giant flower in front of the Grand Emperor. Does he have a death wish? Everyone felt that Lin Feng had gone insane, even Raymond, Long Wu, and Yu Jing. Even if Lin Feng could really attain the consummate combat body, that was the wrath of a Grand Emperor. Even the cosmos would collapse under the wrath of a Grand Emperor. How could a quasi-emperor resist it? Grand Emperor Igneous' gaze turned cold. He never expected that someone would dare to ignore his words. If one ignored the authority of a Grand Emperor, they would have to accept punishment. Blazing void. Grand Emperor Igneous gently extended a finger. This finger was burning with raging flames, and it expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to hundreds of millions of kilometers. It was as if this flaming finger was the only thing stretching across the entire cosmos. Boom. With a press of his finger, space was annihilated, laws retreated, and the cosmos boiled. Chapter 524, Consummate. Chapter 524, Consummate. In the vast cosmos, everyone held their breaths. How could an attack from a Grand Emperor be ordinary? That finger seemed unstoppable, even against the cosmos. Even from afar, many cultivators sensed the boundless power and felt as if they were about to suffocate. Moreover, Lin Feng was at the center of it. How much pressure must he be enduring? It was unimaginable to ordinary cultivators. Even venerables did not know what kind of pressure Lin Feng was enduring at this moment. However, everyone knew very well that be it top-notch venerables or quasi-emperors, none of them could withstand this finger strike. Because this was a strike from a Grand Emperor. Pressure. A terrifying pressure descended. Even before this finger pressed down, Lin Feng could already feel the terrifying pressure impacting him from all directions. Although Lin Feng had fought with Grand Emperor Scorpius before, this time was completely different. The last time Lin Feng attacked, Grand Emperor Scorpius had not even fought back. That one light-year combat body had already made Lin Feng despair. He knew that he was definitely not a match for the Grand Emperor. Hence, Lin Feng had already warped space and left the moment Grand Emperor Scorpius attacked. However, it was different this time. The power of the attack from Grand Emperor Igneous did not seem to be inferior to Grand Emperor Scorpius at all. Moreover, it was impossible for Lin Feng to warp space even if he wanted to. Previously, the great battles between the four quasi-emperors, Lin Feng, the Dark Venerable, Betas and Venerable Starfall, had torn apart the cosmos and shattered the space. Now that space was shattered here, Lin Feng could not warp space at all. Moreover, even if the space here had not shattered, as long as Lin Feng still wanted to obtain the giant flower, Lin Feng could not warp space and leave with such a huge flower. The current Lin Feng seemed to be in a very perilous situation. It could even be considered a hopeless situation. Your Highness Lin Feng. It can't be. How can His Highness Lin Feng be dead? Raymond, Long Wu, and Yu Jing all looked at Lin Feng nervously. At this moment, they could not think of any other way for Lin Feng to survive. That was the finger of a Grand Emperor. Faced with it, laws must retreat, the cosmos was suppressed, and all things would be annihilated. Even if Lin Feng's strength increased by another 10 or 100 times, he would not be able to withstand this finger. The difference was just too great. What a pity. He's able to suppress the Dark Venerable. His combat power is incredible. He might really be able to become a Grand Emperor in the future. Lin Feng should never have been so greedy in front of a Grand Emperor. The Dark Venerable, Betas, and Venerable Starfall could all give up on the flower when faced with life-threatening danger. Staying alive is the most important. Why was Lin Feng so foolish? No matter how powerful a cultivator is, they would still be driven by greed. No matter how miraculous this flower is, what's its use when you're dead? Seeing that Lin Feng was about to fall to the Grand Emperor Igneous' finger, everyone shook their heads, not understanding Lin Feng's choice. Could Lin Feng really be so greedy that he would disregard everything? Lin Feng endured the immense pressure. He glanced at the finger in the cosmos. Indeed, with his current strength, he could not resist it. At all. However, this huge flower in front of him could help him to attain the consummate combat body. How could he give up on such an opportunity? Devour. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng opened his mouth and bit down hard on a petal. A sharp glint flashed across Grand Emperor Igneous' eyes, but his fingers sped up and pressed down hard. Lin Feng did not even turn his head as he suddenly threw out a pearl. Boom. A terrifying power erupted from the pearl. Like a black hole, it collided with the finger of Grand Emperor Igneous. What? He blocked it. Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng had actually resisted it. That was a finger from a Grand Emperor. Even though it was only a finger. Absolutely no one below the level of Grand Emperors could withstand it. That pearl. It's an origin weapon. A top-notch origin weapon. There seems to be a black hole sealed inside. Such a powerful origin weapon. It can withstand a strike from a Grand Emperor. Was this refined by Divine King Bamond? So what if he has a powerful origin weapon? He may be able to withstand a single strike from a Grand Emperor, but a Grand Emperor has more than the power for one strike. No one had expected Lin Feng to have such a powerful origin weapon that could even withstand a strike from a Grand Emperor. However, what was the point of Lin Feng doing this? It could withstand a single strike, but what about the second, or the third? Only Lin Feng knew what he was doing. This was his final trump card, the Black Hole Pearl. It was personally refined by Divine King Bamond, and could withstand the attacks of a Grand Emperor. However, the energy in the Black Hole Pearl was limited. Even though it was a black hole, it could at most withstand 3 strikes from Grand Emperor Igneous. These 3 strikes could only stall the Grand Emperor for a short while. What could Lin Feng do in such a short period of time? Boom. Grand Emperor Igneous quickly made a second strike. Traces of cracks actually appeared on the Black Hole Pearl. Crunch. The Black Hole Pearl could not hold out for much longer. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Feng's combat body was already expanding wildly. Divide, divide, divide again. The longer it went on, the slower Lin Feng's division actually became. Fortunately, the effect of this miraculous flower was just too good. Otherwise, no amount of miraculous items would be able to allow Lin Feng's combat body cells to divide again. This involved a problem of limits. Lin Feng's combat body was about to reach its limit. Devour again. Lin Feng swallowed another petal. 1/10 of the entire giant flower had already been devoured by Lin Feng. This 1/10 was not to be underestimated. The giant flower was as huge as a star. Even 1/10 was still very huge. The flower only had 20 petals at most, and Lin Feng had devoured 2 of them. Those 2 petals finally improved Lin Feng's combat body. From 800,000 kilometers, 800,500 kilometers, 900,000 kilometers, 900,500 kilometers. Gradually, the speed at which Lin Feng's combat body expanded slowed down, and finally stopped at 990,000 kilometers. He was just a little away from reaching 1,000,000 kilometers. However, 1,000,000 kilometers was just the level of a venerable, an advanced planetary life form. This was a chasm, a natural chasm that could not be crossed. After all, the current Lin Feng was only an elementary planetary life form. His 990,000-kilometer combat body had already reached its limit. Lin Feng felt a natural sense of consummation in the depths of his heart. Even his combat body had an aura of consummation. It was as if one could sense that this was a consummate combat body at a glance. It was already flawless. This was consummation. I've finally attained consummation. Moreover, it's a planetary consummate combat body, something that even the Divine King hadn't attained. I've finally succeeded. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He had put in so much effort and experienced countless dangers, even going so far as to face the wrath of a Grand Emperor, just to fight for this trace of opportunity. And he had done it. He had finally cultivated the planetary consummate combat body. Crunch. At the same time, Grand Emperor Igneous' third strike landed on the Black Hole Pearl. the black hole pearl could no longer withstand it. Dense cracks instantly cracked, and the black hole pearl instantly shattered, turning into cosmic dust. Chapter 525, 7 Life Transitions. Chapter 525, 7 Life Transitions. It's shattered. What a waste for an origin weapon. Only the Divine King has the ability to seal a black hole in a small pearl. Looks like this Lin Feng is a disciple that even the Divine King values. Unfortunately, the authority of a Grand Emperor cannot be defied. Even if he is a disciple that the Divine King values, he will definitely die today. After 3 strikes, what can Lin Feng do to resist the power of a Grand Emperor? With 3 strikes, Grand Emperor Igneous had shattered the black hole pearl. Without the protection of the black hole pearl, Lin Feng would have to face the power of a Grand Emperor directly. At this moment, there was no miracle to be found. Lin Feng's combat body had only improved slightly. For an elementary planetary life form, was the use of improving the combat body by a little. Forget about improving it by a little, even improving it by 10 or 100 times would be useless. Consummate combat body. However, Grand Emperor Igneous saw through the unique thing about Lin Feng at a glance. A consummate combat body, a planetary consummate combat body. This was truly astonishing. Even his eyes narrowed slightly. A planetary consummate combat body was almost a legend. He did not expect it to appear before him now. However, so what if it was a planetary consummate combat body? Before a Grand Emperor, even a planetary consummate combat body was useless. The authority of a Grand Emperor cannot be defied. Die. Grand Emperor Igneous was truly enraged now. He struck out with another palm. In front of the Grand Emperor, Lin Feng had ignored the Grand Emperor again and again. Grand Emperor Igneous naturally would not hold back. He would like to see how Lin Feng could resist this palm strike. Looking at the overwhelming palm strike from a Grand Emperor, even Lin Feng, who was in the consummate combat body state, felt as if he was about to suffocate. Although he had attained the consummate combat body, his strength had not actually increased by much. However, the purpose of the consummate combat body was to undergo metamorphosis. Once one had mastered the consummate combat body, it meant that it had reached the most perfect state. Metamorphosis would be a natural occurrence. An elementary planetary life form naturally could not resist this palm strike, but what if he underwent metamorphosis? Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. With a thought, the countless cells in his combat body naturally began to undergo metamorphosis. Rumble. The cells in Lin Feng's body divided almost instantly, and they divided by countless times. In the entire cosmos, even the tidal power was gathering frantically to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into a black hole that devoured everything around him. He's metamorphosing. He's actually undergoing metamorphosis at a time like this. His combat body is so strong. Under normal circumstances, once a cultivator, that's an elementary planetary life form undergoes metamorphosis, their combat body will be enhanced by at least 100-fold. With Lin Feng's aptitude, it'll probably more than 100-fold, right? Terrifying. It's just too terrifying. His combat body is about 900,000 kilometers in size, right? I didn't pay much attention to it just now. He's only an elementary planetary life form, but he's already able to suppress the Dark Venerable and become a top-notch quasi-emperor. Elementary planetary life form. Could he be a legendary cultivator who cultivated a planetary consummate combat body? When Lin Feng began to metamorphose, the expressions of many cultivators changed drastically. They realized that Lin Feng was actually only an elementary planetary life form, and was currently undergoing the 7th life transition. This was just too incredible. Some ancient and knowledgeable cultivators had all heard of the rumors of the consummate combat body, but they did not expect it to appear in front of them. It was too shocking that an elementary planetary life form could become a top-notch quasi-emperor. In the beginning, none of them had noticed, and thought Lin Feng had not used his entire combat body. But from the looks of it now, it was not that Lin Feng had not used his entire combat body, but that his combat body was really only a few 100,000 kilometers in size. At this moment, no one mocked Lin Feng anymore. No one viewed this battle as a show or a game. When someone with a legendary, consummate combat body faced off a Grand Emperor, even if he underwent a metamorphosis on the spot and became the most terrifying, venerable, the most terrifying quasi-emperor, could he contend with the Grand Emperor? Many people were uncertain. None actually thought Lin Feng would win. However, Lin Feng was immersed in the excitement of the constant metamorphosis of his combat body during his life transition. Strength, invincible strength. As the combat body cells divided wildly and infinite energy surged into his body, Lin Feng sensed power. It was a power completely different from the laws of advanced planetary laws. It was the power of Lin Feng's combat body. His 990,000 kilometer combat body improved rapidly. 10 times, 100 times. Normally, the process of a cultivator's life transition, especially from 6 life transitions to 7 life transitions, from an elementary planetary life form to advanced planetary life form, was a qualitative improvement. Basically, the combat body would be enhanced by a 100-fold. However, it was different for Lin Feng. He had a consummate combat body, and his combat body had already reached consummation. Hence, when he underwent the 7th life transitions and his combat body was improved by 100-fold, it seemed like it could keep improving. How terrifying was a combat body improved by 100-fold? It had reached a total of 99 million kilometers. Such a terrifying combat body was almost equivalent to a quasi-emperor. Without relying on the enhancement of laws, there were definitely very few people in the entire universe who could reach the quasi-emperor level just by relying on their combat body. The planetary consummate combat body was a legend to begin with. Even the Divine King had not cultivated the planetary consummate combat body back then. This consummate combat body naturally had its own uniqueness. The 99 million kilometer combat body was only temporary. Lin Feng's combat body was still metamorphosing. After it improved by a 100-fold, it still did not stop metamorphosing. This simply broke the norm, and many cultivators found it unbelievable. However, this was happening right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. All the combat body cells in Lin Feng's body were cheering. He even felt a sense of hunger. He knew that his combat body was in urgent need of energy. Relying on the energy in the universe alone was no longer enough to satisfy the continued metamorphosis of Lin Feng's combat body. After all, previously, Lin Feng only had a combat body of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Now, his combat body was close to 100 million kilometers. Even increasing it by a little would require an astronomical amount of energy, far exceeding the imagination of ordinary cultivators. However, the entire cosmos was empty now. Moreover, this was during the Big Bang. Apart from the cosmic waves and tidal power, everywhere, there was nothing. Well, it could not be said that there was nothing. At the very least, there was a flower in front of Lin Feng, and it was a very miraculous flower. It was a new substance spewed out by the Big Bang, a divine item that flowed into the universe from the chaos. Moreover, this huge flower could even help the combat body cells to devour. Lin Feng opened his mouth and instantly swept through an area of millions of kilometers. Be it the giant flower or some huge meteors, they were all devoured by Lin Feng in one gulp. As Lin Feng swallowed the giant flower, his combat body cells seemed to be infused with a powerful and miraculous energy, which seemed different from ordinary energy. There might be a little chaotic energy in this energy. Even a trace of chaotic energy was not something that the energy in the universe could compare to. Previously, Lin Feng was only an elementary planetary life form, and his understanding of the giant flower was not that deep. Now, he finally understood why Grand Emperor Igneous had attacked to take the giant flower. Perhaps Grand Emperor Igneous had done it for the trace of chaotic energy contained in the giant flower. Boom. Lin Feng's combat body metamorphosed again and expanded wildly. The palm of Grand Emperor Igneous also slammed down, enveloping Lin Feng's combat body. Completely. With a palm strike, everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was annihilated and reduced to ashes. Chapter 526, 10 billion kilometer combat body. Chapter 526, 10 billion kilometer combat body. This. Dead. As they watched Grand Emperor Igneous' palm strike down, the cosmos collapsed, space shattered, and everything was reduced to ashes. This method and this power made all the cultivators' hearts palpitate. This was a Grand Emperor standing at the peak of the universe. The cosmos was suppressed by him, and laws retreated before him. However, Grand Emperor Igneous did not show any excitement. In fact, his expression was very solemn. His gaze was slightly sharp as he stared intently in the direction his palm was striking. Buzz. Suddenly, a shocking aura erupted. Everyone looked and realized that Lin Feng was actually still alive where Grand Emperor Igneous had struck. Although he was in a sorry state, he was still alive. It was a strike from a Grand Emperor. Still alive. That's impossible. No one can withstand a single strike from a Grand Emperor. How is he still alive? Could he still have another origin weapon refined by the Divine King? There's no aura of any origin weapon or artifact. Lin Feng relied entirely on the power of his combat body to withstand a single strike from Grand Emperor Igneous. How is this possible? Many people's eyes widened as they looked at the huge combat body in the cosmos. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. That was a strike from a Grand Emperor. Even though Grand Emperor Igneous had not even manifested his combat body, and this palm strike might not even contain half his power, he could probably unleash 30% to 40% of his strength. But even at 30% to 40%, it was a strike from a Grand Emperor. No venerable could withstand this strike, let alone without relying on an origin weapon. Relying on the combat body alone to contend against a Grand Emperor. That would be a huge joke. But now, this huge joke had happened in front of everyone. For a moment, it seemed to have overturned many cultivators' understanding of Grand Emperors. I resisted it. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had really resisted it. The moment Grand Emperor Igneous' palm landed, Lin Feng's tidal combat body had already exceeded 100 million kilometers, reaching 230 million kilometers. With a combat body of 230 million kilometers, just by relying on the combat body and without the enhancement of any laws, Lin Feng was already comparable to Betas and Venerable Starfall. In fact, by switching between a few combat bodies, Lin Feng could even suppress Betas and Venerable Starfall. Once Lin Feng used the advanced planetary law, it would instantly enhance the combat body by 1,000-fold, making it equivalent to a combat body reaching 230 billion kilometers. It was impossible for a combat body of 230 billion kilometers to withstand a full-power strike from Grand Emperor Igneous. However, Grand Emperor Igneous had not even used his combat body. He had only slammed down with a palm. If it were a top venerable or a quasi-emperor, no matter how strong they would probably be killed with a single strike. However, to Lin Feng, it was not fatal. It was just that he appeared to be in a very sorry state, and a large number of his combat body cells had collapsed. Fortunately, the energy of the giant flower was still stimulating Lin Feng's combat body cells to divide in a frenzy. Haha, since I held out, I'll continue the division. Lin Feng threw his head back and laughed aloud. He was not dead. He had withstood a strike from a Grand Emperor. So what if it was a Grand Emperor? He still dared to fight him. Moreover, relying on the consummate combat body, Lin Feng's metamorphosis was not over yet. The 200 million kilometer combat body was just the beginning. 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. Lin Feng's combat body began to undergo a frenzied metamorphosis. Although they were all cellular metamorphosis, the larger the base, the greater the growth. Even if each cell in his combat body only divided an extra cell, his combat body would double in size. In particular, with such a huge base, it was even more terrifying. Lin Feng was not at a bottleneck now, but once cells divided in such a massive combat body, the amount of energy required would be unimaginable. The giant flower contained a terrifying amount of energy, and there was also a trace of chaotic energy. This trace of chaotic energy had already erupted in Lin Feng's body. Almost infinite energy filled Lin Feng's entire body, supporting his cell divisions. When Lin Feng's combat body reached 600 million kilometers, Lin Feng felt that the metamorphosis of his combat body had ended. If he had sufficient energy supply, the limit his consummate combat body could metamorphose to was only 600 million kilometers, which was almost stronger than even the Dark Venerable. However, the Dark Venerable had cultivated ascetically for innumerable years before having power equivalent to a combat body of 500 million kilometers, and becoming a top-notch quasi-emperor. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had only undergone metamorphosis, and just his combat body alone was already comparable to a top-notch quasi-emperor like the Dark Venerable. Perhaps it would not be an exaggeration to call Lin Feng the strongest quasi-emperor. However, even the strongest quasi-emperor was still very weak when facing a grand emperor. Although it was not as weak as an ant, it was at most an insect to the grand emperor's elephant. Wouldn't it be a simple matter for an elephant to crush an insect? However, Lin Feng was neither an ant, nor an insect. Although he was not an elephant, he could make an elephant unable to do anything against him. In his body, the trace of chaotic energy had completely erupted. His cells divided wildly again. This time, the cell division relied on the giant flower. Originally, a divine item like the giant flower could help cultivators cultivate the combat body. Right now, Lin Feng was only cultivating the combat body under such special circumstances. Lin Feng's 600 million kilometer combat body could not be considered strong. At the very least, it was far inferior to a grand emperor's combat body of 1 light year. But saying that it was not strong was untrue as well, for it was actually very strong. At least, no quasi-emperor's combat body could compare to his. Those quasi-emperors all relied on the enhancement of laws to have the combat power of quasi-emperors. In terms of the combat body alone, Lin Feng was probably the strongest among venerables now. The giant flower could allow cell divisions, but it was useless for a grand emperor. A grand emperor was already life on another level. Only the chaotic energy within the giant flower might be effective for a grand emperor. However, Lin Feng was not a grand emperor. The giant flower still worked on him. Hence, the 600 million kilometer combat body expanded again, and countless cells divided. This time, Lin Feng's cell division was actually very ordinary, because he had only divided for 4 times. For the first time, Lin Feng's 600 million kilometer combat body instantly expanded to 1.2 billion kilometers. After the second cell division, Lin Feng's combat body expanded to 2.4 billion kilometers. After the third cell division, Lin Feng's combat body expanded to 4.8 billion kilometers. After the fourth cell division, Lin Feng's combat body had actually expanded to 9.6 billion kilometers. He had a combat body of 9.6 billion kilometers, and was a venerable and an advanced planetary life form at that. This was unheard of. Even the energy from devouring tens of thousands of stars might not be enough for what's required by all this. No matter how terrifying the energy contained in the giant flower was, it was actually not enough too. It could only support Lin Feng's cells to divide twice at most. However, the giant flower was a new substance spewed out from the Big Bang, and it was a new substance that grew in chaos. It seemed to carry a trace of chaotic energy. This trace of chaotic energy was not only precious to grand emperors, but also highly valued by the divine kings. It was this trace of chaotic energy that supported Lin Feng's third and fourth divisions, and finally allowed Lin Feng to possess a combat body of nearly 10 billion kilometers. Lin Feng had already reached his limit with a combat body of nearly 10 billion kilometers. At least for now, it was impossible for him to divide his cells again. Firstly, there was no longer any of the new substance. Secondly, after depleting the chaotic energy, he also did not have enough energy to support cell division for the 5th time. However, even 4 divisions were enough. Swoosh. Lin Feng lifted his head and looked calmly at the distant Grand Emperor Igneous. Their gazes met. At this moment, even the cosmos seemed to have stilled. Chapter 527, You Should Be a Grand Emperor. Chapter 527, You Should Be a Grand Emperor. His combat body, which was close to 10 billion kilometers long, stretched across the cosmos. Although it did not have the power to make laws retreat and suppress the cosmos, it was still extremely shocking. Even a venerable who's an advanced planetary life form could reach this level. A combat body of nearly 10 billion kilometers. In the entire universe, forget about a venerable with a combat body of nearly 10 billion kilometers, there might not even be a venerable with a combat body of more than 100 million kilometers. For a venerable with a combat body approaching 10 billion kilometers, Lin Feng was probably the only one in the entire universe. Very good, you were able to withstand a single strike from myself. However, with a combat body of nearly 10 billion kilometers, you probably cultivated a planetary consummate combat body, right? That's just as well. Even among Grand Emperors like us, a planetary consummate combat body has become a legend. Let me see what's so special about a planetary consummate combat body. This was the first time Grand Emperor Igneous had spoke at such length, but the killing intent on his body only grew stronger. Boom. Grand Emperor Igneous used his combat body. The terrifying combat body emitted boundless divine power, almost enveloping an area of a light year. This was a Grand Emperor with a combat body of a light year. Be it a venerable or a quasi-emperor, all were insignificant before a Grand Emperor. With such a massive combat body, even if a venerable or a quasi-emperor were allowed to attack freely, it would be like scratching an itch. Everyone below the level of Grand Emperors was insignificant. Although Venerable Starfall, the Dark Venerable, and Betas were already very far away, after Grand Emperor Igneous used his combat body, they were still suffocated by the Grand Emperor's combat body, and their hearts felt heavy. This was a Grand Emperor. The cosmos was suppressed by him, and laws retreated before him. When a Grand Emperor was enraged, the cosmos shall collapse. No cultivator below the level of Grand Emperors could contend with a Grand Emperor. However, Lin Feng, who was facing the power of a Grand Emperor, appeared very relaxed. His combat body of nearly 10 billion kilometers did not even move. It was like a dormant behemoth or a giant planet, floating quietly in the cosmos. Grand Emperor. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. He thought of Grand Emperor Scorpius. Back then, when facing Grand Emperor Scorpius, he did not even have the courage to resist before fleeing through the spatial passage. When he faced a Grand Emperor again, although it was another Grand Emperor this time, he was still in a sorry state. Even the black whole pearl was shattered. However, now that he could face the power of a Grand Emperor head-on, curiosity rose in his heart. So what if it was a Grand Emperor? Even if he did not have an origin weapon, even if he did not have any life-saving treasures, he was not afraid of a Grand Emperor. Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Lin Feng's massive combat body began to transform rapidly. It was actually replaced by the Greater Annihilative Combat Body. The mighty annihilative power made everyone's expressions change. Two combat bodies. A sharp glint flashed across Grand Emperor Igneous' eyes. A single combat body was already enough for a cultivator to spend their entire life cultivating, but Lin Feng had actually cultivated two combat bodies. However, in his eyes, there was no difference between one combat body and two. Destroy. Grand Emperor Igneous mobilized his combat body. The combat body of one light year seemed to be shaking. He gathered all the power in his body and manifested it into a palm. This palm strike was a strike with the full force of Grand Emperor Igneous. How terrifying was a strike of a Grand Emperor! It even contained not only raw power, but also law, the law of fire. The combat body and law complemented each other, but before the level of Grand Emperors, the two basically had nothing in common. Even if someone comprehended laws, it was to assist the combat body and increase strength. However, once one became a Grand Emperor, and condensed the combat body at the level of a Grand Emperor, things would be completely different. The Grand Emperor's combat body had broken through the restrictions of ordinary combat bodies. Once the Grand Emperor's combat body was formed, the combat body could interfere with laws. It could even naturally comprehend laws, and at the planetary level. Just like now, before he became a Grand Emperor Igneous did not spend much effort to comprehend any laws. However, once he became a Grand Emperor and cultivated the Grand Emperor's combat body, he naturally comprehended the planetary law of fire. Hence, for the Grand Emperor's combat body, elementary planetary laws and advanced planetary laws no longer provided any enhancement to it. Only the ultimate planetary law could provide some enhancement to the Grand Emperor's combat body, but the extent was not that great. Once one became a Grand Emperor, their combat body and law would almost become one. The combat body contained the law, and the law complemented the combat body. The two were indistinguishable in such a combination. It was precisely because the Grand Emperor's combat body was so special that they could cause laws to retreat, and even interfere with laws. This cosmic wave contained the law of tides. However, with a single strike from Grand Emperor Igneous, the law of tides in the wave immediately retreated, as if it was compressed to the side. All the laws within a radius of hundreds of billions of kilometers were suppressed, as if only raging flames and the law of fire were left. Under such circumstances, Lin Feng could not use the surrounding law of tides or the law of annihilation even if he wanted to. However, his combat body had already reached nearly 10 billion kilometers. Why would he need to rely on the laws of the outside world? Greater annihilation. Lin Feng also struck out with a palm to meet it. His greater annihilative combat body excelled at combat, and had astonishing destructive power. Facing a Grand Emperor, Lin Feng would not underestimate him at all and would be very cautious. This palm strike of his was already almost his strongest strike. Whether he could resist a Grand Emperor or not depended on this palm strike. Boom. There was still a great amount of cosmic tides in the cold and dark cosmos. At this moment, the midst of the tides seemed to have erupted, and a terrifying force spread in all directions. Everything within a radius of trillions of kilometers was annihilated. Seeing such a terrifying scene, all the cultivators were stunned. Grand Emperors. This is a battle between Grand Emperors. Lin Feng has just metamorphosed and undergone 7 life transitions. He's only a venerable. Even if he's a quasi-emperor, the strongest quasi-emperor, he's still only a quasi-emperor. How can he have the power of a Grand Emperor? Without a doubt, this is the power of a Grand Emperor. Could Lin Feng's law have reached the advanced level? Many cultivators were shocked. They watched as Lin Feng collided with Grand Emperor Igneous' full power strike. In the end, when the dust settled, Lin Feng did not move at all. On the other hand, Grand Emperor Igneous actually took a few steps back. Even though he only retreated a few steps, with a massive combat body of a light year, in the eyes of the other cultivators, it had retreated for countless kilometers. With a single strike, Lin Feng had actually repelled Grand Emperor Igneous. It had to be known that he was not relying on an origin weapon this time, let alone any other extraordinary treasures. Lin Feng was relying completely on his combat body. Many cultivators' mouths fell open, and they were speechless, as if the preconceptions in their hearts had already collapsed. Advanced planetary law. After a long while, Grand Emperor Igneous slowly said these words. His gaze was sharp, but there was a hint of complexity in his expression. That's right. Lin Feng nodded, undoubtedly confirming Grand Emperor Igneous' words. The cosmos remained cold, but Grand Emperor Igneous heaved a long sigh and said, "You should be a Grand Emperor." With that, Grand Emperor Igneous turned around. His massive combat body immediately shrank, and disappeared into the depths of the universe in the blink of an eye. Chapter 528, Title. Chapter 528, Title. You should be a Grand Emperor. As Grand Emperor Igneous made the final announcement, no one doubted Lin Feng anymore. Doubting Lin Feng meant doubting Grand Emperor Igneous. Moreover, in the battle just now, Grand Emperor Igneous had already attacked with all his might, and was even at a disadvantage. This was already enough proof of Lin Feng's strength. Grand Emperor. Another Grand Emperor had been born in the universe, and he had transformed into a Grand Emperor in front of many cultivators. Moreover, he had become a Grand Emperor as a venerable, a very rare occurrence in the universe. This was almost unprecedented. Actually, perhaps there were none now in the vast universe, but in the past, or in the future, there would definitely exist planetary consummate combat bodies. Even if they were very, very rare, and there might not be one in billions of years, they would definitely exist. Some ancient Grand Emperors or Divine Kings had also heard that there had been cultivators who cultivated a planetary consummate combat body in ancient times. Although consummate combat bodies were rare, they had existed before. However, Lin Feng's reputation as one who became a Grand Emperor as a venerable was unprecedented in the universe. Betas was the one who was dumbfounded. It was a cosmic behemoth that dreamed of becoming a Grand Emperor. For this, it was even willing to take risks during the Big Bang. For this, it had even fought with Venerable Starfall and the Dark Venerable. Then, it was just a little away from obtaining the giant flower. But Lin Feng had benefited in the end. Moreover, it had watched helplessly as Lin Feng devoured the giant flower, thereby attaining the title of Grand Emperor. Betas was near a breakdown inside. Just a bit away. I was just a bit away. If I had obtained that giant flower, I would be the one becoming a Grand Emperor now. Venerable Starfall sneered, Betas, do you think Grand Emperor Lin Feng relied on the giant flower to become a Grand Emperor? Although the giant flower contributed greatly, it's mainly because of the consummate combat body. Do you have a consummate combat body? Haha, you don't even have a combat body. A behemoth is just a behemoth. You'll never become a Grand Emperor. Old fool, do you have the guts to fight again? I'll devour you. Betas glared at Venerable Starfall. The Dark Venerable also shook his head and said coldly, even someone with a planetary consummate combat body cannot become a Grand Emperor. The advanced planetary law is the key. Comprehending the advanced planetary law is no easier than becoming a Grand Emperor. Betas and Venerable Starfall both fell silent. In reality, how could they not know that a planetary consummate combat body was actually not that strong? If one wanted to become a Grand Emperor, and become a Grand Emperor as a venerable at that, both the planetary consummate combat body and the advanced planetary law were indispensable. However, any one of them would make almost 99% of cultivators despair. If an ordinary person could cultivate a consummate combat body, or comprehend an advanced planetary law, their achievements would be already decent. Perhaps if they focused their energy, they could even become a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng was just an exception. There had only been one such individual in the entire universe, and no one else could imitate him. After Grand Emperor Igneous left, Lin Feng slowly put away his massive combat body that was close to 10 billion kilometers in size, and transformed into the size of an ordinary person. Moreover, with a flash, he flew in front of Raymond and the others. Raymond, Longwu, and Yu Jing were still a little stunned right now. They had fought alongside Lin Feng before. They knew that Lin Feng was very unusual, and had talent that exceeded their imagination. However, Lin Feng had actually become a Grand Emperor, and it was admitted by Grand Emperor Igneous himself. This change in identity was too great. Even in the Divine Palace of Bamand, a Grand Emperor was very high in status. Although they were all disciples of the upper district, a Grand Emperor's status was distinctly higher than other disciples. Grand Emperors of the Divine Palace would even assist the Divine King in handling some major matters of the Divine Palace. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had become a Grand Emperor. Even Raymond could not quite believe it. However, seeing it with their own eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Greetings, Your Majesty. Raymond, Longwu, and Yu Jing hurriedly bowed. This was the most basic respect for a Grand Emperor. In the vast cosmos, the name of a Grand Emperor was renowned throughout the universe. No one dared to disrespect a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You can just call me by my name." No, every Grand Emperor's name should not be addressed lightly. This is respect for the strong. Raymond, however, shook his head stubbornly. It was not that he was actually stubborn. The name of a Grand Emperor was actually very important, because at the level of a Grand Emperor, the combination of the combat body and laws could already interfere with laws. Even the operation of the universe could be somewhat affected by a Grand Emperor. Even their name could not be addressed lightly. Although Lin Feng had yet to reach the realm of a Grand Emperor, being personally recognized as a Grand Emperor by Grand Emperor Igneous already confirmed his identity as a Grand Emperor. If they called Lin Feng by his name, it would actually be disrespectful to the other Grand Emperors. Lin Feng did not stop him anymore, but Yu Jing's eyes flicked as she smiled weakly. "What's your Majesty's title?" Title? Lin Feng was stumped. He naturally knew what a title was. Names like Grand Emperor Scorpius, Grand Emperor Igneous, and so on were titles. As for their real names, probably very few people knew. Back when Divine King Bamond was still a Grand Emperor, his title was Grand Emperor Bamond. Hence, this title was also rather important, and practically accompanied cultivators for the rest of their lives. Although the title was important, Lin Feng had just been recognized as a Grand Emperor by Grand Emperor Igneous. How could he have any title? Was he supposed to come up with a title for himself? However, Raymond smiled and said, "Of course your Majesty has a title. Just now, the battle between your Majesty and Grand Emperor Igneous was earth-shattering. When your Majesty used the greater annihilative combat body, it was not inferior to the Grand Emperor's combat body of Grand Emperor Igneous at all. Hence, many cultivators already refer to your Majesty as the Grand Emperor of Annihilation. Grand Emperor of Annihilation." Lin Feng shook his head slightly, feeling a little helpless. He still had the title Combat Body and the Void Traversal Combat Body. Was he supposed to be called Grand Emperor Tides and Grand Emperor Void Traversal in the future too? However, titles were used by others. Over the long years, only one title would be slowly accepted by everyone, and that would be the title which sticks. Grand Emperor of Annihilation might not be his final title, but for now, Lin Feng could only accept this title. Grand Emperor, are we still going to continue searching for new substances? Of course we have to keep searching. Lin Feng glanced at Raymond and the other two, shook his head, and said, "You also had a share in that giant flower, but I devoured it all at the critical moment. Therefore, I will compensate you appropriately for the new substances we obtain in the future." Seeing that Raymond was about to refuse, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Rules are rules. Since they've been set, they can't be broken." Helpless, Raymond nodded as well. Actually, he was also a little happy. Lin Feng was a Grand Emperor expert now. If he did the sweeping, it would be a genuine sweep. Who would dare to compete with a Grand Emperor? This might be a little shameless. After all, Grand Emperor basically did not participate in the second wave of the Big Bang. To many cultivators below the level of Grand Emperors, this was a giveaway. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not have the self-consciousness of a Grand Emperor. He would continue to sweep for new substances. Those cultivators who were searching for new substances in the second wave of the Big Bang would be in trouble. Let's go. Hurry up and sweep through. We'll prepare for the third wave of the Big Bang. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Grand Emperors may participate in the third wave. By the fourth wave, there would only be Grand Emperors competing. At that time, cultivators below the level of Grand Emperors would not even be qualified to participate. Chapter 529, Provocation. Chapter 529, Provocation. During the Big Bang, a Grand Emperor was born. Such news also spread continuously among cultivators. Moreover, this Grand Emperor was sweeping through the second wave of explosions, to the dismay of countless cultivators. The amount of substances spewed out during the second wave of explosions was not considered little, but it was definitely not much. Lin Feng had swept away at least 60% of them, and only 40% of them fell into the hands of other cultivators. Even Lin Feng himself would not believe that they did not harbor any grudge. However, no one dared to provoke Lin Feng's authority as a Grand Emperor. As the second wave of the Big Bang ended, the third wave of the Big Bang was brewing. Lin Feng also led Raymond and the others out. of the area of 5 light years, and even retreated dozens of light years away. This was because the area enveloped by the third wave of the Big Bang was at least dozens of light years. However, after the second wave of sweeping, Lin Feng and the other three also gained a lot. Through new substances, Raymond and Yu Jing's combat bodies reached 20 million kilometers, officially entering the range of top-notch venerables. Long Wu was even better. His combat body had already reached 60 million kilometers. 60 million kilometers. Before this, Long Wu had never dared to imagine that he would one day be able to cultivate his combat body to the level of 60 million kilometers. This was what opportunities were. If not for the Big Bang, it would be impossible for Yu Jing, Raymond, or Long Wu to cultivate such a combat body, even in thousands of years. The three of them had huge gains, and so did Lin Feng. He discovered that many new substances could divide cells, but it seemed to be somewhat difficult to divide his cells further. It was already very difficult to divide it once or twice like the giant flower. Hence, Lin Feng obtained most of the new substances. The increase in his combat body was not a lot, and it only increased from 9.6 billion kilometers to 10 billion kilometers. 10 billion kilometers was simply a behemoth among venerables. With the thousand-fold enhancement by the advanced planetary law, Lin Feng's combat body was almost comparable to 10 trillion kilometers. A light year was only over 94.4 trillion kilometers. Lin Feng's strength had already exceeded a combat body of 1 light year. He was a genuine Grand Emperor. Although they were both venerables, Lin Feng's combat body alone was countless times stronger than Long Wu's. This was partly due to the planetary consummate combat body, but also partly due to the giant flower. That chaotic energy had really improved Lin Feng's combat body by a lot. Lin Feng knew very well that if he wanted to continue cultivating the consummate combat body, it would be the consummate combat body of advanced planetary life forms. He would have to rely on the extremely mysterious chaotic energy. However, where did the chaotic energy come from? There was none in the entire universe. It could only enter the universe from the chaos outside the universe during the Big Bang. Without chaotic energy, it would be a fool's dream for Lin Feng to master the consummate combat body again. It was too difficult, even harder than becoming a Grand Emperor. At this point, it no longer had anything to do with perception or aptitude. What was lacking was high-level energy. Actually, the fact that Lin Feng was able to reach this point meant he had already surpassed countless people. He had even already surpassed Grand Emperors. After all, he had transformed into a venerable with a planetary consummate combat body. Even if he could not cultivate the consummate combat body at the level of a venerable, even if he transformed into an ultimate planetary life form with his current combat body, he would still surpass most Grand Emperors, and become the top Grand Emperor. This was Lin Feng's unique advantage. It was because he had cultivated the consummate combat body after 5 life transitions, and then cultivated the consummate combat body again after 6 life transitions. This was the foundation, solidified step by step. It was precisely because of this solid foundation that Lin Feng could surpass most cultivators in the universe at each step. Even if other cultivators wanted to catch up, they would have to work countless times harder, and it might even be impossible for them to succeed. For example, if Long Wu wanted to surpass Lin Feng, he would have to cultivate the consummate combat body at the venerable level. Long Wu only had a mere 60 million kilometer combat body now. Even Lin Feng, who had a 10 billion kilometer combat body now, was not confident that he could cultivate the consummate combat body, let alone Long Wu, who did not even have 1% of Lin Feng's combat body. Although there were infinite possibilities in the universe, if Long Wu wanted to cultivate the consummate combat body, there was probably only a theoretical possibility. Once someone was a step ahead, they would be ahead for every step. Similarly, being 1 step behind meant lagging behind for every step. Lin Feng had more potential than a Grand Emperor. Once he advanced to the level of a Grand Emperor, he might become the strongest Grand Emperor. Hence, although he had already become a Grand Emperor, he did not want to miss the 3rd and 4th waves of the Big Bang. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and practically the only opportunity to obtain chaotic energy. At this moment, Lin Feng had already led Raymond and the others far away from the area of the second explosion. Many cultivators also retreated one after another. After all, the third wave of the Big Bang was about to begin. Even a Grand Emperor would not dare to resist the Big Bang head-on, let alone cultivators below the level of Grand Emperors. Grand Emperor of Annihilation. Lin Feng stood silently in the cosmos, looking at the cosmic wave in the distance. He was still waiting quietly for the arrival of the third wave of the Big Bang. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Grand Emperor Scorpius. Lin Feng was stunned. It was actually Grand Emperor Scorpius. It's really you, Grand Emperor of Annihilation. I heard rumors that someone broke through to become a Grand Emperor at the last minute, and fought with Grand Emperor Igneous. However, he's an advanced planetary life form and has comprehended advanced planetary laws. I guess then that it must be you. As expected, Grand Emperor Scorpius had quite a deep impression of Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had used the alias Wanderer back then, how could Grand Emperor Scorpius really consider Lin Feng a wanderer? Grand Emperor Scorpius was also here for this Big Bang. For the first and second waves of the Big Bang, Grand Emperor Scorpius was uninterested. He did not expect to receive news about Lin Feng by chance, and that Lin Feng would become the Grand Emperor of Annihilation. Grand Emperor Scorpius, back then, I only wanted to know the difference between myself and a Grand Emperor. That's why I was so impudent as to challenge Grand Emperor Scorpius. I apologize for offending you. Lin Feng also bowed in salute. It could be considered an apology to Grand Emperor Scorpius. After all, what he did back then was a little unfair. He had challenged Grand Emperor Scorpius for no reason. Fortunately, neither side had suffered any losses. Haha, Grand Emperor of Annihilation, no discord, no concord. Moreover, you dared to challenge a Grand Emperor as a mere elementary planetary life form back then. It will definitely become a legend in the future. Why would I blame you? The Grand Emperor Scorpius was rather magnanimous. Although he was a Grand Emperor, he did not have much influence. He was the Dominus of the Scorpius domain himself, a famous greater Dominus of the North River Galaxy. However, such a faction was nothing much. Many of the experts who had become Grand Emperors in the universe were from Divine King-level factions, and even Divine Venerable-level factions. They were far from what an itinerant cultivator like Grand Emperor Scorpius could compare to. Of course, with Grand Emperor Scorpius's strength, if he was willing to join Divine King-level or even Divine Venerable-level factions, he would immediately receive favorable treatment. After all, Grand Emperor Scorpius was not a weakling. He was a hegemon no matter where he went. However, Grand Emperor Scorpius was unwilling to be constrained. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the North River Galaxy in the first place. Lin Feng had boundless potential. Since he knew Lin Feng, Grand Emperor Scorpius was naturally willing to befriend him. You're Lin Feng, a disciple of the Divine Palace of Bamond. It's simply absurd that old Igneous was willing to admit that you're a Grand Emperor. How dare a mere venerable call himself a Grand Emperor? Suddenly, a cold voice entered Lin Feng's ears. Even Grand Emperor Scorpius's expression changed slightly. These words were simply the most severe provocation to a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked into the depths of the universe. Chapter 530, An Inexplicable Mortal Grudge. Chapter 530, An Inexplicable Mortal Grudge. In the depths of the universe, a figure with fiery red hair and a burly build like a small giant strolled over. His body emitted a powerful aura. As soon as he appeared, many laws in the universe retreated. A Grand Emperor. This was another Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor Gushi. The Grand Emperor Scorpius's tone was solemn as he called out the name of this unfamiliar Grand Emperor. However, he was actually introducing him to Lin Feng. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, this Grand Emperor Gushi is close with Grand Emperor Igneous. He probably can't stand Grand Emperor Igneous becoming your stepping stone to get to your position, so he's making things hard for you with his remarks. Grand Emperor Scorpius sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. How interesting. Even Grand Emperor Igneous did not show up, but this Grand Emperor Gushi did. Could he be stronger than Grand Emperor Igneous? Grand Emperor Gushi glanced coldly at Grand Emperor Scorpius and frowned slightly. Could the Grand Emperor of Annihilation be related to Grand Emperor Scorpius? But it didn't seem like the case either. Hence, Grand Emperor Gushi ignored Grand Emperor Scorpius and stared coldly at Lin Feng. Grand Emperor Gushi, you want to stand up for Grand Emperor Igneous? Lin Feng asked directly. It's one thing for old Igneous to embarrass himself, but he actually dragged the other Grand Emperors like us down to the level of a mere venerable too. A venerable is just a venerable. You'll never become a Grand Emperor. You can try if I'm a Grand Emperor for yourself. You're just a venerable. I'll show you what a true Grand Emperor is like. Do you think that Grand Emperor Igneous isn't a true Grand Emperor? You. Grand Emperor Gushi gritted his teeth in anger, but he seemed to be wary about something and had no intention of attacking. Instead, his face was dark from anger. What, you don't dare to fight? I think you're not Grand Emperor Gushi, but Grand Emperor Windbag. Lin Feng was not afraid of verbal altercations. As for offending a Grand Emperor completely, Lin Feng cared even less about it. Although Grand Emperor Gushi was a veteran Grand Emperor, Lin Feng was not afraid of him if they really fought. Moreover, Lin Feng had the tidal combat body, the greater annihilative combat body, and even the void traversal combat body. Among his 3 laws, there was also the precious law of space. They were all advanced planetary laws, and each had its own wonders. Forget about Grand Emperor Gushi, even if a few more Grand Emperors came, Lin Feng could leave whenever he pleased. No one could keep him here. As soon as the words, Grand Emperor Windbag, were spoken, many surrounding cultivators could not help but smile. Grand Emperor Scorpius even laughed out loud. Haha, Grand Emperor Gushi, when did you become Grand Emperor Windbag? How dare a mere venerable say this? Grand Emperor Gushi had lived for countless millennia. Never had he been mocked like this. For a moment, his killing intent surged as he glared at Lin Feng. Grand Emperor Scorpius, why didn't Grand Emperor Gushi attack after I humiliated him with words like this? Lin Feng could sense Grand Emperor Scorpius's affinity to him. Moreover, Grand Emperor Scorpius did not hesitate at all when facing Grand Emperor Gushi. He could be considered to be on Lin Feng's side. Hence, Lin Feng did not hesitate and asked Grand Emperor Scorpius directly. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, the 3rd wave of the Big Bang is imminent. Grand Emperor Gushi is probably appearing at this time to fight for the new substances during the 3rd wave of the Big Bang. This is an opportunity he's been waiting for a long time. If he engages you in a great battle, he'll miss the opportunity. Lin Feng nodded. From the looks of it, Grand Emperor Gushi really just wanted to vent some frustration verbally, humiliate Lin Feng, and avenge his old friend, Grand Emperor Igneous. However, he did not expect to be so angered by Lin Feng that his entire body trembled, and even received the crude nickname of Grand Emperor Windbag. In the eyes of Grand Emperor Gushi, this was simply a great humiliation. Just like that, Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Gushi had inexplicably become mortal enemies. As long as Lin Feng was still around, Grand Emperor Windbag would probably continue to make a laughingstock out of Grand Emperor Gushi. Although he had inexplicably become mortal enemies with the Grand Emperor, Lin Feng did not care much about it. If not for the fact that Grand Emperor Gushi had taken the initiative to provoke him, would he have countered it? Moreover, although he was a venerable and had just obtained the combat power of a Grand Emperor, he was not a pushover to just any Grand Emperor. Lin Feng would even like to use Grand Emperor Gushi to establish his authority. In any case, they had become mortal enemies. If it could not be resolved, they could only think of ways to kill the other party. Grand Emperor Gushi stopped talking. Occasionally, his gaze filled with killing intent would linger on Lin Feng. At this moment, Raymond came over, followed by Yu Jing and Long Wu. Greetings, Grand Emperors. The three of them bowed respectfully to Grand Emperor Scorpius and looked at Lin Feng. What is it? Grand Emperor, we've just discussed it. We've already obtained a lot of new substances in the first two waves of the Big Bang. The gains this time have long exceeded our imagination. Therefore, we have decided to not participate in the third wave of the Big Bang. Oh, you're not participating anymore. Lin Feng looked at Raymond in surprise. Who would worry about having too much new substance? Raymond said helplessly, Grand Emperor, I'm afraid even some Grand Emperors will participate in this third wave of the Big Bang. If we continue to participate, it'll probably get too dangerous. Lin Feng understood now. Raymond and the others had a clear understanding of the current situation. In the past, basically only cultivators below the level of Grand Emperors would compete for new substances during the first three waves of the Big Bang. Grand Emperors thought little of them, and generally would not participate. However, something seemed to be different this time. Even Grand Emperors seemed to be tempted to participate in the third wave of the Big Bang. In fact, Grand Emperor Igneous even participated in the second wave. This was somewhat unusual. Raymond and the others were actually very rational to see the situation clearly, restrain their greed, and take the initiative to give up on participating in the third wave. Lin Feng did not need to guess to know that this must be Raymond's decision. After Raymond and the others bade farewell and left, Grand Emperor Scorpius also nodded approvingly and said, they know when to advance and when to retreat, and are not controlled by greed. Not bad, these three people are worth befriending. Even Grand Emperor Scorpius approved of Raymond and the others. Just the gains from the first two waves had benefited the three of them infinitely. There was no need to continue taking risks. Only by knowing when to advance and retreat, and not being controlled by greed, could one advance further on the path of cultivation. Grand Emperor Scorpius, you want to participate in the third wave of the Big Bang too? That is right. Grand Emperor Scorpius nodded. This made Lin Feng even more confused. Don't Grand Emperors refrain from participating in the first three waves? Why are there exceptions this time? Grand Emperor of Annihilation, you do not know. Grand Emperor Scorpius, please enlighten me. Grand Emperor Scorpius thought for a moment and said, you weren't a Grand Emperor before, so you might not have received the news. The scale of this Big Bang far exceeds that of past ones, and it can spew out a large amount of new matter. It has even attracted some Grand Emperors and Divine King-level experts who have settled down in the depths of the universe. Hence, the Grand Emperors can no longer wait, and are already participating in the Big Bang during the third wave. I see. Lin Feng nodded. So this was the background of the Big Bang. The scale was far larger than before. Then, perhaps new substances containing chaotic energy would appear in the third wave of the Big Bang. This was very attractive to the various Grand Emperors indeed. Lin Feng was no exception. He needed more chaotic energy to further promote his combat body, and even push it to consummation. Again. Hence, if chaotic energy appeared in this third wave of the Big Bang, Lin Feng was determined to obtain it. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze swept across the distant Grand Emperor Gushi. A thought in his mind became even stronger. Grand Emperor Scorpius, I have already made a mortal enemy of Grand Emperor Gushi. If we meet, we will definitely fight to the death. Therefore, I must get rid of Grand Emperor Gushi. I need the Grand Emperor Scorpius's help for this. What is your answer? With that, Lin Feng stared intently at Grand Emperor Scorpius. Whether they became acquainted after a fight, hit it off at first sight, or were having a pleasant conversation, and northwest matter how close they were now, none of it could erase the fact that they had only just met. Grand Emperor Scorpius clearly wanted to befriend Lin Feng, and even wanted to team up with him to participate in the third wave of the Big Bang, in order to compete for new substances with the other Grand Emperors. How could Lin Feng trust Grand Emperor Scorpius? After all, both parties had stayed in the North River Galaxy before, and had seen too many betrayals for benefits. The fact that Lin Feng had made this request so rashly was also a test. Grand Emperor Scorpius naturally knew this. Hence, it was up to Grand Emperor Scorpius to weigh the pros and cons now. The atmosphere between the two of them chilled all of a sudden, as if cold water had been poured on it. Lin Feng smiled all of a sudden and said slowly, "That was a difficult request on my behalf. Grand Emperor Scorpius, forget it." Lin Feng's tone was very calm, as if nothing had happened just now. However, Grand Emperor Scorpius knew that this was obvious. Distancing. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, you underestimate me too much. I see nothing difficult about killing a mere Grand Emperor Gushi. Grand Emperor Scorpius sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. His tone was filled with determination, as if he had already made up his mind. Good. I was right about you, Grand Emperor Scorpius. Lin Feng laughed heartily. The two of them chatted amicably, like old friends who had reunited after a long time. No one would believe that Grand Emperor Scorpius and Lin Feng had only truly met today. Who would have thought that the two of them, who had just met, would already be plotting in secret to kill a Grand Emperor? This was too insane. It might be easy to defeat a Grand Emperor, but very difficult to kill one. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, when should we attack? A sharp glint flashed across Grand Emperor Scorpius's eyes as well. It seemed like he was also a very bold Grand Emperor. If they failed to kill Grand Emperor Gushi, it would be a feud to the death. Once the third wave of the Big Bang has calmed down, we'll attack immediately. At that time, most of the Grand Emperors will enter the third wave of explosions at the first opportunity. They'll all be fighting for new substances with all their might. Grand Emperor Gushi will definitely let his guard down. Then, we'll kill Grand Emperor Gushi directly with overwhelming force. A trace of killing intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. For some reason, Grand Emperor Gushi had become mortal enemies with him. Since they were mortal enemies, he had to do everything he could to kill his enemy, even if the other party was a Grand Emperor. To other Grand Emperors, it might be very difficult to kill a Grand Emperor, but to Lin Feng, who had the greater annihilative combat body and comprehended the law of annihilation, killing a Grand Emperor was not that far-fetched. The most important thing was that someone had to hold off Grand Emperor Gushi for him, and Grand Emperor Scorpius was the most suitable candidate. Chapter 531, Die. Chapter 531, Die. Grand Emperor of Annihilation. In the depths of the universe, Grand Emperor Gushi, who appeared like a miniature giant, stared coldly at Lin Feng. He originally wanted to ridicule Lin Feng on behalf of his old friend, Grand Emperor Igneous. Even if Lin Feng had the strength of a Grand Emperor, he was still a new Grand Emperor. How would he dare to talk back to a veteran Grand Emperor like him? However, the truth disappointed him. He was even very furious. He failed to stand up for another and was ridiculed instead, even earning the title of Grand Emperor Windbag. There was no knowing how many Grand Emperors would mock him with this in the future. This was simply a great humiliation. As long as Lin Feng was around, his moniker of Grand Emperor Windbag would always be brought up. Such a great humiliation made Grand Emperor Gushi loathe him deeply, and even develop killing intent towards him. Humph, you're only a newborn Grand Emperor. After the Big Bang is over, Igneous and I can kill you with ease. So what if there's a divine king-level faction behind you? Grand Emperor Gushi developed the intent to kill Lin Feng, and even wanted to join forces with Grand Emperor Igneous to kill Lin Feng. As for the divine palace of Bamand behind Lin Feng, although it was a divine king-level faction, Grand Emperor Gushi did not care. He and Grand Emperor Igneous also had powerful factions behind them. They did not necessarily have to be afraid of the divine palace of Bamand. At this moment, Grand Emperor Gushi's gaze met Lin Feng's. Both of them smiled coldly, each making their own plans. As time passed, the third wave of the Big Bang was about to arrive. Explosions came from the depths of the cosmic membrane, growing louder till deafening. Rumble. Finally, the cosmic membrane erupted completely, and a terrifying torrent swept over. The terrifying power swept through everything. In the torrent, all space and laws were shattered and reduced to dust. There was only a terrifying destructive power. Before this destructive power, even Grand Emperor were so insignificant. They did not dare to resist this torrent at all. This was only the third wave. If it were the fourth, fifth, or even sixth wave, then, even a divine king would be easily reduced to ashes by that destructive power. It's here. The third wave surged over. The rumbling was incessant, like a cosmic storm. Even from afar, Lin Feng could feel it. Those cultivators below the level of Grand Emperors all turned pale, and began feeling some regret. This is the third wave of the Big Bang. It's too terrifying. Once one enters such a terrifying wave, probably only those who are venerables can withstand it. Even a venerable would find it difficult to move. Why is the impact of the first three waves of the Big Bang so huge? It seems somewhat different from the information. Forget it. With such a terrifying impact, we won't be able to forage for a large area even if we enter. Moreover, it's very dangerous. It's better not to enter. Many cultivators were really deterred by this terrifying wave. The cosmic wave was too violent. If they entered rashly, even a venerable would be in danger. Perhaps only those top-notch venerables, quasi-emperors, and even grand emperors could move freely inside without being affected. Lin Feng only stared at the black wave. Although he had seen the first and second waves of the Big Bang, he had yet to undergo metamorphosis back then, and was only an elementary planetary life form. In different realms, one would see things with different perspectives. It was the same cosmic explosion, but this time, Lin Feng could clearly sense that apart from the aura of destruction in this explosion, there was also a faint aura of rebirth. Destruction and rebirth. The Big Bang did not just involve destruction, but also rebirth. Otherwise, if there was only blind destruction, wouldn't even the universe itself be destroyed? However, the Big Bang had happened so many times. When had the universe really been destroyed? The power of rebirth. Where did the rebirth come from? Lin Feng's mental power tried to analyze the tides of the Big Bang, especially the power of rebirth inside. He had a vague feeling that this might be very helpful to him for comprehending laws. However, Lin Feng did not have much time to analyze the power of rebirth. The Big Bang was almost entirely filled with destructive power. Analyzing the annihilative power within allowed Lin Feng's law of annihilation to improve at a godly speed instead. The terrifying Big Bang swept through the entire cosmos, instantly enveloping an area of 5 light-years. That was the area covered by the second wave of the Big Bang. However, the third wave of the Big Bang swept directly over 5 light-years, and even surged towards 10 or 20 light-years. The third wave of the Big Bang could cover an area of dozens of light-years. It would be enough for even a dozen or so Grand Emperors to fight with their combat bodies simultaneously. How many new substances could be sprayed out in this area of dozens of light-years? All the cultivators were waiting. Although many cultivators were stunned by this wave, those top-notch venerables and quasi-emperors were all eyeing it menacingly. It was the same for even Venerable Starfall, Betas, and the Dark Venerable. They were also prepared to enter the third wave of the Big Bang to take a gamble. After all, when the second wave of Big Bang erupted, Lin Feng had plundered a large amount of new substances. So they did not have many gains. However, Grand Emperors would probably participate in the third wave of the Big Bang. It was already quite unlikely for even top-notch venerables and quasi-emperors to obtain new substances as easily as during the first and second waves. Lin Feng was also making preparations, but his gaze was fixed on Grand Emperor Gushi. At this moment, Grand Emperor Gushi was completely unaware. He even felt a little excited. After waiting for so long, he could finally show his prowess. The thing he wanted to do the most now was to enter the cosmic tide. It would be best if he was lucky enough to obtain more new substances, so that his strength could increase. Not everyone could endure the torment of seeing no improvement in their strength at all for tens of thousands of years. Even though Grand Emperors had almost infinite lives, they still had aspirations. And their only pursuit was strength. So many Grand Emperors. Lin Feng would also observe the situation of the other Grand Emperors. Indeed, Many Grand Emperors also participated in the third wave of the Big Bang. Although not all Grand Emperors participated, a considerable portion of them were making preparations. Intense competition was destined to happen for the third wave of the Big Bang. There were even many Grand Emperors. Soon, Grand Emperor Scorpius was also paying attention to Grand Emperor Gushi. Since he had already promised Lin Feng, Grand Emperor, Scorpius would naturally do his best. In terms of strength alone, Grand Emperor Scorpius was even slightly stronger than Grand Emperor Gushi. Grand Emperor Gushi still did not know that he had been targeted by two Grand Emperors. He watched as the cosmic wave gradually subsided. Many cultivators were already rushing into the cosmic wave eagerly. Hence, Grand Emperor Gushi could not wait anymore as well. With a flash, he charged into the cosmic wave. This is the time. Let's go. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius moved immediately and followed closely behind into the cosmic wave. New substance. New substance as soon as I've entered. Looks like I'll have a lot of gains this time. Grand Emperor Gushi was in a very good mood. As soon as he entered the cosmic wave, he discovered a new substance. Although a few cultivators discovered it at the same time, those cultivators were only venerables and quasi-emperors. How could they dare to compete with him? Boom. Suddenly, just as Gushi was about to reach out and retrieve these new substances, two frightening auras erupted, and a terrifying power instantly locked onto his body. Grand Emperor Gushi, die. A cold voice sounded in Emperor Gushi's ears like a thunderclap. Chapter 532, The Fall of a Grand Emperor. Chapter 532, The Fall of a Grand Emperor. What? Grand Emperor Gushi was surprised beyond comprehension. They had just discovered a new substance, and someone was already competing for it. Something's wrong. There's killing intent, very strong killing intent. Someone wants to kill me. Grand Emperor Gushi thought that someone was fighting with him for the new substance, but came to a realization. Why would someone develop killing intent when fighting for the new substance? And one so intense at that. When he saw the other party, he was even more certain that someone wanted to kill him. Grand Emperor Scorpius, how dare you? Grand Emperor Gushi roared angrily and immediately used his combat body. The mighty combat body expanded all of a sudden, and a combat body of 1 light-year stretched across the cosmos, meeting the palm of Grand Emperor Scorpius with a strike of his own. Boom. This was a true battle between Grand Emperors. There was nothing fancy about it, and it was a head-on clash. The two Grand Emperor both had a combat body of 1 light-year. Even if Grand Emperor Scorpius's combat body was slightly larger, this slight amount would not make any difference at all. What's going on? Grand Emperors are battling. Could another precious new substance be discovered? The third wave of the Big Bang has just begun, and the competition is already so intense. Even Grand Emperors are willing to fight for it. And we're still hoping to get anything here. Better leave quickly. Many cultivators who were the first to enter the wave felt their hearts clench. This third wave of the Big Bang had just begun. If even Grand Emperors were fighting with their lives to compete, what could cultivators below the level of Grand Emperors do by joining in? For a moment, many venerables and quasi-emperors below the level of Grand Emperor regretted entering the third wave of the Big Bang. Many cultivators even thought of retreating. It was not too late to leave now. However, those cultivators did not see Grand Emperor Scorpius and Grand Emperor Gushi fight. They did not know that in reality, the two Grand Emperors were not fighting over a new substance. Some cultivators who had yet to enter the wave, or those who happened to be nearby, were all dumbfounded. The three quasi-emperors, the Dark Venerable, Venerable Starfall, and Betas, happened to not have entered in time. They personally witnessed Grand Emperor Scorpius attack Grand Emperor Gushi directly. The three of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Although they were not Grand Emperors, they could still sense the killing intent of Grand Emperor Scorpius. Moreover, fighting directly before the competition for new substances had even begun meant this was no longer about competing for new substances. This was especially the case when there was still a Grand Emperor of Annihilation behind the Grand Emperor Scorpius. Could it be that? A bold thought appeared in the three of their minds, but this was just too insane. Grand Emperor of Annihilation had just become a Grand Emperor. How could he dare to do this? Haha, Grand Emperor Gushi, you are dead today. Grand Emperor Scorpius's words were deafening. At the same time, Grand Emperor Scorpius's combat body charged over and collided fiercely with the Grand Emperor Gushi's combat body. Even the one light-year combat body seemed to be unable to withstand it. Then, Grand Emperor Scorpius took this opportunity to grab the combat body of Grand Emperor Gushi. Now is the time. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He immediately manifested the greater annihilative combat body. The 10 billion kilometer combat body appeared tiny in front of the two Grand Emperors. However, as soon as Lin Feng manifested his combat body, Grand Emperor Gushi sensed intense danger. Scorpius, Annihilation, you want to kill me? Arg, no one could kill me in billions of years. Apocalypse Galaxy, erupt. Grand Emperor Gushi sensed danger, but he was also incomparably furious. He had roamed the universe for billions of years. After he became a Grand Emperor, even when he fought with Grand Emperors, he had never encountered danger. Now, Grand Emperor Scorpius had actually joined forces with a mere venerable who had the combat power of a Grand Emperor, Lin Feng, to kill him. How could Grand Emperor Gushi tolerate this? Hence, Grand Emperor Gushi erupted. He opened his mouth and spat out a sphere as huge as a star. Then, the sphere exploded with a bang. This was his origin weapon, and it was a single-use origin weapon that had been nurtured for countless years. The longer it took, the stronger his origin weapon would become. This was Grand Emperor Gushi's life-saving item. If one was not careful, even a Grand Emperor would be severely injured by it. Every Grand Emperor had such a life-saving trump card. Although Grand Emperor Gushi was very angry, he was also very decisive. He directly unleashed his trump card. Grand Emperor Igneous became on guard, but he was not too surprised. Instead, he sneered, I was already prepared for this move of yours. Galaxy Barrier, block. Grand Emperor Scorpius reached out and waved his hand. A multicolored sphere of starlight vaguely enveloped the Apocalypse Galaxy of Grand Emperor Gushi at once. No matter how the Apocalypse Galaxy erupted, the Galaxy Barrier only dimmed a lot, but still resisted it. This scene made even Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. As expected, all of these veteran Grand Emperors who had lived for countless years had their trump card. If one could not figure out their trump card, they would probably be in trouble. Even if Lin Feng was the one facing the Apocalypse Galaxy of Grand Emperor Gushi, when it exploded at once, Lin Feng would still be severely injured even with the tidal combat body. However, he also had trump cards, which were the Void Traversal Combat Body and the Law of Space. Even in a one-on-one battle, Lin Feng could guarantee that he could suppress Grand Emperor Gushi. After all, although the Apocalypse Galaxy was strong, Lin Feng's Void Traversal Combat Body could enter the spatial passage at any time. No matter how powerful it was was useless. Seeing that Grand Emperor Scorpius had really trapped Grand Emperor Gushi, although it was only temporary, it was enough for Lin Feng. Annihilate. Lin Feng's combat body erupted completely. His 10 billion kilometer combat body, accompanied by the advanced law of annihilation, crushed down majestically. With a palm strike, the terrifying annihilative power made even Grand Emperor Gushi feel the threat of death. No, no. Grand Emperor Gushi roared in a frenzy, trying to break free from Grand Emperor Scorpius's restraints. Although Grand Emperor Scorpius could not kill Grand Emperor Gushi, he could still trap him for a period of time. Since he had promised Lin Feng, Grand Emperor Scorpius would naturally give it its all. Die. As Lin Feng's palm struck down, his combat body, which had power equivalent to 10 trillion kilometers, erupted with a bang. This power already slightly exceeded the combat bodies of Grand Emperor Scorpius and Grand Emperor Gushi. Hence, Grand Emperor Gushi's combat body collapsed instantly. If Lin Feng was alone, Grand Emperor Gushi could leave at any time. Or if it was just Grand Emperor Scorpius alone, Grand Emperor Guxi's combat body could also recover rapidly. However, Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius were both present. One person would restrain him, and the other would kill him. Lin Feng's palm directly shattered about 20% of Grand Emperor Guxi's combat body. This was already very terrifying. Even if a Grand Emperor was stronger than the other party, it would still be rather difficult to kill a Grand Emperor. Even if a few Grand Emperors surrounded one and attacked together, they might not be able to succeed. Lin Feng destroyed 20% of Grand Emperor Guxi's combat body at once, but Grand Emperor Guxi quickly recovered. Trying to kill me? Not so easy. Grand Emperor Guxi had also gone insane. He struggled with all his might. Even Grand Emperor Scorpius could barely suppress him. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, I can't hold out much longer. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He sneered, it's fine. He can't escape now. In that case, void traversal combat body. Rumble. Lin Feng used another combat body. This was his trump card, but in order to kill Emperor Guxi now, he had no choice but to expose his trump card. However, it did not matter if it was exposed. In the past, Lin Feng was weak, but now, he was comparable to a Grand Emperor, and was the dignified Grand Emperor of Annihilation. If certain things were exposed, so be it. It didn't matter much. As Lin Feng switched to another combat body, everyone was shocked. 3 combat bodies. Lin Feng actually had 3 combat bodies. The tidal combat body, the greater annihilative combat body, and now the void traversal combat body. What kind of aptitude was this? Moreover, what was even more terrifying was the laws. If Lin Feng's 3 combat bodies were all comparable to a Grand Emperor's, it could only mean one thing: Lin Feng had comprehended 3 laws, and had comprehended all 3 laws to the advanced planetary level. Only then could it be enhanced by 1,000-fold, allowing all 3 combat bodies to be comparable on par with a Grand Emperor's. He possessed 3 combat bodies and comprehended 3 types of advanced planetary laws. Such talent was rare to the extreme, even in the vast universe. So it's true. So he does have 3 combat bodies and 3 advanced planetary laws. Grand Emperor Scorpius's eyes widened. Actually, he had already guessed somewhat about this. After all, Lin Feng had used spatial warp to leave in front of him back then. However, Lin Feng had never used the void traversal combat body, so Grand Emperor Scorpius could not be sure. Now, Lin Feng had finally used his trump card. How could he conceal his trump card when he wanted to kill a Grand Emperor? Even Grand Emperor Scorpius had used his trump card. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius could be considered to have met each other with honesty. Both of them had exposed their trump cards. Spatial Sunder. Lin Feng's goal in using the void traversal combat body was very clear, and that was to use Spatial Sunder. Even space had already been shattered by the impact of the Big Bang, these spatial fragments still possessed powerful lethality. In particular, when Lin Feng used the void traversal combat body, spatial power quickly enveloped Great Emperor Guxi's combat body. There was a ripping noise. The 1 light-year combat body of Grand Emperor Guxi was actually instantly sliced into countless pieces by Lin Feng's Spatial Sunder. Lin Feng's face was a little pale. This was the first time he had used the void traversal combat body offensively, and it was to attack a Great Emperor. Fortunately, this Grand Emperor was trapped by Grand Emperor Scorpius. Otherwise, Lin Feng's Spatial Sunder might not actually have worked. Even if it did, it was impossible to cut through Grand Emperor Guxi's 1 light-year combat body at once. Under Lin Feng's Spatial Sunder, Grand Emperor Guxi's combat body shattered. But how powerful was the life force of a Grand Emperor's combat body? It immediately began to mend again. However, how could Lin Feng let Grand Emperor Guxi have his way? He switched to the greater annihilative combat body almost immediately and slammed down with his palm. Annihilative power erupted in a frenzy. Boom. 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 Palm after palm, Lin Feng instantly struck out countless times. The annihilative power quickly seeped into the severed combat body of Grand Emperor Gushi, quickly destroying the cells of the Grand Emperor Gushi's combat body. 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%, 70%. In the blink of an eye, Grand Emperor Gushi's struggles became weaker and weaker, and his combat body was only left with the last 10%. This was no longer a matter of severe injuries, but the possibility of really dying at any moment. No, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, we have no feud with each other. No feud. You probably hated me to the bone previously and wanted to kill me for a long time, right? We were mortal enemies from the moment you stood up for Grand Emperor Igneous. So, die. Perhaps Grand Emperor Igneous will avenge you. A cold smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips, and he suddenly slammed his palm down. No. Grand Emperor Gushi's terrified roar was already drowned out by the sound of his combat body being annihilated. In the blink of an eye, Grand Emperor Gushi disappeared and turned into cosmic dust, as if he had never existed. At this moment, even the cosmos shook. The laws wailed and trembled violently, rippling in all directions in the universe. Countless cultivators sensed it. The laws were wailing. A Grand Emperor had fallen. Chapter 533, Tremors. Chapter 533, Tremors. In the cosmos, Grand Emperor Igneous was foraging for new substances. Suddenly, terrifying fluctuations came from the cosmos. Even from afar, one could sense how intense these fluctuations were. It was clearly a battle between Grand Emperors. Grand Emperors are fighting. There's such a strong fluctuation. Which two Grand Emperors are fighting? Grand Emperor Igneous was a little surprised. Although there would be Grand Emperors participating in the third wave of the Big Bang. And there were quite a number of them this time, very few Grand Emperors would really fight it out. After all, it was too difficult to defeat a Grand Emperor one-on-one, let alone kill them. Grand Emperor Igneous did not pay much attention to it. What he cared about was new substances. As long as he could find new substances, preferably ones with chaotic energy, he could increase his strength again. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had obtained the giant flower containing chaotic energy. He had even become a stepping stone to Lin Feng when ascending to the position of Grand Emperor. However, Grand Emperor Igneous did not care too much about such things either. He was a Grand Emperor, and his life was infinite. It was just a minor setback for a time. If Lin Feng had the combat power of a Grand Emperor, he was a Grand Emperor, and was qualified to obtain the giant flower. As for himself, he would keep searching. He would find something eventually. Grand Emperor Igneous was rather open-minded. He did not expect that his matter would lead to great disaster. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a wail in the cosmos. The surrounding laws were trembling and even manifested. What's going on? Grand Emperor Igneous frowned. Then, after checking carefully, his heart skipped a beat. The law were wailing. A Grand Emperor had fallen. A Grand Emperor has fallen. Which Grand Emperor has fallen? The fall of a Grand Emperor was earth-shattering. Even the laws would wail, and the cosmos would tremble. After so many years, very few Grand Emperors had fallen in the entire universe. Although the competition for the Big Bang would be intense, and there was a possibility that even Grand Emperors and Divine Kings would fall, this was only the third wave of the Big Bang. Not many Grand Emperors would participate in the first place. How could a Grand Emperor already have fallen? Although Grand Emperor Igneous was very shocked, he was also very confused. Which Grand Emperor had actually fallen? The battle must have been very intense. However, he was already 10 light-years deep. The fluctuations were already very weak by the time they transmitted over. Looks like I have to be careful in the future. A Grand Emperor actually died as early as during the third wave of the Big Bang. Grand Emperor Igneous became more vigilant and continued to search for new substances. The fall of a Grand Emperor, the wailing of laws, and the shaking of the cosmos sent fluctuations far and wide. Those cultivators who went deep into the cosmic tide, or those who were planning to enter the cosmic tide, were all stunned and deeply shaken. A Grand Emperor had fallen. This had happened during the Big Bang before, when even divine kings might fall, let alone a Grand Emperor. However, this was only the third wave of the Big Bang, and a Grand Emperor had already fallen. This was not a good sign. Which Grand Emperor is it? Countless cultivators were inquiring about it. The death of a Grand Emperor had caused a huge shock. Some timid cultivators were even considering retreating in advance. At this moment, Betas, Venerable Starfall, and the Dark Venerable all looked at each other. They had personally witnessed the death of a Grand Emperor. It was originally just a guess, but it turned out to be the truth. Grand Emperor Gushi has fallen, and he was killed by Grand Emperor of Annihilation. If I'm not wrong, what the Grand Emperor of Annihilation used was some kind of spatial combat body at the end. He used spatial sunder to sever Grand Emperor Gushi's combat body into countless pieces, then used the annihilative power of the greater annihilative combat body to annihilate it directly. The tidal combat body, the greater annihilative combat body, and a spatial combat body in the end. Just how many combat bodies has the Grand Emperor of Annihilation cultivated? How many laws has he comprehended? It's a spatial combat body, and it's the void traversal combat body of the Divine Palace of Bamond. With the void traversal combat body and the law of space at the advanced planetary level, the Grand Emperor of Annihilation is already invincible. As long as space can't be completely sealed, even a Grand Emperor stronger than the Grand Emperor of Annihilation can't do anything to the Grand Emperor of Annihilation. This is Grand Emperor of Annihilation's true trump card. The three quasi-emperors looked at each other, their hearts in turmoil. They could not calm down for a long time. Previously, when the Grand Emperor of Annihilation was only a quasi-emperor, they had thought that they had already seen everything there was to Lin Feng. They did not expect that once Lin Feng underwent metamorphosis, he would immediately become on par with Grand Emperors. After Lin Feng became the Grand Emperor of Annihilation, they thought that they had seen through Lin Feng again. However, they did not expect Lin Feng to use 3 combat bodies now, one of which was a spatial combat body. Moreover, he had joined forces with Grand Emperor Scorpius to kill Grand Emperor Gushi. That was a dignified Grand Emperor, yet he was actually killed by Lin Feng, who had just obtained the combat power of a Grand Emperor. From a perspective of cultivation level, Lin Feng was only a venerable. A venerable had killed a Grand Emperor. It was probably one of a kind, even in the universe. From the beginning to the end, they had never seen through Lin Feng. It was as if Lin Feng would give them a surprise at any moment. Are we still going to participate in the third wave of the Big Bang? Betas developed the vague intention to quit. Strangely enough, the 3 of them became acquainted with each other after their fight, and had actually temporarily joined forces as they prepared to search for new substances in the third wave of the Big Bang. But now, they saw Lin Feng join forces with Grand Emperor Scorpius to fight a great battle with Grand Emperor Gushi, and even kill him in the end. With the death of a Grand Emperor, the 3 of them were also greatly shocked. They were really spooked. Forget it, the third wave of the Big Bang no longer our battlefield, let alone the 4th and 5th waves. I quit. Venerable Starfall was the first to express his intention of quitting. He did not want to fight for new substances anymore. The circumstances seemed to be very different from what he had imagined. Betas also shook his head and said, I'm quitting too. Even a Grand Emperor has fallen. I don't think I'm stronger than a Grand Emperor. I don't want to die now. Although Betas was a behemoth, it was very prudent. It was precisely because of its prudence that it could survive until now, and was far stronger than other behemoths. Only the Dark Venerable was left. He was silent for a long time. In the end, he turned around and left without saying anything. After the 3 quasi-emperors left, many other cultivators below the level of Grand Emperors also left. The death of a Grand Emperor had caused a huge shock to them. No matter how tempting and miraculous new substances might be, they did not want to take the risk anymore. The Grand Emperor of Annihilation has 3 combat bodies and 3 advanced laws. How incredible! However, we have to be careful of Grand Emperor Igneous. He is close with Grand Emperor Gushi. I'll naturally be careful about Grand Emperor Igneous. However, how close can he be with Grand Emperor Gushi? Can he avenge Grand Emperor Gushi? A playful smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. All those who could cultivate to the realm of Grand Emperors had experienced countless hardships and dangers. Who would put themselves in danger unless absolutely necessary? Only Grand Emperor Gushi had always been known for his fiery temper. In the past, he had offended many Grand Emperors, yet he was still alive and kicking. However, one would have to pay the price for some things eventually. Today, Grand Emperor Gushi had died because of his fiery temper. If not for that fiery temper, how could Lin Feng have formed a grudge with Grand Emperor Gushi? How could Grand Emperor Gushi meet with such a terrible end? It was not that retribution would not come, but that its time had yet to arrive. Grand Emperor Gushi deserved what he got today. The karma he invoked in the past was now repaid. Chapter 534, Types of Origin Weapons. Chapter 534, Types of Origin Weapons. My galaxy barrier will take a long time to recover. If we encounter another Grand Emperor, I'm afraid I won't be able to trap them like before. Grand Emperor Scorpius did not know how Lin Feng would deal with Grand Emperor Igneous. It would not be easy to surround and kill Grand Emperor Igneous again. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "There's no need. Grand Emperor Igneous and I haven't become mortal enemies. If he really wants to avenge Grand Emperor Gushi, it won't be too late to deal with him then. Let's go in now. Otherwise, if we're too late and all the new substances are taken, the gains won't make up for the losses." Grand Emperor Scorpius nodded as well. He had helped Lin Feng to trap Grand Emperor Gushi, and the two could be considered to have established a good extent of trust. Next, the two of them would join forces to search for new substances. How fast was the speed at which the two Grand Emperors used their combat bodies? In particular, Grand Emperors had comprehended laws. Relying on the Grand Emperor's combat body, they could naturally comprehend planetary laws. Even elementary planetary laws were enough to detect the fluctuations of new substances in the cosmic tide. Moreover, there was Lin Feng. He had comprehended advanced laws, so he could probe in a wider and more detailed range. With the two Grand Emperors joining forces, no one dared to stop them wherever they went. Even if some cultivators were the first to discover new substances, it was useless. They could only leave obediently. This was just how domineering Grand Emperors were. Lin Feng did not even need to make any announcements about clearing the site. Everyone who encountered Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius turned around and fled. Hence, Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius gained a lot along the way. There were some new substances that could divide cells, but Lin Feng would not be able to use them to much effect. After all, he had a combat body of 10 billion kilometers. How could it be so easy for his cells to divide? Apart from the new substance that enabled cell division, most of the rest were some peculiar new substances. Most of them were some strange materials. As Lin Feng obtained more and more miraculous materials, new ideas also came to mind. He thought of forging an origin weapon. Before becoming a Grand Emperor, Lin Feng had two origin weapons, the Spear of Destruction and the Black Hole Pearl. However, neither of these two origin weapons were forged by him. The Spear of Destruction was a relic on his home planet. It must have been left behind by a powerful entity on his home planet. It might also involve the secret of his home planet. Lin Feng had yet to figure it out. As for the Black Hole Pearl, it was an origin weapon casually forged by Divine King Bamond after sealing a black hole. It was powerful. But it was single-use, and Lin Feng had already used it. Currently, Lin Feng did not have a single origin weapon on him. Apart from the combat body, the combat power of Grand Emperors mainly came from origin weapons. For example, Grand Emperor Gushi's origin weapon, Apocalypse Galaxy, was rather powerful. If one was not careful, even a Grand Emperor would be severely injured. Fortunately, Grand Emperor Scorpius had the Galaxy Barrier, which happened to counter Grand Emperor Gushi. Otherwise, if it were any other Grand Emperor, they would be severely injured, if not dead. Of course, Lin Feng could use the void traversal combat body to warp space and escape, and would not be affected by the apocalypse. Galaxy of Grand Emperor Gushi. However, how many Grand Emperors had the advanced planetary law of space like Lin Feng? Every Grand Emperor had their own trump card that they would not use unless absolutely necessary. Most of these trump cards were origin weapons, and they were forged and nurtured by these Grand Emperors themselves. Only origin weapons personally forged and nurtured by oneself could be used at will to protect one's life at critical moments. The difference between Lin Feng and the Grand Emperors now was that his cultivation time was too short. He lacked a foundation and did not have any trump cards. His only trump card, the Black Hole Pearl, was forged by Divine King Bamond, and it had already been exhausted. Hence, Lin Feng wanted to use these new materials to forge an origin weapon. However, he only had some ideas now. He still had no clue what kind of origin weapon to forge. Origin weapons are either offensive, defensive, or supportive. These are the three major categories, but supportive origin weapons are actually not very useful to Grand Emperors. Moreover, they are very difficult to forge, and require too many unusual materials. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Defensive and offensive origin weapons were the two major types of origin weapons. However, it was very difficult to excel at both simultaneously. In particular, it had to be helpful to a Grand Emperor. That would be even more difficult. Offensive and defensive origin weapons were also divided into single-use origin weapons and ordinary origin weapons. For example, the Black Hole Pearl was actually a single-use origin weapon. Even the Apocalypse Galaxy of Grand Emperor Gushi was a single-use origin weapon. As for the Spear of Destruction and the Galaxy Barrier, they were ordinary origin weapons that could be used multiple times. If Grand Emperor Gushi's Apocalypse Galaxy could be used for a few times, he probably would not have died in this encounter, because Grand Emperor Scorpius's Galaxy Barrier could only withstand the Apocalypse Galaxy once. If it struck a second time, the Galaxy Barrier would definitely be torn apart. Grand Emperor Gushi would have been able to escape at any time, with Lin Feng unable to do anything about it. Hence, a good origin weapon was very important. It could even save one's life at critical moments. However, the explosive power of an origin weapon like the Apocalypse Galaxy was so terrifying that it definitely could not come from forging ordinary origin weapons. Origin weapons did not have something like grades. They were all roughly estimated according to power. For example, the Black Hole Pearl could contend against a Grand Emperor. A power comparable to a Grand Emperor meant it was a Grand Emperor level origin weapon. Lin Feng's only opponents were Grand Emperors. If he was to forge an origin weapon, he naturally wanted to forge a Grand Emperor level origin weapon. However, he had no clue right now. However, Grand Emperor Scorpius was an experienced Grand Emperor who had lived for innumerable years. He might be able to give Lin Feng some inspirations. Hence, Lin Feng asked Grand Emperor Scorpius, "Grand Emperor Scorpius, what kind of origin weapon did you envision when forging an origin weapon back then?" "I forged my origin weapon back when I was an elementary planetary life form, and it is capable of continuous growth. It's this Galaxy Barrier. I nurtured it for countless years for it to reach its current state. On my path of cultivation, the Galaxy Barrier has saved me more times than I can count." Cultivating an origin weapon as an elementary planetary life form, until it grows to the Grand Emperor level. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He did not expect Grand Emperor Scorpius to have nurtured an origin weapon for so long. However, Grand Emperor Scorpius's Galaxy Barrier was indeed powerful. It could even withstand the terrifying explosive power of the Apocalypse Galaxy. Moreover, it was an origin weapon that could grow continuously. It was already quite rare. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, you also wish to forge an origin weapon. Actually, origin weapons are the best when they are suitable for oneself. An origin weapon can often accompany a cultivator to the peak. As far as I know, the origin weapons of many powerful Divine kings and even divine venerables were all origin weapons that were all nurtured and developed step by step while they were weak. Could it be that your majesty has not refined an origin weapon yet? Grand Emperor Scorpius was a little surprised. Previously, Lin Feng had never used an origin weapon. He had thought that Lin Feng's origin weapon was still too weak, or that Lin Feng was unwilling to expose his trump card. But now, it seemed like Lin Feng did not have an origin weapon at all. Chapter 535, Forging Origin Weapons. Chapter 535, Forging Origin Weapons. Lin Feng smiled weakly and said, I've only cultivated for more than 100 years so far. I've been fully focused on laws and the combat body. How could I have the time to think about studying origin weapons? Hence, I haven't forged any origin weapons up till now. Cultivated for more than 100 years. Grand Emperor Scorpius fell silent. He did not even feel like talking right now, because he did not know what to say. Genius was no longer an adequate description for Lin Feng. Who else in the entire universe could attain the combat power of a Grand Emperor in just over 100 years? Even though Grand Emperor Scorpius had risen step by step from a weak state without any background to become the famed Grand Emperor Scorpius today, this achievement was nothing compared to Lin Feng. Even though he was a Grand Emperor, he was almost disheartened by it. Fortunately, Grand Emperor Scorpius had a very strong will and quickly recovered. It was just that his expression was still a little complicated. Grand Emperor Scorpius smiled weakly and said, That's true. Over 100 years is indeed a very tight time span, even for just cultivating combat bodies and comprehending laws, let alone forging origin weapons. Pausing for a moment, Grand Emperor Scorpius continued, Actually, origin weapons are not that complicated, especially since you have the combat power of a Grand Emperor. If you forge origin weapons now, your starting point will be much higher than ours. I still have many regrets about my galaxy barrier. The materials I used back then were very ordinary. Otherwise, the power of the galaxy barrier would have been at least doubled. If you want to forge origin weapons, I suggest forging the best one you can. The materials can wait. There's no hurry. That's what I was thinking, too. Lin Feng nodded. Grand Emperor Scorpius's thoughts coincided with his. Since Lin Feng had already become a Grand Emperor and could obtain better materials, he would forge the best thing he could. Offense and defense did not necessarily have to be trade-offs. It was best for something to be offensive and defensive at the same time. However, such origin weapons were too difficult to forge. Even if they were forged, they would usually be mediocre. Very few origin weapons were both offensive and defensive, while being very powerful. If he wanted to forge something, he naturally had to forge the best. Moreover, Lin Feng now had the power to collect all kinds of materials, and had the time to forge it slowly. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. If he wanted an origin weapon that was offensive and defensive at the same time, he needed an idea first. What kind of origin weapon was both offensive and defensive? Moreover, to forge an origin weapon, one had to combine it with their own advantages. What advantages did Lin Feng have? The consummate combat body and the 3 advanced laws. The consummate combat body had nothing to do with origin weapons. On the other hand, the 3 advanced laws were very closely related to forging an origin weapon. Among the 3 laws, the law of space was the most miraculous. How can the law of space work with an origin weapon? Inspiration burst forth in Lin Feng's mind. An idea seemed to have come to mind, but it flashed past, and he could not grasp it. What kind of offensive origin weapon is most effective against a Grand Emperor? Lin Feng's opponents would be Grand Emperors, or even divine kings above Grand Emperors in the future. If he wanted to forge an origin weapon, it had to be an origin weapon capable of growth, and one that could injure a Grand Emperor or even a divine king. Just this alone was something 99% of origin weapons could not do. The black hole pearl was very good. Lin Feng thought of the black hole pearl, which sealed a black hole inside. The power that erupted in an instant could even contend with a Grand Emperor. However, the black hole pearl also had a weakness, and that was its instability. There was nothing inside except the black hole, and it was a single-use origin weapon. That's right, if I can forge a pearl that has infinite space, I can store ordinary planets, stars, and so on all at once. When there are enough planets, quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes, and it may be able to injure grand emperors. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had drawn inspiration from the black hole pearl and thought of venerable Starfall. The other party could summon countless planets and release them together. How powerful would that be? What was the most abundant thing in the universe? Without a doubt, it was planets. Be it planets with life or dead planets, planets were the most abundant. They were almost everywhere. And inexhaustible. If the origin weapon forged by Lin Feng had enough space to accommodate sufficiently many planets, it would probably be able to contend against even a divine king. Of course, that was the ideal state. There were two requirements to forging such an origin weapon. The materials had to be strong enough. If not, how could it accommodate so many planets? Moreover, the space had to be large enough, and it could only be mobilized when the power of the planets inside needed to be mobilized. Normally, it would be an ordinary pearl. Otherwise, the weight alone would be enough to render even a grand emperor immobile. How could anyone carry countless planets on their back all day long? The matter of materials was not easy to resolve, let alone the enormous space required. That would require spatial innate ability and the law of space. Moreover, it needed to form an independent space, and the power inside must be simulated only when needed. That would require spatial divine runes. Coincidentally, Lin Feng had comprehended a lot of void sky divine patterns from the void sky divine pearl. There was no problem refining origin weapons. At this thought, Lin Feng was already somewhat impatient. While he and the Grand Emperor Scorpius were sweeping through the new substances, he began to attempt forging an origin weapon. Forging an origin weapon was very simple. Even if Lin Feng had never forged one before, he understood it with a little guidance from Grand Emperor Scorpius. It was nothing more than fusing the materials into one, and the rest was to inscribe spatial divine runes on it. This was something that only a cultivator who had comprehended the law of space and comprehended spatial divine runes could do. Of course, the materials were also rather important. Otherwise, no matter how strong the spatial divine runes were, it would be useless. If the materials could not withstand so many planets, it would be a waste of effort. Lin Feng took out all the new materials he had collected from the first wave of the Big Bang to the present. The characteristics of these new materials might not be clear, but they had all entered the universe from chaos. Even though they did not carry chaotic energy, they were nourished by chaotic energy, and were countless times better than the materials within the universe. Hence, Lin Feng also decided to use new materials to refine the origin weapon. Flames. A ball of flames appeared in Lin Feng's hand. According to Grand Emperor Scorpius's guidance, he began to remove the impurities in these new substances, leaving only the finest essence in the new substances. Hence, Lin Feng used flames to extract a large amount of impurities from the new materials one after another. Finally, he refined all the new materials, and obtained a mass of the fine essence of new materials dozens of kilometers in volume. Although it was only dozens of kilometers in volume, it was the essence extracted from new materials of tens of thousands of kilometers in volume. It was most suitable for forging the origin weapon Lin Feng envisioned. Lin Feng mobilized the flames again and compressed the essence of these new materials bit by bit, finally forming a pearl. Then, he compressed the size of the pearl further to a few kilometers in diameter. This is about the limit. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The prototype of the origin weapon had already been formed. The most crucial thing next was to inscribe the spatial divine runes. Whether the origin weapon he envisioned would be successfully formed depended on the inscription of the spatial divine patterns. Chapter 536, Testing the Artifice. Chapter 536, Testing the Artifice. Actually, Lin Feng did not have a deep understanding of the spatial divine runes either. Up until now, Lin Feng had only comprehended half of the spatial divine runes on the void sky divine pearl. However, this half was already quite good. At least it was enough to forge the origin weapon he had envisioned. Hence, Lin Feng mobilized the law of space and began to inscribe the spatial divine runes on the pearl according to his comprehension of the spatial divine runes. Buzz. As Lin Feng had already completely comprehended a portion of the spatial divine runes, with the help of the advanced planetary laws, a strange pattern gradually appeared on the surface of the pearl. It was a spatial divine rune. Inscribing the spatial divine runes required a very high level of comprehension in the law of space, and one had to completely comprehend the spatial divine rune. Otherwise, it would be impossible to successfully inscribe it. Just these two conditions alone stumped countless cultivators. There were very few who could comprehend the law of space to the advanced level, let alone be proficient in spatial divine runes. If Lin Feng had not obtained the void sky divine pearl, he would not have been able to comprehend the spatial divine runes either. Even Lin Feng himself had not expected that the spatial divine runes could actually come in useful. It was not just for comprehending the law of space, but also for forging origin weapons. Whoosh! As the first spatial divine rune appeared, the huge pearl jumped slightly before returning to normal. However, Lin Feng could clearly sense the changes within the pearl. What a massive space! Lin Feng's mental power extended into the pearl at once, and he realized that a massive space had actually formed inside. It happened the moment the spatial divine rune was formed. Can I even create some spatial artifices now? Lin Feng knew that there were certain spatial artifices that could be carried with one. Even though they were clearly very small items, the space inside was infinitely large, and could accommodate many things. However, spatial artifices like those were all very expensive. In the past, Lin Feng could not create such a spatial artifice just from his comprehension of the law of space. He had thought that it was because his comprehension of the law of space was insufficient. However, from the looks of it now, it was not that his comprehension of the law of space was insufficient at all, but that he did not have any spatial divine runes. These spatial divine runes were the key to creating spatial artifices. In the future, Lin Feng could casually create some spatial artifices that could store many items. It was very convenient. Of course, this pearl could be considered a spatial artifice now. However, he was refining an origin weapon. Its purpose was not just to store things, but to store planets and unleash their power. This would require more spatial divine runes, and they had to be specific. Hence, Lin Feng continued to inscribe the spatial divine runes. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the spatial divine runes were inscribed one after another, Lin Feng realized that the size of the pearl was actually shrinking continuously, from a few kilometers to hundreds of meters, dozens of meters, to a few meters. In the end, it became only the size of a baby's fist. It was completely inconspicuous. This was all the power of the spatial divine runes. The power of the spatial divine runes was active at all times. If Lin Feng willed it, he could use the law of space to temporarily render the spatial divine runes ineffective. Then, the pearl would immediately expand to a few kilometers in size. Moreover, if there was something inside, without the suppression of the spatial divine runes, the weight would naturally be massive. This method of forging origin weapons was very simple, but the requirements were very high. Materials, the law of space, and spatial divine runes were indispensable. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, have you successfully forged the origin weapon? Seeing how much new material Lin Feng had consumed to forge the pearl, the demon Scorpion Emperor's heart ached. Those were all invaluable new materials. If these new substances were put out there, many Grand Emperors would probably fight over them. There was no knowing how much they would pay in exchange. After all, even if new substances did not contain chaotic power, they were still excellent materials for refining various origin weapons. However, Lin Feng consumed tens of thousands of kilometers in volume of the new materials, which were as massive as a planet, and extracted only a few kilometers of fine essence. How much of the new materials was wasted in this process? In the end, only such an ordinary pearl was forged from a few kilometers of the new materials. How powerful could such a tiny pearl be? This was especially the case since Grand Emperor Scorpius knew that this was Lin Feng's first time forging an origin weapon. That made him despair even more. He would not hold any expectations for the origin weapon forged by Lin Feng. It's only in its preliminary form. Let's give it a try first. Lin Feng did not have absolute confidence either. This was the first time he was forging an origin weapon, and he was doing it according to his conception. Whether it was successful or could attain his envisioned goal still had to be tested. How do we test it? Grand Emperor Scorpius was very confused. How powerful could an origin weapon that had just been forged possibly be? It's very simple. There are so many barren planets here. Just move them inside. Lin Feng grabbed dozens of surrounding planets with a huge hand. These planets all managed to withstand the impact of the Big Bang. They were clearly very sturdy. Naturally, there was no sign of life on it. Lin Feng activated the spatial divine runes on the pearl. Immediately, a planet was transferred into the pearl and disappeared. A spatial weapon. Grand Emperor Scorpius's heart skipped a beat. The small pearl was actually a spatial artifice. No wonder Lin Feng was so confident. Being able to comprehend the law of space and being able to create spatial artifices were two completely different identities. Those who could create spatial artifices in the universe were entities that even grand emperors had to be amiable towards, and definitely would not underestimate. Their status was probably not inferior to those top venerables or quasi-emperors. Some cultivators who could forge powerful spatial origin weapons could even be on par with grand emperors. Even though Grand Emperor Scorpius knew that Lin Feng had comprehended the law of space to an extremely profound level, he never expected that Lin Feng could actually forge spatial origin weapons. How many more secrets did Lin Feng have? For a moment, even Grand Emperor Scorpius could not quite see through Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not know that he had inadvertently shocked Grand Emperor Scorpius. He was now fully focused on observing the situation in the pearl. Just now, he had thrown a few planets into the bead and realized that there was nothing wrong with the pearl. The space inside was still very massive. Again. Hence, Lin Feng continued to transfer more planets. Even Grand Emperor Scorpius helped with transferring. The two of them searched for new substances while transferring planets. 10, 50, 100, 200. In the end, Lin Feng's pearl already contained hundreds of transferred planets, but there was still no change in the pearl. The space was still massive. That's about it. Let's test its power. Lin Feng immediately took out the pearl and smashed it hard at another huge planet in the void. Moreover, the moment he threw it, he had already disabled the spatial divine runes on it. The pearl instantly expanded to a few kilometers in size and whistled as it smashed towards the planet. Chapter 537, Starfell Pearl. Chapter 537, Starfell Pearl. Boom. The pearl smashed down hard. As if struck by a huge force, the huge planet instantly shattered into pieces, while the pearl remained intact. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the pearl. So heavy. Without activating the spatial divine runes, this pearl was really heavy. After all, there were hundreds of planets inside. Even if they were the most ordinary planets, a strike of it would be about the level of a strike from a venerable. Of course, a few hundred ordinary planets were not comparable to those top-notch venerables, and were even far inferior. However, couldn't Lin Feng's continue to transfer more planets into his origin weapon? There were only a few hundred ordinary planets now. What if there were a few hundred stars? Wouldn't the power of a single strike be comparable to a quasi-emperor? Of course, the pearl had to be able to withstand hundreds of stars in the first place. Impressive, impressive. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, this origin weapon of yours is really impressive. If I'm not wrong, it can also continue to grow, and its power can continue to increase. You just need to keep transferring more planets. Grand Emperor Scorpius was highly experienced and knowledgeable. He naturally saw the characteristics of this pearl forged by Lin Feng at a glance. This pearl almost had infinite potential. Even Grand Emperor Scorpius could not imagine what level it could reach in the end. But so what? If he knew how the pearl was forged. The key to this pearl was not the forging method. Lin Feng's forging method could only be said to be very ordinary. The key was the materials. They had to be able to withstand more planets. Only novel materials, and a large amount of novel material at that, could withstand it. There was also the spatial divine runes. The more and stronger the spatial divine runes, the larger the space in the pearl, and the more planets it could accommodate. Only then could the power of the pearl continue to increase. These two conditions were indispensable. Hence, even if Grand Emperor Scorpius knew the method of forging, it was useless. Congratulations, Grand Emperor of Annihilation. Your origin weapon has been successfully forged. All that's left is to slowly nurture it. Grand Emperor Scorpius congratulated Lin Feng, who was also very satisfied. This origin weapon had indeed been forged, and it was rather successful. Although its current power was still very weak, and could not threaten Grand Emperors, as long as he continued to transfer planets, one day, it would grow to a level that would astonish even Grand Emperors. What name should I give it? The origin weapon had been forged. It could not possibly stay unnamed. Moreover, it was the first origin weapon forged by Lin Feng. Grand Emperor Scorpius said with a smile, Grand Emperor of Annihilation, it seems to me that the way to attack with this origin weapon attacks is to smash it towards the enemy. Moreover, it relies on a large number of planets. How about we call it the Starfell Pearl? Starfell Pearl, Starfell Pearl. Lin Feng savored it carefully and nodded to himself. That's right. This name is very appropriate. In the future, it'll be called the Starfell Pearl. Lin Feng was in a good mood after successfully forging an origin weapon, the Starfell Pearl. Moreover, what Grand Emperor Scorpius did know was that the Starfell Pearl could be used for not just offense, but also defense. Its defense was also very simple. The space in the Starfell Pearl was huge, and it was filled with many planets. The combat method was very simple. He just had to smash it at the enemy. It was simple and crude, but it was the most direct and effective. When encountering a powerful enemy, Lin Feng would hide in the Starfell Pearl and control it to fight directly. Before the Starfell Pearl was destroyed, there would be no danger. Moreover, the more spatial divine patterns there were in the Starfell Pearl, the more planets it could accommodate, and the harder it would be to destroy it. One day, it would develop into a treasure that even a Grand Emperor or a Divine King could not destroy. This was the simultaneously offensive and defensive origin weapon Lin Feng had envisioned. After forging the Starfell Pearl, Lin Feng worked even harder to find new substances. After all, if he wanted to continue developing the Starfell Pearl, it needed new substances, materials, and more spatial divine runes. Lin Feng had comprehended 50 spatial divine runes for the time being. There were still 50 on the Void Sky Divine Pearl, which meant a total of 100 spatial divine runes. Lin Feng could not do anything about this for now. He could only focus all his energy on collecting new materials. This was the time of the Big Bang, and new materials were everywhere. Lin Feng could also show his skills. In particular, when Lin Feng joined forces with Grand Emperor Scorpius, they practically swept through the third wave of the Big Bang, obtaining a large amount of new substances. Apart from new materials, there were substances that could divide the combat body cells. Although there was not much, it still strengthened Lin Feng's combat body by a lot. It had already reached 11.5 billion kilometers, and he became even stronger. On the other hand, the number of planets in the Starfell Pearl had increased to more than 600. Although the number of planets had doubled, it was actually only close to a single strike from those top-notch venerables. It was still very far from a quasi-emperor, let alone a Grand Emperor. Unfortunately, all the stars had been destroyed during the Big Bang. Otherwise, if more stars could be transferred, the power of the Starfell Pearl would probably have long become comparable to a quasi-emperor. After all, even very ordinary stars were comparable to dozens or even hundreds of ordinary planets. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, it's about time. The fourth cosmic explosion is about to arrive. We've already swept through most of this place. It's time to leave. Grand Emperor Scorpius estimated the time. It was getting late. If they continued to stay here, once the fourth wave of the Big Bang arrived in advance, it would be troublesome. Lin Feng could escape through spatial warp, but Grand Emperor Scorpius did not have that ability. If he encountered the impact from the fourth wave of the Big Bang, he would be good as dead. Hence, Grand Emperor Scorpius always remained highly cautious. It's about time. Let's leave first. Lin Feng nodded. Both he and Grand Emperor Scorpius had good gains. They each received half the gains, and were both very satisfied. All right, let's leave then. Grand Emperor Scorpius and Lin Feng were also preparing to leave. But just as they were about to leave, a terrifying fluctuation came, causing their movements to slow slightly. There are Grand Emperors fighting. That's right. This was the fluctuation of Grand Emperors fighting with all their might. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to cause such huge fluctuations. That's not right. Apart from Grand Emperors, there are also fluctuations of laws. How can there be fluctuations of laws in a battle between Grand Emperors? Lin Feng frowned and pondered hard. This was clearly unlikely. After all, a Grand Emperor was enough to make the laws retreat. How could there be a fluctuation of laws in a battle between two Grand Emperors? No matter what it is, won't we know after taking a look? Grand Emperor Scorpius's heart skipped a beat. It was impossible for the two Grand Emperors to fight for no reason. Moreover, they were fighting with all their might, fighting to the death. There must be a purpose. Perhaps it was another new substance. How precious must a new substance that could make two Grand Emperors fight at all costs be? Lin Feng had clearly thought of this as well. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go take a look. Perhaps we still have a chance." Hence, Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius set off together and rushed towards the source of the fluctuations. Chapter 538, Encountering Grand Emperor Igneous Again. Chapter 538, Encountering Grand Emperor Igneous Again. In the cosmos, the two Grand Emperors were already engaged in battle. The combat bodies of the two Grand Emperors combined already exceeded 2 light years. Every time they expanded, mighty aftershocks spread in all directions, and countless planets were reduced to dust. The two Grand Emperors were fighting over a new substance. It was vaguely hidden in a vortex spanning millions of kilometers, as if something was still being nurtured within. However, just by looking at this aura, one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary new substance. No wonder the two Grand Emperors were fighting. Boom. The two Grand Emperors clashed head-on again. There was no clear victor, and both retreated slightly. Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss, even if we fight for a few more years, we might not be able to determine the winner. I'm afraid such a huge commotion has already alarmed other Grand Emperors. You don't want your efforts to be wasted either, do you? Why don't we each take half of this new substance? Grand Emperor Iridescence's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he no longer wanted to fight. He suggested that they each take half. If they continued fighting, it would probably really become a case of the wolf having the winning game while the shepherds quarreled. He had no intention to be the shepherd. Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss pondered for a while. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Grand Emperor Iridescence, I'm fine with taking half each, but who will keep the new substance?" "Me, of course. I was the one who discovered this new substance." Grand Emperor Iridescence did not back off. "Hey, Grand Emperor Iridescence, if you leave, who should I get it from? Would you even care if I destroy your iridescent sect? I think it's best that I take care of the new substance." "You." Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss, there are 3 Grand Emperors near your planet Dragon Abyss, and you're on good terms with all of them. If you obtain the new substance, why would you give half of it to me? Of course Grand Emperor Iridescence was unwilling. They did not trust each other. Then we'll divide it on the spot. All right, we'll divide it on the spot. Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Iridescence immediately attacked. However, just as they were about to obtain the new substance, a figure suddenly appeared above the vortex. My apologies, Grand Emperors. I'll be taking this new substance. Swoosh. The figure grabbed the new substance, and their huge body retreated directly. In the blink of an eye, they had a great distance away. How dare you? Grand Emperor Igneous, put down the new substance. Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Iridescence were incomparably furious. They did not expect that the new substance would actually be obtained by Grand Emperor Igneous. They had been fighting for quite a while. This period of time was enough for some closer Grand Emperors to arrive. The two of them were incomparably enraged. They never expected Grand Emperor Igneous to arrive so quickly. He had obtained the new substance before them, so they could only chase after him in a frenzy. Unfortunately, Grand Emperor Igneous was faster. They could only watch helplessly as the distance between Grand Emperor Igneous and themselves widened. Grand Emperor Igneous was fleeing with all his might, but suddenly, he looked up and saw the two figures in front of him. His heart sank. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, Grand Emperor Scorpius. Grand Emperor Igneous wore a complicated expression. Why did he encounter the Grand Emperor of Annihilation both times? It would have been fine if there was only Grand Emperor of Annihilation, but now, there was also Grand Emperor Scorpius. Grand Emperor Igneous, leave the new substance behind. Grand Emperor Scorpius suddenly used his combat body, and grabbed forcefully. Bang! The giant flaming palm of Grand Emperor Igneous clashed with it head-on, but both parties took a few steps back, neither gaining the upper hand. In particular, there was still the Grand Emperor of Annihilation staring threateningly at them from the side. Grand Emperor Igneous knew it would probably be very difficult to defend the new substance. At this moment, Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Iridescence were overjoyed. They had also rushed over. For a moment, 4 Grand Emperors surrounded Grand Emperor Igneous. Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Iridescence naturally saw Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius as well. Their hearts sank, but they did not dare to push Grand Emperor Igneous too far. What if Grand Emperor Igneous gave the new substance to Grand Emperor Scorpius and Grand Emperor of Annihilation in a fit of anger? Grand Emperor Igneous, what a coincidence. We meet again. Lin Feng gave a half-smile. On careful thought, he and Grand Emperor Igneous were really destined to cross paths with each other. They had encountered each other twice in a row, and both times, they were competing for new substances. Grand Emperor Igneous looked around. He could not escape. With 4 Grand Emperors around, it would be very difficult for him to escape. He might even be severely injured and die. He did not dare to take the risk. Among the 4 of you, who should I give the new substance to? Grand Emperor Igneous swept his gaze across the 4 of them. Grand Emperor Iridescence suddenly spoke, Grand Emperor Igneous, give me the new substance. We'll join forces, and I'll help you to get away. We'll split the new substance 50-50. How about that? Hey, Grand Emperor Iridescence, who would believe you? You'll help him get away. Do you actually think the 3 of us can't trap you? Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss sneered, then said in a low voice, Grand Emperor Igneous, perhaps you haven't heard the news yet. The 2 people standing in front of you might really want to kill you. Why? A sharp glint flashed across Grand Emperor Igneous' eyes, but he was also a little confused. He and Grand Emperor of Annihilation were only fighting for new substances at most, and he had no grudge against Grand Emperor Scorpius. Why would anyone want to kill him? Grand Emperor Igneous, it's true that you have no grudge against them, but that's not necessarily the case for Grand Emperor Gushi. Grand Emperor Gushi stood up for you, but the Grand Emperor of Annihilation and Grand Emperor Scorpius jointly killed him. This matter has already spread throughout the cosmos. How do you not know? Grand Emperor Gushi is dead. Grand Emperor Igneous fell silent. He really did not know. However, he knew that the Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss would not lie to him. Moreover, while they had to confront Grand Emperor of Annihilation and Grand Emperor Scorpius, it was even less likely for Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss to lie. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius looked at each other. They did not expect that Grand Emperor Igneous still did not know about this. However, the two of them were already mentally prepared that Grand Emperor Igneous would find out sooner or later. Grand Emperor Igneous, if you want to avenge Grand Emperor Gushi, do it. I'll be waiting. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he admitted it to his face. Revenge. Why would I take revenge? Although Gushi and I got along well, we're just acquaintances. His death was his fate to bear. I've long advised him not to be so hot-tempered. Even if you didn't kill him today, he'll be killed by other Grand Emperors in the future. Grand Emperor Igneous shook his head. He did not look sorrowful at all. This surprised Lin Feng instead. You don't want to take revenge? No. It's not worth it to become enemies with a Grand Emperor over a dead friend. Lin Feng only stared at Grand Emperor Igneous, but Grand Emperor Igneous' expression did not change at all, as if this was only natural. This is what Grand Emperors are like. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the voice of Grand Emperor Scorpius. In the North River Galaxy, Grand Emperor Scorpius had seen only too many of such occurrences. Forget about Grand Emperors, such so-called friendships might be worthless even between venerables and elementary planetary life forms. This is what Grand Emperors are like. Lin Feng repeated this sentence. He suddenly felt a little pity for Grand Emperor Gushi. He even felt that Grand Emperor Gushi's death had really died in vain. Not only was Grand Emperor Gushi hot-tempered, he was a poor judge of character. Lin Feng was mentally prepared to face the revenge of Grand Emperor Igneous. Yet now, Grand Emperor Igneous had no intention of taking revenge at all. It was just like how Grand Emperor Igneous had turned around and left immediately after learning that Lin Feng had the combat power of a Grand Emperor, giving up on the giant flower. This was enough to show how pragmatic Grand Emperor Igneous was. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, since we are acquainted, you can have this new substance. Before Lin Feng could react, Grand Emperor Igneous threw the new substance over. Swoosh. The new substance was in his hand. There was no conspiracy. This was the new substance. However, would Grand Emperor Igneous really be so generous as to give him the new substance? For a moment, even Lin Feng himself was a little confused. Chapter 539, Surround and Attack. Chapter 539, Surround and Attack. Lin Feng was not the only one who was confused. Grand Emperor Scorpius, Grand Emperor Iridescence, and Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss were all confused. No one had expected Grand Emperor Igneous to throw the new substance to Lin Feng so decisively. What kind of mentality was this? Even if he did not want to avenge his friend, there was no need to hand it to Lin Feng so easily, right? However, although everyone was a little stunned, Lin Feng's reaction was very fast. He stored this new substance into Starfell Pearl. Almost immediately. Even planets could be contained in the Starfell Pearl, let alone a mere new substance. A spatial artifice. Seeing the new substance disappear in the blink of an eye, all the Grand Emperors knew that Lin Feng probably had a spatial artifice on him. He had already stored the new substance in the spatial artifice. It would be difficult to make Lin Feng spit it out again. They could only kill Lin Feng. However, it was not that easy to kill a Grand Emperor. At this moment, a sharp glint flashed across Grand Emperor Igneous' eyes. He said coldly, Grand Emperor Iridescence, Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss, Grand Emperor Scorpius, if you want to obtain the new substance, attack Grand Emperor of Annihilation with me. As long as you can kill Grand Emperor of Annihilation, you can obtain the new substance. At that time, I won't compete with you for the substance. Hearing Grand Emperor Igneous' words, everyone came to a realization. Ruthless, truly ruthless. How bold. Looks like this Grand Emperor Igneous is far more calculating than Grand Emperor Gushi. How could he not intend to avenge Grand Emperor Gushi? He clearly wants to kill Grand Emperor of Annihilation for certain. He's using the new substance as bait. If he just gave the new substance to Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss or Grand Emperor Iridescence, the two of them would probably turn around and flee. Why would they surround and kill the Grand Emperor of Annihilation? With Grand Emperor Igneous? Only when Grand Emperor of Annihilation obtains the new substance will these Grand Emperors do their best to surround and attack Grand Emperor of Annihilation. This is an open scheme. How ruthless! At this moment, all the Grand Emperors understood what Grand Emperor Igneous was thinking. This was an open scheme, and the other Grand Emperors had no choice but to do their best, whereas Lin Feng definitely would not give up on the new substance. Hence, an earth-shattering battle was destined to break out. Grand Emperor Igneous even planned to turn Grand Emperor of Annihilation and Grand Emperor Scorpius against each other, and took the initiative to rope Grand Emperor Scorpius in. What was impossible to betray for the sake of benefits? Grand Emperor Igneous' actions were thought out to the extreme. He was countless times harder to deal with than Grand Emperor Gushi. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, die. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, hand over the new substance. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was very calm. His gaze was fixed on Grand Emperor Igneous. Then, he smiled and said slowly, Grand Emperor Igneous, looks like I was wrong about you. With a friend like you, at least Grand Emperor Gushi had not stood up for you in vain. Grand Emperor Igneous was still calm. No one could guess what he was thinking. However, the few of you aren't enough to stop me. Lin Feng's 11.5 billion kilometer combat body lay across the cosmos. He was using the tidal combat body. In terms of defense and recovery, the tidal combat body was undoubtedly the strongest. The three combat bodies each had their own focus. Haha, Grand Emperor Igneous, you underestimate me too much. I was also complicit in killing Grand Emperor Gushi. Grand Emperor Scorpius also used his combat body. A combat body over a light year in size was unparalleled. It stood alongside Lin Feng's combat body. Grand Emperor Scorpius also made his attitude very clear. Actually, Grand Emperor Scorpius was also sighing inwardly. Grand Emperor Igneous' plan was indeed outstanding, but unfortunately, Grand Emperor Igneous did not know Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng had the void traversal combat body, and he had comprehended the advanced law of space. Forget about the few of them besieging Lin Feng, even if there were twice as many, Lin Feng could still leave calmly. If Grand Emperor Scorpius had turned against him at the last moment, not only would it not affect Lin Feng at all, Lin Feng could freely warp space and leave without even fighting. How could Grand Emperor Scorpius really turn against him in a battle that was destined to fail? Moreover, he was very happy to work with Lin Feng, and had gained a lot. He would not fall out with Lin Feng just for an illusory new substance that was impossible to obtain. Fight! Grand Emperor Iridescence unleashed his combat body and charged towards Lin Feng. Grand Emperor Scorpius immediately stood in front of Lin Feng to intercept him. Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Igneous also used their combat bodies to attack Lin Feng. The two Grand Emperors surrounded Lin Feng, while the other Grand Emperor held back Grand Emperor Scorpius. However, Grand Emperor Scorpius was not worried about Lin Feng in the slightest. Grand Emperor Scorpius, find an opportunity to retreat first. They're all after the new substance in my hands. They definitely won't stop you. After you leave, I can also warp space and leave directly. Lin Feng sent a voice transmission to Grand Emperor Scorpius. Grand Emperor Scorpius quickly responded. Indeed, he was the one holding Lin Feng back now. If not for him, Lin Feng could have warped space and left directly. Now, instead of warping space and leaving, Lin Feng asked Grand Emperor Scorpius to leave first. This also touched Grand Emperor Scorpius greatly. At the very least, after this incident, their temporary team would definitely be more stable. Haha, I don't want this new substance. Grand Emperor Scorpius laughed loudly and clashed head-on with the Grand Emperor Iridescence. Then, it left through this force. Grand Emperor Iridescence naturally would not chase after him. He was after the new substance, and the new substance was with Lin Feng. Naturally, he would not fight Grand Emperor Scorpius to the death, since Grand Emperor Scorpius had taken the initiative to leave. That was the best outcome. Hence, Grand Emperor Iridescence returned and surrounded Lin Feng with Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Igneous. Boom. Lin Feng had clashed head-on with Grand Emperor Igneous and Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss at the beginning. He was using the title Combat Body, which specialized in defense and recovery, and was even slightly stronger than Grand Emperor Igneous or Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss under the 1000-fold enhancement of Advanced Law. However, Lin Feng was not their match when the two of them joined forces. His combat body suffered a violent shock, and he was slightly injured at once. Grand Emperor Iridescence also joined the attack. The three of them surrounded Lin Feng. Hand over the new substance and you may leave. Why fight to the death? Grand Emperor Iridescence and Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss were only after the new substance. They did not really want to fight Lin Feng to the death. After all, who knew what trump cards Lin Feng had? Every Grand Emperor more or less had some trump cards. Once they used their trump cards, no one could guarantee that they would be safe. Unless absolutely necessary, Grand Emperors would not risk their lives. Grand Emperor Igneous was different. He only wanted to kill Lin Feng and avenge Grand Emperor Gushi. Hence, he did not speak. Instead, he attacked directly with all his might. Humph, Grand Emperor Igneous, you can't kill me. Lin Feng was not afraid of Grand Emperor Igneous at all. In a head-on clash, he was even slightly stronger than Grand Emperor Igneous. Now, as for the new substance, he naturally had no intention of handing it over. After fighting with the two Grand Emperors, Lin Feng also learned about his current level of strength. He was actually just an ordinary Grand Emperor. His strength could not crush a Grand Emperor. If he faced a Grand Emperor one-on-one, Lin Feng could only suppress them. It was impossible for him to kill them. If there were two Grand Emperors, Lin Feng would not be able to hold out for long. If there were three Grand Emperors, Lin Feng would turn around and flee without any hesitation. This was the case now. Lin Feng watched as the three Grand Emperors stared at him menacingly. His combat body instantly transformed into the void traversal combat body. Grand Emperor Igneous, how many more Grand Emperors can you get to surround and attack me the next time we meet? Huh. Igneous looked up suddenly, as if he had already sensed something. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's current void traversal combat body was extremely powerful. Almost instantly, he had already entered the spatial passage and left by warping space, causing even Grand Emperor Igneous attacks to land in the void. Seeing Lin Feng disappear without a trace, the three Grand Emperors looked at each other with dark expressions. Law of Space. Grand Emperor Igneous enunciated each word clearly, and his heart sank immediately. Chapter 540, Capturing a Star. Chapter 540, Capturing a Star. Grand Emperor Igneous' heart sank. It was not just because they failed to trap Lin Feng. More importantly, he had offended a Grand Emperor who had comprehended the law of space. Such a Grand Emperor was the most difficult to deal with. If Grand Emperor Igneous was not wrong, the Grand Emperor of Annihilation's law of space should have already reached the advanced level. The advanced planetary law of space was invincible in itself. It was useless no matter how many Grand Emperors surrounded and attacked him. Unless space could be sealed, or there was a terrifying power that could destroy the combat body of the Grand Emperor of Annihilation in an instant, the Grand Emperor of Annihilation would be almost impossible to kill. No one would want to provoke such a Grand Emperor, but Grand Emperor Igneous did. Moreover, they had formed a mortal feud. It was impossible for Lin Feng to forget the battle where they surrounded and attacked him. The expressions of Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Iridescence were also dark. They, three esteemed Grand Emperors, had jointly attacked the Grand Emperor of Annihilation, yet the Grand Emperor of Annihilation had still escaped unscathed. It was a humiliation to the three Grand Emperors. More importantly, the new substance was discovered by Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Iridescent first, yet it ended up benefiting Grand Emperor of Annihilation. However, they also knew very well that a Grand Emperor with the law of space was the most difficult to deal with. Forget about them. Even doubling their numbers would be useless. They could not keep Lin Feng at all. The two of them glanced coldly at Grand Emperor Igneous. They even felt some sympathy for him. Bearing a grudge from a Grand Emperor who had comprehended the law of space was not a pleasant feeling. Go. The two Grand Emperors did not waste time talking and left directly. After all, the fourth wave of the Big Bang was about to erupt. Grand Emperor Igneous looked deeply into the depths of the cosmos, then left swiftly without looking back. Buzz. Dozens of light years away, spatial ripples spread in all directions. Then, a massive figure emerged from the space. It was Lin Feng, who had escaped from the siege of the three Grand Emperors. This should be safe. Lin Feng looked around. It appeared that he was outside the area of the third wave of the Big Bang, and safe for the time being. Thinking about how he had been surrounded and attacked by the three Grand Emperors previously, Lin Feng also felt a little aggrieved. In a head-on battle, he had actually lost. Grand Emperor Iridescence had not even attacked. Lin Feng could not even hold out against only Grand Emperor Igneous and Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss. Every Grand Emperor could not be underestimated. At the thought of Grand Emperor Igneous, Lin Feng also developed killing intent. This Grand Emperor Igneous was much more calculating than Grand Emperor Gushi. Even if their strength was about equal, such a person would still be very difficult to deal with. No one knew what he might be planning. It was like a viper. Grand Emperor Igneous must be eliminated, but I'm a little weak now. I can't kill Grand Emperor Igneous even in a one-on-one battle. Lin Feng frowned. He was already an exception in the universe for having the combat power of a Grand Emperor, yet he was actually still thinking of killing other Grand Emperors alone. If the other Grand Emperors knew about this, there was no knowing how ashamed they would be. It was a publicly acknowledged fact that Grand Emperors were difficult to kill. Even other Grand Emperors, who had cultivated for billions of years, could not confidently say that they could kill any other Grand Emperor. The only exceptions were those top-notch Grand Emperors who were at the peak. How long had Lin Feng been cultivating for? How long had he attained the combat power of a Grand Emperor? And he was already thinking about becoming a top-notch Grand Emperor, and possessing the ability to kill other Grand Emperors. That was entirely impossible. If my combat body can be stronger. But if I want to suppress a Grand Emperor, my combat body has to be at least stronger than his by half. If I want to kill him, my combat body has to be at least twice as strong. If I include some of his trump cards, my combat body will probably have to be even stronger, Lin Feng muttered softly. It did not seem difficult. His current combat body was 11.5 billion kilometers. He just needed to double it to 23 billion kilometers. But how much chaotic energy would he have to consume for that? Being able to obtain the giant flower was already Lin Feng's great luck. It was too difficult to continue obtaining new substances like the giant flower that contained a large amount of chaotic energy. Just look at the third wave of the Big Bang this time. In fact, Lin Feng had not obtained any new substances containing chaotic energy. Apart from strengthening his combat body, Lin Feng still had another solution, and that was the Starfell Pearl. The potential of the Starfell Pearl was infinite. As long as a large number of planets were transferred into it continuously, one day, the Starfell Pearl would be able to damage even a Grand Emperor. At that time, when Lin Feng faced off Grand Emperors, he would just smash the Starfell Pearl at them directly. No matter what trump card they had, it would all be shattered by the Starfell Pearl. Planets. Aren't there lots of planets right around here? Lin Feng looked up. He had already left the area of the third wave of the Big Bang, perhaps dozens of light years away. There were planets everywhere. Moreover, as it was close to the end of the universe, there were very few planets with life. Most of the planets were dead planets. These many planets were suitable for enhancing the power of the Starfell Pearl. Hence, Lin Feng deployed his combat body and swept through all the surrounding planets, moving them all into the Starfell Pearl. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. Lin Feng transferred a massive amount of planets into the Starfell Pearl. There were already more than 1,000 ordinary planets in the Starfell Pearl. Of course, 1,000 planets were nothing much in the vast universe. They were just a drop in the ocean. A star. Lin Feng suddenly saw a huge star in the cosmos in front of him. He had moved more than 1,000 ordinary planets into the Starfell Pearl, but not a single star. A star was at least equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of ordinary planets. This star was not too big, but it was about equivalent to 100 ordinary planets. It burned fiercely and emitted a large amount of energy. Of course, the energy of a star was nothing to Lin Feng now. He could crush a mere star into dust with a flip of his palm. However, this star stopped Lin Feng in his tracks, because he wanted to move this star into the Starfell Pearl. However, he did not know if the Starfell Pearl could withstand a star. After all, stars were different from ordinary planets. They burned at all times, releasing massive energy. However, Lin Feng was still prepared to give it a try. Retrieve. Lin Feng extended his huge palm and grabbed the star gently, capturing this star that emitted blazing energy. After capturing the star, Lin Feng used the Starfell Pearl to collect this star directly. The huge star was absorbed into the Starfell Pearl, and the balance was immediately broken. Rumble. The space in the Starfell Pearl seemed to be trembling. Countless planets were shaking. Even the interior of the Starfell Pearl became vaguely unstable. However, the Starfell Pearl was made of new material that had flowed into the universe from the chaos after all. How could a mere star destroy the chaotic material? Hence, as time slowly passed, the star that had just entered the Starfell Pearl gradually stabilized, and the Starfell Pearl did not change at all. Not bad. I can transfer more stars now. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Be it ordinary planets or stars, he could keep them all. As the number of planets increased, this origin weapon would also grow exponentially in power. Chapter 541, Refining the Starfell Pearl. Chapter 541, Refining the Starfell Pearl. 1,000 planets, 2,000 planets, 3,000 planets. In the blink of an eye, there were already more than 10,000 planets in Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl. Among them, 1,000 were stars. At this point, Lin Feng realized that firstly, the materials could not withstand it. Secondly, the spatial divine runes seemed to be insufficient. There was already not much remaining space inside, and he could not continue to transfer more planets. There were 10,000 planets, with 1,000 stars among them. According to the most basic standards for 1,000 stars, that was about equivalent to a combat body of more than 1 billion kilometers. The remaining 9,000 planets were about equivalent to a combat body of 100 million kilometers. In total, they were equivalent to a combat body of more than 11 billion kilometers. Such a massive power was even stronger than Lin Feng when he had yet to undergo metamorphosis. It was equivalent to the power of a top-notch quasi-emperor. However, at this level, be it the materials or the spatial divine runes, the Starfell Pearl seemed to have reached its limit. The spatial divine runes could be inscribed again. Lin Feng had comprehended a total of 50 spatial divine runes, and there were only a few spatial divine runes engraved on the Starfell Pearl. Of course, this did not mean that the space expanded by a single spatial divine rune was fixed. It was hard to quantify. It was also possible that a single divine rune could be stronger than dozens of spatial divine runes. He could continue to inscribe spatial divine runes, but the issue of materials was a little tricky. If the materials could not withstand the energy of the 5,000 planets inside, the Starfell Pearl could not continue to increase in power. This was also one of the two conditions that limited the Starfell Pearl. Lin Feng had already expected this. The current Starfell Pearl was actually already powerful enough. How daunting was a combat body equivalent to more than 1.1 billion kilometers? If he had the Starfell Pearl back then, he wouldn't even have needed to use his combat body when facing Beta's Venerable Starfall and the Dark Venerable. All he needed to do was toss out the Starfell Pearl to strike down the target. Even the dark venerable probably could not withstand a single strike from the Starfell Pearl. However, Lin Feng's current opponents were all some Grand Emperors. The combat bodies of these Grand Emperors were all above 1 light-year, equivalent to more than 9.4 trillion kilometers. The Starfell Pearl was equivalent to merely a 1.1 billion kilometer combat body. It was simply a drop in the ocean compared to a Grand Emperor's combat body. In the eyes of a Grand Emperor, it could be destroyed with a flick of the finger, and was nothing much. However, speaking of materials, Lin Feng directly retrieved the new substance he had just snatched from a few Grand Emperors from the Starfell Pearl. This new substance was huge, similar to the diameter of a star. It was millions of kilometers in size. Lin Feng had never seen such a massive new substance. Even the giant flower from back then was not as huge as this new substance. The new substance looked like a tree. That's right, it was a tree. The trunk and canopy were both very massive, but there was no sign of life at all. There were faint traces of law coming from it, and it was a metallic law. The law fluctuations that Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius had sensed back then should be the law fluctuations emitted by this new substance. This is a new material. Lin Feng had seen so many new substances before. He could naturally tell at a glance that this new substance could not divide the combat body cells, but it was a precious new material. There was even a trace of chaotic aura inside. Even though there was no chaotic power, there was a chaotic aura. This meant that this new substance had been in the chaos for a very, very long time. It was even possible that it had grown in the chaos itself. Otherwise, there would not be such a chaotic aura. It grew in chaos, but there's no aura of life. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He could not guess the origins of this new substance. The chaos was very mysterious to begin with. Apart from those universal life forms, no one had ever seen chaos. Lin Feng did not know what it was like in the chaos, nor did the other Grand Emperors. Even the Divine Kings and Divine Venerables did not know. Although he did not know the origins of this new substance, it did not stop Lin Feng from using this new substance to refine the Starfell Pearl. To be precise, it was to strengthen the Starfell Pearl. The Starfell Pearl could be strengthened continuously. As long as there were high-grade materials, the endurance of the Starfell Pearl could be constantly enhanced. For example, Lin Feng was going to extract the essence of this new material, which was millions of kilometers in size, and infuse it into the Starfell Pearl. Flames. Lin Feng used the flames to incinerate the new material directly. It was also very difficult to extract the essence of millions of kilometers of new substances. Lin Feng incinerated them for a few days before extracting about 1,000,000 kilometers of new substance essence. This was rather massive. Back then, Lin Feng had only refined tens of thousands of kilometers of new materials. After the final refinement of the Starfell Pearl, it was only a few kilometers in size. Lin Feng released the spatial divine runes on the Starfell Pearl. The Starfell Pearl quickly expanded to a few kilometers in size, then suddenly flew into the essence of the new substance. The Starfell Pearl began to fuse with the new substance essence in a frenzy. Buzz. The Starfell Pearl began to expand. It quickly grew to dozens of kilometers, and continued to expand. The essence of the new substance was shrinking bit by bit, gradually shrinking from 1,000,000 kilometers to hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was because the essence had all been infused into the Starfell Pearl. The process of infusing the essence of new material into the Starfell Pearl was very lengthy. Lin Feng did not know how long it took. Perhaps a few days, perhaps dozens of days. The fourth wave of the Big Bang had not arrived. This put Lin Feng slightly at ease. He could infuse the essence of the new material without worries. From dozens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers. Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl continued to expand. The essence of the new substance this time was several times more than when Lin Feng forged the Starfell Pearl back then. In the end, the Starfell Pearl fused with most of the new substance's essence. The size of the Starfell Pearl was incomparably huge, and its diameter even reached 100,000 kilometers. However, Lin Feng continued to refine the Starfell Pearl. Traces of impurities were expelled and constantly refined. The structure of the Starfell Pearl also became more and more stable. When it became refined to the limit, it meant that the Starfell Pearl had completely stabilized. At this moment, the diameter of the Starfell Pearl had decreased back to 30,000 kilometers. The 30,000-kilometer Starfell Pearl was simply a huge planet. Although it was far inferior to stars, it was much larger than some of the most ordinary planets. Ordinary planets were only about 10,000 kilometers in size, but the Starfell Pearl was 3 times the size of these ordinary planets. The size of the Starfell Pearl did not actually matter much. After all, was there a difference between 3 kilometers and 30,000 kilometers when facing a Grand Emperor's 1 light-year combat body? The key was that the Starfell Pearl had been refined again and infused with a large amount of essence of the new material. How many more planets could it accommodate? Rumble. Lin Feng was about to continue capturing planets, and even capture more stars, when he sensed a terrifying power surging out from the depths of the universe. The 4th wave of the Big Bang was imminent. Chapter 542, Gathering of Grand Emperors. Chapter 542, Gathering of Grand Emperors. The 4th wave of the Big Bang. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. Although he already knew that the 4th wave of the Big Bang was imminent, he was delayed by refining the Starfell Pearl. Now that the 4th wave of the Big Bang was approaching, he was dozens of light-years away from the area of the 3rd wave of the Big Bang, and should be hundreds of light-years away from the cosmic membrane at the end of the universe. However, the 4th wave of the Big Bang would very likely cover hundreds of light-years in range. Hence, Lin Feng did not dare to take the risk and immediately switch to the Void Traversal Combat Body. I must go. Lin Feng put away the Starfell Pearl. He activated the spatial divine runes on the Starfell Pearl, and the Starfell Pearl immediately shrank to the size of a baby's fist. Lin Feng swallowed it directly and stored it in his body. Then, his Void Traversal Combat Body quickly entered the spatial passage and warped space to leave directly. The 4th wave of the Big Bang was here. Looking at the mighty and terrifying shockwave in the distance, many cultivators' faces turned pale. Those who remained were basically all top-notch venerables or quasi-emperors. Apart from them, there were those Grand Emperors. The number of Grand Emperors even exceeded those top-notch venerables and quasi-emperors. The 4th wave of the Big Bang was the battlefield of the Grand Emperors in the first place. Just look at this terrifying impact of the Big Bang. Even after it calmed, top-notch venerables found it difficult to move in the wave. Only a Grand Emperor's 1 light-year combat body could move freely. Hence, the 4th wave of the Big Bang was also known as the Grand Emperor's battlefield. The terrifying Grand Emperors had long opened their eyes. Their entire bodies emitted terrifying auras as they glared menacingly at the distant waves. Suddenly, Grand Emperor Scorpius saw Grand Emperor Igneous appear in the distance. However, as soon as Grand Emperor Igneous appeared, he only glanced at Grand Emperor Scorpius before leaving. He appeared to have no intention of participating in the 4th wave of the Big Bang at all. Immediately after, Grand Emperor Iridescence and Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss appeared. They did not leave, but flew towards Grand Emperor Scorpius. Grand Emperor Iridescence, Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss, how's the Grand Emperor of Annihilation? Grand Emperor Scorpius asked directly. Grand Emperor of Annihilation isn't back. Grand Emperor Scorpius shook his head. He was not worried about Lin Feng. With the law of space, Lin Feng could leave safely even in the 4th wave of the Big Bang. Grand Emperor Iridescent smiled weakly and said, Grand Emperor Scorpius, why would you be worried about Grand Emperor of Annihilation? The two of us found almost nothing in the 3rd wave of explosions. We were really unlucky. On top of that, we also offended the Grand Emperor of Annihilation for no reason. Haha, that was to compete for new substances. It wasn't considered offending. The Grand Emperor of Annihilation wouldn't mind the two of you competing with him for new substances. Grand Emperor Scorpius also had some understanding of Lin Feng's personality. Grand Emperor Iridescence and Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss were only competing for new substances, and were not mortal enemies. Lin Feng did not even have any feud with Grand Emperor Igneous either. If not for the fact that Grand Emperor Igneous wanted to avenge Grand Emperor Gushi, Lin Feng would not have cared. By the way, what happened after Grand Emperor Scorpius could be considered to have escaped, so he did not know what happened after. Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss shook his head and said, what else could have happened? Grand Emperor of Annihilation warped space and left directly. 3 Grand Emperors like ourselves could do nothing but watch. By the way, you've seen Grand Emperor Igneous previously, right? He left. Of course Grand Emperor Igneous has to leave. Otherwise, wouldn't he be in danger if he encounters you and Grand Emperor of Annihilation? Haha, you and Grand Emperor of Annihilation are dangerous characters now. Haven't you realized that many Grand Emperors are wary of you? Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss's words reminded Grand Emperor Scorpius. Earlier, he had sensed that some Grand Emperors were glancing at him subtly, as if they were searching for something. Now, Grand Emperor Scorpius understood that they were searching for the Grand Emperor of Annihilation. Up until now, only one Grand Emperor had fallen in the Big Bang, and that was Grand Emperor Gushi. As for Grand Emperor Gushi, he was killed by the combined forces of Grand Emperor Scorpius and Grand Emperor of Annihilation. They could even kill a Grand Emperor. How could the other Grand Emperors not pay attention to Grand Emperor Scorpius and Grand Emperor of Annihilation? The two of them had probably long been labeled dangerous in the minds of all the Grand Emperors. They had to be on guard at all times. Now that they only saw Grand Emperor Scorpius, but the Grand Emperor of Annihilation was nowhere to be found, the other Grand Emperors were all a little wary. Who knew where the Grand Emperor of Annihilation was hiding? The 4th Big Bang was a true battlefield for Grand Emperors. It was not just possible, but certain that Grand Emperors would fall. Grand Emperor Scorpius, I'm quite envious of you for being able to join forces with the Grand Emperor of Annihilation. You must have gained a lot from this 4th wave of the Big Bang. Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss and Grand Emperor Iridescence were really envious of Grand Emperor Scorpius. Not everyone was so lucky as to join forces with a Grand Emperor who had comprehended the law of space. Grand Emperor Scorpius's heart also skipped a beat. Instead, he smiled weakly. Looks like I and the Grand Emperor of Annihilation have already become everyone's targets. This is not a good thing. Being the focus of attention and vigilance was definitely not a good thing. Perhaps even Grand Emperor Scorpius and Lin Feng would encounter danger. After all, although they were strong, they were not top-notch Grand Emperors. A top-notch Grand Emperor could kill an ordinary Grand Emperor with a flip of their hand. Sometimes, a reputation too great not only had no benefits, but was also a burden that would cause them to encounter many troubles. Rumble. The 4th wave of the Big Bang had finally arrived. A mighty wave swept over. All the Grand Emperors had solemn expressions. These Grand Emperors usually dominated the cosmos as the hegemons of a region. But now, they were all squeezed here and fighting with their lives. Everything was for the sake of benefits. Even the divine kings, who had not showed for billions of years, had to fight, compete, and even risk their lives in the Big Bang. Mortals had their own interests, and cultivators had their own interests. No one was above it, not even Grand Emperors and divine kings. As the wave of the Big Bang swept over, a terrifying impact spread in all directions. However, it was not at the epicenter. Even the Grand Emperors could resist it. The expressions of the top venerables and quasi-emperors changed drastically, and they retreated in a frenzy. If they could not even withstand a little of the aftershock, how could they participate? This 4th Big Bang was destined to become the battlefield of the Grand Emperors only. Top venerables and quasi-emperors could only be spectators, and could not participate at all. Haha, Grand Emperor Scorpius, we won't wait around with you anymore. We'll go in first. Grand Emperor Iridescence and Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss actually became acquainted after their fight. They seemed to have teamed up, and were going to venture into the fourth wave of the Big Bang together. Grand Emperor Scorpius was a little hesitant. The Grand Emperors had all entered the fourth wave of the Big Bang one after another. And there were even team-ups consisting of several Grand Emperors. Seeing so many Grand Emperors joining forces, it was obvious how intense the competition for the fourth wave of the Big Bang would be. The Grand Emperor of Annihilation isn't here yet. I'll wait a little longer. Grand Emperor Scorpius frowned. He did not know what had happened to Lin Feng that he had not come after so long. It would be a pity if he missed the fourth wave of the Big Bang. Buzz. Suddenly, traces of spatial ripples appeared in the cosmos, and a figure stepped out of space. Grand Emperor Scorpius, sorry for the wait. Chapter 543, Acting Alone. Chapter 543, Acting Alone. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, you're finally here. When Grand Emperor Scorpius saw Lin Feng, a smile appeared on his face. Although he did not believe that anything would happen to Lin Feng, Lin Feng's continued absence still worried Grand Emperor Scorpius. And now, all his worries were unnecessary after all. Why is there no one around? Lin Feng looked around, but did not find any Grand Emperors. There were not even ordinary cultivators around. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, although the Big Bang is still ongoing, the Grand Emperors can already resist the tides. They have all entered. Oh. They've already gone in now. Lin Feng glanced at the cosmic wave. It was still sweeping majestically, and had already swept across a distance of hundreds of light-years, and was constantly expanding. The fourth wave of the Big Bang seemed like it would last for a very long time. However, after the Grand Emperors avoided the brunt of the terrifying impact that could destroy the Divine Kings at the beginning, even their combat bodies as Grand Emperors could withstand this minor impact now. About how many Grand Emperors are there? I've already seen 13 Grand Emperors, perhaps more. There should be at least 20 in total. 20 Grand Emperors. Lin Feng muttered softly. With so many Grand Emperors, one could imagine how intense the competition during the fourth wave of the Big Bang would be. Moreover, more Grand Emperors might still participate later. By the way, Grand Emperor of Annihilation, I saw Grand Emperor Igneous. Grand Emperor Igneous still dares to show himself. A trace of killing intent flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Grand Emperor Igneous was good at plotting and knew when to advance or retreat. This kind of cultivator was the most difficult to deal with, and was far more threatening than Grand Emperor Gushi. If he allowed Grand Emperor Igneous to leave, Lin Feng would have to be careful at all times in the future. It would not be a good thing to be the target of a Grand Emperor lurking in the dark. That's right, he showed up. However, Grand Emperor Igneous disappeared the moment he showed up. He didn't even participate in the fourth wave of the Big Bang. Disappeared. Lin Feng sneered and continued, how would he dare to not disappear? If he continues to participate in the fourth wave of the Big Bang. When he meets us again, he won't have Grand Emperor Iridescence and Grand Emperor Dragon Abyss to help him anymore. Grand Emperor Igneous was ultimately a hidden threat. However, Lin Feng alone could not get rid of Grand Emperor Igneous now. He could only put the matter of Grand Emperor Igneous aside for now. If he could obtain more new materials, be they materials that could strengthen his combat body or the Starfell Pearl, Lin Feng's strength would improve rapidly. Let's go in and search for new substances first. Any later and we won't get anything. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius immediately entered the cosmic tide again. In the fourth wave, the Grand Emperors fought with their lives. Although Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius had a tacit understanding, team-ups of 2 or 3 Grand Emperors were commonplace. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius could not gain much of an advantage. There were a few times when Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius even encountered danger. Lin Feng had no choice but to expose his trump card and use the Void Traversal combat body to deal with those Grand Emperors so that they barely managed to survive. However, Grand Emperor Scorpius suffered heavy losses and was severely injured. Finally, the fourth wave of the Big Bang ended. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius gained very little. They only obtained one new substance that could divide the cells of the combat body, as well as some materials. Grand Emperor Scorpius generously gave the new substance that could enable the division of combat body cells to Lin Feng. The new materials, on the other hand, went to Grand Emperor Scorpius. Relying on the new substance he obtained, Lin Feng's combat body improved further, but it only increased from 11.5 billion kilometers to 12 billion kilometers. The magnitude of improvement was really insignificant. The fourth wave of the Big Bang swept through an area of 1,000 light-years in the end. The area was enormous, and more than 20 Grand Emperors were fighting fiercely. Fortunately, the Grand Emperors had many life-saving trump cards, and they were all sufficiently prepared. A few of them were severely injured, but not a single Grand Emperor died. It could be considered a blessing among misfortunes. The 12 billion kilometer combat body seemed very strong. With the 1,000-fold enhancement of Lin Feng's advanced law, it was even more terrifying and already surpassed ordinary Grand Emperors. But in reality, in the fourth wave of the Big Bang, ordinary Grand Emperors all formed teams. There were even some terrifying Grand Emperors whose combat bodies had reached 2 light-years. Moreover, they had all kinds of methods on top of their foundations, which rendered Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius unable to do anything. Grand Emperor Scorpius, your combat body is severely damaged. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover for a while. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. His cooperation with Grand Emperor Scorpius was rather tacit, but there were too many Grand Emperors. Every Grand Emperor had a trump card, and one could be severely injured if they were not careful. This was the case for Grand Emperor Scorpius. Now that his combat body had been severely injured, he could no longer participate in the fifth wave of the Big Bang. There were also a few Grand Emperors who were severely injured, like Grand Emperor Scorpius. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, actually, you could have obtained more alone. Oh well. We already obtained enough new substances this time. It's impossible for me to participate in the fifth wave of the Big Bang anymore. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, you can only go alone. Lin Feng nodded. There was nothing he could do about it. If Grand Emperor Scorpius entered the fifth wave of the Big Bang, he would probably be in real danger. At this moment, Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony. He said in a low voice, Grand Emperor Scorpius, go ahead and recuperate. Lin Feng was also bent on participating in the fifth wave of the Big Bang. He could not possibly pass up such an excellent opportunity. Even if top-notch Grand Emperors might appear in the fifth wave. A so-called top-notch Grand Emperor had a combat body of more than 10 light-years. They had even comprehended ultimate planetary laws themselves. Only such Grand Emperors could be considered true top-notch Grand Emperors. A top-notch Grand Emperor like that was on a completely different level from ordinary Grand Emperors. He could kill them with a flip of his palm. Such a top-notch Grand Emperor had not participated in the fourth wave of the Big Bang, but top-notch Grand Emperors would definitely participate in the fifth or even sixth wave. If I were a bit stronger, I might not have to be so passive. Lin Feng shook his head inwardly. What a pity. His strength still had room for improvement. For example, he could still continue to transfer more planets into the Starfell Pearl. It might even be able to threaten Grand Emperors in the end. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not have the time to transfer more planets now. However, by relying on the advanced law of space, Lin Feng was still qualified to participate in the fifth wave of the Big Bang. Rumble. The fifth wave of the Big Bang began. A mighty shockwave swept over, instantly sweeping through thousands of light-years, and finally reaching 10,000 light-years. The area of the fifth wave of explosions was 10 times larger than that of the fourth wave. Many Grand Emperors entered the area of 10,000 light-years, one after another. There were at least 50 of them, and there was no lack of top-notch Grand Emperors among them. Although it was very dangerous, Lin Feng still resolutely joined the fight for new substances in the fifth wave of the Big Bang. Chapter 544, The Fall of Grand Emperors. Chapter 544, The Fall of Grand Emperors. Swoosh. Lin Feng acted alone like a fish in water. His void traversal combat body had long been exposed. It was no longer a secret that he possessed the law of space. But so what? Even though most of the Grand Emperors knew, they were still unable to do anything to Lin Feng. The reason was very simple. They could not seal space. Even the top Grand Emperors would find it relatively difficult to seal space. The only exception was if there happened to be some artifact that could seal space. However, such a treasure must be very precious, and could not be obtained easily. Moreover, artifacts that could seal space were not of much use to cultivators under normal circumstances. No Grand Emperor would deliberately seek an artifact that sealed space. Lin Feng's void traversal combat body was extremely sensitive to space. As long as there were spatial fragments, he could even warp space and leave. In the wave of the Big Bang, the impact of the Big Bang basically shattered space, but it did not affect Lin Feng's void traversal combat body much. Apologies, this new substance is mine. Lin Feng grabbed the new substance. The three Grand Emperors could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng left. Even though they bellowed in anger, it was useless. Lin Feng warped through an area of 10,000 light-years. As long as a new substance was discovered, Lin Feng could basically seize it by force. Of course, he also encountered some danger, but Lin Feng relied on the void traversal combat body to avert danger in all these instances. All three new substances can divide cells. Lucky me. Lin Feng swallowed three new substances directly. These were all his spoils of war. Although the three new substances that divided the cells did not contain much chaotic power, they still improved Lin Feng's combat body somewhat. His combat body was far inferior to those true Grand Emperors, but it was precisely for this reason that these new substances could work on his combat body. Buzz. Lin Feng did not miss any opportunity to increase his strength. After he swallowed the three new substances, the cells in his combat body quickly divided, and chaotic power filled all his cells. 12 billion kilometers, 13 billion kilometers, 14 billion kilometers, 15 billion kilometers. Each new substance increased Lin Feng's combat body by 1 billion kilometers, which meant 3 billion kilometers with three new substances. Hence, Lin Feng's combat body had already reached 15 billion kilometers. This growth speed was rather astonishing. In the beginning, when Lin Feng's combat body had the combat power of a Grand Emperor, his combat body was actually only approaching 10 billion kilometers, and had not even reached 10 billion kilometers. Now, his combat body had actually increased by another 50%, reaching 15 billion kilometers. If it was enhanced by 1,000-fold, it would be 15 trillion kilometers. He was only slightly more than 3 trillion kilometers away from having the equivalent of a 2-light-year combat body. Now, Lin Feng could defeat most ordinary Grand Emperors just by relying on his combat body and the enhancement of laws. After all, most Grand Emperors had a 1-light-year combat body. There were very few Grand Emperors with a 2-light-year combat body or above. However, this was still not enough. Lin Feng was still far inferior to those top-notch Grand Emperors. As time passed, finally, some Grand Emperors fell, and 3 of them fell at once. The 3 Grand Emperors fell together. The cosmos shook and the laws wailed. Almost all the Grand Emperors in the region of tens of thousands of light-years had already sensed it. 3 Grand Emperors have fallen. How is this possible? How intense was the competition? Even 3 Grand Emperors fell. The cosmos is shaking, and the laws are wailing. The fall of 3 Grand Emperors is definitely unusual. This 5th wave of the Big Bang is too brutal. Many Grand Emperors felt a sense of lament. Every Grand Emperor had to experience hardships and even countless dangers before they were lucky enough to become a Grand Emperor by chance. The process of cultivation was indescribably difficult. In the entire vast universe, all those who eventually became Grand Emperors must have had a combination of talent, perseverance, and opportunities before they could eventually become a Grand Emperor. However, 3 of those who had struggled so hard to become Grand Emperors had fallen at the same time. This was a huge shock to all. Grand Emperors. Lin Feng naturally sensed the lament of the laws as well. The deaths of the 3 Grand Emperors also shocked him. It could not be a coincidence that 3 Grand Emperors had fallen together. How strong must one be to be able to kill 3 Grand Emperors at once? Lin Feng's expression was solemn. If there was really such a Grand Emperor, they must be a top-notch Grand Emperor. To be able to make a top-notch Grand Emperor attack and kill 3 Grand Emperors, precious new substances must have appeared. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Without any hesitation, he warped through space in the direction the 3 Grand Emperors had fallen. Lin Feng warped space. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had exited it. However, as soon as he stepped into the space, he saw a black new substance, similar to a black hole. Although it did not look very large, the chaotic energy inside was shockingly dense. Chaotic energy. Lin Feng had never felt such a rich chaotic energy. His eyes widened immediately. Huh. However, Lin Feng also noticed 2 huge eyes on the new substance. The combat body was incomparably terrifying. Even Lin Feng felt an immense pressure. Boom. There was a Grand Emperor, and a top-notch one at that. The other party's palm struck towards Lin Feng with almost no hesitation. He was a top-notch Grand Emperor over 10 light-years in size. One of the strongest Grand Emperors who had comprehended the ultimate planetary law, Grand Emperor Universum. It's Grand Emperor Universum. Run. Lin Feng was shocked, and an infinite sense of danger arose in his heart. It was too dangerous. He was almost suffocating, and even felt as if he was drifting on the line between life and death. Ever since he had attained the combat power of a Grand Emperor, Lin Feng had never been in such a sorry state. But today, facing Grand Emperor Universum, who could be considered a top Grand Emperor in the entire universe, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all and directly warped space to escape. This was no joke. Lin Feng knew his own limitations when facing a top-notch Grand Emperor. Forget about the fact that his current combat body was not on par with those of 2 light-years, even if he reached the level of 2 light-years, or even 3 or 4 light-years. He was definitely still no match for Grand Emperor Universum. If he tried to face it head-on with the tidal combat body, he might not even be able to resist it. He could only run. Boom. With a palm strike from Grand Emperor Universum, even space was shattered. However, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because he sensed that Lin Feng had already disappeared completely. Law of space. Grand Emperor Universum was one of the strongest Grand Emperors. His combat body exceeded 10 light-years in size. Lin Feng did not know how much it exceeded 10 light-years precisely. He only knew that he could not even withstand a casual palm strike from Grand Emperor Universum. Looks like it's the Grand Emperor of Annihilation who has risen to fame of recent. However, he's too weak. Grand Emperor Universum shook his head, not taking Lin Feng seriously at all. So what if he had the law of space? Would Lin Feng dare to appear in front of him? With just one strike, Grand Emperor Universum could kill Lin Feng. Just now, Grand Emperor Universum had already killed the 3 Grand Emperors with thunderous force. They were the first to discover this new substance, but Grand Emperor Universum showed no mercy and killed them directly. This was enough to show just how powerful Grand Emperor Universum was. That new substance. Lin Feng emerged from the space and looked at the new substance from afar. His face was ashen. With Grand Emperor Universum around, Lin Feng was also in a difficult position. If he was struck by Grand Emperor Universum, he would probably be severely injured, if not dead. However, the chaotic energy contained in that new substance was too rich, and could allow Lin Feng's combat body to reach a new level. Moreover, it was right in front of him. Lin Feng was really unwilling to give up just like that. I have to risk it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. His massive body burrowed into the spatial passage again and disappeared. Instantly. Chapter 545, Divine King. Chapter 545, Divine King. Retrieve. Grand Emperor Universum looked around and confirmed that no one was coming to compete with him anymore. On second thought, it made sense. He was a top-notch Grand Emperor. He had just killed 3 Grand Emperors and repelled the Grand Emperor of Annihilation, who possessed the law of space. Who would dare to come? Hence, even though they knew that this new substance was very miraculous, no one dared to step forward to compete with Grand Emperor Universum. This was what it truly meant to be peerless and renowned. Of course, even top-notch Grand Emperors had to deter others with actual actions. If Grand Emperor Universum had not killed the 3 Grand Emperors with thunderous force, causing the cosmos to shake and the laws to wail, he would probably have to deal with an endless stream of other Grand Emperors by now. Just as Grand Emperor Universum was about to seize the new substance, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the cosmos and grabbed the new substance before Grand Emperor Universum could. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, how dare you? Grand Emperor Universum was furious. He did not expect that the Grand Emperor of Annihilation would actually dare to come back and take the risk. He had even obtained the new substance before himself. Grand Emperor Universum mobilized his entire combat body and slapped down hard. Boom. Space shattered. Lin Feng was shocked. His void traversal combat body warped through the shattered space, as if it was enduring an enormous pressure. He could even feel the space behind him shatter like a mirror. Retrieve. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng immediately stored the new substance into the Starfell Pearl. At the same time, he used all his power to warp space. Lin Feng was luckier. Even though Grand Emperor Universum had shattered the surrounding space with a palm strike, Lin Feng had already warped into the spatial passage first. Once he began warping, it was practically teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already warped an unknown distance away. Grand Emperor Universum was furious as he destroyed everything in a frenzy. Even the other Grand Emperors suffered for Grand Emperor Universum's anger. When a top-notch Grand Emperor was angered, even the cosmos would shake. Of course, Lin Feng did not intend to stay here anymore. The 5th wave of the Big Bang was almost already the limit of what Lin Feng could participate in. The 6th wave of the Big Bang would only be even more dangerous. Now that he had offended Grand Emperor Universum as well, Lin Feng did not dare to stay at the end of the universe anymore. He had to leave as soon as possible. However, his gains this time were fantastic. The chaotic energy contained in the new substance inside the Starfell Pearl shocked even Lin Feng. Once devoured, there was no knowing how much it could allow his combat body to divide. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave excitedly, everything around him suddenly seemed to still, including space. Lin Feng could even sense that Grand Emperor Universum and the other Grand Emperors around him seemed to have stopped moving. All of a sudden, a slightly stiff expression appeared on their faces. That's through space, Lin Feng saw a huge palm appear in the depths of the universe. It was overwhelming and probably covered thousands of light years. Even Lin Feng could not describe this palm. A strong sense of danger arose in the depths of his heart, but it was useless. The space had been locked, and even Lin Feng's combat body could not move. He was forcefully pinned in the spatial passage. A trace of fear also appeared on Grand Emperor Universum's face. He was a dignified top-notch Grand Emperor, yet he actually felt a power that terrified him. This could only be a divine king. A divine king, no. Grand Emperor Universum tried to escape in a frenzy. The only one who could still struggle slightly now was Grand Emperor Universum. He erupted astonishing power, and even used his trump card. It was an all-shaped origin weapon, which transformed into a golden light. Its sharpness gave Lin Feng a sense of suffocation. Lin Feng even sensed that once he was struck by this golden light, even his tidal combat body would probably be pulverized instantly. In other words, Grand Emperor Universum was entirely capable of killing Lin Feng with a single strike. However, this was Grand Emperor Universum's trump card, a life-saving method. He would not use it unless absolutely necessary. However, now that a divine king had intervened, with just a palm, the void was solidified, and the laws were frozen. All the Grand Emperors, including Grand Emperor Universum, had nowhere to run. Lin Feng was also desperately mobilizing the law of space, but it was still useless. The laws were frozen, and the void was also solidified. Once this huge palm slammed down, Lin Feng had no doubt that he would be shattered apart and reduced to cosmic dust. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a helpless crisis since he entered the universe. The threat of death was imminent. Yet Lin Feng could do nothing at all. In the past, even if there was danger, Lin Feng could still escape safely by relying on the law of space. But from the looks of it, the law of space was not that reliable. At the very least, there were still people who could do something to him and stop him from warping space to leave. I'm still too reliant on the law of space. Lin Feng's heart was filled with bitterness. Unknowingly, he had already become very reliant on the law of space. He had assumed that with the law of space, he was invincible. But now, he was easily restrained by a palm from the Divine King. There was not even a chance of escape. One's own strength was the most important thing. Even laws were not omnipotent. Unfortunately, it was too late to realize it now. Lin Feng had obtained this new substance that contained rich chaotic energy, but he would also die for this new substance. With such abundant chaotic energy, it was no wonder that even a divine king was tempted and chose to act. Boom. This palm pressed down hard. The void was shattered, and everything fell silent. It was as if even the tides of the Big Bang had disappeared at once. Such was the might of a divine king. However, Lin Feng did not sense death. He looked up into the cosmos. At some point, another huge palm had appeared and blocked the terrifying palm of the divine king. He's not dead. Many grand emperors were stunned, but they reacted almost immediately. Flee. The grand emperors fled one after another, not daring to linger in the fifth wave of the Big Bang anymore. This was no joke. This was only the fifth wave of the Big Bang. Why were even divine kings attacking? It had to be known that the combat bodies of divine kings were all comparable to a galaxy. Under normal circumstances, it would be at least 100,000 light-years in size. How massive was this combat body? If the divine kings manifested their combat bodies, even the area of the fifth wave of the Big Bang could not accommodate the combat body of one divine king. However, a divine king had intervened, and his goal was that new substance that contained rich chaotic energy. Grand emperors were nothing in the eyes of a divine king. Even Grand Emperor Universum was fleeing in a frenzy. This was truly a narrow escape from death. How could he dare to linger here? Bamand, you are trying to stop me. Suddenly, a mighty voice sounded in the void. Chapter 546, The Patience of Grand Emperor Igneous. Chapter 546, The Patience of Grand Emperor Igneous. Divine King Bamand. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He looked at the huge palm. Divine King Bamand had saved him. Divine King Qingguang, you're a dignified divine king, yet you attacked a junior. Aren't you ashamed? Humph, Divine King Bamand, all these grand emperors are juniors. Why should I feel ashamed in a fair competition for opportunities? Divine King Qingguang, don't you know that the Grand Emperor of Annihilation you wanted to kill is a disciple of my divine palace of Bamand? Oh. Your divine palace of Bamand really had a huge gain then. Forget it. Since Divine King Bamand has spoken, I won't fight with these juniors. The cosmos fell silent. Then, the two huge palms disappeared, as if they had never existed. However, the shattered cosmos served as a constant reminder to all cultivators that everything that just happened was real. Lin Feng, leave quickly. It's best. If you leave the Big Bang. The range of this Big Bang is very wide. Many old fellows are here. Even if it's the fifth wave of the Big Bang, the Divine Kings may interfere. Divine King Bamand's voice suddenly entered Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng knew that Divine King Bamand had sent him a voice transmission to remind him of the danger here. Actually, even without Divine King Bamand's reminder, Lin Feng did not intend to continue participating. It was too dangerous. Even without the Divine King, he was not a match for a top-notch Grand Emperor like Grand Emperor Universum, let alone when a Divine King interfered. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Feng was also inwardly grateful. Divine King Bamon did not usually interfere, but once he did, it was critical. He had saved Lin Feng's life. Afterwards, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and warped space to leave. Swoosh. Lin Feng warped a few times in succession before finally exiting the area of the fifth wave of the Big Bang. It was tens of thousands of light years. Even if Lin Feng warped at full speed, he would still need to warp several times before he could leave completely. "Grand Emperor of Annihilation, how are you?" Seeing Lin Feng appear, Grand Emperor Scorpius hurriedly came to him. "Just now, I saw a huge palm that almost enveloped half the wave area. It's simply terrifying. A Divine King must have attacked, right?" Lin Feng smiled weakly and nodded. "That's right. A Divine King attacked. It's Divine King Qingguang. Moreover, I was very unlucky. Divine King Qingguang's goal was the new substance I obtained." "What?" Scorpius was shocked. A Divine King had actually attacked Lin Feng, so how did Lin Feng escape? That palm just now was too terrifying. Even if Lin Feng used spatial warp, he could travel hundreds of light years at a time at most, but that palm covered a terrifying range of thousands of light years. With a single palm strike, everything would be reduced to dust. Lin Feng had nowhere to run. It was Divine King Bamond of our Divine Palace of Bamond who helped. That's how I survived. Divine King Bamond. Grand Emperor Scorpius nodded. With Divine King Bamond's interference, Lin Feng would naturally be safe. Fortunately, the Divine King was there. However, this place is too dangerous. Look, even the Grand Emperors have left one after another. The 6th, 7th, and up until the 9th wave will all be the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Actually, the battlefield of the Divine Kings would only start from the 7th wave onwards. After all, even the 6th wave could only cover an area of about 100,000 light years. It could only accommodate one Divine King's combat body completely. However, the Divine Kings had already intervened in the 5th wave, let alone the 6th. The battlefield of the Grand Emperors had actually ended in advance. That's right. Our battlefield is over. What are Grand Emperor Scorpius's plans next? Me. Of course I'll return to the North River Galaxy to properly consume the spoils of war this time. After I've completely consumed them, my strength will definitely increase substantially. Grand Emperor Scorpius appeared very confident, but at the same time, he was very happy. His gains this time were indeed huge. Mainly because he had joined forces with Lin Feng. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have gained much by himself. I'm going to return to the Divine Palace of Bamond first, but I still have to ask Grand Emperor Scorpius for a favor. Grand Emperor of Annihilation, feel free to speak. Grand Emperor Scorpius has many friends. Please help me to keep an eye out for Grand Emperor Igneous. Grand Emperor Igneous was a hidden threat. Just because he had disappeared without a trace now did not mean that he had really disappeared for good. He might be plotting something in secret. Being targeted by a Grand Emperor while the other party hiding in the dark was not a good thing. No problem. Speaking of which, Grand Emperor Igneous probably hates me too. Of course we have to find him. Once I have any news on him, I'll inform Grand Emperor of Annihilation immediately. Grand Emperor Scorpius also felt that Grand Emperor Igneous was very dangerous. He was hiding in the dark, and no one knew what Grand Emperor Igneous was plotting. If one became mortal enemies with a Grand Emperor, they had to kill him at all costs. Otherwise, if they had to always remain on guard, oversights were inevitable, and the consequences would be unthinkable. Thank you, Grand Emperor Scorpius. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Scorpius looked at each other and smiled. Then, Grand Emperor Scorpius left. Lin Feng glanced at the mighty tides of the Big Bang in the distance. The 5th wave of the Big Bang had not ended yet, but to Lin Feng, this Big Bang was actually already over. As for the remaining battles in the Big Bang, no matter how precious the new substances were, they had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore. Next time, if there's a next time, I'll sweep through all 9 waves of the Big Bang. A bold thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. If he really waited until the next Big Bang, it would be billions of years. Hence, Lin Feng's void traversal combat body immediately traversed space and warped towards the Beaumont galaxy. In the cold and pitch-black cosmos, a huge planet spun slowly. There was no other planet around this huge planet. It was just a lonely planet. It was cold, dark, and did not even have the aura of life. Swoosh. After an unknown period of time, a figure descended on the planet. Gushi, we suffered a crushing defeat this time. You even lost your life. This figure was Grand Emperor Igneous. He seemed to be reminiscing all the happenings in his friendship with Grand Emperor Gushi back then. It was rumored that the two of them were close. In reality, they had already known each other back when they had yet to become planetary lifeforms. They roamed the universe together and metamorphosed into planetary lifeforms together. Gushi had a fiery temper and was prone to offending people. He had suffered many hardships in the past. However, Gushi appeared to be very lucky as well. He could often turn misfortunes into blessings and obtain many benefits. In comparison, Grand Emperor Igneous was very ordinary. He cultivated quietly, and his speed was far slower than Grand Emperor Gushi. Grand Emperor Gushi gifted many of the resources he obtained to Grand Emperor Igneous. Grand Emperor Igneous would never have attained his current achievements without Grand Emperor Gushi. Unfortunately, Grand Emperor Gushi was dead. He had died at the hands of the Grand Emperor of Annihilation, Lin Feng. Gushi, I've long advised you to rein in your fiery temper, yet you never listened. I knew that this day would come sooner or later, but I'll definitely avenge you. The law of space. I need an artifice that seals space. I'm not strong enough either, so I'll have to ask someone else to take action. Grand Emperor Igneous' expression was composed. Even though Grand Emperor Gushi was dead, even though his lifelong friend of billions of years was dead, he was still very composed. Yet, there was a monstrous killing intent in his composure. However, he was not in a hurry. The life of a Grand Emperor was infinite. He would not rush headlong into revenge. The passage of time was long. He needed to plan slowly. 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 or 10,000 years were nothing. Even if it took billions of years to make a plan, it was worth it as long as he could kill his enemy. Patience was the last thing Grand Emperor Igneous lacked. Chapter 547, Incomparably Ruthless Reputation. Chapter 547, Incomparably Ruthless Reputation. The Divine Palace of Beaumont was very lively today. This was because it was the annual recruitment period for disciples in the lower district. Actually, recruiting annually was a little too frequent. Someone had once suggested recruiting once every 10 years. After all, if they recruited disciples every year, the lower district would be overflooding with disciples. There were already a lot of people. However, the Divine Palace had always recruited disciples annually. The reason was very simple. It did not matter how many disciples there were in the lower district. The Divine Palace of Beaumont invested very little resources in the lower district to begin with. No matter how many people there were, it would not affect the distribution of resources in the middle and upper districts. Moreover, with more people, the competition would become even more intense. Those who could stand out in the lower district were all true geniuses. They had a chance of undergoing 6 life transitions and becoming planetary lifeforms. Moreover, there was a deeper reason for the Divine Palace of Beaumont's method. They could all the factions in the Beaumont galaxy to the Divine Palace. The reason was very simple. The lower district recruited disciples every year. Basically, some large and medium-sized factions in the Beaumont galaxy, and even some small factions, had some recommendation qualifications. The only difference was how many people they recommended. As long as they could find a way to advance, their family, friends, or disciples would have a chance to enter the Divine Palace of Beaumont. Then, they would naturally have a sense of belonging to the divine palace of Bamand. As time passed, the Bamand galaxy became highly united. Hence, although the divine palace of Bamand did not directly send disciples to actually manage the Bamand galaxy, its extraordinary status and control over the Bamand galaxy were definitely considerable. Shao Tian, after you enter the divine palace of Bamand, you must work hard to cultivate and become a disciple of the middle district, or even the upper district. Lingguang, you are the most outstanding royal descendant of our Ling family. Once you make some contributions to the divine palace of Bamand, it will be much better than inheriting the position of emperor. What our Ling family relies on to rule over dozens of planets is not bloodline, but strength. The divine palace is the supreme holy land of the Bamand galaxy. Entering this place itself is an opportunity. Many elders were reminding the juniors that being able to enter the divine palace of Bamand, even the lower district, was an opportunity. Although the competition was somewhat fierce, and they had to enter the fiercest of competitions with geniuses throughout the galaxy. Everyone in the universe must face competition. The weak were prey to the strong in the universe to begin with. Only the strong had the right to speak. Without the protection of the divine palace of Bamand, there was no knowing how chaotic the Bamand galaxy would be with so many major and minor factions. Perhaps a powerful faction today would be reduced to cosmic dust tomorrow. Competition was not frightening. What was frightening was failing to defeat others and winding up always inferior to others, never able to stand out. These young cultivators were all filled with longing, as if the divine palace of Bamand was their hope. However, in the eyes of the planetary disciples in charge of recruiting disciples in the lower district, less than 1 in 100 of these cultivators filled with longing and anticipation might succeed in the end. In fact, even all of them might fail. There were very few who could advance to the middle district, let alone the upper district. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, traces of spatial ripples appeared in the void outside the divine palace. There were no protective arrays in the divine palace of Bamand, because it was completely unnecessary. As long as Divine King Bamand was standing, the divine palace of Bamand was absolutely safe. If a divine king attacked the divine palace of Bamand, even arrays would be useless. Hence, arrays were completely superfluous to the divine palace. Now, spatial ripples appeared and spread majestically. A terrifying aura emitted from within. Who is it? Spatial warp. Which cultivator with powerful spatial innate ability has descended into our divine palace of Bamand? What a terrifying aura. Everyone was frightened. Suddenly, a hand stretched out of the space. Swoosh. Lin Feng emerged from the space at once. He had long retracted his combat body. Otherwise, how could planet Bamand withstand a combat body of 12 billion kilometers? Even so, his appearance still shocked everyone. Spatial warp was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. In the entire divine palace of Bamand, even in the upper district, no one could comprehend the law of space, let alone warp space. Isn't he a disciple of our divine palace? Shock appeared in the eyes of all the major and minor factions. However, the planetary disciple's eyes widened all of a sudden, and he suddenly took a step forward. Your Highness Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. This was an upper district disciple of the divine palace, but he did not know the disciple. He merely nodded slightly and entered the divine palace directly. Those who were preparing to send their descendants and relatives into the divine palace were all a little surprised by Lin Feng's disrespectful attitude. From their perspective, they were both planetary disciples and upper district disciples. How could this new cultivator actually dare to disregard other upper district disciples like this? However, the disciple who went forward to welcome him did not mind at all. He shook his head and said, "You may not know this, but His Highness Lin Feng has a title." Title? Everyone was surprised. Even advanced planetary lifeforms did not have titles, right? His Highness Lin Feng's title is Grand Emperor of Annihilation. Grand Emperor. Everyone's eyes widened. A Grand Emperor, he was actually a Grand Emperor, the strongest beings among planetary cultivators. Apart From the divine kings, he was already standing at the top of the universe, invincible in the cosmos. Moreover, they could sense that Lin Feng's life aura seemed to be very young. The younger he was, the greater his potential. No one knew how much further he could grow in the future. These people were not the only ones who were surprised. In fact, the planetary disciple who was welcoming them was also very surprised. He was very well informed. He actually knew about the Big Bang, but he was not qualified to participate in such a grand event. However, someone had long sent back news that a formidable individual had appeared in the divine palace of Bamond. His name was the Grand Emperor of Annihilation. He had killed a Grand Emperor as a venerable. Not only did he challenge an opponent above his level and possess the combat power of a Grand Emperor, he even killed a genuine Grand Emperor. This was simply incredible. The glorious battle record of the Grand Emperor of Annihilation had also spread throughout the entire upper district of the divine palace of Bamond. The name of the Grand Emperor of Annihilation was already very famous. This was simply an incomparably ruthless individual, ferocious to the extreme. Lin Feng finally returned to his residence in the upper district. Along the way, he encountered some disciples of the upper district. However, it was strange. When these disciples saw him, it was as if they saw some monstrous catastrophe. All of them became incomparably respectful. There was even some fear in their respect, which puzzled Lin Feng. Even if they know that I've become a Grand Emperor, they don't have to be so afraid, right? Lin Feng stroked his chin and shook his head helplessly. Of course Lin Feng did not know why. Grand Emperors naturally would not make the disciples of the upper district fearful. At most, they would only be respectful. However, Lin Feng was an incomparably ruthless individual, who had killed a Grand Emperor as a venerable. Moreover, it sounded like he had dared to kill a Grand Emperor merely over verbal disagreements between him and Emperor Gushi. Such a frightening reputation had already spread throughout the divine palace. Who wouldn't be afraid of such an incomparably ruthless individual that would kill a Grand Emperor over the slightest disagreement? Chapter 548, Swallow. Chapter 548, Swallow. Master, Master, you're finally back. As soon as he returned to the house, Long Betham's voice sounded. Although Long Betham had created a tool that was worn by Lin Feng. At all times, Long Betham's true form could only obtain information intermittently through some contact methods. However, messages could not be transmitted in certain places, such as the Big Bang. In such an environment, no matter how advanced the technology, messages could not be transmitted. Master, I heard that you have already become a Grand Emperor. Long Betham was very thrilled. A Grand Emperor. It did not even dare to imagine that one day, it could actually become the follower of a Grand Emperor. Back then, it had judged that Lin Feng would be hard-pressed to even become an elementary planetary life form, let alone a Grand Emperor. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's speed of cultivation along the way stunned Long Betham. Lin Feng smiled and did not conceal it. He said directly, I'm still a venerable and an advanced planetary life form, but by relying on my comprehension of laws, I do have the combat power of a Grand Emperor. Actually, Lin Feng did not just have the combat power of a Grand Emperor. Even ordinary Grand Emperors were not as powerful as Lin Feng. Haha, I, Long Betham, have really become the follower of a Grand Emperor. This is simply wonderful. Long Betham really felt proud. How many people could become the followers of a Grand Emperor, and as mechanical life forms at that? There were probably very few. Some Grand Emperors in the upper district of the Divine Palace did not choose mechanical life forms as their followers. But now, there would be another mechanical life form among the followers of Grand Emperors in the upper district of the Divine Palace. By the way, Long Betham, on my way back this time, I encountered some upper district disciples. Why do I feel that the way they look at me is a little strange? It's as if aside from reverence, there's more fear in it. Lin Feng was certain that aside from reverence, there was more of a trace of fear in the gazes of those upper district disciples. Fear. Long Betham was slightly stunned, but after it thought carefully, its eyes lit up. Master, I believe I know why they are afraid. Why? The news of Master becoming a Grand Emperor had already arrived. I know that. Lin Feng did not even conceal it. He used spatial warp to return directly. This was because he had become a Grand Emperor, and his reputation had spread everywhere during the Big Bang. There was no longer any point in keeping it a secret. He would not be able to keep it secret even if he tried, so he might as well make it public. In any case, with his current strength, could anyone actually interrogate him? Master, did you also kill Grand Emperor Gushi? That's right. I did kill Grand Emperor Gushi. Is that the only reason? This is most likely the reason. According to the rumors I heard, Grand Emperor Gushi argued with Master a little and Master killed him in a fit of anger. Now, Master's ruthless reputation has spread throughout the entire upper district of the Divine Palace. Due to our association. Even when I go out, no one dares to provoke me anymore. How magnificent! Long Betham was enjoying the power, but Lin Feng could only smile helplessly on the inside. What unparalleled ruthless reputation! Was he that savage? Lin Feng felt very helpless. He had killed Grand Emperor Gushi over just a slight quarrel. Although that appeared to be the case on the surface, the reason was actually much more complicated. Originally, Lin Feng had mocked that Grand Emperor Gushi was Grand Emperor Windbag. It was precisely due to this statement that there was no longer any room for reconciliation between Grand Emperor Gushi and Lin Feng. How dangerous would it be if a Grand Emperor secretly bore a grudge? This was especially the case in an environment as complicated as the Big Bang. Hence, for his own safety, Lin Feng might as well join forces with Grand Emperor Scorpius to kill Grand Emperor Gushi and eliminate future troubles. However, he did not expect the rumors to spread that he had killed Grand Emperor Gushi just because Grand Emperor Gushi had angered him due to a slight quarrel. Even Lin Feng himself found it unbelievable. However, this way, Lin Feng's ruthless reputation naturally spread. Even in the Divine Palace of Bamand, who would dare to provoke him? Who wouldn't be afraid? If he could kill a Grand Emperor in a fit of anger, he could also kill others in a fit of anger. Forget it. Ruthless reputation it is. Lin Feng shook his head. It would probably be very difficult for him to reverse everyone's impression of him. By the way, how many Grand Emperors are there in the upper district at the moment? Lin Feng asked Long Betham. Master, I have not obtained the authority yet. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. He knew about Long Betham's authority. In the upper district, every disciple's follower had the corresponding authority. Right now, Long Betham only had the most basic authority. It did not know much about the upper district, or even the entire Divine Palace of Bamand. Above that was the authority of the Venerables, which was slightly better than the basic authority. However, the authority of Grand Emperors was still the best. The authority of every Grand Emperor's follower allowed them to know all the information and secrets of the Divine Palace. Hence, some said that Grand Emperors were actually above the category of disciples, and could assist the Divine King in managing the entire Divine Palace. Although Lin Feng was notorious now, and had the combat power of a Grand Emperor, as Divine King Bamand had yet to return, it had not promoted Lin Feng's authority. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to promote his authority. He went straight to the cosmos and used his combat body. The massive combat body was a total of 12 billion kilometers. It was far inferior to a Grand Emperor's combat body, but countless times stronger than a Venerable's combat body. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of many upper district disciples. That's the Grand Emperor of Annihilation, right? Everyone says that the Grand Emperor of Annihilation has the ability to challenge opponents above his level. I had thought it was just a rumor, but now, it seems to be true. This must be a combat body of over 10 billion kilometers, right? Venerable, this is indeed just a Venerable. However, a Venerable with such a powerful combat body is unheard of. No wonder he's comparable to a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng's use of the combat body also alarmed some Grand Emperors among the disciples of the upper district. They looked at Lin Feng's combat body with complicated expressions, but no one said anything. The news about Lin Feng had long spread throughout the upper district of the Divine Palace. Almost everyone knew that another Grand Emperor was born in the Divine Palace. Of course, Lin Feng did not deploy the combat body to show off. It was not easy for him to obtain a new substance that contained chaotic energy. Now was naturally the time to use this new substance to improve his combat body. Hence, Lin Feng retrieved the new substance. It was even larger than a star. Devour. Although this new substance was huge and comparable to a star, forget about 1 star, even 10 stars were nothing in Lin Feng's eyes. He could devour them at will. When the new substance appeared, the Grand Emperors of the upper district all had excited looks. What a rich chaotic energy! Grand Emperor of Annihilation gained a lot from the Big Bang. Alas, unfortunately, we gained nothing. Many Grand Emperors were very envious of Lin Feng's gains, but if they were really asked to risk their lives, all of them would probably back down. Some Grand Emperors were willing to take risks, while some were already content with their current state. After all, not every Grand Emperor was so ambitious as to wish to advance further to become a divine king. Chapter 549, 3 Light Years. Chapter 549, 3 Light Years. Lin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed this new substance containing rich chaotic power in one gulp. Boom. It was as if a bomb had detonated in Lin Feng's body with a bang. His combat body cells were all filled with power. It was abnormal. Energy, chaotic power. However, it did not feel out of place at all, and did not repel the cells in his body at all. A large amount of chaotic power filled Lin Feng's entire body. It felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb, warm and peaceful. What kind of power was chaotic power? In the past, Lin Feng had rarely come into contact with it. Even though he had devoured many new substances, the chaotic power contained in them was actually not much. Now, this new substance contained dense chaotic power that filled Lin Feng's entire body. Moreover, this was completely abnormal energy, but it was not rejected by his cells at all. Instead, it felt very intimate, like he had returned to his mother's womb. Unknowingly, Lin Feng's combat body cells were already constantly dividing. Moreover, with every division, the chaotic power would provide sufficient energy. Divide, divide, divide again. Lin Feng's combat body also soared rapidly from 15 billion kilometers. 15 billion kilometers, 16 billion kilometers, 17 billion kilometers. Almost every second, Lin Feng's combat body would expand by 1 billion kilometers. The division of the combat body cells was all supported by chaotic energy. Lin Feng did not feel his limit, because his limit was still very, very far away. 18 billion kilometers, 20 billion kilometers, 22 billion kilometers, 24 billion kilometers. In the end, Lin Feng's combat body almost divided by 1-fold. After reaching 24 billion kilometers, it gradually slowed down, and finally stopped at 28 billion kilometers. The 28 billion kilometer combat body stretched out in the void. The chaotic power in Lin Feng's body had also disappeared without a trace, and could no longer support the division of his cells. If such a huge combat body was enhanced by another 1,000-fold, it would be equivalent to a combat body of about 28 trillion kilometers, or 3 light years. A combat body of 3 light years was enough to crush ordinary Grand Emperors. Although it was far from the level of a top-notch Grand Emperor, combined with Lin Feng's 3 combat bodies and 3 advanced laws, it would not be difficult for him to kill a Grand Emperor himself. Only at this point could Lin Feng truly pose a threat to even Grand Emperors. However, even though his combat body was already so strong, Lin Feng still had not seen the path to consummation. In other words, he had yet to find a clear path to cultivate the consummate combat body at the venerable level. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He knew that advancing from the venerable level to the Grand Emperor level was a very long process of accumulation in itself. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the gap between the two was a natural chasm. Even top-notch venerables only had combat bodies of 50 to 60 million kilometers in size. Those who could reach 100 million kilometers could be counted on one hand. How could they compare to Grand Emperors? Once one became a Grand Emperor, a mere combat body of tens of millions of kilometers would increase by more than 100,000 times. A 100,000-fold increase was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if an elementary planetary life form underwent 6 to 7 life transitions and metamorphosed into an advanced planetary life form, the combat body of an ordinary cultivator would only increase by 100-fold. Of course, Lin Feng was an exception. He had improved so much due to various reasons. Ordinary cultivators basically saw an increase of 100 or 1,000 times. They would definitely not reach something as absurd as 100,000 times. Only the gap between an advanced planetary life form and an ultimate planetary life form would be so huge. It was like an insurmountable chasm. This was also why there were so many venerables in the universe, but very few grand emperors. There was such a huge gap between a venerable and a grand emperor. Whether Lin Feng wanted to become a grand emperor directly, or had ambitions to continue cultivating the consummate combat body, he was destined to be immersed in this stage for a long time. Or rather, it would take a very long time to accumulate. After all, this stage itself required years of accumulation. It might take 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Even Lin Feng himself did not know if he could improve further. However, even in 10,000 years, Lin Feng would still be considered one of the youngest among grand emperors. Unfortunately, after this, without the Big Bang, it won't be so easy to obtain chaotic power and use it to improve my combat body again. Lin Feng also knew his current situation very well. Although he seemed to be improving at a miraculous speed that could not be judged with common sense, in reality, he was benefiting from the Big Bang. Lin Feng had coincidentally acquired a lot of things from the Big Bang. It would be impossible for him to improve so quickly in the future. With Lin Feng's current combat body, ordinary cosmic miraculous items would probably be useless on Lin Feng's combat body. Your Highness Lin Feng. Just as the metamorphosis of Lin Feng's combat body ended, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Lin Feng turned around and realized that it was a disciple of the upper district. Although Lin Feng did not recognize him, the aura on the other party was extraordinary. He was probably a grand emperor. Master, this is His Highness Long Yuan, the strongest grand emperor of the Divine Palace. Long Yuan. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Only Long Yuan could be called the strongest grand emperor in the Divine Palace. Chapter 550, Unexpected News. Chapter 550, Unexpected News. Lin Feng stepped into the Divine King Palace again. As soon as he entered, Lin Feng felt a terrifying pressure. He looked up at the massive combat body in the cosmos with his mental power. Without a doubt, that was the combat body of Divine King Bamond. In the past, when Lin Feng first met Divine King Bamond, he had only seen an avatar manifested from one of Divine King Bamond's cells. Lin Feng did not have a specific concept of how strong the Divine King's true form was. He could only sense that it was very, very strong. Now, after experiencing the Big Bang, Lin Feng had also become the famous Grand Emperor of Annihilation himself. He had the combat power of a Grand Emperor. Hence, he could clearly sense how powerful Divine King Bamond's combat body was now. It was so powerful that it made one despair. Lin Feng could not imagine how such a powerful combat body could exist in this world. Even a Grand Emperor was only an ant before a Divine King, and a slightly stronger ant at most. Grand Emperor Universum dominated the universe and was one of the top Grand Emperors. But so what? With a casual palm strike from Divine King Qingguang, he fled in a panic, and it was even impossible for him to escape. If Divine King Bamond had not blocked Divine King Qingguang's palm strike, all the Grand Emperors, including Grand Emperor Universum, would have died. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Feng bowed respectfully. The other party was not only the Divine King, but also his nominal master. Of course, it was only nominal. Lin Feng felt more respectful than close around Divine King Bamond. Lin Feng, haha, you're the dignified Grand Emperor of Annihilation now. There's no need to stand on ceremony. The Divine King was very forthright, and looked very happy. He had probably gained a lot from this Big Bang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a good mood. Your Majesty, why are you looking for me? Lin Feng, if I'm not wrong, you transformed into an advanced planetary lifeform with a planetary consummate combat body, right? Lin Feng nodded. In reality, the moment he possessed the combat power of a Grand Emperor, many people had already guessed that it. This was no secret. A planetary consummate combat body. I've strived hard for it back then, but unfortunately, I didn't succeed. However, a planetary consummate combat body isn't enough for you to be on par with a Grand Emperor as a venerable. Your laws have also reached the advanced planetary level, right? Your Majesty is wise. Lin Feng did not say much. Even though this was no longer a secret, he was very cautious. After all, he had relied on the sacred stone of anathema to comprehend his laws. Lin Feng still had not figured out what the sacred stone of anathema was, but it must be a supreme treasure that could drive even divine kings and divine venerables to madness. Even though Lin Feng trusted divine King Bamand a lot after this Big Bang, he would never expose the secret of the sacred stone of anathema. Divine King Bamand looked deeply at Lin Feng and heaved a long sigh. A planetary consummate combat body and advanced planetary laws. That's right, you actually have 3 laws, and one of them is the rare law of space. In the past, I've always felt that the divine palace had no successor. Now, it seems like good fortune has finally come upon our divine palace of Bamand. A genius like you has actually appeared. The seeds I casually scattered back then can be considered to have blossomed now. Divine King Bamand was very gratified. Lin Feng was a seed disciple, and he had relied on himself to return to the divine palace of Bamand. Apart from some basic resources, the divine palace of Bamand had not given Lin Feng much help. Lin Feng had relied on his own hard work to get to where he was today. Of course, the divine palace was still very important. Without the divine palace, Lin Feng might not learn about the Big Bang. Even in the most conservative scenario, if not for the divine palace of Bamand and divine King Bamand, Lin Feng would probably have been killed by divine King Qingguang with a single palm strike the last time he snatched the new substance from Grand Emperor Universum. It was divine King Bamand who lent aid and saved Lin Feng's life. Hence, Lin Feng was very respectful towards divine King Bamand, and was also very grateful deep down. I gained a lot in the Big Bang this time, but no matter how great my gains are, they cannot compare to the emergence of a top genius like you in the divine palace. Lin Feng, now that you have the combat power of a Grand Emperor, you are a true Grand Emperor. Your authority will be promoted to a level second only to mine. Basically, you have the right to know everything about the divine palace, big or small. Thank you, Your Majesty. That is not all. A smile appeared on divine King Bamand's face. He continued, becoming a Grand Emperor is both an honor and a duty. The divine palace of Bamand has stood tall in the Bamand galaxy for so many years, and ensured the overall peace of the Bamand galaxy. There is a price for it. Price. Lin Feng knew that the main point was coming. Divine King Bamand had probably summoned him alone for more than just a few words of praise. That's right, a price. The universe is filled with danger everywhere, and the Bamand galaxy is no exception. On the other side of the Bamand galaxy is the Silent Galaxy. Perhaps you have never heard of this galaxy, because it is too ancient, and not very suitable for cultivation. It is a dead, cold, dark, and dangerous galaxy. The border between the Bamand galaxy and the Silent Galaxy is a meat grinder. All kinds of monsters often appear in the Silent Galaxy. They do not have much intelligence, but they seem to be born with a thirst for destruction. The strongest ones are even comparable to Grand Emperors. We call them the Silent Beasts. All these years, many Grand Emperors of our divine palace of Bamand have gone to the border to suppress the cosmos and guard the border. Silent beasts are killed the moment they appear. Not a single silent beast can enter the Bamand galaxy. Lin Feng listened very carefully, but when he heard about the Silent Galaxy, his heart skipped a beat. Not only had he heard of the Silent Galaxy before, in a way, he was even very familiar with it. This was because the Void Sky Divine Pearl he had obtained was the treasure of Divine Emperor Void Sky, and the Void Sky Divine Palace left behind by Divine Emperor Void Sky was in the Silent Galaxy. Originally, Lin Feng had wanted to find a time to use the intelligence channels of the Divine Palace of Bamon to investigate the exact location of the Silent Galaxy. Unexpectedly, he had now obtained the location of the Silent Galaxy from Divine King Bamon by chance. It was so far away, yet so close the whole time. It turned out that the Silent Galaxy was adjacent to the Bamon Galaxy. This was really a windfall that came after searching futilely far and wide. It felt like someone had delivered a pillow to him right when he was feeling drowsy. However, this Silent Galaxy seemed to be different from how Lin Feng had imagined it. Your Majesty, you want me to guard the border? Lin Feng also roughly understood Divine King Bamon's intention. That's right. I want you to guard the border. Actually, it's not just you. The Grand Emperors of my Divine Palace of Bamon and some top-notch venerables will also guard the border. Since those beasts are so difficult to deal with and so threatening, why has Your Majesty the Divine King not personally swept through these silent beasts? Although Lin Feng really wanted to go to the Silent Galaxy, he was not in a hurry. He had to understand the situation of this Silent Galaxy. First, Divine King Bamon's expression was solemn. He shook his head and said, "There's no way to sweep through them. I've also ventured deep into the Silent Galaxy before, but this is a very strange place. There are many forces inside that even I feel threatened by. Moreover, I cannot find the lair of those monsters. It seems like the Silent Galaxy can naturally give birth to those monsters. Besides our Bamon Galaxy, all the galaxies adjacent to the Silent Galaxy are guarded by experts. You just need to pay attention and not go deep into the Silent Galaxy. It's too dangerous inside." At the mention of the danger of the Silent Galaxy, even Divine King Bamon seemed to have a lingering fear. Moreover, there was a faint glint in his eyes. There might be some other hidden situations, but Divine King Bamon did not elaborate. This undoubtedly made Lin Feng even more cautious. Chapter 551, Not a Simple Mission. Chapter 551, Not a Simple Mission. Your Majesty, what can make even you feel threatened? Divine King Bamon pondered for a moment and said, Lin Feng, Divine Kings are not invincible, nor are we immortal. There are even a lot of Divine Kings who have fallen. The Silent Galaxy is very mysterious. In the past, Divine Kings and even Divine Venerables had ventured deep into it, but in the end, they found nothing. Some Divine Kings and Divine Venerables even never made it out again. You only need to remember to guard the border and intercept those silent beasts. Moreover, you will only guard it for 100 years. Once the 100 years are up, someone else will naturally guard it. 100 years. Lin Feng fell a little silent. Perhaps in the eyes of Divine King Bamon, or even other Grand Emperors and Venerables, 100 years was nothing. It was just a blink of an eye. Thousands or tens of thousands of years might pass during a seclusion before they exit it. However, it was different for Lin Feng. Up until now, Lin Feng had only cultivated for more than 100 years. 100 years was a very long time for Lin Feng. Your Majesty, I can guard the border. This is also my duty as a disciple of the Divine Palace. However, can you reduce the time slightly? 100 years is really too long. How about 10 years? I can even guard it for a few more times, but not for too long each time. I still need to take care of my family. Lin Feng deliberated for a long time before finally speaking. Guarding it for 100 years at once was too long for him. Too long. Divine King Bamon was slightly stunned, before he caught on. He shook his head and smiled weakly. I forgot that. You've only cultivated for more than 100 years up until now. 100 years really is too long for you. All right, 10 years it is. You will guard it for 10 years, and you will be given 3 years of leave. You will guard it for 10 times, making up to 100 years in total, before taking a long leave. How about that? Lin Feng nodded. This was already Divine King Bamon's decision after deliberation. Although 3 years was a little short, Lin Feng could warp space. The distance between the North River Galaxy and the Bamond Galaxy was nothing. 3 years was enough. I accept the order. Divine King Bamond smiled in relief and said, "Don't worry, you won't guard the border for nothing. When Grand Emperors guard it for 100 years, I would always give them some rewards. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's permissible, I can satisfy you." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was the best opportunity to ask for a huge benefit from Divine King Bamond. Such a rare opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. What did he need now? New substances that could divide cells. That was too precious. New substances that could divide cells actually all contained chaotic energy. They were precious treasures that even divine kings needed for cultivation. Apart from the new substance that divided cells, Lin Feng also needed some precious new materials. Moreover, the more new materials there were, the better. The stronger the new material, the stronger the capacity of the Starfell Pearl. The more planets he could capture, the more formidable the power of the Starfell Pearl. There was almost no limit to such an origin weapon, provided that the materials of the Starfell Pearl itself could withstand it. At this thought, Lin Feng raised his head and said cautiously, "Your Majesty, you've gained a lot during the Big Bang this time. I only wish to ask for some new materials to forge an origin weapon." Divine King Bamond glared at him. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and say, "Good lad, you've gained a lot during the Big Bang too, no. New materials are rather precious. In the past, even if you had made this request, I'm afraid I wouldn't have agreed to it. However, I don't have any origin weapons to forge right now, so I'll let you have them." Hence, Divine King Bamond waved his hand, and a large amount of new materials appeared in the cosmos. Lin Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly used the Starfell Pearl to collect these new materials. A gift from Divine King Bamond was indeed extraordinary. With so many new materials, it was already more than the new materials Lin Feng had used for refining the Starfell Pearl. It seemed like there were definitely many new substances in the area of the Big Bang from the 6th to the 9th wave. Unfortunately, only divine kings were qualified to compete. Divine King Bamond must have gained a lot, which was why he was so generous. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. So many new materials had already exceeded the work he would put in for guarding the border for 100 years. Although Lin Feng did not know how much the other Grand Emperors would receive for guarding it for 100 years. He was certain there definitely would not be this much. This also signified that Divine King Bamond thought highly of Lin Feng. "All right, you may leave. Remember, stay out of danger. The lifespan of a Grand Emperor is infinite. Don't take risks unless absolutely necessary." Lin Feng nodded solemnly. This was advice from the Divine King. Then, Lin Feng bade farewell to the Divine King and hurriedly turned to leave the Divine King Palace. Long Betham. "Master, what are your orders? Let's see if your authority has been increased." When Lin Feng returned to his residence, he immediately asked Long Betham to check its authority. Long Betham checked carefully, then said in surprise, "Master, my authority has been increased, and it has been promoted to the highest level, only lower than His Majesty the Divine King." Lin Feng nodded. Now that Long Betham's authority had increased, he relaxed slightly. "Long Betham, how many Grand Emperors are there in the Divine Palace of Bamond now?" "Master, wait a moment." Long Betham began to check it with its authority. Soon, the results showed up. "Master, there are a total of 21 Grand Emperors in the Divine Palace, including Master." 21. Lin Feng nodded slightly. 21 was already a lot. In the 4th wave of the Big Bang, there were only a few dozen Grand Emperors, no more than 100. Of course, there were definitely more Grand Emperors who had come to the end of the universe. However, for all kinds of reasons, even if the Grand Emperors had arrived at the cosmic membrane, only a minority of them were truly determined to participate in the competition. For new substances ultimately. It was just like how Divine King Bamand had repeatedly reminded Lin Feng not to take the risks unless absolutely necessary. The lives of Grand Emperors were infinite, and time was very long. Even if they missed the opportunity, they could just wait for the next one. Eternal lives allowed Grand Emperors infinite time to cultivate, but at the same time, eternal life would also wear down the will of Grand Emperors. Grand Emperors rarely took risks. Even when facing an opportunity like the Big Bang, which could only be chanced upon by luck, they would be very cautious. As a result, the number of cultivators spectating always exceeded those who were actually competing. Investigate if any Grand Emperors died in the Silent Galaxy while guarding the border. Master, ever since the Divine Palace of Bamand was established and the guarding missions began, only 3 Grand Emperors are confirmed to have died guarding the border. However, as many as 12 people went missing. Missing. That is correct, they went missing. They disappeared in the Silent Galaxy, and there is no news of them to this day. Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. This Silent Galaxy was even more mysterious and dangerous than he had imagined. It was not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 552, Border. Chapter 552, Border. 12 people missing and 3 dead. That makes a total of 15 Grand Emperors. Lin Feng was very calm. Although the Divine Palace of Bamand had a long history, and losing 15 Grand Emperors in such a long period of time might not seem like much, in reality, Grand Emperors had infinite lifespans and were immortal. They could survive even for billions of years. However, they had lost 15 Grand Emperors, almost comparable to all the Grand Emperors in the Divine Palace currently. Although 13 Grand Emperors were not determined to be dead and were only missing, how could a Grand Emperor be missing? Where kind of place could trap them? If they went missing and never reappeared after so long, there was basically no difference from dying. Longbetham, search for more information about the Silent Galaxy. After Longbetham's authority was increased, it had the authority to view all the information in the Divine Palace. There was information on almost everything. As long as there were records in the Divine Palace, Longbetham could find them. Master, the information on the Silent Galaxy is all top secret, but my authority is enough. There is a lot of information about the Silent Galaxy. Master, which area are you interested in? Tell me about everything in general. Lin Feng was very concerned about the Silent Galaxy, and not just for the mission. Actually, that guarding mission was indeed relatively simple. If he did not want to encounter any danger, he could just stay out of the Silent Galaxy. This was also what most Grand Emperors did. There would be no danger unless they entered the Silent Galaxy. However, Lin Feng was different. He knew that the Void Sky Divine Palace was located in the Silent Galaxy, and that there were treasures left behind by Divine Emperor Void Sky. If there was a chance, Lin Feng still hoped to enter the Silent Galaxy and search for the Void Sky Divine Palace. Hence, Lin Feng had to learn enough about the Silent Galaxy. With Longbetham's introduction, Lin Feng gradually gained a clear understanding of the Silent Galaxy as a whole. The reason why the Silent Galaxy was called Silent was very simple. A great entity had once been born in this galaxy, called the Divine Emperor of Silence. It was unknown how many billions of years had passed. Even the oldest Divine King had never seen the Divine Emperor of Silence. It was as if the Divine Emperor of Silence had been an illusory and ancient myth from the beginning. Many ancient legends were associated with the Divine Emperor of Silence. For example, legend had it that the Divine Emperor of Silence eventually became a universal life form and transcended the universe, never to return. The treasures of the Divine Emperor of Silence were left behind in the Silent Galaxy, and the secret to becoming a universal life form was even contained among them. It was unknown where this legend came from, but many cultivators actually believed it. Hence, be it ordinary planetary life forms, Venerables and Grand Emperors, or Divine Kings, Divine Venerables and even Divine Emperors, all of them headed to the Silent Galaxy. They hoped to encounter their own opportunities and find the treasure left behind by Divine Emperor of Silence. However, things did not go as planned. Once one entered the silent galaxy, it would be difficult to leave it again. This silent galaxy was enigmatic and filled with unknown dangers. Some people guessed that a great battle had once broken out in the silent galaxy, like a battle between divine kings and divine venerables. The silent galaxy did seem to be much larger than ordinary galaxies. The Beaumont galaxy was simply insignificant compared to the silent galaxy. Saying that a battle between divine kings and divine venerables had broken out did not seem to be groundless. This attracted even more cultivators to explore the silent galaxy. As time passed, the more people entered, the fewer people came out. In the end, the silent galaxy was considered a perilous place. Some terrifying silent beasts were even born. From then on, the silent galaxy completely became a forbidden place in legends. Even divine kings did not dare to enter lightly. After hearing Longbetham's introduction, Lin Feng fell silent. If the legends were true, it would be very intriguing that Divine Emperor Void Sky had entered the silent galaxy. Could he also be searching for the Divine Emperor of Silence's treasures? Or rather, with Divine Emperor Void Sky's ability, he probably only had one goal, and that was to transform into the universe. He wanted to metamorphose into a universal life form and transcend the universe. Unfortunately, Divine Emperor Void Sky failed. Only the Void Sky Divine Palace and the Void Sky Divine Pearl were left behind, and Lin Feng obtained them. Lin Feng found a lot of information about the silent galaxy in succession. All of it was confidential, but Lin Feng roughly understood it. As for whether to enter the silent galaxy, he would make plans after arriving at the border and actually seeing it for himself. With Lin Feng's current strength, as long as he did not enter the silent galaxy, there would basically be no problem with the guarding mission. Hence, 3 days later, Lin Feng bade farewell to the Divine King. Coincidentally, His Highness Long Yuan would also return to the border, so the two of them walked together. Your Highness Long Yuan. Your Highness Lin Feng. The two of them greeted each other. His Highness Long Yuan, on the other hand, seemed very interested in Lin Feng. He sized Lin Feng up carefully, as if he was about to say something, but hesitated. Lin Feng said directly, Your Highness Long Yuan, do you have any questions? No, I'm just curious. Curious? I'm curious how Your Highness Lin Feng can comprehend the advanced law of space. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The other party had specially mentioned the advanced law of space, giving Lin Feng a bold guess. Could Your Highness Long Yuan also have comprehended the law of space? It can't be considered comprehension. It just happened. Long Yuan waved his hand, and even space shook. Without a doubt, this was the law of space. However, it was not as powerful as Lin Feng's advanced law of space. It should only be an ordinary elementary planetary law. Lin Feng remembered from the information Longbetham had found that there did not seem to be any cultivators in the Divine Palace who had comprehended the law of space. However, His Highness Long Yuan had clearly comprehended the law of space. It seemed like the information in the Divine Palace was also not quite up to date. Your Highness Long Yuan has also comprehended the law of space. No wonder. Lin Feng looked around. The two of them were to travel together, but there was no spaceship to transport them. It turned out that Long Yuan had also comprehended the law of space and could warp space. Naturally, he did not need to use a spaceship. I'm different. I can't compare to Your Highness Lin Feng, who even cultivated the void traversal combat body. I comprehended the law of space alone when I advanced to the level of a Grand Emperor. Apart from His Majesty the Divine King, very few people know that I've also comprehended the law of space. Lin Feng nodded. Long Yuan must have kept it a secret. After all, the law of space could also save one's life at critical moments. Of course, with Long Yuan's strength as a top-notch Grand Emperor, apart from Divine Kings, who could pose a threat to him. All these years, Long Yuan had comprehended the planetary law of space, but that was all. From then on, he had stagnated. Hence, after learning that Lin Feng had comprehended the advanced law of space, he deliberately used spatial techniques in front of Lin Feng. because he wanted to exchange tips on the law of space with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not begrudge him either. He shared his experience in the law of space with His Highness Long Yuan. In the field of space, Lin Feng was almost undisputedly the strongest person in the divine palace of Bamand. Even Divine King Bamand could not offer Long Yuan guidance, but Lin Feng could. The two of them discussed the law of space as they warped space. Both gained a lot. Swoosh. When the two of them warped out of space again, many planets appeared in the distant cosmos. There was also a large amount of life force on them. We've arrived at the border. A smile appeared on Grand Emperor Long Yuan's face. Chapter 553, Acquaintance. Chapter 553, Acquaintance. The two of them warped out of space and stopped warping. Instead, they flew straight ahead. Lin Feng took a closer look. What an impressive scene. He saw many planets stretching across the cosmos. Moreover, they seemed to be arranged in a unique manner. This should be some kind of array. There were as many as hundreds of such planets, and every planet seemed to contain the aura of life. Of course, there were also many stars. In the middle was a huge planet, about 100 times larger than ordinary planets, almost comparable to stars. Such an enormous planet was a rare sight. Swoosh. Swoosh. When Lin Feng and His Highness Long Yuan flew to the first planet, someone flew out. Your Highness Long Yuan, this is. Someone on the planet was here to welcome them, and the person was clearly a Grand Emperor. This is the new Grand Emperor of our divine palace of Bamand, His Highness the Grand Emperor of Annihilation, Lin Feng. A new Grand Emperor. His Highness Lin Feng. The Grand Emperor who welcomed them was slightly stunned. He was far away at the border and had not received the notification from the divine palace. This was also why His Highness Long Yuan had accompanied Lin Feng here. It was probably not as simple as a coincidence. After all, His Highness Long Yuan guarded the border for a long time and would not leave under normal circumstances. His Highness Long Yuan had not even participated in a grand event like the Big Bang. That's right, this is the new Grand Emperor, His Highness Lin Feng. This is His Highness Bilam, also a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng greeted His Highness Bilam. Even though Bilam was very shocked and seemed to have yet to recover, he still nodded in acknowledgement. A Grand Emperor had not appeared in the divine palace of Bamand for so long. How did a Grand Emperor suddenly appear? Moreover, the aura of life on him was clearly so young. This meant that Lin Feng's age had not even exceeded 1,000 years old. A Grand Emperor so young was simply incredible. Your Highness Bilam, go and gather the Grand Emperors and Commanders to hold a reception for His Highness Lin Feng, and let everyone get to know each other. Everyone will have to work together for a long time to come. All right, I'll inform them now. Bilam turned around and left. He was clearly going to inform the other cultivators. Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously, Your Highness Long Yuan, how many Grand Emperors do we have in the entire border region? There aren't many Grand Emperors. Including you, there are only 10. 10 Grand Emperors. Although there were definitely not many of them, they were almost half the number of Grand Emperors in the Divine Palace. Moreover, there were many top-notch Grand Emperors, and even quasi-emperors. The Divine Palace of Bamand had placed almost half of its strength at the border. There was even a top-notch Grand Emperor like His Highness Long Yuan presiding over it. This was enough to show how seriously the Divine Palace regarded the border. The two of them arrived at the giant planet together. Many cultivators flew over, one after another. Haha, Your Highness Long Yuan, you're finally back. A booming voice sounded. Lin Feng saw a burly man striding over. The aura on his body was also terrifying. He was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Your Highness Cursed Blade, had there been silent beasts when I was not around? Heh, what silent beasts? I was just itching for a fight, so I went a little into the silent galaxy and riled up a bunch of silent beasts. Almost didn't make it back. His Highness Cursed Blade was a little embarrassed. He had caused such a huge disaster as soon as His Highness Long Yuan left. Fortunately, there were no serious consequences. Humph, if we hadn't arrived in time, would you have been able to return? A cold voice sounded, and a beautiful woman came over gracefully. That's right, Your Highness Long Yuan. His Highness Cursed Blade wanted to take a look at the silent galaxy, but he almost didn't make it out. A few more people walked over in succession. The aura on their bodies was not inferior to His Highness Cursed Blade. His Highness Long Yuan had a slight headache. Then, he introduced them one by one to Lin Feng. These people were all Grand Emperors. Greetings, Grand Emperors. Lin Feng was neither servile nor overbearing, and appeared very calm. On the other hand, a sharp glint flashed across the eyes of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. Your Highness Lin Feng, how about a spar when we have time? Spar. Lin Feng did not know how to answer. His Highness Long Yuan smiled weakly and said, Your Highness Lin Feng, don't mind it. This is how Cursed Blade is like. Almost every Grand Emperor at the border has been challenged by Cursed Blade. Lin Feng nodded. So he was similar to martial arts fanatics. However, martial arts fanatics who could cultivate to the level of Grand Emperors were not simple either. Everyone, let's go in first. His Highness Long Yuan led everyone into the meeting hall. There were many seats in these conference halls, and they were very hierarchical and clearly distinguished. There were 9 chairs at the top. Later, His Highness Long Yuan got someone to add another chair, making a total of 10 chairs for the Grand Emperors. Below them were seats for venerables, and below those were seats for elementary planetary lifeforms. The conference hall quickly became lively. A large number of cultivators came over. Previously, Lin Feng had not encountered many core disciples in the upper district of the Divine Palace. It turned out that these core disciples had all come to the border. The rewards must be rather generous. Lin Feng did not know most of them, but he knew one of those venerables. Your Highness Long Wu. Your Highness Lin Feng. Venerable Long Wu's eyes lit up, and he immediately came forward. Your Highness Long Wu, I didn't expect you to have come to the border too. Lin Feng did not expect to encounter Venerable Long Wu here. Haha, Your Highness Lin Feng, I was at the border originally. I only took a risk and went there because I didn't want to miss the big bang, and returned here before the big bang ended. I didn't expect Your Highness Lin Feng to arrive so soon. However, on second thought, it makes sense. According to the rules of the Divine Palace, as a Grand Emperor, Your Highness Lin Feng naturally has to participate in the guarding mission. At this moment, some venerables beside Long Wu also walked over. Venerable Long Wu also introduced them one by one. When they learned that Lin Feng was actually a Grand Emperor, all of them wore respectful expressions. In the Divine Palace, even planetary lifeforms were on the same level as Grand Emperors, and were all addressed as Your Highness. However, in the outside world, the difference was huge. Every Grand Emperor could dominate the universe and hold authority over a region. Lin Feng was also very happy to see an acquaintance. He prepared to meet Long Wu privately and chat more. Long Wu had stayed in the border region for so many years, so his understanding of the border region was definitely more detailed than Lin Feng's. Your Highness Lin Feng, I'll introduce these Grand Emperors to you. His Highness Long Yuan called Lin Feng over alone. The other Grand Emperors had already arrived. Everyone had also heard His Highness Long Yuan's brief introduction. Lin Feng was the new Grand Emperor of the Divine Palace, but they knew nothing else about Lin Feng. His Highness Long Yuan introduced the 8 Grand Emperors, and the 2 parties could be considered to have gotten to know each other. Next, they welcomed Lin Feng. This was a distinguished Grand Emperor, and many people were curious as to how His Highness Lin Feng had suddenly become a Grand Emperor. It had to be known that most people knew about those relatively powerful venerables in the Divine Palace, but most cultivators seemed to have never even heard of His Highness Lin Feng. Even if they stayed at the border for a long time, they actually kept in touch with the Divine Palace. If he was really a powerful venerable, it was impossible for them to have no impression of him at all. For a time, many people were secretly asking for detailed information on Lin Feng, the new Grand Emperor. Chapter 554, Spar. Chapter 554, Spar. Next, His Highness Long Yuan specially held a welcoming banquet for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was naturally the most outstanding protagonist. Unfortunately, after the banquet, Lin Feng fell completely into obscurity. He kept a very low profile and did not do anything else remarkable, as if he had never been here. On the other hand, information about Lin Feng gradually circulated, but it was all basic information. For example, Lin Feng was a former seed disciple, and he was promoted to the upper district as an exception. He had become a disciple of the upper district of the Divine Palace before becoming a planetary life form. This in itself was an unprecedented first in the history of the Divine Palace of Bamond. In addition, Lin Feng had risen to fame in one fell swoop during the Big Bang, and was revered as the Grand Emperor of Annihilation. Furthermore, he was only a venerable himself. This was simply legendary. The various information on Lin Feng was too incredible. Not everyone believed it. In fact, there was even a greater element of suspicion. Even the few Grand Emperors had different views. Although they trusted His Highness Long Yuan highly, and it was true that Lin Feng was a Grand Emperor. How could a venerable become a Grand Emperor? Moreover, Lin Feng kept a very low profile. His Highness Cursed Blade had tried to fight Lin Feng a few times in the name of sparring, but Lin Feng rejected him tactfully every time. In the end, Cursed Blade actually approached His Highness Long Yuan. His Highness Long Yuan said something that agitated Cursed Blade even more. "Your Highness Cursed Blade, you don't have to try to spar with His Highness Lin Feng. You're not His Highness Lin Feng's match." Although His Highness Long Yuan's words did not make His Highness Cursed Blade displeased, now he wanted to spar with Lin Feng even more. The other Grand Emperors were also very surprised. Ever since His Highness Lin Feng came to the border, he was like someone extra. He did not visit the other Grand Emperors, nor did he go around making connections. In other words, Lin Feng had yet to integrate into the environment at the border, and was not acknowledged by the Grand Emperors. Lin Feng did not care about the rumors and discussions outside at all. At this moment, Lin Feng invited Venerable Long Wu to his residence to learn about the Silent Galaxy in detail. In Venerable Long Wu's opinion, the Silent Galaxy seemed to be very safe, and the silent beasts were not very strong. It had to be known that Venerable Long Wu had been at the border for tens of thousands of years. This made Lin Feng feel that it did not match the records in the Divine Palace. However, when he thought of the strange and mysterious aspects of the Silent Galaxy, Lin Feng still remained very vigilant. "Your Highness Lin Feng, I came uninvited again." Suddenly, His Highness Cursed Blade walked in. Venerable Long Wu hurriedly stood up to welcome him. After all, His Highness Cursed Blade was a Grand Emperor. Lin Feng also said helplessly, "Your Highness Cursed Blade, what if I willingly admit defeat?" "No, Your Highness Lin Feng, you're the distinguished Grand Emperor of Annihilation. How can you admit defeat?" "I just want to spar." "Your Highness Lin Feng, will you just satisfy my curiosity? If Your Highness Lin Feng spars with me this once, I promise I won't disturb you again in the future." Grand Emperor Cursed Blade simply sat on the chair and refused to leave. Lin Feng was very helpless. What else could he do when a Grand Emperor was being so unabashedly obstinate? Venerable Long Wu also sent a voice transmission, "Your Highness Lin Feng, His Highness Cursed Blade often challenges other Grand Emperors. If you don't satisfy his request, I'm afraid he'll really keep coming to bother you. Actually, a spar between Your Highness Lin Feng and His Highness Cursed Blade also brings more benefits than disadvantages. This way, Your Highness Lin Feng can successfully integrate into the various Grand Emperors at the border. After all, Your Highness Lin Feng still has to stay at the border for a long time." Lin Feng pondered for a while, also considering the matter. Actually, he would not stay at the border for long. It was just 10 years. After 10 years, he could leave for a few years first, and then stay for another 10 years. This was approved by Divine King Bamond. However, what Long Wu said made sense. Since they had reached the border, they had to integrate into the various Grand Emperors. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. It was just a spar after all. All right, Your Highness Cursed Blade, since you're so persistent, I respectfully accept your request. You've agreed to spar. Haha, we can't do it on the planet. Let's go to the cosmos. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was overjoyed. Lin Feng had finally agreed. He was very curious about Lin Feng. How could a venerable be comparable to a Grand Emperor? Grand Emperor Cursed Blade would not be willing to let it rest until he fought Lin Feng for real. Hence, the two of them quickly left the planet and flew towards the cosmos. Your Highness Long Yuan, His Highness Lin Feng and His Highness Cursed Blade are going to spar. The other Grand Emperors hurriedly found His Highness Long Yuan. Looks like everyone is interested in taking a look. His Highness Long Yuan said with a smile. Of course. Your Highness Long Yuan has been keeping us in suspense and unwilling to talk about the actual details on His Highness Lin Feng. We can only look forward to seeing if His Highness Cursed Blade can force His Highness Lin Feng to reveal his strength. All right, let's go take a look together then. Grand Emperor Long Yuan nodded. During this period of time, many Grand Emperors, including Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, had been indirectly asking for more detailed information on Lin Feng. However, Grand Emperor Long Yuan only smiled without responding. Hence, these Grand Emperors became even more curious. Now that Lin Feng had accepted Cursed Blade's challenge, this was a major matter at the border. They naturally would not miss it. By the time the 8 Grand Emperors flew to the cosmos, they realized that there were already many cultivators in the cosmos. Those elementary planetary cultivators, venerables, and even quasi-emperors all came to the cosmos. After all, battles between Grand Emperors could only be chanced upon by luck. If not for Grand Emperor Cursed Blade frequently inviting other Grand Emperors to spar, the other cultivators would not have been able to watch the Grand Emperors fight. Moreover, the highly mysterious His Highness Lin Feng was the one fighting this time. That was even more alluring. Long Wu was also surrounded by people in the crowd. Long Wu was a top venerable, only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. His status was considered very high among the cultivators at the border. In particular, Long Wu had a close relationship with His Highness Lin Feng. This made more cultivators gather around Long Wu. Your Highness Long Wu, between Grand Emperor Cursed Blade and Grand Emperor of Annihilation, who do you think is stronger? Someone asked Long Wu. Long Wu replied without any hesitation, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade might be very strong, but Grand Emperor of Annihilation is undoubtedly stronger. You judge in favor of the Grand Emperor of Annihilation. Many people's eyes lit up, as if they felt that Long Wu was too confident. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's strength was also average among the Grand Emperors at the border. How could he be weaker than Lin Feng? It had to be known that His Highness Lin Feng had just become a Grand Emperor. It was said that he was even a venerable. However, Long Wu did not explain. The news of Lin Feng killing Grand Emperor Gushi during the Big Bang had yet to spread. Long Wu naturally knew that such a thing could not be casually gossiped about. Just look on carefully. Long Wu's confidence in Lin Feng only made the other cultivators even more curious. Hence, everyone looked at the two figures confronting each other in the cosmos. Chapter 555, Lost. Chapter 555, Lost. Your Highness Lin Feng, this way. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was usually carefree, unconcerned with trifles and playful. He seemed a little unreliable. However, once he entered a combat state, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade showed his edge. Even though he was only standing in the cosmos and had not even used his combat body, there was a terrifying aura to Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, as if it was about to pierce through the cosmos. Your Highness Cursed Blade, let's go. Lin Feng's expression also turned solemn. He would not underestimate Grand Emperor Cursed Blade at all. Any Grand Emperor was extraordinary. Lin Feng had just obtained the combat power of a Grand Emperor. How could he underestimate a Grand Emperor? Hence, once he entered a battle, Lin Feng would go all out. Moreover, he had also seen so many cultivators around, including Grand Emperor Long Yuan. This meant that everyone was paying close attention to his battle with Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. If one wanted to integrate into the environment at the border, powerful strength was indispensable. Boom. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's combat body expanded rapidly. Lin Feng also used the tidal combat body. Vast pressure squeezed the cosmos, and the empty cosmos was immediately filled by the two massive combat bodies. Of course, the main one was the combat body of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. As soon as Grand Emperor Cursed Blade used his combat body, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. In the cosmos, the combat body, close to 2 light-years in size, shocked everyone. This was despite how those cultivators had already seen the combat body of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, which was close to 2 light-years. It was indeed very awe-inspiring. Even among Grand Emperor, it was outstanding. Many Grand Emperors who participated in the Big Bang only had combat bodies of 1 light-year. There were very few who had reached more than 2 light-years. Although this is not the first time I've seen the combat body of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, I'm still very awed. Venerable Long Wu was indeed very awed. That was a combat body of 2 light-years. Even though he had gained a lot in the Big Bang, this time and his strength had improved greatly, it was still insufficient against a Grand Emperor. Cursed Blade does improve quite quickly. In 10,000 years, his combat body has improved further. It's almost 2 light-years now. Hey, Cursed Blade is the youngest Grand Emperor among us, and also the Grand Emperor with the greatest potential. He has a chance of becoming a top-notch Grand Emperor in the future. A strange glint flashed across Grand Emperor Long Yuan's eyes as well. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was a Grand Emperor that even he thought highly of, and had the greatest chance of becoming a top-notch Grand Emperor. However, it was only chance. Ever since Lin Feng appeared, Grand Emperor Long Yuan knew that Lin Feng would become a top-notch Grand Emperor sooner or later. Even stronger than himself. Moreover, Divine King Bamond had high expectations for Lin Feng. What was a mere top-notch Grand Emperor? The Divine King expected Lin Feng to become the second Divine King of the Divine Palace of Bamond. The other Grand Emperors were still watching the battle between Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Cursed Blade with relish, but Grand Emperor Long Yuan did not have much anticipation. If he had any anticipation, it would be anticipation for Lin Feng. A planetary consummate combat body, advanced planetary laws, and 3 advanced planetary laws at that. One of them was the law of space. Any one of these methods would be astonishing, let alone when Lin Feng had all of them. If other Grand Emperors had learned of this news, they probably would not be so optimistic regarding Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade used a combat body close to 2 light-years in size. Lin Feng also used the tidal combat body, which was a total of 28 billion kilometers in size. Seeing that the combat body Lin Feng used completely had the aura of a venerable, all the cultivators' eyes widened in disbelief. He's really a venerable. This is a combat body close to 30 billion kilometers. Which venerable can have such a terrifying combat body? Even the top quasi-emperors can't compare to it. He's really an advanced planetary life form, yet he could become a Grand Emperor. How incredible! Seeing that Lin Feng was really a venerable, be it ordinary cultivators or those Grand Emperors, they were all very shocked. Previously, it was just a rumor. There was too little intermittent information they had obtained from the Divine Palace. They only knew that Lin Feng was a venerable comparable to a Grand Emperor. As for how exactly he could be comparable to a Grand Emperor, they had no way of knowing. Your Highness Lin Feng, I won't hold back. Cursed Blade's massive combat body collided hard towards Lin Feng. He was clearly trying to use a powerful combat body to send Lin Feng's combat body flying. After all, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, his combat body was only tens of billions of kilometers in size. Compared to Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, who had a combat body close to 2 light-years in size, the difference was just too great. In the opinion of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, the reason Lin Feng was comparable to a Grand Emperor should be that he had some kind of origin weapon, and a very powerful origin weapon at that, rather than Lin Feng's combat body. Seeing Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's combat body collide towards him, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips instead. This kind of head-on combat body was his favorite method of fighting. When facing Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, a distinguished Grand Emperor, Lin Feng could only attack the combat body if he wanted to end the battle quickly. He would strive to defeat Grand Emperor Cursed Blade with a single strike. Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Lin Feng's tidal combat body quickly switched to the Greater Annihilative Combat Body. As Lin Feng became more and more familiar with the three combat bodies, he could switch to the combat body almost instantly, and it would not take much time. Hence, after switching to the Greater Annihilative Combat Body in an instant, Lin Feng also mobilized the Advanced Law of Annihilation. Immediately, the aura on Lin Feng's body changed, and it was filled with an aura of destruction and ruination. This Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was the one who sensed the change in Lin Feng's aura the most clearly, but it was already too late. Lin Feng did not avoid him and advanced instead. He also used his combat body to charge towards Grand Emperor Cursed Blade forcefully. In a battle between planetary lifeforms, techniques were basically useless. The deciding factor was the strength of the combat body. Laws, origin weapons, or some kind of artifact. Even whether combat bodies countered each other had an impact. Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Cursed Blade did not use their origin weapons or artifacts. They only fought head-on with their combat bodies. Boom. It was as if the cosmos itself was shaking, and a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Fortunately, the cultivators were far enough away, so they were not affected. However, the clash between the two Grand Emperor combat bodies was still terrifying. These were Grand Emperors, the peak combatants of the cosmos. However, everyone found it very strange. How could the Grand Emperor of Annihilation dare to use a mere combat body of tens of billions of kilometers to clash with the Grand Emperor Cursed Blade head-on? They did not know that after Lin Feng's combat body collided with Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's expression immediately changed drastically. He felt an irresistible force charge into the depths of his combat body. It impacted, shook, and even contained a terrifying annihilative power that began to annihilate his combat body cells. It was a defeat, a huge defeat, even a crushing defeat. With just one strike, at least half of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's combat body had been lost. How astonishing was this? If it was a life dash or death battle, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade might even fall here. I've lost. I lost. Suddenly, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's desolate voice came from the center of the collision between combat bodies. Chapter 556, Chapter 556. Chapter 556, Metamorphosis of the Starfell Pearl. I've lost. I lost. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's voice came from the cosmos. Everyone was stunned. Why did Grand Emperor Cursed Blade suddenly admit defeat? What's going on? What happened? Wasn't it a shocking battle? Why did Grand Emperor Cursed Blade admit defeat? Those venerables and quasi-emperors did not know what was going on, but Grand Emperor Long Yuan and the other Grand Emperors saw everything clearly. The 8 Grand Emperors were all silent. As the shockwave gradually subsided, the combat bodies of Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Cursed Blade were revealed. At this moment, Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's 2 combat bodies stretched across the cosmos. However, everyone could clearly see that Lin Feng's combat body was unscathed. On the other hand, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's combat body was filled with the aura of annihilation, and only 1 light-year remained of his combat body, which used to be almost 2 light-years in size. Half of his combat body had been lost out of the blue, shocking everyone. How is this possible? Grand Emperor Cursed Blade is outstanding among Grand Emperors. He lost half of his combat body in a head-on clash. Unbelievable. He lost half of his combat body in just one head-on clash. If it happens a few more times, wouldn't Grand Emperor Cursed Blade fall? How did His Highness Lin Feng do it? He could defeat Grand Emperor Cursed Blade with a single strike. Unbelievable. Many cultivators found it unbelievable. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade had actually lost, and he had lost so badly. Most people never expected such an outcome beforehand. However, the 8 Grand Emperors who had witnessed the entire process knew everything clearly. Advanced Law. 2 combat bodies. The Grand Emperors felt very bitter. 2 types of combat bodies were quite common, but 2 types of advanced laws were simply too shocking. Even as Grand Emperors, most of them relied on the Grand Emperor combat body to naturally comprehend planetary laws. However, only Grand Emperor Long Yuan could truly comprehend the advanced law. Moreover, as a top-notch Grand Emperor, Grand Emperor Long Yuan had comprehended the ultimate law. Perhaps you don't know this news yet, but it has already spread in the Divine Palace. You'll find out sooner or later. Grand Emperor Long Yuan suddenly spoke. What message? His Highness Lin Feng killed Grand Emperor Gushi during the Big Bang. All the Grand Emperors fell silent. They were all senior Grand Emperors, and even the youngest of them had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. All of them guarded the border and killed countless silent beasts. However, no one other than Grand Emperor Long Yuan had ever killed a Grand Emperor. Defeating a Grand Emperor was easy, and even severely injuring the other party was not that hard. However, killing a Grand Emperor was simply too difficult. It was perhaps only possible if one had crushing strength against them. Moreover, they had all heard of Grand Emperor Gushi. He was a veteran Grand Emperor. With his foundation, even a few Grand Emperors might not be able to kill such a Grand Emperor together. Lin Feng had actually managed to kill Grand Emperor Gushi. Now, Lin Feng defeating Grand Emperor Cursed Blade with a single strike did not seem so outrageous to them after all. Moreover, 50% of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's combat body had been destroyed with a single strike. If it was really a life-or-death battle, he would probably be in real danger of falling. I think even if Cursed Blade gets serious and uses his origin weapon, he'll probably still lose. Grand Emperor Balam smiled weakly. There was naturally a reason why Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was titled Cursed Blade. Unlike other Grand Emperors, not only was Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's combat body strong, his origin weapon was even stronger. In fact, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's true strength was that when he used the Cursed Blade, he could slash through the cosmos with a single strike. Its sharp edge contained terrifying power. However, this was not a life-or-death battle. It was just a spar. There was no need for using the Cursed Blade. Moreover, did Lin Feng not have any trump cards? Your Highness Cursed Blade, that was a good match. Lin Feng retracted his combat body. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade smiled weakly and said, I admit defeat. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Your Highness Cursed Blade was careless. I could sense that your Highness had yet to use your strongest methods, such as origin weapons. If it's really a life-or-death battle, the outcome is still uncertain. Lin Feng really sensed a powerful force in Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's body. It even made him feel a hint of threat. It was not entirely just pleasantries. I may have an origin weapon, but don't you have one too? A loss is a loss. There's no excuse. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was a graceful loser. Actually, since he often sparred with other Grand Emperors, he also lost many times. In particular, when challenging Grand Emperor Long Yuan, he was trounced every time. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. At the mention of origin weapons, he felt a little regretful. Although he also had an origin weapon. Until now, the Starfell Pearl was far from enough to threaten a Grand Emperor. It seemed like he had to increase the power of the Starfell Pearl as soon as possible and transfer as many planets as he could. After this great battle, Lin Feng could clearly sense that many cultivators at the border had become much more respectful towards him. Even the Grand Emperors became much warmer towards him. In particular, Lin Feng benefited greatly from exchanging cultivation experiences on the combat body with the other Grand Emperors. It made Lin Feng realize that interacting with others could also promote the cultivation of the combat body, and the effect was quite good. After Lin Feng completely integrated into the border, the silent beasts had never appeared. Moreover, according to the Grand Emperors, Even if the silent beasts appeared, under normal circumstances, grand emperors did not need to attack them. Those venerables and quasi-emperors would naturally attack. Grand emperors only guarded the border to deal with emergencies. Only those silent beasts that venerables and quasi-emperors could not deal with would require grand emperors to attack. Hence, the days at the border could be considered very leisurely. However, Lin Feng was very busy transferring planets. The border region was filled with some barren and dead planets. There were too few planets that gave birth to life. To other cultivators, this seemed slightly desolate and lonely. However, to Lin Feng, this was an excellent opportunity to increase the power of the Starfell Pearl. Lin Feng headed into the depths of the cosmos alone. He used his combat body and captured planets in a frenzy. Be it ordinary planets or stars, they were all captured by Lin Feng's massive combat body. This time, Lin Feng could capture planets to his heart's content. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Without any restrictions, Lin Feng's combat body was far more efficient at capturing planets. Be it stars or ordinary planets, they were all captured. In a galaxy with a diameter of 100,000 light-years, there were about 200 billion stars, or even more than 1 trillion stars. As for ordinary planets, they were countless. With so many stars, forget about capturing 1,000, even capturing 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 would be a piece of cake for Lin Feng. Moreover, it would have almost no effect. Lin Feng plundered a large number of planets without restraint in the border area. Moreover, his speed became faster and faster, and he captured more and more planets. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 800,000, 1,000,000. Lin Feng completely unleashed his 28 billion kilometer combat body. He could capture a large number of planets with almost every breath. When a large number of planets were moved into the Starfell Pearl, the power of the Starfell Pearl also increased explosively. When the planets in the Starfell Pearl broke the million mark, and there were also more than 100,000 stars, the materials of the Starfell Pearl gradually could not withstand it anymore, and vaguely reached its limit. However, Lin Feng had his own methods. The new material he had asked from Divine King Bamond came in handy. If the materials of the Starfell Pearl had reached their limit, the solution was very simple. Lin Feng refined the new materials rewarded by Divine King Bamond into the Starfell Pearl again and continued to strengthen the material of the Starfell Pearl. After refining a large amount of new materials, without activating the spatial divine runes, the size of the Starfell Pearl was almost comparable to a star. The materials of the Starfell Pearl were enhanced countless times, so Lin Feng went all out to capture planets again. He wanted to let the Starfell Pearl reach its limit and see if it could pose a threat to even grand emperors in the end, as he had envisioned. As the number of planets in the Starfell Pearl increased, even Lin Feng did not notice that the Starfell Pearl was already slowly metamorphosing. Chapter 557, Sweeping Through Thousands of Light Years. Chapter 557, Sweeping Through Thousands of Light Years. The Starfell Pearl was not static. When the number of planets in the Starfell Pearl reached 100,000, the Starfell Pearl had already begun to undergo some metamorphosis. For example, the spatial divine runes on the Starfell Pearl seemed to have become even more stable. They were developed firm connections to the Starfell Pearl, unleashing the effect of the spatial divine runes. There was also the materials of the Starfell Pearl. Originally, they were still a little messy and unstable. But now, as the number of planets increased, the materials of the Starfell Pearl was further compressed and became very stable. Of course, the most important thing was that the power of the Starfell Pearl was gradually increasing. Even with the suppression of the spatial divine runes, Lin Feng could sense it. However, Lin Feng was unmoved. His opponents were all grand emperors now. As long as the power of the Starfell Pearl did not reach the level of a grand emperor, it would be useless to him. Hence, Lin Feng continued to capture planets. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 800,000. Lin Feng did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps a few days, or perhaps a few months. In short, Lin Feng did not note the passage of time in detail. He kept capturing planets at every moment. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. Without realizing it, the number of planets in Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl had already reached 1,000,000. How terrifying was 1,000,000 planets? Almost 1/10 of them were stars, which meant 100,000 stars. However, this was far from enough. The power of the Starfell Pearl was far from comparable to a Grand Emperor. What was 100,000 stars worth? 100,000 stars could not even be considered a fraction of just one galaxy out of the entire vast universe. However, the space in the Starfell Pearl was also about to reach its limit. The power of the spatial divine runes Lin Feng had inscribed had already been unleashed to the extreme. Lin Feng still had to continue inscribing spatial divine runes. He simply inscribed all 50 spatial divine runes he had comprehended onto the Starfell Pearl. Immediately, the space in the Starfell Pearl increased tremendously, and Lin Feng could continue to transfer planets. 1,000,000, 5,000,000, 10,000,000. Lin Feng was like a black hole. Wherever he passed, all the planets were absorbed into the Starfell Pearl. As Lin Feng advanced, 10 light years, 100 light years, 1,000 light years. He was almost going aimlessly. As long as there were planets, especially stars, Lin Feng would advance and capture them. Almost all the planets within 1,000 light years were swept away by Lin Feng, and he was still advancing. Lin Feng could not be bothered to record the number of planets in the Starfell Pearl. He did not know how many planets there were in the Starfell Pearl either. In short, he only remembered that he had swept through almost all the planets within thousands of light years, and they were all dead planets without any life. Buzz. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He looked around. It was already empty. There was another star ahead, but he did not capture it. Has it reached the limit? Lin Feng looked at the Starfell Pearl in his hand, which emitted a glowing light. Its appearance had long changed drastically. With the effect of the spatial divine runes, the Starfell Pearl was only the size of a fist, but Lin Feng could sense that 50 spatial divine runes were already at their limit. When the spatial divine runes reached their limit, it also meant that there was no more space in the Starfell Pearl, and it could not accommodate more planets. This was unless Lin Feng could comprehend more divine runes. Lin Feng only had 50 spatial divine runes that he had yet to comprehend. After those 50 divine runes, he would have to think of ways to find more spatial divine runes. However, there was no need for that at the moment. There were still 50 spatial divine runes, which was enough. The prerequisite was that Lin Feng could comprehend these 50 spatial divine runes. How is the power of the Starfell Pearl? Lin Feng extended his hand, and the Starfell Pearl slowly spun in his palm. His mental power extended into the Starfell Pearl at once. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, 80 million. Even Lin Feng was shocked. He took a closer look. The number of planets in the Starfell Pearl had actually reached 100 million. There were tens of millions of stars among the 100 million planets. Even Lin Feng was dumbfounded. How many planets had he swept through? Looking at the surrounding emptiness, he must have swept through the entire cosmos within thousands of light years and cleared it. This small pearl contained 100 million planets. It was unimaginable. Even according to the most conservative calculation, assuming an ordinary planet was 10,000 kilometers in diameter, 90 million ordinary planets were at least equivalent to a combat body of 900 billion kilometers. With a rough estimate, it could probably easily reach about 1 trillion kilometers. As for 10 million stars, according to the diameter of the stars, 10 million stars were at least equivalent to a combat body of 10 trillion kilometers. Combined, it would be an 11 trillion kilometer combat body. It was an entire 2 trillion kilometers more than a Grand Emperor's one light-year combat body. Success. Lin Feng looked at the Starfell Pearl with a passionate gaze. The way he envisioned it, the Starfell Pearl had the combat power comparable to a Grand Emperor. Now that he had finally succeeded, he could not wait to test the power of the Starfell Pearl. Lin Feng immediately removed the spatial divine runes on the Starfell Pearl. Immediately, the Starfell Pearl expanded rapidly, becoming the size of a star in the blink of an eye. This was the true Starfell Pearl. Without the suppression of the spatial runes, the space around the Starfell Pearl was slightly distorted. Fall. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the Starfell Pearl immediately fell towards the cosmos. Boom. Space shattered. Lin Feng had only smashed the Starfell Pearl lightly, and even space was shattered. The power caused was simply world-shaking, and was not inferior to a Grand Emperor at all. Moreover, this was just from the power of the Starfell Pearl alone. If Lin Feng smashed the Starfell Pearl with all his might, no one but top-notch Grand Emperors could resist it. Good, good, good. This is the origin weapon I want. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Back then, when he was first inspired, he only wanted to forge an origin weapon. All his ideas were just ideas. Turning an idea into reality was actually no different from a ludicrous dream. But now, Lin Feng had actually turned his hypothesis into reality. Moreover, his hypothesis had been presented perfectly in reality. At this moment, the Starfell Pearl was not inferior to any Grand Emperor's origin weapon. Moreover, it could grow continuously with infinite potential. Even a top-notch Grand Emperor would be very envious of such an origin weapon. In fact, if Lin Feng could comprehend more spatial divine runes in the future, and obtain stronger new materials, then the potential of the Starfell Pearl would continue to increase, and eventually even reach the level of a divine king. This was truly an origin weapon with infinite potential. Retrieve. Lin Feng retrieved the Starfell Pearl again. The Starfell Pearl could be stored and released with ease, and Lin Feng was indeed very satisfied with it. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Feng's communicator vibrated violently. Your Highness Lin Feng, silent beasts have appeared. Please return to the border at once. This was a message sent personally by Grand Emperor Long Yuan, shocking even Lin Feng slightly. Chapter 558, Silent Beasts. Chapter 558, Silent Beasts. The silent beasts have appeared. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Moreover, looking at the date, it had actually been 2 years since he left. For 2 years, he had been capturing planets, and the border had always been very calm. Lin Feng's so-called guarding was not due diligence at all. Fortunately, Grand Emperor Long Yuan didn't fault me. I haven't been guarding it for 2 years. I have to perform well this time. Lin Feng shook his head. In order to increase the power of the Starfell Pearl, he had left the border for 2 years. Fortunately, no silent beasts had appeared in the past 2 years. Now that silent beasts had appeared, Lin Feng naturally had to rush back. Moreover, if they could get Grand Emperor Long Yuan to personally send a message, the silent beasts this time were probably considerably strong. Swoosh. Lin Feng quickly switched to his combat body and warped space to return to the border. The 9 Grand Emperors, Grand Emperor Long Yuan, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, Grand Emperor Balam and the others, were all on standby. In the cosmos, countless cultivators had already deployed their combat bodies. Be it ordinary planetary lifeforms, venerables, or quasi-emperors, their expressions were all very solemn. On the other side of the cosmos, countless silent beasts crept out of the dark silent galaxy. The gargantuan silent beasts occupied the entire cosmos densely. There were simply too many of them. If it were just numbers, the 9 Grand Emperors would not have such solemn expressions. That was because among the dense horde of beasts, there were 11 clearly much stronger beasts stretching across the cosmos. Every one of these 11 beasts was comparable to the combat body of a Grand Emperor. Their bodies exceeded a light year in size, and they were like a nebula, emitting a terrifying aura in all directions. Swoosh. A spatial ripple appeared in the cosmos. Immediately after, Lin Feng's figure emerged from the space. Law of space. His Highness Lin Feng has actually comprehended the law of space. This Seeing this scene, many cultivators' eyes widened. In particular, most cultivators knew what the law of space meant. It almost meant that without methods to seal space, Lin Feng would be invincible. He had 3 advanced laws, including the law of space, and a planetary consummate combat body. The Grand Emperors all fell silent. If before, they had thought that His Highness Lin Feng was extraordinarily talented and they might still manage to catch up, no one would have such thoughts now. Such a genius might be destined to be a legend from the moment he was born, and could not be surpassed. Even Grand Emperor Cursed Blade fell silent. Grand Emperor Long Yuan had long known, so he was not surprised. Lin Feng flew over. He was also rushing back to the border, so he warped through space directly and did not pay much attention to being exposed. With his current strength, so what if he was exposed? Even top-notch Grand Emperors had to see if they could seal space if they wanted to deal with him. Otherwise, Lin Feng could easily escape. Not everyone could counter the miraculous law of space. Your Highness Long Yuan, I'm late. How's the situation now? Lin Feng also felt a little ashamed. He had come to the border for the guarding mission. Now that he had disregarded his proper duties and left the border, if Grand Emperor Long Yuan wanted to fault him, he had asked for it. However, Grand Emperor Long Yuan was not concerned about how Lin Feng had left the border for 2 years. His expression was very solemn as he said in a low voice, "The situation is very grim. In the many years I've guarded the border, I've never encountered a silent beasts of such a scale. I suspect that something might have happened in the silent galaxy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many silent beasts leaving the silent galaxy. What can happen in the silent galaxy?" Lin Feng looked up at the silent beasts in the distance. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the silent beasts. The dense horde of silent beasts made even Lin Feng's scalp tingle. In particular, the 11 incomparably huge beasts' comparable Grand Emperor combat bodies emitted a terrifying aura. These silent beasts all emitted an aura of destruction, and it was far purer and more terrifying than Lin Feng's annihilative power. It was as if they were born for destruction. Grand Emperor Long Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know what happened in the silent galaxy either. After all, no one dares to enter the silent galaxy. However, no matter what happened in the silent galaxy, we can't let these silent beasts charge into the Bemond galaxy." There was already a trace of cold-killing intent in Grand Emperor Long Yuan's tone. "That's right. We absolutely can't let them enter the Bemond galaxy. Hey, we can finally fight. We've guarded the border for so many years, but we haven't been of much use. This is the first time we've encountered silent beasts on such a large scale. We can finally fight without restraint. I believe resisting a mere Grand Emperor-level silent beast should be manageable." The many Grand Emperors were not too worried. So what if the scale of the silent beasts this time was unprecedented? Hadn't so many Grand Emperors been waiting for this day for a long time? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to arrange for 10 Grand Emperors to guard the border? Reality proved that not only was it not a waste, it was also just right. If not for the 10 Grand Emperors guarding this border, there was no knowing what would have happened. I'll deal with 2 Grand Emperor-level silent beasts. You can choose from the rest. Grand Emperor Long Yuan chose the 2 strongest Grand Emperor-level silent beasts. He was a top-notch Grand Emperor, and he also had the prowess to do so. Haha, then we won't stand on ceremony. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade also appeared very excited. In the past, when he looked for other Grand Emperors to spar, it was only sparring, and not a life-or-death battle. His cursed blade was his strongest asset, but he had never used it. This was because once he used the cursed blade, even he could not control it sometimes. Causing accidental injuries would be inevitable. Now, he could finally fight with the Grand Emperor-level silent beasts. This was not a spar, but a life-or-death battle. When the time came, his cursed blade could feast on the blood of silent beasts. The other Grand Emperors were not too concerned either. As dignified Grand Emperors, how could they possibly fear a couple of mindless silent beasts that did not even have much intelligence? After the 11 Grand Emperor-level silent beasts were divided up by Lin Feng and the others, the remaining beasts were naturally dealt with by other venerables and quasi-emperors. However, this was an unusual occasion. Grand Emperor Long Yuan also reminded them repeatedly, "Remember, everyone, end the battle quickly and try to deal with these silent beasts as fast as possible. No one can say for certain how many more of them will appear." Understood. Everyone nodded as well. Although their expressions were very relaxed, as if they did not take it seriously, they were actually very vigilant. Inwardly, it was indeed very strange for so many silent beasts to appear all of a sudden. It was always better to err on the side of caution. Attack. Grand Emperor Long Yuan attacked immediately. He used his combat body, which was more than 10 light-years in size and enveloped most of the cosmos at once. The two strongest silent beasts also roared repeatedly and charged towards Grand Emperor Long Yuan. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 559, Undying. Chapter 559, Undying. The silent beasts all roared. Their massive bodies emitted a destructive power. It was pure destruction, causing even space to collapse. Wherever the destructive power spread, everything was reduced to dust. Although Grand Emperor Cursed Blade seemed eager for a fight, he was actually very cautious when facing a silent beast. Even with a combat body close to 2 light-years in size, he did not gain any advantage. The two parties exchanged blows, and were basically evenly matched. Of course, the silent beasts chosen by Grand Emperor Cursed Blade were also outstanding and relatively powerful Grand Emperor level beasts. Slash of the Cursed Blade. Suddenly, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade drew his saber. In the cosmos, a dazzling light tore through the void. The saber intent was cold and sharp, making everyone feel as if they had been sliced by a blade. This was the Cursed Blade, the strongest combat power of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was only at his strongest state when he used the Cursed Blade. This strike gave even Lin Feng a vague sense of solemnity. If he faced this strike, even a combat body comparable to 3 light-years would probably be injured. What a terrifying strike. In reality, forget about Grand Emperors, even elementary planetary lifeforms, venerables, and quasi-emperors basically all used combat bodies to fight after mastering their combat bodies. As for sabers, swords, and weapons, they were all just support. Even origin weapons were actually auxiliary to combat bodies. However, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was different. Most of his strength was focused on that Cursed Blade. It was not that the Cursed Blade was purely powerful, but that it had to be used in conjunction with Grand Emperor Cursed Blade to be powerful. This strike seemed to make even the silent beasts on the other side feel threatened. They roared wildly, and their massive bodies were slashed through by the Cursed Blade. There was a ripping noise. The body of the silent beast was actually severed into 2 at once. It had to be known that the other party was a Grand Emperor-level monster of extinction, comparable to a Grand Emperor. No matter how strong it was, how could it be sliced into 2 at once? However, the silent beast that had been sliced into 2 actually closed slightly, and its massive body returned to its original state. However, it looked even angrier than before. It attacked Grand Emperor Cursed Blade in a frenzy, and with reckless disregard for undying. Lin Feng was a little surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a beast with the undying characteristic in the universe. Although there were also screwworms with the undying characteristic on his home planet, in the universe, being undying was simply a false proposition. It was simply laughable. But now, Lin Feng saw a beast with the undying characteristic again. Moreover, this was an undying beast that even a Grand Emperor would find difficult to kill. Boom. There was also a silent beast in front of Lin Feng. His 28 billion kilometer combat body erupted at full force, enhanced by 1,000-fold. Equivalent to a combat body 3 light-years in size. He slammed his palm hard onto the silent beast. The terrifying power collided directly. The giant claws of the silent beast were instantly shattered. The remaining power also acted on the silent beast. In particular, the annihilative power was mighty and destructive. Destroy. Accompanied by the annihilative power, Lin Feng pressed his palm on the silent beast. A large amount of annihilative power surged in. With the thousand-fold enhancement of the law of annihilation in particular, it was terrifying to the extreme. Even Grand Emperor Cursed Blade could not withstand it back then, and dozens of his combat body was destroyed at once. The silent beast roared angrily. Its massive body actually began to shrink and collapse rapidly. However, the extent was clearly much less than Grand Emperor Cursed Blade back then, and it only lost 10% of its body. Only lost 10%. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Could this silent beast be even stronger than Grand Emperor Cursed Blade? Or was defense its forte? Lin Feng studied it carefully. There seemed to be a power resisting Lin Feng's annihilative power in the body of this silent beast. It was also a destructive power. Lin Feng's annihilative power, on the other hand, was not of much use. Then let's try the tidal combat body. Lin Feng switched to the tidal combat body and slammed down forcefully with a palm again. In terms of strength, Lin Feng could be considered one of the best among the many Grand Emperors, even stronger than Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. With a palm strike from the tidal combat body, a portion of the silent beast's body was directly shattered, but it was only about 10%, less than 20%. Lin Feng frowned. The greater annihilative combat body and the tidal combat body did not seem to be of much use. He simply switched to the void traversal combat body again. Spatial Sunder. Lin Feng used the spatial power directly. Coupled with the void traversal combat body, he quickly sliced through the body of the silent beast. Using the void traversal combat body to fight could not be easier. Lin Feng could integrate into space at any time and warp through it. The silent beast could not even see Lin Feng's figure. Instead, they were constantly sliced apart by Lin Feng's spatial power. The spatial power sliced through a certain part of the silent beast. Then, Lin Feng used the annihilative power of the greater annihilative combat body to annihilate it directly. Back then, Lin Feng had used this method time and time again. He had even killed Grand Emperor Gushi this way. The silent beast could do nothing. It could only roar loudly and in a frenzy, but it could not even touch Lin Feng. It's still useless. It's really undying. Lin Feng frowned. These silent beasts were really undying. This was actually unexpected. However, Lin Feng had never believed that anything was truly undying. There must be some secret that he had not discovered. Your Highness Lin Feng, the life force of these silent beasts is very strong, especially in the silent galaxy. They are almost undying. If we want to kill them, we can only exhaust their strength, and do so time and time again, until we kill them eventually via attrition. Grand Emperor Long Yuan's voice sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng took a closer look. These silent beasts were really at the edge of the silent galaxy. Even after leaving the silent galaxy, their life force was still rather powerful. However, they were not undying. At most, their regenerative ability was astonishing. After Lin Feng used the spatial power to constantly slash at the silent beast in front of him, he indeed realized that its aura seemed to have weakened a little. Even its massive body had shrunk a little. Although it was not very obvious, it meant that Grand Emperor Long Yuan was right. They could only slowly exhaust the power of the silent beasts through attrition. Since it takes attrition, let's try the Starfell Pearl. The efficiency of fighting the silent beasts with just the combat body was simply too low. The many Grand Emperors all used their origin weapons, especially Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. He was really efficient, and could sever the silent beasts into two with every strike. Lin Feng also took out the Starfell Pearl. The ordinary-looking Starfell Pearl caught the attention of many Grand Emperors. Buzz. Lin Feng removed the spatial divine runes on the Starfell Pearl. Immediately, the Starfell Pearl quickly expanded to the size of a star, and floated quietly in the cosmos. Fall. Lin Feng extended his hand and pointed. The massive Starfell Pearl quickly transformed into a stream of light that smashed towards the silent beast in front of him. Chapter 560, strike true with every smash. Chapter 560, strike true with every smash. That's an origin weapon. His Highness Lin Feng's origin weapon. This is new. I've never seen him use it before. But this origin weapon seems very ordinary. Although it's huge and comparable to a star, in front of grand emperors like us, mere stars are nothing. Although Lin Feng kept a relatively low profile, there were some things that he could not keep a low profile for. He had already attracted the attention of all the grand emperors when he had attained a slight victory over Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. Now that Lin Feng was using an origin weapon, he naturally received the attention of many grand emperors. Lin Feng appeared very calm on the surface, but there was actually a slight fluctuation in his heart. From the moment he refined the Starfell Pearl until now, although the Starfell Pearl had already been successfully refined and its power was increasing, it had never experienced actual combat. Lin Feng was not sure if the Starfell Pearl would actually work wonders in battle. These silent beasts could not be killed or smashed, and could only be defeated through attrition. The Starfell Pearl could actually be put to use against them. Boom. Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl transformed into a stream of light and smashed down hard. This was equivalent to 100 million planets and more than 10 million stars smashing down all at once. How daunting would that power be? With a smash of the Starfell Pearl, the head of the silent beast was instantly reduced to dust. The rest of its body was also shattered, and it was severely injured at once. It's working. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Moreover, the power of the Starfell Pearl seemed to have exceeded his imagination. The effect was far better than he had imagined. Actually, on careful thought, it was understandable. A Starfell Pearl was comparable to a Grand Emperor with a 1 light-year combat body, and Lin Feng had thrown it directly. How terrifying would the impact be? With a single smash, even space was shattered, let alone the silent beast. Buzz. The silent beast recovered rapidly again, but it was useless. Lin Feng threw out the Starfell Pearl and smashed it again. Boom. This time, Lin Feng smashed even harder, shattering most of the silent beast's body. However, the silent beast could do nothing. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was very relaxed. When he threw the Starfell Pearl, he activated the spatial divine runes, and it was as if he had only thrown an ordinary pearl. After throwing it out, he immediately retracted the spatial divine runes, and the Starfell Pearl expanded to the size of a star. This way, he did not even need to use his combat body. He could just smash the Starfell Pearl. It was even stronger than Lin Feng's combat body. Gore. The silent beast roared, but as the Starfell Pearl smashed down again and again, its roars also grew weaker. Bang. For the last time, the body of the silent beast was smashed into pieces, but it could no longer condense. Lin Feng used the annihilative power to annihilate it instantly. Just like that, this Grand Emperor-level silent beast was reduced to cosmic dust. Although it seemed like it took a lot of times when Lin Feng smashed down again and again, Lin Feng was most leisurely. Moreover, he wasted very little time. After completely killing a silent beast, he looked at the other Grand Emperors. Even Grand Emperor Long Yuan had not defeated his enemies, and could only stall for time. Lin Feng did not just watch the show. He threw out the Starfell Pearl and smashed it hard onto one of the silent beasts in front of Grand Emperor Long Yuan, shattering the beast. Go. Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl did not stop at all. It smashed down again and again in a frenzy. Moreover, it did not just smash at one beast. He would smash Starfell Pearl against whichever was the closest. It was as if he was controlling the entire scene remotely. Wherever there was any danger, he would smash the Starfell Pearl over. Moreover, every smash was accurate. Every smash would cause the silent beast to suffer heavy losses. Even if it recovered, it would still consume a lot of strength. It's powerful, it's really too powerful. What kind of origin weapon is this? It's actually so strong. Once it's thrown out, even a Grand Emperor-level beast would be severely injured, if not dead. When facing His Highness Lin Feng, if he smashes out this origin weapon, who can resist it? Many grand emperors and even some quasi-emperors and venerables were dumbfounded. What was this? They fought hard with the silent beasts, and would even be injured and were in danger themselves. But as for Lin Feng, he just had to throw a pearl from afar and smash it. It seemed effortless, and there was no danger. However, all the silent beasts that were struck would be severely injured and shattered. What if a grand emperor faced Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl? They would probably be severely injured with a single smash, just like Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. If Lin Feng used the Starfell Pearl now, with a single smash, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade might lose 30% or even 40% of his combat body. With 2 or 3 smashes, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade might fall. Apart from top-notch Grand Emperors, who could resist Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl? Good. Grand Emperor Long Yuan was overjoyed. He did not expect Lin Feng to have such a powerful origin weapon. With the support of Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl, Grand Emperor Long Yuan was the first to kill 2 Grand Emperor-level silent beasts after Lin Feng. Hence, Grand Emperor Long Yuan continued to reinforce the other Grand Emperors. Soon, a total of 11 Emperor-level silent beasts were all killed. As for those silent beasts below the level of Grand Emperors, although there were many of them, they were all useless. When Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl landed, numerous of them would be smashed to death. It was difficult to even recover. Although the regenerative ability of the silent beasts was astonishing, and it felt like they could not be killed, it still depended on who their opponent was. Of course, the Grand Emperor-level silent beasts were very powerful. How could silent beasts below the level of Grand Emperors not die when struck by the Starfell Pearl? As for Lin Feng, his Starfell Pearl was simply awe-inspiring. Every smash struck true, and a large heap of silent beasts were smashed into mush and reduced to cosmic dust. Other Grand Emperors attacked one after another, and those silent beasts were quickly killed. However, strangely enough, these silent beasts were all trying to charge out like mad. They would rather be blasted to death than return to the silent galaxy, and were simply unafraid of death. Although there were no more silent beasts for the time being, no one could say for certain if more would appear. Your Highness Lin Feng, is this your origin weapon? Grand Emperor Cursed Blade asked Lin Feng immediately, and his gaze was fixed on the Starfell Pearl. At this moment, the Starfell Pearl had already been retrieved by Lin Feng and had become the size of a fist. It was astonishing. Such a pearl could crush Grand Emperor-level silent beasts. This was simply incredible. If Grand Emperors like themselves received a single strike from it, they would also suffer greatly. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's an origin weapon I forged." Grand Emperor Cursed Blade took a deep breath and said with a weak smile, "Actually, I was a little unconvinced when I lost to you back then. I felt that it's because I hadn't used the Cursed Blade. If I had, the outcome might have been different. But now, I'm certain that if I had used the Cursed Blade against your origin weapon, I'd probably lose terribly." Grand Emperor Cursed Blade looked at the Starfell Pearl in Lin Feng's hand. Just now, the might of the Starfell Pearl was awe-inspiring. Even the Grand Emperor-level silent beast could not withstand a single smash from it. He was slightly shocked. If Lin Feng had used the Starfell Pearl back then, what could he have used to resist it? Even if he had used the Cursed Blade, the outcome would probably be the same. Only now was Grand Emperor Cursed Blade wholly convinced of his defeat. Chapter 561, Spatial Divine Runes. Chapter 561, Spatial Divine Runes. Grand Emperor Long Yuan, the situation is not looking good. Suddenly, Grand Emperor Bilam said to Grand Emperor Long Yuan with a solemn expression, "What's going on? Look." Following the direction Grand Emperor Bilam was pointing, everyone saw the silent galaxy. Silent beasts had actually appeared in the nebula-like region again. Although there were no Grand Emperor-level silent beasts, more and more of them charged out of the silent galaxy, and there was no end to them. At this rate, if they were left unchecked, it would probably not be long before these silent beasts all charged into the beyond galaxy, wreaking terrifying destruction. Why are there so many silent beasts? Many Grand Emperors frowned. Some top-notch venerables or quasi-emperors were prepared to kill those silent beasts. However, this only addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause, because more and more silent beasts would continue to charge out of the silent galaxy. If this situation continued, the disciples of the divine palace of Bamand would only be exhausted from dealing with it. It was impossible for every cultivator to fight with the silent beasts at all times. No one would be able to hold up. How about we venture deep into the silent galaxy to investigate? Grand Emperor Cursed Blade pondered for a moment before saying cautiously, "No." Grand Emperor Long Yuan rejected him directly. This was no joke. Entering the silent galaxy meant death. Even if they didn't venture deep, who could guarantee that they would survive if they encountered any danger? After all, the silent galaxy was too notorious. Many famed figures never came out again after entering the silent galaxy, including some divine kings. How could Grand Emperor Long Yuan risk this in such a dangerous galaxy? Your Highness Long Yuan, what else can we do besides entering the silent galaxy? Grand Emperor Long Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Don't act rashly yet. Observe for a period of time. If the silent beasts continue to appear, I'll report it to His Majesty the Divine King and ask His Majesty to make the decision." This was indeed a solution, and it was the only way for the time being. Lin Feng and the others did not rest at all. They guarded the border and killed any silent beasts that appeared. Just like that, the silent beasts kept appearing for a few months. There were even Grand Emperor-level silent beasts appearing. Seeing that there seemed to be no end to the silent beasts, Grand Emperor Long Yuan could only report to Divine King Bamand. What? Keep taking turns to guard. When Grand Emperor Long Yuan gathered the 10 Grand Emperors and publicly conveyed Divine King Bamand's order, he requested the 10 Grand Emperors at the front line to take turns to guard it, and also forbade them from entering the silent galaxy. Grand Emperor Long Yuan also said helplessly, "This is His Majesty the Divine King's decision. Actually, His Majesty can't do anything about it either. His Majesty has contacted the Divine Kings of the other galaxies, and discovered that a large number of silent beasts have appeared in all the galaxies adjacent to the silent galaxy. His Majesty has determined that some kind of disturbance must have happened in the silent galaxy. However, even His Majesty would not dare to investigate the disturbance in the silent galaxy. Hence, we can only adopt the most direct method, which is to take turns guarding it." Actually, taking turns to guard it was not a big deal. They just needed to leave one Grand Emperor at the front line. The other Grand Emperors could rest. Even if silent beasts appeared, as long as there were no Grand Emperor-level beasts, they could be dealt with. Even if a Grand Emperor-level beast appeared, a Grand Emperor could still manage to deal with it, or stall for time until the other Grand Emperors arrived. There would basically be not too much risk. Everyone would stand guard for 10 years. "I'll go first." After Grand Emperor Long Yuan announced the roster for guarding, Lin Feng also did not think much of it either. In any case, he would be guarding the border for 10 years. Even if he had already stayed at the border for a few years previously, this first turn would just mean a few more years of guarding. It was not a big deal. Hence, with Grand Emperor Long Yuan standing guard first, the other Grand Emperors all returned to the planet. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Swoosh! A mass of flesh flew out of Lin Feng's starfell pearl. Then, the flesh condensed and fused continuously, finally taking shape, turning into a silent beast dozens of meters long. This was a Grand Emperor-level silent beast that had been smashed into bits by Lin Feng's starfell pearl countless times. A very small portion of its flesh had been stored in the starfell pearl and brought back by Lin Feng. Just as he had guessed, the life force of the silent beasts was really powerful. Even though only a mass of flesh was left, it could still recover and take shape. Even though it was only dozens of meters long, it was still filled with an aura of destruction. Lin Feng could destroy such a silent beast with a slight breath. However, Lin Feng brought this mass of flesh back to confirm one thing. Buzz. Lin Feng used the spatial power to envelop the silent beast. Immediately, the silent beast's eyes widened, as if it was hungering for this spatial power, and tried its best to devour it. As expected, the silent beasts have spatial innate ability. Lin Feng was shocked. The silent beast in front of him had undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Previously, when he was fighting the silent beasts, he had already sensed that these silent beasts might have spatial innate ability, and were very sensitive to spatial power. During the battle, Lin Feng was still uncertain. Now that he had tested it carefully, Lin Feng was certain that these silent beasts did have spatial innate ability. Not only did they have spatial innate ability, they also had such a powerful regenerative ability. Lin Feng had never heard of such beasts. Although these beasts had spatial innate abilities, they did not utilize this innate ability. Otherwise, how terrifying would a group of silent beasts that could warp space be? It seemed that their innate ability was just an innate ability that had not been developed. This silent beast was covered in treasures, and there were secrets hidden behind it. Lin Feng even suspected that the birth of this kind of beast might be related to Divine Emperor Void Sky. After all, how rare was it to be born with spatial innate ability? Why did these silent beasts have spatial innate ability? Back when Divine Emperor Void Sky failed to transform into a universe, he had stayed in the silent galaxy for a long time. I wonder if it has anything to do with these silent beasts. This was only Lin Feng's guess. He could not be certain. After Lin Feng casually killed the silent beast, he fell into deep thought. His current strength could no longer improve. The performance of the Starfell Pearl had also exceeded his expectations, and he was very satisfied. He only needed to guard the border for 10 years before leaving. Then, he could continue to enhance the power of the Starfell Pearl. However, speaking of the Starfell Pearl, Lin Feng had to make some preparations first. That was to comprehend the remaining 50 spatial divine runes on the Void Sky Divine Pearl. Without these spatial divine runes, Lin Feng could not expand the space in the Starfell Pearl anymore. Comprehending the spatial divine runes was actually very difficult. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the sacred stone of anathema. It had been a long time since he had settled down and focused to comprehend laws. He might as well take this opportunity to see if he could comprehend all 3 laws to the ultimate level. In particular, the law of space was the most important, and it concerned his level of comprehension of spatial divine runes. Time passed slowly. With the help of the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng's laws did not improve much. After all, the ultimate law was not so easy to comprehend. On the other hand, Lin Feng's comprehension of the spatial divine runes went relatively smoothly. The speed of his improvement could be considered miraculous. This was also related to Lin Feng's comprehension of the law of space. In the first year, Lin Feng comprehended 3 spatial divine runes. The next year, Lin Feng comprehended 5 spatial divine runes. In the third year, Lin Feng comprehended 10 spatial divine runes. His speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Lin Feng had finally finished comprehending the remaining 50 spatial divine runes on the Void Sky Divine Pearl. Buzz. Suddenly, the Void Sky Divine Pearl shone brightly. Even Lin Feng did not expect that when he comprehended the 100 spatial divine runes on the Void Sky Divine Pearl completely, the Void Sky Divine Pearl would actually undergo such a miraculous change. Chapter 562, Bottleneck. Chapter 562, Bottleneck. What's going on? The Void Sky Divine Pearl emitted a dazzling light, which surprised even Lin Feng. Lin Feng had obtained the Void Sky Divine Pearl for quite a long time already, but something like this had never happened before. Back when Lin Feng comprehended one of the runes on the Void Sky Divine Pearl, he had obtained information about the Void Sky Divine Palace. However, after that, when Lin Feng comprehended the spatial divine runes on the Void Sky Divine Pearl, apart from aiding his comprehension of the law of space, he did not obtain any other information. Could it be information about the Void Sky Divine Palace? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately extended his mental power into the Void Sky Divine Pearl. Boom. Lin Feng's mental power shook, and an image appeared in his mind. In the cold and dark cosmos, there was a vaguely discernible spatial passage. In the spatial passage was a magnificent palace. This image appeared in Lin Feng's mind for a long time before fading out. When Lin Feng woke up, he realized that the void sky divine pearl had returned to its original state, as if everything just now was just an illusion. However, Lin Feng knew that it was not an illusion. That scene was still deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Moreover, he could vaguely sense the location of the void sky divine palace through the void sky divine pearl. It was just that he was very far away now, and the sense was very faint. If he could enter the silent galaxy, he might be able to sense the location of the void sky divine palace. Void sky divine palace. Lin Feng naturally wanted to go to the void sky divine palace. After all, it was a palace left behind by a divine emperor. There might be unimaginable treasures inside. Considering the Big Bang alone, how could a powerful entity like Divine Emperor Void Sky not participate in the Big Bang? And with Divine Emperor Void Sky's strength, it would hardly be a challenge for him to obtain new substances. Perhaps there were many new substances cached in the Void Sky Divine Palace. The Void Sky Divine Palace was a treasure trove, and Lin Feng could sense it. Unfortunately, the silent galaxy was too dangerous. Even though he knew that there was a treasure trove inside, Lin Feng did not dare to enter. That was, unless Lin Feng could improve his strength further. If Lin Feng wanted to increase his strength, it was impossible to rely on his combat body alone. Moreover, he showed no signs of metamorphosis. Hence, he could only rely on the Starfell Pearl. The power of the Starfell Pearl could continue to increase. Lin Feng had comprehended another 50 spatial divine runes, which was enough to expand the space in the Starfell Pearl again. Hence, while Grand Emperor Long Yuan and the others were standing guard, Lin Feng focused on inscribing the spatial divine runes in the Starfell Pearl. Lin Feng had already completely comprehended the remaining 50 spatial divine runes. After that, he found it relatively easy to inscribe them on the Starfell Pearl. 51, 53, 55, 60. Lin Feng's speed of inscribing the spatial divine runes was not slow. In just a year, he had already inscribed the remaining 50 spatial divine runes on the Starfell Pearl. The space in the Starfell Pearl had more than doubled. Of course, not every spatial divine rune could expand the same amount of space. It was possible that 50 spatial divine runes might not even expand as much space as one spatial divine rune. However, these 50 spatial divine runes were generally similar to the 50 spatial divine runes that Lin Feng had inscribed previously. Hence, if everything went smoothly, the space in the Starfell Pearl could accommodate another 100 million planets. After Lin Feng inscribed the spatial divine runes, he swept through planets within a radius of thousands to even tens of thousands of light-years again. In a few years, the Starfell Pearl was filled to the brim. Just as Lin Feng had expected, the number of planets in the Starfell Pearl had reached 200 million. There were more than 20 million stars, which was equivalent to a combat body of about 22 trillion kilometers, exceeding 2 light-years. It was twice as powerful as the Starfell Pearl from before. Swoosh. Lin Feng retracted the Starfell Pearl. He could roughly sense that the material limit of the Starfell Pearl was actually about to be reached. The space in the Starfell Pearl was completely filled, and could not accommodate more planets. Lin Feng still needed to master more spatial divine runes, and more miraculous spatial divine runes. Unfortunately, Lin Feng only had the 100 spatial divine runes on the Void Sky Divine Pearl now. Lin Feng had also asked Grand Emperor Long Yuan, but Grand Emperor Long Yuan did not have a single spatial divine rune. There were not even spatial divine runes in the Divine Palace of Bamond. Compared to the spatial combat body, spatial divine runes were simply too rare. They were practically secrets that were never imparted. For almost every cultivator of the law of space, Lin Feng could still find a spatial combat body like the Void Traversal Combat Body in the Divine Palace of Bamond, but he could not find any spatial divine runes. Without the spatial divine runes, it was impossible for Lin Feng to continue improving the power of the Starfell Pearl. I've reached a bottleneck. Lin Feng could sense that he had already reached a bottleneck, or rather, his limit. Be it cultivating the combat body or comprehending laws, it would take a long time. Only after years of cultivation could there be some effect. The Starfell Pearl could no longer be improved. Without spatial divine runes, it was useless even if he obtained new materials. For the first time, Lin Feng felt the distress of stagnation in cultivating. He had never felt this way before. Even if the cultivation of the combat body stagnated, one could still comprehend laws. But now, Lin Feng had reached a bottleneck in all aspects. Even after a long time, he might still be stagnating. This feeling was really unpleasant. From the beginning, Lin Feng had always been cultivating. Now, his cultivation had come to an abrupt stop. Lin Feng was very uncomfortable about it as well. At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood why those venerables, quasi-emperors, and even grand emperors failed to advance for billions of years. There was really a bottleneck and limit to cultivation. Very few people could keep advancing continuously. Every cultivator had bottlenecks. The difference was whether the bottleneck came sooner or later. Some cultivators might reach their limit and hit a bottleneck after 6 life transitions. They would be trapped below 6 life transitions and could never become planetary life forms. Some were stuck at the level of venerables or grand emperors, while others only sensed a bottleneck after cultivating to the level of divine kings. Lin Feng was a little special. He had successfully cultivated all the way to the level of a venerable, an advanced planetary life form. However, he had advanced with a consummate combat body, so he had never been able to sense the bottleneck. But now, he felt a bottleneck, and it was a bottleneck all round. If there were no special opportunities, he might only be able to achieve what he had now for his entire life. A bottleneck was not terrifying, because once opportunity arrived, the bottleneck would also be broken. This was also why so many cultivators were willing to take risks in the Big Bang in search of opportunities. At this point, Lin Feng also developed the thought of searching for opportunities. Your Highness Lin Feng, it's your turn to guard the border for 10 years. When Grand Emperor Long Yuan sent a message that it was Lin Feng's turn to guard the border, Lin Feng went straight to the border. Your Highness Long Yuan. Your Highness Lin Feng, the guarding mission is not easy. I understand. Don't worry, Your Highness Long Yuan. Grand Emperor Long Yuan recognized Lin Feng's strength, so he was also quite at ease. After handing the mission to Lin Feng, he turned around and left. Lin Feng looked at the distant border. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but eventually, he calmed down gradually. No matter what, he had to guard the border for the next 10 years without any mistakes. Chapter 563, 10 Years of Guarding. Chapter 563, 10 Years of Guarding. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. At the border, faint roars sounded. Terrifying silent beasts charged out one after another. Starfell Pearl. Lin Feng extended his hand and pointed. A pearl instantly flew out of his body. It grew rapidly and expanded to the size of a star in an instant. Fall. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the Starfell Pearl smashed towards the border. Boom. As the Starfell Pearl smashed down, even the cosmos seemed to shake and space shattered. The dozens of silent beasts that had just charged out of the border were shattered by the Starfell Pearl before they could even make a sound, turning into cosmic dust. The cosmos gradually calmed down again. The Starfell Pearl flew back and landed in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng glanced at the border, then closed his eyes again. His Highness Lin Feng is so strong. That's the Starfell Pearl, right? Wow, what a powerful origin weapon. Even Grand Emperor Long Yuan couldn't guard the border with such ease. It's indeed very powerful. Even the Grand Emperor-level silent beasts cannot withstand a single smash from that tiny pearl. Do you still remember the Grand Emperor-level beast that His Highness Lin Feng encountered when he first came to guard the place? His Highness Lin Feng did not even use his combat body. He just threw the starfell pearl from afar and smashed it for a few times before the Grand Emperor-level silent beast was smashed to death. Impressive, impressive. However, we have an advantage by standing guard with His Highness Lin Feng. There's no need for us to fight at all. Many cultivators carrying out the guarding mission were discussing spiritedly, expressing their admiration for Lin Feng. No wonder Lin Feng was so popular. It had been 5 years since he accepted the mission from Grand Emperor Long Yuan. During the 5 years he guarded the border, Lin Feng had not even moved. Although he had never moved, Lin Feng had attacked many times. In 5 years, there were simply countless silent beasts that had charged out of the border. Once, even a Grand Emperor-level beast had appeared. However, under the violent smash of Lin Feng's starfell pearl, even the Grand Emperor-level beast was annihilated, let alone those ordinary beasts. At the same time, even those venerables and quasi-emperors did not have the chance to attack. They were also happy to be idle. At least with Lin Feng around, there would not be any danger. Swoosh! A figure flew over from afar and stopped in front of Lin Feng. Your Highness Lin Feng. Venerable Long Wu, how is it? Your Highness Lin Feng, I'm sorry that I didn't complete the mission you gave me. I mobilized many friends regarding the spatial divine runes, but found nothing. Yes, I understand. You may leave. Venerable Long Wu hesitated, looking as if he was about to say something. Anything else? Your Highness Lin Feng, although I haven't found any spatial divine runes, I once heard a rumor that it might be related to the spatial divine runes Your Highness is searching for. Report. I heard a rumor that a terrifying divine emperor of space in the silent galaxy once fought with a few divine emperors in the silent galaxy for a supreme treasure, causing the silent galaxy to undergo an upheaval. Some people even speculate that the various dangerous zones in the silent galaxy are also related to that mysterious divine emperor of space. I see. Lin Feng remained expressionless. Venerable Long Wu bade farewell and left. Divine Emperor of Space. After Venerable Long Wu left, Lin Feng muttered softly. A strange glint flickered in his eyes as he quietly looked at the silent galaxy at the other end of the border. Lin Feng was guarding the border and could not leave. Hence, he asked Venerable Long Wu to inquire about the spatial divine runes. After all, Venerable Long Wu was a top venerable, and had cultivated for a long time and had a wide network. He might be able to find information on the spatial divine runes. If there were spatial divine runes, Lin Feng was also willing to pay a price for them. Unfortunately, his last hope was also dashed. Although Venerable Long Wu had searched for a long time and mobilized many friends, he still could not find any news about the spatial divine runes. As for the myth of the divine emperor of space of the silent galaxy, Lin Feng did not care at all. He knew that it was not a myth, but the truth. It's almost impossible to obtain the spatial divine runes through other means, unless I find those cultivators with spatial divine runes and force them to hand over the spatial divine runes. However, that's impossible. I can't seal space. It's too difficult to coerce a cultivator of the law of space. Lin Feng shook his head, already making a decision. There's only one last way. The Void Sky Divine Palace might have the spatial divine runes left behind by Divine Emperor Void Sky. If I want to enter the Void Sky Divine Palace, I have to enter the silent galaxy. Lin Feng had never been able to make the decision in the past. In his opinion, although the Void Sky Divine Palace was important, it was not indispensable. He still had a bright future ahead of him, and his strength could continue to increase. Why take such a risk? Even a divine king might go missing or fall after entering the silent galaxy, let alone Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had already reached a bottleneck in all aspects and could no longer improve. How many new substances or materials would there be in the treasures of a divine emperor? Once he entered the Void Sky Divine Palace, Lin Feng might be able to obtain all the new substances, materials, spatial divine runes, and so on that he needed. Moreover, he might know the various reasons for the failure of Divine Emperor Void Sky's transformation into the universe. In the future, if he wanted to take the path of Divine Emperor Void Sky, that would be a lesson learned. In short, the Void Sky Divine Palace was very beneficial to Lin Feng. In the past, there was no need for him to go, but now, it was rather necessary. Moreover, Lin Feng had the law of space with him, and the power of the Starfell Pearl was rather formidable now. Even if it was the Silent Galaxy, it was not impossible for him to venture into it. There are still 5 years left. I'll wait a little longer. Lin Feng still had some reservations. Moreover, there were still 5 years left to his guarding mission. There was no hurry now. At least, there was still the sacred stone of anathema which could help Lin Feng to comprehend laws. If he could comprehend one law to the ultimate level, Lin Feng's strength would also increase substantially. The law of space was his greatest hope now. Unfortunately, comprehending the ultimate law of space was too difficult. Even with the sacred stone of anathema, it was not something that could be done in a year or 2, or 3 to 5 years. Time passed quickly. Lin Feng stayed in the cold and dark cosmos for a full 10 years. In the past 10 years, Lin Feng had not moved at all, but his Starfell Pearl had crushed countless silent beasts to death. Seeing that the 10-year deadline was up, some cultivators also on the guarding mission were a little reluctant to see him go as well. With Lin Feng around, they would not be in any danger. If it were any other Grand Emperor, they would not be so idle. Swoosh! A figure flew over from the distant cosmos and stopped in front of Lin Feng. Your Highness Lin Feng, the 10-year deadline is up. It's my turn. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that it was Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, he nodded slightly and said, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, thank you in advance for your trouble. 10 years had passed. Lin Feng naturally would not stay at the border anymore. After handing over the mission to Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, he left directly. It's been 10 years. Nothing went wrong while Grand Emperor Long Yuan and Grand Emperor of Annihilation were guarding it. Now, it's my turn. I can't disgrace the title of Grand Emperors. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade also took this guarding mission very seriously. Hence, the Grand Emperor guarding the border changed from Lin Feng to Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. The cosmos was still calm. Chapter 564, Curse Blade Fallen. Chapter 564, Curse Blade Fallen. Ever since the border guard was changed to Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, Lin Feng was quite happy to be free. Although he had made up his mind to make a trip to the Silent Galaxy, he was not sufficiently prepared. He used the sacred stone of anathema to make one last attempt to see if he could comprehend the ultimate law of space. Although Lin Feng had a deep understanding of the law of space, it was still somewhat difficult to comprehend the ultimate law of space. At least, it was impossible to do so in a short period of time. Lin Feng had been focused on comprehending it for 3 years, but there was still no progress. This could not help but make Lin Feng give up completely. Comprehending laws to the ultimate level was not any easier than becoming a Grand Emperor. Since he could no longer comprehend laws in a short period of time, Lin Feng made up his mind completely. Long Betham, tell them that I'm in seclusion. Don't let anyone disturb me for trifle matters. Understood, Master. Although Long Betham did not know where Lin Feng was going, as a follower, Long Betham still understood its place. No matter the time. No matter the request, it had to prioritize Lin Feng's orders. Swoosh. Lin Feng did not use his combat body and warped directly into the spatial passage. The border cosmos stretched on with no end in sight. Buzz. Traces of ripples appeared in space, and Lin Feng leaped out of it. The Silent Galaxy. Lin Feng looked at the distant border. The other side was pitch black, mysterious, and deep. No one knew what dangers lay within, yet Lin Feng wanted to enter. However, before Lin Feng could enter the Silent Galaxy, he realized that a huge vortex had appeared in the Silent Galaxy at the border. In the vortex, a head vaguely appeared. This is bad. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Just now, the appearance of this huge vortex had terrified him. What kind of terrifying silent beast had appeared in the Silent Galaxy? Lin Feng immediately flew towards the region the Divine Palace was standing guard. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was extremely bored. He had already guarded the border for 3 years. 3 years was neither that long nor a short period of time. Normally, spending some time to comprehend the Cursed Blade might have taken him longer than 3 years. However, guarding the border could not be done like this. One had to focus. Only then they could respond immediately if anything unexpected happened. Actually, as the third Grand Emperor to take turns guarding it, he also felt a little pressure. Grand Emperor Long Yuan and Grand Emperor of Annihilation had both successfully stood guard for 10 years. Now, it was his turn to stand guard. Deep down, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade did not want to sully the title of Grand Emperors. Hence, he took these 3 years very seriously. Unfortunately, during these 3 years, the border was calm. It was unknown if it was because it was afraid of the Grand Emperor of Annihilation, but the silent beasts had not appeared again for 3 years. Buzz. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared at the border. Moreover, as soon as this vortex appeared, it expanded rapidly, before sweeping towards the border. It was as if the entire border had turned into a vortex. A silent beast. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's expression turned solemn, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. 3 whole years had passed. After waiting for so long, he finally had a chance to put his skills to use. From the looks of it, the silent beast that appeared in the vortex was definitely not an ordinary silent beast. It might even be a Grand Emperor-level silent beast. Slash of the Cursed Blade. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was very thrilled. He could sense a terrifying aura in the vortex, as if it was reviving. It made his heart palpitate. However, the more he felt this way, the more excited he became. Hence, without even seeing the beast in the vortex clearly, he slashed out with his saber. The whistling Cursed Blade slashed forcefully into the vortex. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade found it very strange. Although his strike was not at full force, it contained at least 80% of his strength. Even a Grand Emperor should have some reaction after this strike landed on them. But now, his Cursed Blade had struck it, but there was no reaction at all. Hence, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade also became cautious. Boom. Suddenly, a gigantic claw appeared in the depths of the vortex. That's right, just the claw alone was enough to blot out everything. The entire cosmos seemed to be obscured. For the first time, a sense of danger surged in Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's heart, and it was extreme danger. This claw was simply too massive. Even a single claw was larger than his combat body. How could he still fight? Rumble. Wherever the giant claw passed, space shattered. Even Grand Emperor Cursed Blade had nowhere to run and was locked onto. No. Lin Feng had rushed over in time, but what was the use? He could only watch helplessly as this huge claw landed hard on Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's combat body. Cursed Blade, profound doctrine. Suddenly, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's cold voice rang out from the huge claw. At this moment, there was only resolute determination. In Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's voice, there was a ripping noise. A dazzling saber beam instantly tore through the cosmos. Terrifying power erupted from the huge claw, and a long wound appeared on the claw. Boom. The giant claw seemed to be very furious. It pressed down at once, and Grand Emperor Cursed Blade's combat body was instantly drowned out. His life force was instantly extinguished like a candle flame. Starfell Pearl, go. Lin Feng appeared like a madman. Although he had only stayed at the border for a short period of time, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade and Grand Emperor Long Yuan could be considered the Grand Emperors who were on good terms with Lin Feng. This was especially the case for Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. The two of them could be considered acquainted after their fight, and usually had a rather close contact with each other. But now, Lin Feng could only watch helplessly as the huge claw descended. The Starfell Pearl instantly expanded to the size of a star, and smashed down at lightning speed. Bang! The giant claw was already severely injured by Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. Now that it was struck by Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl, it was instantly shattered, and the cosmos recovered at once. Swoosh! Lin Feng rushed to the border immediately. However, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was nowhere to be found. In the void, half of the Cursed Blade was floating, emitting a soft glow. It was already a shattered origin weapon. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. Lin Feng held the broken Cursed Blade in his hand, and an uncontrollable trace of sorrow surged out of his heart. A distinguished Grand Emperor had died just like that. Only this broken half of the Cursed Blade left behind seemed to prove the existence of the former Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. Your Highness Cursed Blade. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, what's wrong? Your Highness Lin Feng, what happened just now? Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed many Grand Emperors. Grand Emperor Long Yuan and the other Grand Emperors also rushed over immediately, but they only saw Lin Feng and the broken Cursed Blade in Lin Feng's hand. For a moment, everyone had a bad premonition. Chapter 565, Forced Back. Chapter 565, Forced Back. Grand Emperor Cursed Blade is dead. Lin Feng's tone was calm, as if he was telling something ordinary. However, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire cosmos fell silent. The broken Cursed Blade in Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly, emitting strange sounds, as if it was wailing. Crunch. The broken Cursed Blade shattered, turning into cosmic dust completely. The sound of the Cursed Blade shattering seemed to echo in the depths of everyone's hearts. It was as if cracks had appeared in their hearts as well. How can this be? Grand Emperor Bilam's entire body trembled, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Everyone who had interacted with Grand Emperor Cursed Blade for any period of time liked him. He was an earnest, even somewhat naive Grand Emperor. No one would have thought that Grand Emperor Cursed Blade would fall in a mere guarding mission. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lin Feng lifted his head. At the same time, all the Grand Emperors lifted their heads. The vortex at the border quickly expanded by countless times, as if it blotted out everything and enveloped the entire cosmos. It was massive, just too massive. They saw a head emerge from the silent galaxy. It was a silent beast that was gargantuan to the extreme. Even Grand Emperor Long Yuan, who had been at the border for the longest time, had never seen such a huge beast. Fight! Prepare for battle! Grand Emperor Long Yuan roared. He was also very furious, but he was more worried. If even Grand Emperor Cursed Blade could not withstand a single strike from this beast, how strong must this beast be? It was probably at least comparable to a top-notch Grand Emperor. Die! Grand Emperor Long Yuan used his combat body immediately. He was a top-notch Grand Emperor who had mastered the ultimate law. His strength was unimaginable. In particular, he was attacking in anguish now. The force was simply world-shattering. Rumble. How terrifying was a top-notch combat body over 10 light-years in size like Grand Emperor Long Yuan's. With a palm strike, even space collapsed, and even the nebula vortex at the distant border was scattered. The giant monster also roared angrily and fought with Grand Emperor Long Yuan. After the head-on clash, Grand Emperor Long Yuan took a few steps back, but the silent beast continued to charge over. Even Grand Emperor Long Yuan was at a disadvantage at once. Everyone was shocked. How was this possible? Grand Emperor Long Yuan was a top-notch Grand Emperor. How could he be repelled by a mere silent beast? However, no matter how impossible it was happening before everyone's eyes at this moment. In particular, this silent beast had killed Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. In an instant, all 9 Grand Emperors attacked. Starfell Pearl, fall. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. He also used his combat body and threw the Starfell Pearl with all his might. The current Starfell Pearl contained 200 million planets, and was comparable to a Grand Emperor combat body of at least 2 light-years. Lin Feng threw it with all his might, and it smashed into the silent beast with a whistling sound. Bang! Almost every smash from Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl created a pit or a hole. No matter how strong the silent beast was, it was useless. It was riddled with holes from Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl. However, the silent beast was indeed comparable to a top-notch Grand Emperor. Its regenerative ability was simply astonishing, and it was almost undying. It was only because Grand Emperor Long Yuan was holding it off head-on, and the remaining Grand Emperors were all coordinating with him, that Lin Feng's Starfell Pearl could go so smoothly. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not be able to withstand it alone. He could only choose to use the law of space to escape. Otherwise, he might follow in the footsteps of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. How can such a powerful beast exist? Grand Emperor Long Yuan, we can't kill it. It's too strong, it's just too strong. Even when surrounded and attacked by us, it's only at a disadvantage. It isn't injured at all. Only the attacks of Grand Emperor Long Yuan and Grand Emperor of Annihilation can cause a little damage to that beast. The more these Grand Emperors fought, the more shocked they became. In the past, forget about so many Grand Emperors joining forces. Even if 2 or 3 Grand Emperors joined forces, no matter how strong the silent beast was, it would not be able to withstand it. But now, this silent beast was simply too astonishing. Even with Grand Emperor Long Yuan holding it off, it could still be so ferocious. Lin Feng, on the other hand, seemed tireless. In reality, he did not feel tired at all. Every time, he would just repeat the Starfell Pearl and smash it down again and again. However, one Starfell Pearl was really too monotonous. Moreover, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Since the spatial divine runes were limited, could he forge a few more Starfell Pearls? How terrifying would the power of smashing a few or even dozens of Starfell Pearls down be? Moreover, there were still arrays. Those arrays that stretched across the cosmos might not be of much use to Grand Emperors, but those arrays could gather the power of dozens of planets. Then, it was also possible to gather the power of dozens of Starfell Pearls this way. In that case, how daunting would the power be? This was only a flash of inspiration for Lin Feng. The maximum spatial capacity of 100 spatial divine runes could accommodate 200 million planets, which would be comparable to a Grand Emperor combat body of more than 2 light years. It would be quite good if he could forge 10 Starfell Pearls. However, the key was the materials. It had to be known that Lin Feng had used countless new materials just to forge a Starfell Pearl. Only then could the Starfell Pearl withstand 200 million planets. If he forged 10 of them, the new materials required would be 10 times what there were now. Where could Lin Feng find so many new materials? Moreover, if he kept using the new materials on one Starfell Pearl, how powerful would the Starfell Pearl be in the end? This was also a consideration. A comprehensive consideration was necessary. If there were enough materials and enough spatial divine runes to keep accommodating planets, why would one refine more Starfell Pearls? That would be an unnecessary choice. He might as well concentrate the materials and constantly increase the power of one Starfell Pearl. If he could increase the Starfell Pearl to the level of a top-notch Grand Emperor's combat body, it would not be a problem for him to defeat almost all Grand Emperors. In his flash of inspiration, Lin Feng thought of many things. However, at this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill this silent beast in front of him. He threw the Starfell Pearl again and again, smashing it into the silent beast again and again, infuriating it. However, angering it was all that could do. Even ordinary Grand Emperor-level silent beasts had the ability to recover continuously. Moreover, this powerful beast far exceeded ordinary Grand Emperor-level beasts, and its regenerative ability was even more astonishing. However, with Lin Feng and Grand Emperor Long Yuan constantly dealing damage, the effect added up. In particular, Lin Feng still had the annihilative power. He would not miss any opportunity to annihilate the beast's body. Gradually, the beast's massive body also gradually weakened. It shrank by 10%, 20%, and 30%. The Grand Emperors surrounded and attacked it for a total of 10 days before the injuries of Silent Beast became relatively severe. Gore. Finally, the Silent Beast retreated. It gradually retreated from the Bemond Galaxy to the Silent Galaxy. The cosmos returned to calm, but the Grand Emperor's gazes were very solemn, and their expressions were a little gloomy. No one knew when this silent beast would appear again. Chapter 566, Entering the Silent Galaxy. Chapter 566, Entering the Silent Galaxy. Your Highness Lin Feng. His Highness Long Yuan said with a dark expression, "What happened to Grand Emperor Cursed Blade?" By the time I arrived, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade had already been killed by that beast. Lin Feng briefly explained the danger that Grand Emperor Cursed Blade was in at that time. If the Grand Emperors still had doubts previously, they no longer had any doubts after personally fighting this silent beast. In a one-on-one battle, apart from Grand Emperor Long Yuan and Grand Emperor of Annihilation, all the other Grand Emperors would probably end up like Grand Emperor Cursed Blade. Even though the atmosphere was very solemn, Grand Emperor Long Yuan still said, there might be a problem in the Silent Galaxy. I've never encountered such a powerful silent beast. Next, in order to avoid unnecessary losses, all Grand Emperors must stay here, just in case there was no other way. If there was only one Grand Emperor and that silent beast appeared again, things would get dangerous. Even Grand Emperor Long Yuan felt the pressure. Even with his strength as a top-notch Grand Emperor, he still could not defeat the silent beast, let alone others. But that's only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Moreover, can we stay together forever? Lin Feng suddenly said. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, even Grand Emperors who did not care about the time it took to cultivate could not stay together forever. This is a desperate time. This is the only way. Grand Emperor Long Yuan said in a low voice. No, there's another way to resolve the crisis. What solution? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. They could not kill that silent beast in this situation. What else could they do? It's very simple. I'll enter the Silent Galaxy to investigate the problem with the Silent Galaxy. Only by investigating thoroughly and resolving the problem will these silent beasts stop leaving the Silent Galaxy again. Lin Feng's method was a method that targeted the root cause, but as soon as he spoke, Grand Emperor Long Yuan immediately rejected him firmly. No, absolutely not. Grand Emperor Long Yuan glared fiercely at Lin Feng and said, it's not like you don't know how dangerous the Silent Galaxy is. Moreover, what if you go in and encounter that silent beast alone? The other Grand Emperors also shook their heads in disagreement. Very few people who entered the Silent Galaxy could come out. Moreover, the people who appeared were basically all in the periphery. They came out as soon as they entered. If they went deep into the Silent Galaxy, it would be very difficult to come out. I have the law of space. If I can't defeat it, I can still escape. Even Your Highness Long Yuan isn't confident that you can keep me here. Right. Lin Feng glanced at Grand Emperor Long Yuan. He knew that Grand Emperor Long Yuan genuinely did not want him to enter the Silent Galaxy. However, Lin Feng had already made up his mind. Rather than sneaking into the Silent Galaxy, he might as well take this opportunity to enter openly. Moreover, Grand Emperor Cursed Blade had also touched Lin Feng greatly. No matter what, Lin Feng had to enter the Silent Galaxy to see what was going on. Your Highness Long Yuan, I've made up my mind. Lin Feng had already made up his mind, but no one tried to persuade him again. Instead, they fell silent. Your Highness Lin Feng, have you really made up your mind? Yes, I've made up my mind. I must enter the Silent Galaxy. Lin Feng said firmly. His Highness Long Yuan pondered for a long time. All right, since you've already made up your mind, and you possess the law of space to escape if you encounter any danger, I won't stop you. I'll report to His Majesty the Divine King on your behalf. Thank you, Your Highness Long Yuan. Lin Feng bowed to Grand Emperor Long Yuan. With the support of Grand Emperor Long Yuan, he could enter the Silent Galaxy openly. If anything really went wrong, it would be considered something that came up during the guarding mission. The Divine Palace would take care of Lin Feng's family. This could also be considered an end to Lin Feng's worries. But you have to promise me that if you encounter any danger, you must prioritize your life. Moreover, regardless of whether you can investigate the matter of the Silent Galaxy thoroughly, you Must return within 100 years. Lin Feng nodded. He would naturally try his best to stay alive. If not for the bottleneck in the Void Sky Divine Palace, Lin Feng would not have wanted to take the risk of entering the Silent Galaxy. As for 100 years, that was already rather long for Lin Feng. If he could not find the Void Sky Divine Palace in 100 years, Lin Feng would not waste time and would naturally return. Your Highness Long Yuan, Your Highnesses, farewell. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He bade farewell to the Grand Emperors, turned around, and lunged into the nebula suddenly. He entered the Silent Galaxy and disappeared. Seeing that Lin Feng had really entered the Silent Galaxy, the other Grand Emperors all looked thoughtful. Your Highness Long Yuan, looks like Your Highness Lin Feng has long wanted to enter the Silent Galaxy, Grand Emperor Balam said in a low voice. Actually, everyone could tell that Lin Feng definitely did not come up with this idea on the spot. He had long planned to enter the Silent Galaxy. Back then, Cursed Blade had also wanted to enter the Silent Galaxy, but he would never have the chance. At the mention of Grand Emperor Cursed Blade, everyone fell silent again. After a long while, Grand Emperor Long Yuan's expression returned to normal. He enunciated clearly, leave half of the Grand Emperors behind. The other Grand Emperors can take turns to rest. Thank you for your trouble, Your Highnesses. The many Grand Emperors did not have any objections. Before that silent beast was killed, the border was destined to be at strife. Swoosh. It was like a stone thrown into a lake. Lin Feng did not warp space. Instead, he flew in directly along the border. However, as soon as he flew in, he felt a terrifying force envelop him. It was that beast, the silent beast comparable to a top-notch Grand Emperor. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen this beast at such a close distance. It stretched across the cosmos, cold, dark, and filled with an aura of destruction. Moreover, there was not even a single beast behind the beast. Hiss! The huge beast opened its mouth and actually devoured countless spaces around it. There was a sparse amount in the distance. Occasionally, there would be some silent beasts scattered around. At this moment, they were all fleeing in all directions in a frenzy. Lin Feng's heart clenched. This beast was somewhat similar to a devouring life form. However, if he was devoured by the beast, things would not be so pleasant. Run! Immediately, Lin Feng integrated into the space and shuttled aimlessly through the spatial passage. He knew that now was not the time to take revenge on that silent beast. Even if Lin Feng went all out and spared no expense, it was impossible for him to kill that silent beast. He might as well warp space and leave directly. He would ensure his own safety first before following his plan. Lin Feng's plan was also very simple, and that was to find the Void Sky Divine Palace. As long as he could find the Void Sky Divine Palace, Lin Feng's goal in venturing into the Silent Galaxy would be more than halfway accomplished. Chapter 567, Mysterious Planet. Chapter 567, Mysterious Planet. Swoosh. Lin Feng emerged from the space. He quickly scanned his surroundings with his mental power and heaved a sigh of relief when he did not find any danger. The pressure from a top-notch Grand Emperors was still very great. That silent beast was comparable to a top-notch Grand Emperor, and was even stronger than a top-notch Grand Emperor. Lin Feng was not confident that he could withstand a single strike from that silent beast. There's something wrong with the space here. As soon as Lin Feng warped out of the spatial passage, he sensed that something was amiss. He realized that the space here seemed to be incomplete, as if it was in a shattered state at all times. Moreover, it was not a problem limited to this area, but the space of the entire Silent Galaxy. This was very rare. Lin Feng had seen a space that had always been in a shattered state once. During the Big Bang, the space that was impacted by the Big Bang had always been in a shattered state. Space in a shattered state was very disadvantageous to cultivators who had comprehended the law of space. If the law was just at the planetary level, even warping space would be affected. Although Lin Feng had comprehended the advanced law of space, the only aspect that's affected when he was warping space in this State was distance. It might reduce the distance warped every time by a third, or even by half. As for the rest, it did not affect them much. The silent galaxy was cold, dark, and lifeless. There was not a single planet within a radius of tens of billions of kilometers, let alone an inhabited planet. It was as if this was a dead galaxy. Moreover, the surrounding space was in chaos. In some places, space had collapsed, looking as if it had been distorted by some force. This was more like a battlefield that had just experienced an intense battle. Lin Feng flew aimlessly for a long distance. He wanted to search for planets. He did find some planets, but there was no sign of life on them. Void Sky Divine Pearl. The Void Sky Divine Pearl appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Through the Void Sky Divine Pearl, Lin Feng could vaguely sense that there were clues to the Void Sky Divine Palace in a certain direction in the distance. Moreover, the distance seemed very far. Lin Feng did not care about the distance. In any case, he could warp space. Hence, he put away the Void Sky Divine Pearl and began to warp space in the direction the Void Sky Divine Pearl sensed. He did it again and again. Lin Feng did not know how far he had warped. During this period of time, Lin Feng saw terrifying monsters. They did not seem to be silent beasts, but they had bodies that were even more terrifying than ordinary grand emperors. They were slumbering in the cosmos. Once they woke up, they would begin to devour everything around them. If Lin Feng had not escaped quickly, he would probably have been devoured by the behemoths as well. Moreover, there were a few times when he encountered a dense horde of monsters. They were not huge, but there were simply too many of them. Moreover, when Lin Feng smashed them with the Starfell Pearl, the Starfell Pearl was covered in monsters that were actually gnawing at it. If not for the fact that the Starfell Pearl was made of new substances and was too hard, it would probably have been devoured by those monsters. There was also the encounter with a massive black hole. Even Lin Feng's combat body that was comparable to 3 light-years was vaguely suctioned towards it, and a premonition of danger rose in the depths of his heart. That was too terrifying. Lin Feng could not help but feel secretly shocked. This silent galaxy was indeed worthy of being a cosmic forbidden place. Even grand emperors did not have any guarantee of living when entering. Even divine kings might fall. It was filled with mystery everywhere. Although Lin Feng had comprehended the law of space, he had to be careful in the silent galaxy. This is the place. The Void Sky Divine Pearl floated in front of Lin Feng. He could sense that the Void Sky Divine Pearl was pointing in this direction, and it should be his destination. The Void Sky Divine Palace was in this area. However, after Lin Feng sensed it carefully with the law of space, he did not find anything. The space here was all shattered. Could the Void Sky Divine Palace be hidden here? Lin Feng was very doubtful. Could the Void Sky Divine Pearl be wrong? Lin Feng frowned. The Void Sky Divine Pearl was left behind by Divine Emperor Void Sky. It could be considered the key to the Void Sky Divine Palace. With the Void Sky Divine Pearl, one could find the Void Sky Divine Palace. But after so many years, who knew what could have happened? Lin Feng could not be sure if the Void Sky Divine Palace was still around. However, Lin Feng would definitely be unwilling to return just like that. He stopped warping space in this area and searched carefully. As soon as he discovered anything unique or strange about space, Lin Feng would have to take a closer look. However, no matter how meticulous Lin Feng was, after flying slowly around for a few months, he still could not find the Void Sky Divine Palace. Lin Feng tried to study the Void Sky Divine Palace again. He also had the location of the Void Sky Divine Palace in his mind, but it was also pointing to this place now. Lin Feng even studied the spatial divine runes, but still found nothing. If I can't find the Void Sky Divine Palace. Lin Feng's heart sank. If he really could not find the Void Sky Divine Palace, he would be in trouble. Wouldn't he have made a wasted trip to the silent galaxy? Moreover, it would not be so easy to return now. The silent galaxy was very huge. Lin Feng had warped space so many times, yet he still could not reach the end. There was even a bizarre power that kept Lin Feng circling around in the galaxy. It was only because Lin Feng had the void sky divine pearl that he could find his way here. There's a planet. Lin Feng did not know how long he had been flying for. Suddenly, he saw planets in the distance, and there was not just one, but a large, densely packed multitude of planets. These planets appeared to be arranged in a strange manner. Lin Feng could tell at a glance that this was an array, a cosmic array. Wherever a cosmic array was, there must be cultivators. Otherwise, who would set up these arrays? Lin Feng was not too happy. After being in the silent galaxy for so long, he had encountered many monsters. As for cultivators, he had not encountered a single one. Now, so many planets had suddenly appeared. There might be cultivators. This was too strange. Moreover, they had appeared in this area, where the Void Sky Divine Palace might be located. Was this a coincidence? Lin Feng did not know if this was a coincidence, but regardless, he had to be careful. Swoosh. When Lin Feng approached these planets, he realized that there were actually a horde of bat-like monsters attacking these planets. However, an array was formed from the planets. A faint layer of light blocked the bat monsters outside. Occasionally, there would even be some counterattacks inside that killed these bat monsters. These bat monsters were all very small, about hundreds of kilometers in size. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were really insignificant. Although the bats were very small, and were destined to not be very strong, there were simply too many of them. Moreover, they seemed to be very difficult to kill. They could only be resisted by forming an array from these planets. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Compared to these bat monsters, he was more concerned about who lived on these planets. Or rather, who was resisting these bat monsters. Chapter 568, Jadeite Island. Chapter 568, Jadeite Island. The bat monsters kept attacking these planets, but they could not break through the defenses of the planets. Finally, the cosmic array that these planets had joined together appeared to have been activated. A terrifying force erupted instantly from the array. A dazzling light swept over, instantly enveloping the bat monsters. Boom. When all the bat monsters were enveloped by this light, it was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. All the bat monsters were reduced to dust. The light had reached the level of a grand emperor in an instant. What a terrifying cosmic array. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This cosmic array had exceeded his imagination. The strongest array he had seen in the North River galaxy was only comparable to a top venerable. Even a quasi-emperor could break those cosmic arrays. Let alone a grand emperor. Even the strongest cosmic arrays in the North River galaxy could not resist a grand emperor. But what did he see now? He saw a cosmic array that instantly erupted with the power of a grand emperor, turning these bat monsters into ashes. This was simply unbelievable, and exceeded Lin Feng's understanding of arrays. Moreover, Lin Feng had never seen this array in the North River galaxy before. It seemed very ancient. As the bat monsters were destroyed, the cosmic array gradually calmed, and finally disappeared. Lin Feng knew a little about cosmic arrays. After all, he had stayed in the North River galaxy for 100 years. Normally, cosmic arrays needed someone to preside over them. Even arrays that operated automatically needed someone to preside over them. An array without anyone presiding over it would not be very powerful. This array was clearly targeted at some monsters. Hence, after defeating the monsters, the array slowly disappeared. Lin Feng quickly returned to the size of an ordinary person. At least his small size was not that eye-catching. Swoosh. Lin Feng flew straight towards the planet. He flew above the planet, but no array appeared. As expected, this array is targeted at beasts. If it isn't a beast, the array won't be activated. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suddenly flew down. This planet was huge. Although it could not compare to a star, it was about 1/5 the size of a star. It could be considered a gigantic superplanet. As soon as he entered the planet, Lin Feng sensed the aura of life, and a large amount of life force at that. Sensing a large amount of life force all of a sudden in this cold and dark silent galaxy really gave Lin Feng an unexpected surprise. How wonderful! A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He was a cultivator after all, and did not like to endure the cold darkness and loneliness. In this silent galaxy, there were dangers and traps everywhere, but he could never find the void sky divine palace. Lin Feng almost gave up. But now, sensing the aura of life, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Lin Feng's current location was above an ocean. The ocean below was boundless. The vast ocean was incomparably vast. Lin Feng flew in the direction with the strongest aura of life. With his speed, there was no knowing how far he could fly in a second. Finally, Lin Feng discovered scattered islands. These islands were all huge. There were cities built on them, and countless strong auras of life below. Cultivators. Lin Feng sensed for a moment and realized that there were a large number of cultivators on the island, but their auras were a little strange. He flew down directly and landed in a city. As soon as Lin Feng landed in the city, he realized that although there were people everywhere in the city, but these people were a little strange. For example, some had the heads of a bull or deer. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms. There were also those with 3 eyes, those with a huge body like a miniature giant, and so on. In short, there were all kinds of humans, more abundant than the various civilized races in the universe. However, they were indeed humans, just a little different from humans in the universe. Venerable cultivator, is this the first time you are visiting our Jadeite island? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng looked up and realized that it was a young man. His dark eyes were darting around, looking very lively. However, the young man was just an ordinary person. There was no aura of a cultivator on him. This place is Jadeite Island. That's right. This is Jadeite Island, one of the top 10 holy lands for cultivation from beyond. From the looks of it, you must be an archaic cultivator, right? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had never heard of anything called archaic cultivators. Moreover, when he descended on this island, he did not seem to have sensed any powerful aura. There were very few auras that had even undergone 6 life transitions. Lin Feng still had to study this unfamiliar place carefully. Who are you? My name is Luo Hao, and I'm the guide to the Jadeite Island. All you need to give me is a piece of spirit jade to know everything about the Jadeite Island. I'm not bragging here, there is nothing and nowhere on Jadeite Island that I do not know. Spirit jade. Is it energy? Lin Feng saw some cultivators taking out spirit jades on the streets. They were a kind of energy aggregation that contained a huge amount of energy. This was nothing to Lin Feng. Even one of his cells contained an immeasurable amount of energy. What was a mere spirit jade worth? Take me to a quiet place to rest first, then tell me about this Jadeite Island. As long as I'm satisfied, forget about 1 spirit jade, even 10. Spirit jades are nothing. Luo Hao was overjoyed. It seemed like he had met a big client this time, so he hurriedly said, Venerable cultivator, don't worry. I know a place that's definitely quiet. Luo Hao led Lin Feng through many twists and turns and arrived at a quiet courtyard. From the outside, it looked extremely ordinary, but when Lin Feng scanned it with his mental power, he realized that there was more to the inside. As soon as he walked in, he met a beautiful woman. Mousy, you brought a guest. The beautiful woman seemed to be very familiar with Luo Hao. Hey, lady boss, I brought a distinguished cultivator here this time. A cultivator. The beautiful woman was also a cultivator, and she was not weak. She already had the strength of 5 life transitions. She was just a little bit away from 6 life transitions. It seemed like she could already be considered a rather powerful cultivator in this city. When the beautiful woman saw Lin Feng, she actually could not see through him. For a moment, she also became cautious. Arrange a quiet room for me. Distinguished guest, please follow me. The beautiful woman glanced at Luo Hao and saw him in a new light. She did not expect Luo Hao to bring such a big client. Lin Feng was brought to a spacious room. Along the way, Lin Feng was also observing this courtyard with his mental power. He realized that there were many powerful auras inside, and there were at least many planetary life auras with 6 life transitions. However, the aura seemed to be a little different from that of ordinary planetary life forms. It was really strange. This place was filled with strangeness. Lin Feng needed to understand it in detail. You said that I'm an archaic cultivator. How can you tell? Lin Feng asked Luo Hao directly. Chapter 569, Archaic Deity. Chapter 569, Archaic Deity. How can you tell? Luo Hao was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, I'm not even a cultivator. How can I tell if you're an archaic cultivator? It's just that I've seen some archaic cultivators similar to you before, sir, so I guess that you're an archaic cultivator. Lin Feng understood now. This Luo Hao had been living at the bottom of the social hierarchy since he was young. Through experience, he had acquired sharp perceptive skills, and could read people with great accuracy. How much do you know about archaic cultivators? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and asked. Luo Hao was a little curious and did not know why Lin Feng was asking about archaic cultivators. However, since it was a question from a distinguished cultivator, Luo Hao naturally told him everything he knew. This was a lucrative job. He might receive 10 spirit jades, which was equivalent to Luo Hao's monthly income. Hence, he spoke about basically everything he knew. Sir Cultivator, although I'm just an ordinary person, I once aspired to become a great cultivator. Unfortunately, the price to enter a sect and become a cultivator was too expensive, so I didn't become a cultivator. However, my sister is a disciple of the Jadeite sect, a major cultivation sect. Hence, I know a lot about cultivators. As far as I know, archaic cultivation follows archaic cultivation methods and specializes in cultivating the combat body. The resources consumed are just too great. Although one's strength after cultivating it is astonishing, it consumes too many resources. If one is not from a wealthy family, they will not be able to continue on the path of archaic cultivation at all. On the other hand, nomological cultivators have almost become the mainstream of cultivation on the Jadeite Island and even the surrounding worlds. Nomological cultivators do not need to cultivate the combat body. Instead, they comprehend laws since they were young. There is no need to consume any resources. It only depends on one's innate talent and comprehension ability. That said, nomological cultivators places great importance on innate talent. One's comprehension ability can only be known after becoming a nomological cultivator. However, innate talent can be tested before becoming a nomological cultivator. For example, my sister has a relatively rare physique and innate ability with dual attributes of water and fire. She can comprehend the laws of water and fire faster. As Luo Hao slowly told him about the matters regarding cultivators, Lin Feng was also slightly surprised. Archaic cultivators cultivated the combat body. This was no different from the mainstream of cosmic cultivation. However, archaic cultivators had already declined in this world. Instead, nomological cultivators prospered. Cultivators who comprehended laws, the very thought of it was incredible. Moreover, their talent could be specifically tested and used, specially to comprehend laws. Lin Feng had never heard of such a method in the universe. Moreover, nomological cultivation seemed to have become the mainstream in this world, and was extremely prosperous. Luo Hao, do you know what level the strongest among archaic cultivators and nomological cultivators have reached? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. From a certain perspective, as long as one knew the actual situation of the strongest individual, they would basically know the advantages and disadvantages of these two cultivation paths. The strongest. However, Luo Hao shook his head and said, I'm just an ordinary person. My sister is also a very ordinary disciple of the Jadeite sect. I'm not sure about the strongest cultivator either. I only know that if ancient cultivators cultivated to the level of archaic deities, they would be very formidable. They could even venture outside the world. On the other hand, nomological cultivators correspond to nomological deities. There are nomological deities in the Jadeite sect. They're really powerful. With a wave of their hand, the power of the entire world would be at their call. It's simply terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. The so-called archaic deities and nomological deities were somewhat similar to planetary lifeforms and planetary laws. However, these were all Lin Feng's guesses. He would only know the details after seeing them with his own eyes. Luo Hao's level was too low. The information he could access was too little. Lin Feng still needed more information. Right now, Lin Feng was no longer in a hurry to find the Void Sky Divine Palace. The cultivators on these planets seemed more interesting to Lin Feng. Luo Hao, do you know where there's a lot of information on archaic cultivators or nomological cultivators? Especially if it's relevant to the history of this world. The more detailed, the better. A large amount of information. If you need it, I'm afraid it can only be collected in the Jadeite sect. The Jadeite sect is the oldest and largest sect on our Jadeite island, and there are great entities like nomological deities within. My sister, Luo Jing, is in the Jadeite sect. I haven't seen my sister in half a year. I wonder if she has enough spirit jades for cultivation. At the mention of his sister, Luo Hao's eyes seemed to light up, and his face was filled with a trace of pride. Jadeite sect. Lin Feng nodded, then extended his hand. Immediately, a large amount of energy appeared in his palm. Moreover, this energy was like a vortex, constantly devouring and compressing. In just a moment, it actually condensed into a solid energy module, and it was a very pure energy module. Is this worth 10 spirit jades? Lin Feng tossed the energy module into Luo Hao's hand. Luo Hao's mouth fell open, and his heart was thrown into turmoil. This was simply unbelievable. This person had casually condensed such a huge energy module. Forget about 10 spirit jades, such pure energy could even be exchanged for 20 or 30 spirit jades in the black market. Sir, this is too precious. I can't possibly accept so much. Luo Hao shook his head. This was too precious to him. Moreover, he was a little scared. He had never heard of someone who could casually condense such pure energy this way. Hence, he concluded that Lin Feng must be a very terrifying cultivator. He did not want to cause trouble for himself. No need. I mean it when I said it's yours. I still need you to lead the way to the Jadeite sect next. Sir, don't worry. I know where the Jadeite sect is. I will definitely lead you to it. Luo Hao hurriedly put away the energy module with an excited expression. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Lin Feng left the room with Luo Hao and met the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman who had undergone 5 life transitions glanced at Lin Feng and asked curiously, "Distinguished guest, are you leaving?" "That's right. Here is the room fee. Would this be enough?" Lin Feng casually condensed an energy module and tossed it to the beautiful woman. Chapter 570, Jadeite Sect. Chapter 570, Jadeite Sect. Lin Feng stood quietly in the sky as if it were flat ground beneath his feet, and allowed Luo Hao to stand rather steadily as well. Luo Hao felt as if he was in a dream. In the blink of an eye, he could fly in the sky. Looking at the scenery below, he knew that his current speed was very fast. This was what cultivators were like. Sir, are you really an archaic deity? Luo Hao had clearly heard the beautiful woman's words as well. Even if he was not a cultivator, he knew what the words archaic deity meant. Archaic deities were powerful cultivators on the same level as nomological deities. In terms of combat power, archaic deities were even stronger and rarer. I guess so. Lin Feng's nonchalant answer only strengthened Luo Hao's conviction. Sir, will you help me? Luo Hao asked cautiously. At the same time, his gaze was filled with anticipation. What do you think? Luo Hao composed himself and said, Sir, I also roughly understand Boss Hong's intention for saying what she did just now. Oh. You know. I couldn't figure it out just now, but now I do. You're a dignified archaic deity, and Boss Hong is someone good at establishing social connections. How could she not seize this opportunity? By recommending me to you, she's actually recommending herself. If I can catch Sirs I inform a connection with you, Boss Hong will definitely benefit greatly. Lin Feng was a little surprised. This smooth-talking and seemingly ordinary lad was actually so perceptive about things. Although he was a little slow on the uptake, it was already quite impressive that he could see through the inner workings of the matter at his age. Since you know that Boss Hong is using you, if you attain success in cultivation in the future, and Boss Hong asks you for help, what will you do? Luo Hao pondered for a moment, then said firmly, that's a separate matter. No matter what Boss Hong thinks, or whether she did it for herself, she pleaded with Senior for my sake. If I can enter the Jadeite sect because of this, and attain success in cultivation in the future, I'd owe her a favor. I'll naturally repay her. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with your answer. If the time is right, I'll recommend you to the upper echelons of the Jadeite sect. However, I hope you won't blame me when the time comes. Lin Feng was very satisfied with Luo Hao overall. Although he did not know how talented Luo Hao was, this answer meant that he could be considered someone with clear ideas of gratitude and grudges, and Lin Feng quite liked it. At Lin Feng's level, things like talent were not important anymore. What was most important was character. How could I blame you? I can't be happier. Luo Hao was overjoyed. With a recommendation from Lin Feng, a distinguished, archaic deity, how could the Jadeite sect not consider it? Out of respect. Why would he blame Lin Feng? However, Lin Feng did not explain. Whether Luo Hao complained or not, this was ultimately just a trip to Lin Feng. Once he obtained what he wanted, he would naturally leave. Then, he and Luo Hao would probably never see each other again. Swoosh. Lin Feng's flying speed was very fast. If not for Luo Hao, Lin Feng's speed would have been even faster. In the distance, mountain ranges had already appeared. The looming clouds looked very ethereal, and palaces were vaguely visible in the mountains. An array. Lin Feng was a little curious. There were arrays everywhere in this world, and even a sect was no exception. An array had been set up. However, this mere array could only stop ordinary planetary lifeforms. Lin Feng could destroy it at will. However, Lin Feng did not destroy the array. He was being polite before resorting to force, not pressuring them directly. Lin Feng led Luo Hao outside the array, then shouted, "This itinerant cultivator is here to visit the Jadeite sect." Boom. Although it was just his voice, with Lin Feng's strength, even unleashing 1/10,000th of it was already impressive. Although this planet was strong, without the protection of the cosmic array, Lin Feng could destroy the entire planet with a breath, let alone a mere sect. On the planet, Lin Feng's voice spread majestically into the array. Even space rippled slightly. The terrifying sound shook even the array. Immediately, the thick fog dissipated, revealing the mountains inside. Which archaic deity has graced us with your presence? Do excuse our Jadeite sect for not making preparations in advance to welcome you. The array opened, and a few green-robed men came forward. Their postures were generous, but there was a hint of vigilance in their eyes. Lin Feng had showed off slightly just now. Only an archaic god could possess such terrifying power. Just his voice alone could affect the array of the Jadeite sect. I'm Lin Feng, an itinerant cultivator. I heard that the Jadeite sect is a major sect with a history of 10,000 years, so I wish to pay a visit. Pardon me. Haha, Brother Lin is too polite. No one on our Jadeite island can cultivate to the level of an archaic deity, and you did it as an itinerant cultivator. Brother Lin, please come in. The two of them laughed loudly and respectfully welcomed Lin Feng into the Jadeite sect. Although Lin Feng's origins were unknown, the Jadeite sect was not afraid. Although there were no archaic deities in the 10,000-year-old sect, there were many nomological deities, and they were supported by an array. Why would they be afraid of Lin Feng? Lin Feng also walked into the array. His eyes lit up. Mountains appeared in front of him, and cultivators were everywhere. Unlike the cosmic cultivation system, these cultivators were probably the so-called nomological cultivators. They relied on their talent to comprehend laws. Lin Feng clearly saw that some cultivators had only undergone 2 life transitions, but they had actually comprehended rudimentary laws. The moment they attacked, they would cause astonishing tremors in the earth and flames to erupt. The power was simply astonishing. They were not inferior to those cultivators who had undergone 5 life transitions and cultivated the combat body at all. Rudimentary law. Lin Feng's heart also skipped a beat. He could tell that this disciple might also be one of the best in the Jadeite sect, and could be considered a prodigy. Comprehending a rudimentary law after 2 life transitions was simply incredible. It had to be known that even when Lin Feng comprehended the law of annihilation back then, he had undergone far more than 2 life transitions. In the universe, many top venerables had not even comprehended rudimentary laws, which was enough to show how difficult it was to comprehend laws. But now, a cultivator who had only undergone 2 life transitions and had comprehended the rudimentary law of fire, without even cultivating a combat body. It was truly unbelievable. Perhaps the so-called nomological cultivator's study of laws was far more thorough than even Lin Feng's. Lin Feng made up his mind. When reading the ancient texts in the Jadeite sect, he could also refer to the Jadeite sect's understanding of laws to see what was different. He'd like to see how the so-called nomological cultivators cultivated. Brother Lin, what brings you to our Jadeite sect? Along the way, the 2 upper echelons of the Jadeite sect asked calmly. I'm an itinerant cultivator. I heard that the Deite sect is a 10,000-year-old sect that has collected many ancient texts. I'd merely to enter your sect's library and browse through some ancient texts. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the expressions of the 2 upper echelons of the Jadeite sect immediately darkened, and they immediately stopped in their tracks. Chapter 571, Is it enough? Chapter 571, Is it enough? Why? Does your esteemed sect have any objections? Lin Feng asked with confusion. Sir, you must be joking. The collection of texts in our sect may not be extensive, but each of them was collected by the countless seniors in our Jadeite sect slowly over time. They are only open to the elders or disciples of our sect. Even honorary elders can only enter the library after making meritorious contributions. Lin Feng shook his head, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. He sighed and said, I see. However, I am quite curious about the history of the Jadeite sect and about nomological cultivation. Hence, I would like to trouble you to inform your sect master about the matter of browsing the texts. If you need anything, I will naturally provide it. Seeing that the atmosphere between the 2 parties was a little tense, Luo Hao lamented at length inwardly. He finally understood why Lin Feng had told him not to blame him previously. Lin Feng's intention for coming to the Jadeite sect was nothing as simple as visiting the Jadeite sect. It was to forcefully enter the Jadeite sect's library. There was no way the entire Jadeite sect could be happy about it. If this caused another commotion, Lin Feng was Luo Hao's referrer. Even if the Jadeite sect reluctantly accepted Luo Hao, how could Luo Hao not have a hard time in the Jadeite sect in the future? However, this was not something Luo Hao could decide. He could only hold in his anxiety now and hope that the situation would not worsen. Just as both parties were on the verge of conflict, Luo Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that his sister seemed to be in the crowd ahead. Luo Jing, Luo Jing. Luo Hao hurriedly shouted. Lin Feng and the others, who were originally a little hostile, were all distracted by Luo Hao's voice. In the crowd in front, a delicate girl also turned around. Her gaze seemed to be searching around. Brother. The girl's expression changed slightly. Why would her brother Luo Hao come to the Jadeite sect? Luo Hao quickly ran up to Luo Jing. He realized that she was nervous, as if she was afraid of something. Luo Jing, what's wrong? Luo Hao studied Luo Jing carefully, and realized that there was a man in white behind her. The man's expression was arrogant as he said coldly, "Who are you to Luo Jing?" "I'm her brother." "An ordinary person." "Luo Jing, quickly send your brother away. It won't be good if you miss the time." The man's attitude was very cold, and Luo Jing also appeared a little anxious. She hurriedly said, "Brother, leave quickly." "What are you doing here?" "Luo Jing, what's your relationship with him?" Luo Jing was a little tongue-tied, not knowing how to explain. "You still haven't left. There's no harm in telling you. Your sister volunteered to be my servant." "Servant?" Luo Hao's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly asked, "Luo Jing, aren't you a disciple of the Jadeite sect? You have a physique with dual attributes, water and fire. You're an outstanding disciple of the Jadeite sect." Luo Hao could not believe it. The sister he had always been proud of was actually someone else's servant. How was this possible? "Brother, although I'm talented, I don't have many resources. Even nomological cultivators need resources. For example, some gems or mystic realms that can help with comprehension all require spirit jades. The spirit jades you give me every month are not enough at all. Moreover, I'm only an outer disciple. If I can't achieve anything in 10 years and advance to become an inner disciple, I'll be kicked out. Brother, I don't want to embarrass you, and I don't want to be kicked out either. I volunteered to become Senior Yan's servant. At least this way, I can obtain enough cultivation resources." Luo Jing gritted her teeth and told Luo Hao the truth. The world of cultivation was cruel, just like how Luo Hao had to struggle to survive the city. When he was young, some hooligans would rob his spirit jade or bully him. Luo Hao had to learn to be observant and flexible, and become more ruthless than the hooligans in order to not be bullied. It was the same for Luo Jing. Although she was a cultivator, she was the bottom class. Even after entering the Jadeite sect, she was still the bottom class. She had to know how to make trade-offs and toady to others to compete for cultivation resources. Luo Hao was in a daze. He did not blame Luo Jing anymore. The world of cultivation was also very harsh. He should have thought of it long ago. How could an ordinary girl like Luo Jing live happily in a cultivation sect? Just for the little amount of spirit jade he provided every month. Brother. Luo Jing could not bear it. If she had a way, she would never want to tell Luo Hao the truth. She really hoped that she could see the smile on Luo Hao's face every time she returned, and be a sister Luo Hao could be proud of. Unfortunately, everything was over now. Luo Hao already knew the truth. "Luo Hao, this is your sister." At some point, Lin Feng had arrived in front of Luo Hao. "Greetings, senior and elders." When Luo Jing saw Lin Feng and the two elders of the Jadeite sect behind him, her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly bowed. She did not know how her brother managed to befriend such an important figure. Luo Hao raised his head. His eyes were a little red, but he was very calm. He said in a low voice, "Senior, she's my sister. Do you need help?" Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Luo Hao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that with just a word from Lin Feng, his sister would be able to return. However, if she did not become a servant, what would happen to his sister's cultivation resources? Lin Feng was just someone they had met by chance. How could anyone offer so much help for no reason in this world? From a very young age, Luo Hao had already understood a principle. If he wanted to change his situation, he could only rely on himself. "There's no need, senior. This is my sister's choice. Moreover, I'm her brother. I'm the one who failed to take good care of her. If I could, I definitely wouldn't blame senior." Lin Feng knew what Luo Hao meant by blame. It seemed like Luo Hao was already more determined to become a disciple of the Jadeite sect. This also made Lin Feng rather satisfied. All right, elders. Young Luo Hao is quite talented, but he didn't become a disciple of the Jadeite sect. Can you make an exception? There are rules in the sect. It's really. The two elders were a little reluctant. As dignified elders, it was impossible that they had no authority at all. What was there to be reluctant about in arranging to take in a mere outer disciple? How about this? Lin Feng reached out and grabbed. Instantly, it was as if the entire Jadeite sect shook. Immediately after, a huge vortex appeared out of thin air, and an innumerable amount of energy gathered. It kept compressing in a frenzy. Finally, a huge energy module dozens of meters in diameter was formed. A strange light flowed on it as it fell to the ground. Thud. Dust rose around the enormous energy module on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared. Elders, how about this energy module? Is it enough for the spirit jades needed for Luo Hao to become an outer disciple? For a moment, the two elders looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Compared to this energy module, they were even more shocked that Lin Feng could condense an energy module at will. Such a skill was very rare even among archaic deities. Not enough. Then what about this? Lin Feng waved his hand again. Immediately, the huge sky seemed to have darkened. Infinite energy gathered, forming energy vortexes. Then, a large amount of energy modules fell continuously from these vortexes. They pattered onto the ground like hail. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Every energy module was extremely pure, countless times more so than the energy contained in spirit jades. Now, there was an energy rain. Even some powerful archaic deities definitely did not have such a terrifying method. It was simply shocking. Chapter 572, Battle of Laws. Chapter 572, Battle of Laws. The shock was incomparable. Even Luo Hao, who had long seen Lin Feng's method of conjuring energy at will, was very shocked at this moment. An energy rain was falling from the sky. What kind of method was this? However, after their shock, countless disciples of the Jadeite sect immediately made a move, and that was to snatch. There was so much energy. That was genuine energy. Every module of energy was countless times more valuable than spirit jade. Luo Hao also began to pick up the energy modules on the ground immediately. This could not be missed. Even becoming a disciple of the Jadeite sect required energy. Seeing the chaos in the Jadeite sect all of a sudden, the two elders were simply furious. However, they did not dare to flare up in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's move seemed unthinking and casual, but in reality, the two of them knew very well that this was intimidation. It was to intimidate the Jadeite sect. How could someone who could casually create an energy rain be ordinary? My apologies for the mess, elders. When will your sect master arrive? Lin Feng changed the topic. His tone was still very calm, but the two elders were no longer as relaxed as before. The sect master is here. At this moment, a violet aura tore through the sky. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura and a regal bearing flew in front of Lin Feng. Sir, your energy rain just now was really an eye-opener for us. That was nothing, sect master, Lin Feng said politely. Sir, you wish to visit the library of our Jadeite sect. That's right. Sect master, please allow this for me. Alas, actually, I'm in a difficult position too. The library is an important place of the Jadeite sect. Apart from the elders and disciples of our sect, no one is allowed to enter, let alone browse through it at will. If you want to join my Jadeite sect as an honorary elder, after making meritorious contributions for 3 to 5 years, you can naturally enter the library. The sect master calmly stated the conditions of the Jadeite sect. Although Lin Feng's background was unknown, the Jadeite sect did not want to offend an archaic god over nothing. In particular, it was very likely that Lin Feng was not an ordinary archaic god. That would be even more troublesome. Hence, this compromise was made. 3 to 5 years. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He had to make meritorious contributions, in addition to staying for 3 to 5 years. He had no intention of staying here for 3 to 5 years. Excuse me. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Immediately, his body emitted a powerful aura. Are you going to attack? The sect leader of the Jadeite sect shouted. Immediately, the array in the void appeared and disappeared. Moreover, powerful auras appeared. They were all from the Jadeite sect's ancestral nomological deities. No one from the Jadeite sect had ever dared to attack in the Jadeite sect, not even those top-notch archaic deities. The Jadeite sect was a 10,000-year-old sect. How powerful was its foundation? Even if Lin Feng was not weak, how could the Jadeite sect be afraid of Lin Feng's threat? Archaic deity. Who said I'm an archaic deity? A slight smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He extended his hand and pointed at the void. Law of tides. Buzz. As Lin Feng pointed, rolling tides immediately appeared in the void. They surged like a tsunami, wreaking havoc in the Jadeite sect. One mountain after another was shattered by the tides. Confine. The sect leader of the Jadeite sect glared angrily. He was incomparably furious. He controlled the array and tried to imprison the tides. Lin Feng used. This array was indeed very powerful. Ordinary archaic gods would be confined. Even elementary planetary laws probably could not cause much of a stir. Lin Feng sensed the power of many laws at once. They were all planetary laws. It seemed like ancestral nomological deities of the Jadeite sect had made their move. This was a true battle of laws. They were all ancestors at the level of nomological deities. Many disciples of the Jadeite sect looked up to them. Even Luo Hao clenched his fists tightly. Even though he was only an ordinary person, he knew that Lin Feng must be resisting many ancestral nomological deities of the Jadeite sect alone at this moment. Destroy. Lin Feng pointed lightly with his finger. Immediately, the law of tides surged again, shattering many of the surrounding laws at once. Sweeping over majestically once more. Advanced law. The sect leader of the Jadeite sect exclaimed. This was an advanced law that could break all techniques with a single technique. Before advanced laws, no matter how many nomological deities the Jadeite sect had, what was the use? Stop, stop, stop. Senior, please stop. A weak smile appeared on the Jadeite sect master's face, and he felt even more bitter. What had they just done? They actually dared to attack a nomological deity who had comprehended the advanced law. That was simply courting death. This was an advanced law that could break all techniques with a single technique. Lin Feng alone could destroy the entire Jadeite sect. Oh. You agreed. Lin Feng looked at the sect master of the Jadeite sect with a half-smile. Yes, we'll agree to all of Senior's requests. How could the Jadeite sect master dare to disagree? Compared to the survival of the sect, dignity was a small matter. If the Jadeite sect was destroyed by Lin Feng because of some pride, he, the Jadeite sect master, would have committed the unforgivable. A nomological deity who had comprehended advanced laws was second to none even in the entire Jadeite island. Perhaps only those top major sects on the continents on the planet had powerful nomological deities who had comprehended advanced laws. Among them. If you had seen sense earlier, we wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble. A pity about all these mountains. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. The Jade sect master was also grieving for the losses. In just a short period of time, Lin Feng used the advanced law of tides and swept through the entire Jadeite sect. Those few mountains were originally places for the ancestors to cultivate, and were even protected by arrays, but they were all easily destroyed by Lin Feng's law of tides. This was enough to show how powerful advanced laws were. However, Lin Feng was still somewhat unsatisfied. Now, he had finally seen the so-called nomological deities. They had indeed comprehended planetary laws, and their understanding of laws was even deeper than Lin Feng's. In particular, in battling with laws, those ancestral nomological deities had many minor combat techniques, and were rather difficult to deal with. If not for the fact that Lin Feng had comprehended an advanced law, which was on a whole other level and enough to sweep through everything by force, he would probably be in some trouble now, and might even be forced to use his combat body. If he had used his combat body, it would be troublesome. Perhaps even the entire planet would be destroyed by Lin Feng's combat body. If that happened, Lin Feng would no longer be able to understand the secrets on these planets. Take me to the library. Senior, this way, please. The Jadeite sect master had no choice but to personally lead Lin Feng to the library. During this period of time, the few ancestral nomological deities also reached a consensus that they absolutely could not provoke Lin Feng. After bringing Lin Feng to the entrance of the library, the Jadeite sect master said almost pleadingly, "Senior, it's not easy to pass down the legacy of our Jadeite sect for 10,000 years. Senior, browse to your heart's content, but please do not spread the numerous nomological cultivation techniques of our Jadeite sect. I'm just browsing through them. I'm not after the legacy of your Jadeite sect." "That's good. I'll take my leave." The Jadeite sect master heaved a sigh of relief. He could only pray that Lin Feng would keep his word, and would only browse through the texts without spreading the Jadeite sect's techniques. Chapter 573, Library. Chapter 573, Library. In the secret chamber of the Jadeite sect. At this moment, a total of 9 nomological deities of the Jadeite sect, including the sect master, were already gathered in the secret chamber. Swoosh. Suddenly, the door to the secret chamber opened, and a silver-haired old man walked in. Ancestor. Ancestor has finally exited seclusion. Ancestor, you have finally exited seclusion. If you took any longer, our Jadeite sect would be in trouble. This silver-haired old man was the founder of the Jadeite sect, Ancestor Jadeite. It was rumored in the outside world that Ancestor Jadeite was long dead. However, from the looks of it, this was completely unfounded. Ancestor Jadeite was still alive and well. Moreover, many people did not know. Only the elder nomological deities of the Jadeite sect knew that their ancestral master was an archaic cultivator. An archaic cultivator had actually founded a nomological cultivation sect. Perhaps this was an inexplicable mockery of nomological cultivation. Ancestor Jadeite glanced at everyone and said in a hoarse voice, "What did you rouse me for?" It seemed like Ancestor Jadeite was also very displeased. He had always been cultivating in seclusion. No one was allowed to rouse him, unless it was a life-or-death juncture for the sect. But now, these elder nomological deities were all unharmed. How could this be considered a life-or-death juncture? If he did not receive a satisfactory answer, he would be very displeased. Seeing that Ancestor Jadeite was a little displeased, the sect master hurriedly said, "Ancestor, we roused you because we had no choice. There's really nothing our Jadeite sect can do." Then, the sect master explained Lin Feng's matter in detail. Advanced law. Are you sure you're not mistaken? A strange glint appeared on Ancestor Jadeite's face. Ancestor, even if I'm wrong, all the elders had attacked. How could they be wrong? The other elders also nodded and said, "That's right. There's no mistake. It's indeed an advanced law. Our laws are no threat to the other party. The other party can break all techniques with a single technique. It's definitely an advanced law. Moreover, we all judged that he was an archaic cultivator previously, but we didn't expect him to be a nomological cultivator. His comprehension of law is so high, it's unbelievable." Ancestor Jadeite pondered for a long time and said, "Where has he gone now?" "The library. I'll meet him myself." Ancestor Jadeite immediately made the decision. In the library, Lin Feng was standing in front of a huge bookshelf packed densely with books. History. What Lin Feng wanted to find were some historical books. He needed to understand the history of this planet, and even the history of the cultivators here, and find records regarding the silent galaxy. However, there were very few such ancient books. Fortunately, the Jadeite sect was indeed worthy of being a 10,000-year-old sect. No matter how few ancient books there were, they had still archived some. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the few historical books. He quickly flipped through them. Most of these historical books recorded the history of the Jadeite Island. There were only a few records regarding the Silent Galaxy. They all recorded a great divine sovereign called Divine Sovereign Void Sky. It was Divine Sovereign Void Sky who established this peaceful area, taught people how to cultivate, and protected cultivators. Divine Sovereign Void Sky. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He knew about divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors, but he had never heard of any divine sovereigns. Moreover, Divine Sovereign Void Sky could not help but remind Lin Feng of Divine Emperor Void Sky. Could the two be related? According to historical records, Divine Sovereign Void Sky was the founder of this region, the main force resisting those terrifying silent beasts, and the patron saint. All cultivators addressed Divine Sovereign Void Sky respectfully as ancestral master. This Divine Sovereign Void Sky might know something about the Void Sky Divine Palace, and even have clues on it. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. There were records regarding the Divine Sovereign Void Sky in the historical books. They also recorded a major event, which was regarding the division between archaic and nomological cultivators. The Divine Sovereign Void Sky was even involved. Divine Sovereign Void Sky supported nomological cultivation. This was the real reason why archaic cultivation gradually disappeared, while nomological cultivation gradually became the mainstream of cultivation. Moreover, there was a detailed introduction of archaic cultivation and nomological cultivation. Archaic cultivators usually cultivated the combat body. It was also possible for them to comprehend laws, but they mainly cultivated the combat body. They could enter the cosmos and fight with those silent beasts. In fact, Divine Sovereign Void Sky was a powerful archaic cultivator who could fight with those terrifying beasts whose bodies reached light years in size. From this, it could be seen that Divine Sovereign Void Sky was very likely a Grand Emperor, and a very powerful one. At that. On the other hand, nomological cultivators mainly comprehended laws. Moreover, outstanding cultivators specially comprehended the laws corresponding to their innate talents. For example, people with fire attribute innate physiques had always comprehended fire attribute laws. After billions of years of development, nomological cultivators gradually occupied the mainstream of cultivation, because almost no resources were consumed. However, innate talent and comprehension determined everything. Moreover, innate talent was the stepping stone. Only comprehension could determine how far one could go in the future. Both were indispensable. Moreover, some powerful nomological deities were also born among the nomological cultivators. They could enter the universe to fight with those silent beasts. In addition, the cosmic array protecting the entire region was not set up by Divine Sovereign Void Sky alone. Instead, generations of nomological deities advanced one after another, perfecting it bit by bit, before they could finally contend with the Grand Emperor-level silent beasts. Then, Lin Feng began to browse through the books on nomological cultivation. Nomological cultivation was divided into many steps. The first step was to sense the law, then slowly study the law, and finally master it. In the beginning it was the rudimentary law, and gradually, it would move on to the planetary law. Comprehending rudimentary law just made one a nomological cultivator. If one could comprehend planetary laws, they would become an esteemed nomological deity. They could comprehend arrays and use laws to do many things. Moreover, in the nomological cultivation books, regarding the use of laws by the nomological deities to fight, some of the laws and combat techniques were also an eye-opener for Lin Feng. Perhaps the cultivators in this world were not very strong, but they were specialized in various fields. They had studied and comprehended laws for a long time, so they had a very thorough understanding of laws. Some of the law combat techniques derived were even rather specific. Lin Feng benefited greatly. Among them, nomological cultivators were also divided into nomological deities and nomological supremacies. Lin Feng immediately grasped some of the key points. Nomological supremacies. It means they had comprehended advanced laws and become the strongest among nomological cultivators. Lin Feng muttered softly, but his gaze became sharper and sharper. Comprehending advanced laws meant being the strongest nomological supremacies. In that case, there was no ultimate law in this world. Or rather, they did not know that there was an ultimate law. Could it be that divine sovereign void sky did not impart the ultimate law? Or could it be that even divine sovereign void sky could not comprehend the ultimate law? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had some vague ideas. Chapter 574, Ancestor Jadeite. Chapter 574, Ancestor Jadeite. Be it nomological cultivation or archaic cultivation, they were relevant to divine sovereign void sky. The cultivation techniques were even imparted by divine sovereign void sky. Moreover, according to the description, divine sovereign void sky might be a grand emperor, and a very powerful one at that. A grand emperor who had not comprehended the ultimate law. It was really possible. Apart from top-notch grand emperors, it was almost impossible for other grand emperors to comprehend the ultimate law. Perhaps divine sovereign void sky also did not manage to comprehend the ultimate law. Many thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind at once. Vaguely, he developed some guesses. However, all of them were just guesses. And all of them pointed to divine sovereign void sky. If he wanted to understand everything, he had to find divine sovereign void sky. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He just strolled through the library and flipped through all the books. He only needed to flip through them once to memorize all the content. Perhaps he could find something that interested him. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. You can come out now. Lin Feng spoke indifferently, seemingly to the air. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the air seemed to distort. A silver-haired old man appeared in the library. As expected of someone who has comprehended the advanced law. However, should I call you a nomological supremacy, or a venerable? Swoosh. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and stared intently at the silver-haired old man. He could also tell that the other party was a venerable, a genuine cosmic cultivator. Who are you? Lin Feng did not answer directly. Instead, he stared intently at the silver-haired old man. Who am I? I'm Ancestor Jadeite. If we were in the universe outside, I'd be Venerable Jadeite. Ancestor Jadeite also stared intently at Lin Feng. He could tell at a glance that Lin Feng did not belong to the silent galaxy. The so-called archaic cultivators had actually long disappeared in this world. True archaic cultivators were all cosmic cultivators who entered the silent galaxy from beyond it. Venerable Jadeite. You're a cosmic cultivator. Of course. Aren't you a cosmic cultivator too? Ancestor Jadeite gave a half-smile. The two of them simply sat down in the library. Lin Feng had many questions now. He originally wanted to look for divine sovereign void sky, but he did not expect Ancestor Jadeite to also be a cultivator from beyond this world. Then things would be easier. May I ask who you are? Lin Feng. Venerable Lin Feng, you just entered the silent galaxy from the outside, right? It was actually normal for Ancestor Jadeite to treat Lin Feng as a venerable. Lin Feng had only undergone 7 life transitions in the first place, so he was naturally a venerable. That he was able to become a Grand Emperor was in terms of combat power. That's right. I just entered the silent galaxy from the outside. Alas, you were also swept into the silent galaxy. No, I'm here to investigate the matter of the silent beasts in the silent galaxy. Many silent beasts suddenly appeared at the border we were guarding, and there were even silent beasts comparable to top-notch Grand Emperors among them. That's why I thought of entering the silent galaxy to investigate. You shouldn't have entered. Once you enter the silent galaxy, it will be difficult to get out again. What do you mean? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Although he knew that the silent galaxy was very dangerous, ever since he entered, he had relied on the law of space to survive. He was still waiting to leave the silent galaxy and return to the universe. But now, Ancestor Jadeite said that he couldn't leave the silent galaxy. Ancestor Jadeite raised his head and shook his head helplessly. You probably have not tried to leave the silent galaxy yet, right? Actually, there's no need to try. No matter what method you use, you can't leave the silent galaxy. Even if everyone knows that there is a border to the silent galaxy, even if you keep going in an established direction, you will only circle around in the galaxy in the end and never reach the border. There's no way to reach the border. Then how did the silent beasts leave? Lin Feng remembered that at the border, the silent beasts came wave after wave. They were countless. Those silent beasts were born in the silent galaxy in the first place. They can leave, but we can't. Moreover, even the silent beasts reach the border inexplicably and bizarrely. Even they probably don't know what's going on. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He could not leave. He did not believe it at all. However, looking at Ancestor Jadeite, there was no need for him to lie to Lin Feng at all. No one has ever left the silent galaxy. That's not necessarily the case. As I've said, some people were just lucky enough to be sent out of the silent galaxy inexplicably. Without such luck, even a divine king can forget about leaving. Lin Feng's heart sank. If the truth was really as Ancestor Jadeite had said, things would be troublesome. What about Divine Sovereign Void Sky? He can't leave either. Of course, Divine Sovereign Void Sky even comprehended the law of space, but he still cannot leave. Law of space. Lin Feng was a little curious. Although he had comprehended the law of space, he had never encountered anyone else who had comprehended the law of space in this universe. This mysterious Divine Sovereign Void Sky had actually comprehended the law of space. This really surprised Lin Feng. It's not just the law of space. Divine Sovereign Void Sky is the most astonishing and monstrous genius I've ever seen. In terms of comprehension of laws, he's simply unparalleled. Not only is there the law of space, there's also the law of fire, the law of ice, the law of metal, and so on. In short, Divine Sovereign Void Sky has comprehended the laws of all 5 elements, as well as some other special laws, large or small. Divine Sovereign Void Sky is proficient in all of them. Divine Sovereign Void Sky was the only one who could not comprehend the laws of time and life. Even those divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors in the universe can't compare to such talent, right? At the mention of Divine Sovereign Void Sky, Ancestor Jadeite exclaimed repeatedly. It seemed like he was already convinced of Divine Sovereign Void Sky's ability. Indeed, it was already very impressive for ordinary cultivators to know a law, let alone 2 laws, 3 laws, and even innumerable laws. That was no longer something that could be described by aptitude or comprehension. Divine Sovereign Void Sky is a Grand Emperor. No, he doesn't seem to be a Grand Emperor, but a Venerable too. However, he has the enhancement of so many laws. It's even rumored that he might have comprehended the ultimate law. Therefore, his strength is comparable to a Grand Emperor, and he's one of the best among Grand Emperors. In some aspects, he's even comparable to a top-notch Grand Emperor. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. As expected, Divine Sovereign Void Sky was a Grand Emperor, and a very powerful entity even among Grand Emperors. Previously, Lin Feng had guessed that Divine Sovereign Void Sky had not comprehended the ultimate law, but now, he realized that he was wrong. Divine Sovereign Void Sky had comprehended the ultimate law, and had even attained the ultimate level for more than one law. Even though Divine Sovereign Void Sky might have been in the silent galaxy for billions of years, Lin Feng had never seen such an outstanding cultivator who could surpass himself in the comprehension of laws. This Divine Sovereign Void Sky probably had a shocking secret too. Chapter 575, Undercurrents. Chapter 575, Undercurrents. Ancestor Jadeite, how much do you know about the origins of Divine Sovereign Void Sky? Origin. Ancestor Jadeite thought for a moment. Finally, he shook his head and said, Divine Sovereign Void Sky has been here for a very long time. He can be considered one of the oldest entities. There are many legends about his past, but in reality, they are all illusory and groundless. There are no valuable clues at all. Many people speculate that Divine Sovereign Void Sky was also a cultivator who accidentally entered the silent galaxy from the universe. However, he was very lucky and survived until now. Moreover, he established an enormous safe zone. Lin Feng was not surprised that Divine Sovereign Void Sky's origins were a mystery. Then, Lin Feng's tone was solemn as he asked word by word, "Ancestor Jadeite, don't you suspect that Divine Sovereign Void Sky has secrets? No matter how talented a cultivator is, how can he comprehend so many laws? It's even rumored that he comprehended the ultimate law. He's not a grand emperor, yet he had comprehended the ultimate law. Do you all believe that it's because he's outstandingly talented?" As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Ancestor Jadeite fell silent. After a long while, Ancestor Jadeite lifted his head and sneered, "So what if we are suspicious? There are a total of 81 planets here. Divine Sovereign Void Sky traveled through the silent galaxy for a long time before transferring them over one by one. Even the core of the entire cosmic array is in Divine Sovereign Void Sky's hands. He is the only ruler and the strongest. So what if there are suspicions?" Lin Feng sensed that something was amiss. From Ancestor Jadeite tone, he seemed to be very displeased with Divine Sovereign Void Sky, as if his suppressed anger was about to erupt. It seemed very inappropriate to show such an obvious attitude in front of an outsider, especially towards the strongest expert like Divine Sovereign Void Sky. Hence, Lin Feng probed, "Ancestor Jadeite, you seem to be dissatisfied with Divine Sovereign Void Sky." You don't have to probe. I'm not the only one who's dissatisfied. In fact, many people are dissatisfied, be it archaic cultivators or nomological cultivators. Of course, even the strongest nomological cultivator at the moment has only comprehended advanced laws. Divine Sovereign Void Sky has not passed down the ultimate law. How difficult would it be for a cultivator to comprehend the ultimate law? Bit by bit, relying only on himself. The nomological cultivators are discontent, and so are the archaic cultivators. However, Divine Sovereign Void Sky's powerful strength can suppress everything. That's why the unrest did not erupt. Why are you discontent? Divine Sovereign Void Sky transferred those geniuses, especially those who comprehended laws, into the Void Sky Divine Temple time and time again. No one has ever come out. Some people say that Divine Sovereign Void Sky used some special secret technique to absorb the comprehension of laws from those geniuses, which is how he could comprehend so many laws. Some people also say that Divine Sovereign Void Sky is using these geniuses to find something. In short, all the cultivators who were wanted by Divine Sovereign Void Sky never returned. We don't know when Divine Sovereign Void Sky will attack us. Everyone is fearful for their own safety. How can they still be loyal to Divine Sovereign Void Sky? A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. It seemed like many cultivators had long harbored a huge conflict with Divine Sovereign Void Sky. It was just that Divine Sovereign Void Sky was powerful, so it had not erupted for a long time. Why is Ancestor Jadeite telling me all this? Lin Feng did not believe that Ancestor Jadeite was telling him this information out of the goodness of his heart. A smile appeared on Ancestor Jadeite's face as he said, "It's very simple. Divine Sovereign Void Sky has incurred the wrath of the masses. Dozens of venerables have already secretly joined forces and formulated a foolproof plan to kill Divine Sovereign Void Sky for certain. At that time, won't the many treasures in the Void Sky Divine Temple, and even the secrets behind Divine Sovereign Void Sky's comprehension of so many laws, be ours? What if I don't join you?" Lin Feng said calmly. "Then you know too much. We will inform Divine Sovereign Void Sky that a cultivator who has comprehended advanced laws has arrived from the universe. Divine Sovereign Void Sky definitely will not let off a cultivator who has comprehended advanced laws. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Divine Sovereign Void Sky everything you said? That reminds me. Alas, looks like I can only silence you now." Ancestor Jadeite looked like he was sighing, but Lin Feng could sense that a few powerful auras had suddenly appeared around him, and they were all the auras of venerables. Moreover, the cosmic array had also been activated. A venerable seemed to be personally presiding over it. The power was different, and was enough to trap top-notch venerables. The Jadeite sect was subtle. Even Lin Feng had not discovered that so many experts were hidden previously. Interesting. Looks like I have no choice. Ancestor Jadeite did not say anything. Instead, he stared at Lin Feng calmly. He believed that Lin Feng would make the best choice. All right, since I know so many of your secrets, it seems like I have no choice but to take your side. Lin Feng revealed a trace of helplessness in his words. Haha, Venerable Lin Feng has made the right choice. You will definitely not regret it in the future. You will even be glad about your choice today. You can browse through the library to your heart's content. Ancestor Jadeite disappeared directly. He must have used the array to disappear without a trace. However, Lin Feng could still sense it. With the sharpness of the law of space, Lin Feng could even sense that some gazes in the surroundings were still on him, secretly monitoring him. Lin Feng could not help but sneer inwardly. Interesting. I just came to the Jadeite sect, and there's already such a big show. What's this? Secret opponents of Divine Sovereign Void Sky. However, sooner or later, Lin Feng would have to talk with Divine Sovereign Void Sky himself. This was just as well now. He would like to see if these people could actually succeed. Even though Lin Feng had never seen Divine Sovereign Void Sky before, he knew that he was no small matter. He had been in the silent galaxy for billions of years and had a deep foundation. How could a few dozen venerables overturn him? Moreover, Lin Feng could sense that Ancestor Jadeite was not telling the truth. If they wanted to revolt and deal with Divine Sovereign Void Sky, there were probably more than just a few dozen venerables. The matter was very complex. However, to Lin Feng, the more complex and chaotic it was, the better. The final victor when the curtain lifted was still uncertain. Hence, Lin Feng suddenly became an honorary elder of the Jadeite sect for no reason, and was highly valued by the entire Jadeite sect. Lin Feng also took it calmly in stride. He even took the time to give Luo Hao some pointers, making Luo Hao's situation much better. Everything seemed to be calm, and everything in the Jadeite sect was in order. However, Lin Feng knew that there was an undercurrent behind this calmness. Many mysterious venerables had already come and gone in the Jadeite sect. Lin Feng had also met these people, and could be considered familiar with them. However, Lin Feng did not know what Ancestor Jadeite and the others were plotting in secret. He was coerced into participating, and could not become a core member at all. Of course, Lin Feng did not care. He was still leisurely studying those minor combat techniques of laws. Part 9 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.